In the 10th year after the Sakura Country dumped its nuclear wastewater, heaven and earth were suddenly shaken. An abyssal rift several thousand meters long spanned half the planet, and countless alien-like subterranean creatures came rushing out. At the same time, the will of the world manifested 10 ranked golden lists. The first spiritual power cultivator to top the spiritual power gold list and gain 100 times the speed of cultivation. The first high bloodline possessor ascends to the top of the bloodline gold list and obtains the source of the immortal bloodline of the ancient world. The first contracted king extreme favored beast to top the favored beast gold list and obtain the ancient ancestral dragon soul. Everyone cheered that the earth had finally entered the age of Reiki. But only I, who was born again, know that this is a great catastrophe for humanity. My name is Chu Fong. In my last life, I worked hard to cultivate myself to become a super strong person, but because of a chance I died at the hands of my trusted elder brother. Once again, I want to dominate the first of the 10 gold lists and become the strongest unrivaled. Thinking of this, I didn't hesitate to sit down on my knees, run my gong methods, and start cultivating my spiritual energy. In their previous lives, humans relied on killing the demons that ran out of the abyss to gain a meager amount of spiritual energy and slowly embarked on the path of cultivation. But I don't need that now. I have the feats from my previous life. With the appearance of the ranking gold list, the spiritual energy in heaven and earth is reviving. As long as the concentration of spiritual energy reaches the earth level standard, I will be the first person to ascend the spiritual energy gold ranking. Cultivating in one breath until early the next morning, I exhaled a whirlwind of spiritual energy and nodded in satisfaction as I felt the raging spiritual energy in my body. In my previous life, in order to reach this realm, I used half a month's time and killed quite a few demons before I succeeded, but now it only took less than a day. I looked out the window at the golden list of spiritual powers with a calm demeanor, unconcerned about being upstaged. A battle between a country's special forces in pursuit of a demon is being broadcast live on TV. Hundreds of soldiers holding assault rifles had already surrounded the 3 alien-like demonic creatures, and a round of bullets whistled out. But hitting the demonic creature's hard armor just made one more dent. Reporters' exclamations of shock came from the TV. The torrent of bullets hitting the demons couldn't even break their armor, while their sharp fangs could easily bite through the special forces soldiers wearing bulletproof vests. These alien monsters are also too powerful. I'm afraid they're the most powerful creatures in that underground world. I heard the reporter's comments and shook my head secretly. The monsters that escaped in the early stage were the lowest existences in the abyss, with no wisdom, only instincts, and their number was endless. Due to the presence of a seal in the abyssal passage, only such weak, magical creatures had escaped, and there were not many of them. In a month's time, the seal will weaken for the first time, and hundreds of millions of lowly demons will rush out. In his previous life, the entire human race united to fight back, with all sorts of heavy hot weapons bombarding wildly and Nova martial artists sacrificing their lives before barely repelling the first wave of abyssal demons. It was also during this war that humanity officially stepped into the era of universal cultivation. Looking back, I saw that at the end of the live broadcast, after more than a dozen dead soldiers, Country had finally utilized a rocket launcher and blasted the 3 demonic creatures to pieces, leaving behind only 3 black charcoal-like bones, which the government put away as if they were treasures. I couldn't help but sneer. The bones left over from the death of this lowly demonic creature were useless. On TV, a reporter routinely interviews the soldiers who killed the demons. May I ask how you feel after killing the monster? Originally, everyone was ready to evacuate, but I didn't expect the soldier to look confused and solemnly say, I just seem to have heard a voice which told me that cooperation in killing a low-level demonic creature would be rewarded with 0.3 for 1 point. And it seemed that a virtual screen appeared in front of me with all sorts of information about me on it. Are you all invisible? These words instantly shook everyone in the room, including the humans in front of television sets around the world. As soon as the soldier's words left his mouth, the other soldiers hurriedly raised their voices. I thought I heard it wrong. I heard the sound too, but I only have 0.1 bonus points. Me too. A virtual screen appeared in front of me as well. On the scene, all the soldiers who had just participated in the kill stated that they had heard the sound, and the scene was instantly chaotic. Trembling, the reporter handed the microphone to the first soldier and inquired, Can you elaborate? The soldier answered truthfully. After killing the demonic creature just now, I felt as if a warm current crossed my belly. It was very comfortable. Then I heard that voice, and then the virtual screen appeared. A senior officer stepped forward and asked in a hushed voice, "What's on the screen?" You read it out word for word. The soldier nodded. Name, Bob David. Rank, unrated favored beast. None skills. None items. None points. 0.3. Trading area and not open yet. This scene quickly caused a global uproar. I didn't pay too much attention to these, but instead focused my eyes on the spiritual power gold list, the first of the 10 gold lists, and gently spat out a few words under my breath. Apply for an Earth level rating. As soon as the words left my mouth, an imperceptible golden light shot out from the spiritual power golden ranking, instantly enveloping me, and a mechanical voice rang in my ears. Ground level assessment qualified. Activate personal information column. In the next moment, a virtual screen appeared in front of me. Name, Maple. Rank, Earth level, favored beast. None skills. None items. None points. 0. Trading area is not open yet. I silently waited for the voice to continue, and sure enough, the mechanical voice sounded again. Human Fong rank detected, meets the conditions for being on the spiritual power gold list, ranked first. Do you agree to be on the list? I replied in a hushed voice, agreed. The mechanical voice continued. Please enter the title of the top list note. Once selected, it cannot be changed. I pondered for a moment and typed one word on the virtual screen, Maple. I didn't use my real name because I had scruples. The sudden appearance of a real person's name on the ranking gold list would surely cause a global upheaval. And my current strength is still far from being able to ignore human weapons. If I draw attention to myself too soon, I may even be captured and studied by certain state agencies with ulterior motives. The word phone is enough to hide my identity. As the confirmation was completed, the mechanical-like voice sounded again. The first reward of the spiritual power gold ranking list is issued, and the cultivation speed is multiplied by 10. Given that the human Maple is on the list for the guards, he can additionally receive the only god-level reward of the spiritual power gold ranking list, and the cultivation speed is multiplied by 100. After hearing this intelligent voice, I let out a long breath of excitement. 100 times the speed of cultivation. Based on this alone, there will be a place for me in the future forest of the world's strongest, not to mention that my ambitions go far beyond this. Together with the reward for being ranked first, 10 times the cultivation speed, the total cultivation speed suddenly increased to 110 times, an effect that was just too unbelievable. I saw the level percentage in the personal information bar start to rise rapidly, and that was just the state of the spiritual energy instinctively circulating in my body. Reaching C rank might not even take 2 days. While I was marveling at the power of the soul god tier reward, the spiritual power, golden ranking high in the air, outside suddenly stirred, and countless brilliant golden lights erupted in all directions. As the golden light dispersed, a large black Chinese character, Fong, hung high at the top of the list, mirroring the golden light. This vision instantly triggered the world. Quickly look, the spiritual power gold ranking appears to change. My God, it seems like a person's name. Could it be that someone already knows the rules of the game? Is it my Chinese person, Win God Cow? Unsurprisingly, the world was directly abuzz as soon as the gold list rankings came out. The forces of various countries, both openly and secretly, were all frantically investigating this mysterious Fong. At a time when the countries had not yet figured out the role of the golden list, someone had already made it to the golden list, so it was obvious what this meant. However, they were destined to miscalculate. Finding someone based on just one word was harder than finding a needle in a haystack. The reactions of the countries were expected, and I didn't take it to heart. Time was running out, and I had to seize every opportunity to improve my strength as soon as possible. A month later, the first abyssal demon tide comes. Hundreds of millions of lowly demons will break through the ground, its havoc and its treasure. The more demons you kill, the more generous the rewards for ranking the gold list. In his previous life, because of the first abyssal demon tide, countless mighty S-class powerhouses had risen. The immortal emperor, the skeleton venerable, the Buddha of the western heaven, the bear king of the northern domain, and the Xian heavenly goddess. There's also my good big brother, the war emperor Spiritus, who rose to prominence by winning the lucrative rewards of the ranking gold list. In my previous life, my rewards were far inferior to these people, but in this life, I'm going to challenge the highest record that no one could reach in my previous life. To do so, I need to gain power far beyond others within this month. And the sole God-level reward of the top 10 gold list is undoubtedly the fastest shortcut. With the rewards of the spiritual power gold ranking already in hand, I turn my head to look at the other 9 gold rankings. In terms of help to cultivation, besides the spiritual power golden ranking, the bloodline golden ranking was the most important. Moreover, I already have a perfect plan in my head. If I could obtain that bloodline, I would even have the certainty of sweeping through the abyssal demon tide in a month's time. The only God-level reward of the bloodline gold ranking was an extremely important part of my plan. A powerful bloodline possessor could completely fight across levels. However, to ascend the bloodline gold list, an ordinary bloodline was simply not enough. Only some bloodlines in the abyss that naturally evolved in heaven and earth were qualified to be on the list, such as the 5 elements bloodlines of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, or the thunder bloodline that wielded the power of judgment and punishment, for example. I already have a goal, and that is the devouring bloodline, which is said to be able to devour other bloodlines to grow. This bloodline was one of the 3 basic bloodlines summarized by humans from thousands of bloodlines in previous generations. The so-called foundation bloodline, as the name implied, was the bloodline most suitable for cultivators to build a foundation. In his previous life, the possessor of the devouring bloodline was a top superpower with half a foot in the S-class, the heaven-swallowing great sage. He rose to prominence late in life, but later rose to the top, just one step short of ascending to the ranks of S-class powerhouses, relying on the devouring bloodline that he encountered by chance. Later on, the heaven-swallowing great sage simply published all the details of how he obtained the devouring bloodline. After all, that bloodline had already been used up by him. After the heaven-swallowing great sage announced the location where he had obtained the devouring bloodline, it attracted quite a few people to head to the abyss to explore, including me. Unfortunately, in the end, nothing was found. In this life, I have my eyes set on a precious bloodline that is enough to drive countless people crazy. Although what I'm doing now will undoubtedly rob many people of their chances, I have no choice. I need to be strong enough, and humanity needs an existence that can stand up to the strongest of that abyss. In his previous life, once that terrifying presence from the abyss appeared, humanity's defenses instantly fell apart, and S-class powerhouses couldn't last more than a single move in his hands. If it wasn't for the help of the golden ranking at the time of survival, the human race would have been extinct long ago. Even so, mankind fled in a great defeat, losing even the earth. Of course, this is all an afterthought. In the future, I will find these potentials and personally cultivate them. And with your help, these people's achievements won't be any worse than in their previous lives. After determining my target, I carefully combed through the various details of the heaven-swallowing great sage's acquisition of the devouring bloodline in my previous life in my mind. The blood pool where that devouring bloodline was located on the first level of the abyss. I looked at the time, 8:30 a.m. on June 26th, and figured that the abyssal passage around the globe should be opening soon. I judged that at this time, the only humans inside the abyss should be the elite expedition teams sent by various countries. But as time goes by, more and more abyssal passages will appear, and then a large number of ordinary people will flock into the abyss out of curiosity. Some of them fell, while others began to contact spiritual power and embarked on the path of cultivation, a cruel elimination of the best and the worst. The abyssal passageway that will be appearing recently turns out to be in my school's gymnasium. I recalled that in my previous life, I had been spared by taking a leave of absence from home due to a fever, just missing the appearance of the school's abyssal passage. At that time, the abyssal demons that rushed out slaughtered almost everyone present. Almost every time an abyssal passage appeared, some low-level demonic creature would rush out and cause casualties to humans. Of course, most of the spiritual energy used by humans to initially cultivate was obtained after killing demons, so there were pros and cons to it. I was silent all the way to the school. It was the final day of the Taekwondo competition, and the gym was full. The students chattered about which player was stronger and which boy was more handsome, their faces beaming with youthful smiles. A tsunami of cheers erupted once they saw the player they supported win. I couldn't help but smile as I watched the teenager in the ring who had just won raise his hand proudly. It's good to be young. I can see myself back then, a Taekwondo master and a notable name in school, receiving love letters from girls every day and looking back on them now full of warm memories. I was going to find a place to sit down in a low profile, but I didn't expect to be suddenly shouted at. Brother Fong, why are you here? Have you gotten over your cold? Great, Brother Fong has come to save the day. Our team has hopes of winning the championship. I turned my head in confusion, and what met my eyes was a familiar face. Zhang Chao, Wang Hongbin, and Li Xiao. I read out their names one by one and took a deep breath. Everyone, long time no see. Zhang Chao rolled his eyes and gave me a punch. Brother Fong, you're not confused with fever, are you? We were training together the day before yesterday. I smiled and didn't say anything. In my previous life, not many of these friends survived the first abyssal demon tide, and when I see them again today, I can't help but feel something else. Li Xiao indignantly pointed at a few youths on the opposite side and said, Brother Fong, you should quickly change your clothes and go on the field. Opposite Sun Jian and their battle team rely on their dad as the school leader. The hands are too hard. Several of us were injured. You have to give us revenge, ah. This finger attracted the attention of Sun Jian. The leader of the yellow-haired youth Sun Jian saw you for a moment, a strange cry. Yo, our great master does not pretend to be sick. Sun Jian's words immediately attracted the attention of the whole room, and many people looked at me, thinking that I had taken leave of absence through a cold in order to avoid the battle for fear of embarrassing myself in the competition. Sun Jian was not satisfied after saying that. He directly jumped onto the ring, domineeringly whisked down the contestants who were originally in the match, coldly smiled and stuck out his thumb towards me, then slowly put words towards me. Chu Fong, if you're a man, come up here and compete with me. Do you dare? My friends around me are furious. Sun Jian's provocation seems to be a great humiliation to this group of young and energetic students. They look at you with expectant eyes, wanting to see how you will respond. But I just smiled faintly. After experiencing countless life and death battles with abyssal demons in my previous life, today's Taekwondo matches are no different from a child's play, especially when the opponents are still a group of students. I just can't bring myself to participate. But my silence was seen by the crowd as admitting defeat and not daring to fight. Seeing this, Sun Jian laughed rampantly. What a shrunken-head turtle, no fun. A few juniors under the stage followed suit. Brother Jian is invincible. Count on him to know what's good for him, or else he would have been beaten up on stage, which is even more humiliating. Suddenly, a cold female voice came from the side of the stands. Enough! The crowd followed the sound and saw a cool and beautiful young girl with a ponytail standing up. It was the school beauty Xia Qingwan. Xia Qingwan coldly looked at Sun Jian on the stage and said, Come down, or else I'll go up and fight you. Sun Jian froze, then said angrily, Qingwan, you're giving that kid a head start. Xia Qingwan remained expressionless. You are blatantly interrupting the flow of the match. I am one of the executive referees of the match and have the obligation to stop you. Sun Jian frowned for a moment and slowly said, Qingwan, I'll give you this face. With that, he jumped off the ring. I silently looked at Xia Qingwan. She was an acquaintance from my previous life, known as the Frost Fairy, and she even helped you a lot when you took revenge on that big brother. At this moment, I felt all the emotions and secretly resolved in my heart. In this life, not only to change your own destiny, but also to guard these partners who once accompanied you through the long years. Sensing that someone was looking at her, Xia Qingwan frowned slightly. When Xia Qingwan saw that it was me, a flash of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Originally, she had a good impression of me, but what happened just now made her opinion of me plummet. Even if you are undefeated, you shouldn't shy away from a fight. A man can have no strength, but not no backbone. Xia Qingwan pondered slightly, but still spoke. I know that you're holding a physical ailment today, but you shouldn't be silent about it. It will only dampen your confidence. The next time you fight, you might not be able to win. I grinned and said in my heart that this iceberg beauty's way of comforting people was really unique. No wonder she didn't have many friends around her in her previous life. I was about to open my mouth, but I suddenly sensed a hidden fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from the ground. My face was instantly grave. The abyssal passage was about to open. Xia Qingwan was expecting you to rise to the occasion, but when she saw that I remained silent, she could not help but be greatly disappointed and shook her head. That's all there is to say, so take care of yourself. After saying that, she turned around and left, no longer intending to pay attention to me. At this moment, I had no time to care about Xia Qingwan's words, and all my attention was focused on the spiritual power fluctuation that was getting closer and closer. I instantly locked onto the exact location, right underneath Xia Qingwan's feet. Oh no, Xia Qingwan is in danger. In the next moment, I suddenly moved, My figure swept out like streams of light, rushing towards Xia Qingwan with unrivaled speed. This sudden movement startled the entire crowd. "What's he mad about?" Sun Jian looked at me in shock. The junior brother next to him said anxiously, "Brother Jian, look, that guy Chu Fong is swooping towards Xia Qingwan. Can it be that he's annoyed and wants to misbehave with the schoolgirl? Crap, fuck him." Sun Jian immediately got up, wanting to save the hero. On the other side, Xia Qingwan also noticed the strong wind coming from behind her and hurriedly turned back just in time to see me rushing over. Thinking that you've gone crazy and are trying to slight yourself, she instantly assumes a fighting stance and delivers a powerful front kick head-on. But the next moment, it made Xia Qingwan doubt her life, only to see your body shaking, dodging the kick with an incredible posture. Then your figure shifted, as light as a gazelle, and Xia Qingwan was shocked to find that you disappeared from her line of sight. "Where is everyone?" Before Xia Qingwan could react, I'd already appeared behind her and gently reached out to restrain her like an iron vice. The whole process was a flash of lightning. No matter how much Xia Qingwan struggled, she could not break free. This scene shocked everyone in the room. Heavens, what just happened? When did Chu Fong become so strong? I'm afraid that this strength is at the 8th or 9th stage of the black belt. Even the school beauty was powerless to fight back. The crowd couldn't understand why you didn't answer Sun Jian, and Sun Jian himself looked even more dumbfounded, unable to see your movements at all. Xia Qingwan was furious and grunted coldly. "Let go of me, you rascal." I frowned and responded in a cold voice. "Don't move. They're coming." Before the words fell, Xia Qingwan only felt a lightness in her body and was directly thrown out by me. Xia Qingwan stood up on the floor-to-ceiling foam cushion and was just about to say something when she realized that the ground was caving in. The arena was shaking, and a deep, bottomless crack appeared right where she had just stood. Instantly, cold sweat flowed down Xia Qingwan's back. A huge, deep pit appeared in the center of the stadium, and everyone sat up and probed the pit. Someone said in horror, "Why do I see that this big pit is similar to the one in Country A? It won't really run out monsters, right?" The atmosphere of the scene was fairly relaxed. Some people even took this as an opportunity for adventure. After all, killing monsters could also obtain a mysterious information panel. The teacher stepped forward to stabilize the situation and was just about to organize the orderly evacuation of the students when, unbeknownst to them, the ground suddenly began to shake violently again. At this time, only 4 behemoths that were 3 meters tall and covered in black armor leaped out of the deep pit. Their bodies were dripping with green sticky liquid, and the barbs on their tails flashed with a cold light. This sudden change caused the entire crowd to instantly fall into panic. "It's an abyssal monster. Those monsters in Country, it can't even be killed by bullets. Run away." I stared at the 4-headed immortal face insects that were close by and muttered, "Fortunately, it's only 4. As a low-level marshal, these low-level demons were nothing to me. Xia Qingwan shouted, "Chu Fong, be careful." She saw that not only did I not flee, but I instead met the monster and was horrified in her heart. And I leapt up on the ground, my fist smashing solidly into the monster's armor with a loud thud. Green blood splattered everywhere, and the monster giggled in pain. This scene made Xia Qingwan and the entire crowd look dumbfounded. The armor that even bullets couldn't break was actually shattered by my fist. She finally realized that I didn't respond to Sun Jian, not because I was afraid, but because I simply didn't care. If I had made a move, a random punch would have killed Sun Jian on the spot. Just as I was battling the 4-headed immortal face bugs with ease, Sun Jian, however, was not willing to be completely outclassed by me and said forcefully, "This time, the monsters are not the same as the ones in Country A, so they might be even weaker. If I'm allowed to go on, I can do it too." Sun Jian's juniors immediately agreed, saying that I was just taking the opportunity to make a splash, and that Sun Jian could easily handle it. I laughed coldly and said in my heart, "Truly a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers." The demons in Country A are the ant locusts, which are much weaker and almost the bottom of the list among the demons, while these fairy face bugs are far too powerful than the ant locusts that I don't mind if they don't want to experience this, but I don't mind if they don't want to. But since they volunteered to experience it, I don't mind giving them a chance. So, with a flash, I let go of an immortal face bug and let it charge towards Sun Jian's side, saying in my heart, "No human can avoid the battle with the abyss. Sooner or later, we all have to go through this moment." The immortal face bug with low intelligence didn't hesitate to swoop down on Sun Jian and the others, clawing the marble to smithereens. Seeing this scene, Sun Jian and his juniors' faces instantly turned pale. This monster's power was unexpectedly so terrifying. Looking at the rapidly approaching monsters, Sun Jian's legs and stomachs trembled. They barely rolled to avoid the first wave of attacks. At this moment, my voice came out leisurely. Its eyes are the weak point. Find a way to attack its eyes. Fight! Sun Jian shouted through gritted teeth, copied an iron rod, and led a few minions to barely maneuver to stay alive. But long defense is bound to lose. A shouting to chance of the little brother dodged too late. By the monster opened the belly, the smell of blood instantly filled the entire arena. This tragic sight directly scared this group of hothouse flowers silly. Looking at their companions who were alive just a moment ago, the rest of them stood frozen in shock, even forgetting to run away. All of you wake up! I suddenly bellowed, grabbing one of the monsters and flinging it out with such force that it knocked it out of the way, protecting the crowd around me. I turned around and ordered, Xia Qingwan, you go help too. Remember, the eyes are the weak point. Two people attract attention. The others take the opportunity to attack the eyes. Use dexterity if you don't have enough strength. You bunch of losers. Did you all learn Taekwondo for nothing? The large gymnasium echoed with my chiding voice. I fought while commanding the crowd to wrestle. Under my command, despite the thrilling process, the crowd finally didn't suffer any more casualties and eventually wore down an immortal face bug with great difficulty. On the other hand, I had already resolved the remaining 3 heads and stood coldly in command. The ordinary students all hid behind me, and the sense of security I brought at this moment was unrivaled. The arena fell into a brief silence as Sun Jian's minions moved away from him, fearing my wrath. Sun Jian himself was so scared that his legs and feet were weak, and when he thought of the insults he had just inflicted on me, he couldn't help but regret it. But I didn't even put these little people in my eyes. My attention was all on the prompt that rang in my head. Normal killing of an Earth-level demon. Point reward. 30. Cooperative killing of an Earth-level demon. Point reward 5. I quickly opened my personal information bar and reached 35 points, and my rank jumped to 45% of D rank. Even though the spiritual energy from beheading these few demonic creatures wasn't much, the 100-fold cultivation speed was simply perverse. Even when I walked, spoke, or even breathed, my spiritual energy was constantly growing. At this rate, I'll be able to break through to rank C tomorrow. Even I find it unbelievable. At the same time, the other students who participated in the battle activated their personal panels and excitedly researched their respective points, while the ordinary students who didn't participate in the battle could only stare in disbelief, and even hoped that more monsters would appear in the deep pit so that they could desperately fight for their points. With me here, they felt there was nothing to be afraid of. Looking at the temporarily lifted crisis in front of me, I don't intend to stay for long. I still have to enter the abyss in search of the devouring bloodline. I waved my hand to stop Xia Qingwan, who wanted to get closer. She was so angry that she stomped her feet. The usual iceberg like her tried to talk to me several times, but was repeatedly treated with indifference by me. Something's up until I get back. I turned toward the deep pit. Are you going out? Xia Qingwan froze for a moment. Looking at me approaching the deep pit, an ominous feeling welled up in her heart, and she blurted out, You're not going to enter the deep pit, are you? I was already standing on the edge of the deep pit and turned around with a clean, white smile. Clever. After saying that, I took a sharp leap and jumped into the deep pit. This scene made everyone's jaws drop. Oh my God, Brother Fong, he jumped in? How dare he? There are monsters inside. A student responded in a low voice. With Feng's strength, do you think he's afraid of the monster or the monster is afraid of him? After I jumped into the deep pit, I quickly fell down, gaining speed under gravity. And suddenly heaven and earth turned upside down, as if the whole world had flipped in an instant. When I opened my eyes, the scene before me was very different. I stood on a dirt slope and looked around. My eyes were greeted by a reddish-brown earth, and in the distance a pitch-black mountain range towered into the clouds, occupying half of the sky, like a giant beast oppressing the view. The ground was bare of brown rocks, the grass was withered, and occasionally you could see the withered bones of a few unknown magical creatures, long since dried to black. The gusts of wind were laced with reddish-brown sand and dust, blowing on people's bodies and causing pain, as if they were in a hell-like depression. I stood in the great ruins of the first level of this abyss, having experienced countless battles, and had long since gotten used to such an environment. There are 18 layers of the abyss. The lower the survival environment is more harsh, Each layer is vast, even if the entire planet thrown in is just a drop in the ocean. Any human who enters through the abyssal passage on Earth will appear in the abyssal ruins. After successfully entering the abyss, I didn't dare to delay. You have a lot of things to do on this trip to the abyss, especially obtaining the devouring bloodline. The process isn't simple and requires a lot of preparation. I must hurry to the foot of the Heavenly Demon Mountain as soon as possible. The Heavenly Demon Mountain, known as the Realm of Death, was regarded as a Jedi by both humans and abyssal demons. This mountain that ran through the entire 18 layers of the abyss. What was revealed in the first layer was only the tip of the iceberg. Whether it was a human or a demonic creature, going deep into it was 9 deaths, and no one had ever been able to come out alive. At least that was the case with the human intelligence in the previous life. However, my destination this time is exactly the outskirts of Tontian Demon Mountain. Even though it is just the outskirts, it is full of dangers. But in a previous life, I had come to explore it myself, so I dared to take the risk. I don't need to recognize the direction. As long as I think of the Tontian Demon Mountain in my mind and raise my eyes, I will be able to see its silhouette. This is also the mysterious part of the Tontian Demon Mountain. I was so bold in my art that I breathed and exhaled to cultivate my spiritual energy while rushing along, leaving only a little bit of my attention to guard against the dangers around me. The first level of the abyss was mostly low-grade demons, which allowed me to relax a little and prepare myself to enter the Tontian Demon Mountain. After traveling for half a day, a gray forest appeared in front of me. The branches of the large trees in the woods bore scorched black marks that looked as if they had been burned by fire. I raised my eyebrows and sighed at my luck. These lightning strike spirits were trees that had been struck by heavenly lightning but still tenaciously survived, and after being tempered by lightning produced a gray fruit known as the gray thunderfruit. The gray thunderfruit contained spiritual energy and was so sweet and flavorful that for an ordinary person, eating dozens of them could potentially promote them to D rank. And to me, this is simply a blessing in disguise. I quickly searched and found more than 30 gray thunderfruits, and with a satisfied smile, I started cultivating in place. After eating a gray thunderfruit, I closed my eyes and cultivated, and the spiritual energy concentration in my body soared at an incredible speed. In just over an hour, my spiritual power concentration reached D-grade perfection. Although there was a bottleneck at every major level crossing, to me this bottleneck was not worth mentioning. I ate 3 gray thunderfruits in a row, impacting C rank in the process. Half an hour later, I walked out of the grove with the remaining dozen or so gray thunderfruits refreshed. After the ranking of the golden list, I have become a C-class cultivator. My strength has doubled several times compared to before, and it has only been 2 days since I was reborn. The speed is unprecedented. Just as I was about to continue my journey, I suddenly froze. The moment I stepped out of the grove, I saw a group of humans, 40 to 50 of them. 7 or 8 people were holding high-end instruments to detect lightning-striking spirits and record various data, while on the periphery were more than 40 heavily armed elite soldiers, who were divided into 2 teams and wore very different equipment. At this moment, it was as if I had returned to Earth. The abyss is so big, it's surprising that I would have encountered humans so coincidentally. And looking at the situation, these people are most likely the elite expedition teams sent into the abyss by various countries. I guessed 8 or 9 times. After the appearance of the abyssal passage, countries naturally organized exploration teams to explore it at the first opportunity. These people also noticed my appearance and wore shocked expressions. One of the young women even exclaimed, "Human?" I rolled my eyes helplessly, thinking, crap, just like you're not human. I looked at the girl and realized that she was actually Chinese, which made me feel a bit of kinship in a foreign world. The soldiers on the periphery reacted quickly, nervously shielding the researchers behind them, and 2 teams of soldiers raised their automatic rifles in unison, even pulling out high-explosive grenades, and stood at attention to me. Even though they were well-equipped, in my eyes, these ordinary thermal weapons no longer posed a threat. After all, I had already reached level C, which was enough to carry bullets hard. One of the captains of the soldiers from the Republic of Yamato raised his gun threateningly and asked sternly in Japanese, "Who are you?" He looked murderous, as if he would shoot at any moment. I was very irritated by this attitude and didn't bother to talk to him. I had an amazing memory in my previous life and was proficient in multiple languages, so I naturally understood what he was saying, but I wasn't prepared to answer his questioning. In this abyss filled with crisis, I didn't need to explain anything to anyone. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, The tall captain of the other group of soldiers spoke. This man was 8 feet tall, with a sturdy figure that looked resolute. Apparently mistaking my inability to understand Yamato, he was relatively kind, asking about your identity in Lebanese, then switching to the languages of 7 other countries until he finally asked in pure Chinese, "Comrade, may I ask what kind of person you are?" I raised an eyebrow, and it became clear in my mind. This was the expedition of the Huaxia Country and the Yamato Country, and for some unknown reason, these 2 expeditions actually acted together. As I pondered, the short captain of the Republic of Yamato, Ichiro Kamita, looked impatiently at the rigid Chinese captain, Captain Wei, and said in a cold voice, "A little kid suddenly appeared in this hellhole. Why don't we just shoot and settle it?" He thought I didn't understand Yamato and had no qualms at all, but he didn't notice a hint of murderous intent skimming across my eyes. I've never been a kind man. I've killed a lot of humans in my previous life, and this guy in front of me has already moved me to kill. Just as you are about to strike, Captain Wei stops Ichiro Kamita. Slow down. It's not too late to wait to ask how to dispose of him. After all, he's part of our human race. It's not like he's an abyssal demon. Captain Wei's words made me look at him a little more. He used the term abyssal demons instead of simply monsters, indicating that the countries already have a certain understanding of the abyss. I guessed in my heart that the countries in my previous life had reacted quickly. Perhaps they had already learned of the existence of the abyss from certain channels, but they just couldn't take advantage of it before the appearance of the abyssal passage and the ranking gold list. After figuring this out, I didn't hide much and directly responded in pure Chinese. I'm from Dongchuan province of China, and now these deep pits have appeared all over the world, and I accidentally fell in. My reply caused Lin Shaoling, the young girl behind me who had exclaimed earlier, to blurt out once again, "You're actually Chinese." I nodded helplessly, sighing inwardly at how the girl was like a repeater, talking nonsense. Captain Wei's face showed a rare hint of softness when he heard that you were Chinese. "You are unlucky, but you are also lucky to have met us before being torn apart by the abyssal demons. Follow us next, we will take you out. My surname is Wei. They all call me Team Wei. From the Chinese military, the advance expedition team sent by the country of China, responsible for exploring the abyss." "What's the abyss?" I feigned bewilderment, masquerading as an unlucky commoner. Captain Wei explained, "These deep pits you see are actually abyssal passages, and now the abyssal passages around the globe are finally starting to recover." Listening to Captain Wei's words, I already understood in my heart that although the countries knew the existence of the abyss, they were not clear about its real danger. Otherwise, he would not have said beginning to recover so lightly. It seemed that the current exploration activities of the countries were mainly focused on the first layer of the abyss, and most of the demons encountered were low-level ones that could be dealt with by using some powerful weapons, which was instead an opportunity for resources for them. By the way, I'll introduce you to them. These are an expedition from the Yamato and the Republic, and they'll be together when they run into each other on the road. Captain Wei reluctantly pointed at Ichiro Kamita. "This is Captain Ichiro Kamita." The tone of his voice was clearly tinged with dissatisfaction, but he didn't make any more introductions. I noticed that Captain Wei and the Yamato and Republic expedition were clearly at odds, yet they had to act together, apparently for some unavoidable reason. "Captain Wei, you guys aren't really planning to bring this drag queen with you, are you?" Kamita Ichiro sneered, his tone full of provocation. Ichiro Kamita then scoffed. "Now that our 2 teams are working in tandem, I think that hastily taking in this commoner will only drag down the entire team. Once we encounter a demonic creature, we'll still have to spare our strength to protect him, which won't do any good to the expedition plan." Captain Wei frowned and said in a cold voice, "It's not for you to worry about protection. My Chinese soldiers will protect the safety of the Chinese people." Kamita Ichiro was unforgiving. "In case he messes with any powerful demons, it will increase our losses instead." As soon as the words left his mouth, Captain Wei stood up violently, his body so oppressive that he forced Ichiro Kamita to take a few steps back. "If your excellency feels that we will be a drag, then your Yamato and Republican expedition team can leave on their own, and we apologize for not seeing them off." Kamita Ichiro was forced to be speechless, but still refused to back down, sneering, "That won't do. That item is still in your hands. That was something we discovered together. It deserves to have our share of the Yamato." Lin Shaoling interjected angrily. "Obviously, it was something Captain Wei had desperately obtained. You guys had long since run away at that time, but now you're here to get a piece of the pie. How shameless." Kamita Ichiro's face changed slightly, but he just smiled without responding, putting on a roguish look. I watched from the sidelines with cold eyes and basically understood the situation. The Yamato country's expedition team was still as annoying as it had been in the previous life, full of selfishness and calculations. If I had the chance, I wouldn't mind helping the Chinese expedition. As the conflict heated up, the scene fell into a short silence. I grinned, breaking the silence of the scene. Since I'm not welcome in anyone's presence, I'll leave. Chu Fong, you're crazy. This is the abyss. You, an ordinary person, would be dead if you encountered a demonic creature. Lin Xiaoling hurriedly dissuaded him. I just smiled in response, but staying in the group, I'm afraid that someone might take a shot at me. Especially if I'm in danger and certain people give me a shot. My little body can't take it. As soon as I said that, the smile on Kamita Ichiro's face visibly stiffened, and it was clear that he did have that intention. I didn't care and blandly said, "That's it. I was able to survive the abyss alone before. I believe I'll be fine afterward. Thanks for taking care of Team Wei." After saying that, I clasped my fists at Captain Wei, making a mental note of the concern that the Huaxiao expedition team had for me. Even though I had long planned to go alone, their attitude still made me feel warm. Captain Wei gave me a deep look, feeling that the teenager in front of him didn't seem as simple as he looked. After all, it was impossible for an ordinary person to be so calm after mistakenly entering the abyss. However, Captain Wei didn't pursue the question. Everyone had their own secrets. Lin Xiaoling wanted to say something, but Captain Wei stopped her. "All right, be safe." Captain Wei hands you a laptop. "This is some information we've gathered on the abyssal demons. Writing it down might help you." I glanced at it, although this information is useless to me, but Captain Wei's kindness is appreciated. I turned around and prepared to leave, but I was stopped by Ichiro Kamita calling out to me. He stared at the direction I came out of the woods and asked, "Kid, I remember you came out of that forest just now. Have you seen this fruit?" Saying that, he flashed a puppet fruit in his hand. This is the kind of fruit I'm bound not to notice when searching. The level is too low to be worth wasting time picking, so it's only natural that there are still leftovers in the woods. Greed flashed in Ichiro Kamita's eyes as he noticed that my pockets were bulging, obviously filled with a lot of swinging thunder fruits. I slowly pulled a swinging thunder fruit out of my pocket and walked over to him, smiling. "Is that what you're talking about?" Kamita Ichiro showed a joyful look and reached for it. Yes, this is it." "You can't use it. Give it to me." I nodded and smiled, handing the fruit over, but the moment I touched it, I injected a hidden spiritual energy into his body. Immediately afterward, I quickly withdrew the fruit and smiled coldly. "Sorry, I suddenly don't want to give it to you again." Kamita Ichiro was enraged and roared angrily as he swung his hand at my face. A cold light flashed in my eyes as I raised my hand and gently blocked it. My spiritual energy surged into his palm, completely nullifying it. Ichiro Kamita let out a pig-killing scream. My hand! My hand!" I innocently shrugged my shoulders, revealing a row of white teeth. "I'm sorry, I just lightly touched him." "How is it touching?" "On the surface you're smiling. But in your heart, you've secretly decided that none of these guys from the Yamato country will be able to escape." Ichiro Kamita jumped in pain, gritting his teeth and ordering his men, "Kill him for me." Instantly more than a dozen Yamato soldiers surrounded me, guns aimed at my head. A cold smile spreads across the corners of my mouth as I mentally calculate how to avoid and kill everyone in turn before they shoot. "I'll see who dares," Captain Wei roared, and the Chinese soldiers immediately surrounded them, bullets loaded and guns pointed straight at Kamita Ichiro and his men. Captain Wei directly raised his gun and aimed it at Ichiro Kamita's head. Kamita Ichiro panicked, cold sweat running down his face. "Captain Wei, let's talk things out. Don't challenge my patience." Killing intent flashed in Captain Wei's eyes. Kamita Ichiro smiled sardonically. Just fooling around. Come on, put away the gun." With Kamita Ichiro's softening, this farce is considered to be over. I gave Kamita Ichiro a meaningful look and secretly decided, when I get the devouring bloodline, I'll take him and sacrifice him to heaven. After leaving the Huaxiao expedition, I stopped suppressing my speed and continued on my way with the wind in my face. After another half a day, I finally tilted my head and saw the Tongtian Demon Mountain, a giant pillar-like mountain range that towered over the clouds, shrouded in layers of clouds and mist. This was only the outskirts of the Tongtian Demon Mountain, but I could already feel a strong sense of oppression. After slightly recognizing the direction, I cautiously moved forward. This place is often infested with magical creatures of rank C or above, and I would even come across rank B, or even the terrifying rank of magical creatures. Coupled with the extremely harsh environment, I didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. I held my breath as I cautiously walked through the black water swamp, which my memories of my previous life told me was inhabited by a group of terrifying black-striped pythons. Every black-striped python has the strength of AC rank, with the best of them even reaching B rank. With my current abilities, even escaping in the face of them would be a problem. Halfway through the swamp, I had seen a black-striped python slumbering not far away and intended to seize the opportunity to cross quickly. However, just as I was about to accelerate, a sudden numbing sense of crisis hit my scalp, and with the instincts of my previous life's life and death wanderings, I shifted violently sideways. In the next instant, a small, grasshopper-sized green snake brushed past my hair and narrowly missed getting into my head. Green thread viper. My heart tightened. This kind of terrifying snake that is in no way inferior to the black striped python, despite its small size, it is extremely fast and specializes in concealment and sneak attacks. Even though this green thread viper was only at the C rank level, its threat was in no way inferior to other magical creatures. Due to my evasive maneuver being too large, it woke up the surrounding black-striped pythons, which raised their heads, stared with bell-like eyes, and silkily spat out their letters as they surrounded me. Damn it! I cursed and immediately mobilized my entire body's spiritual energy, charging forward like a cannonball. A C-rank black-striped python came face to face. My hand surged with spiritual energy and stabbed out like an eagle's claw, fiercely grabbing the black-striped python 7 inches and instantly tearing it apart. However, I didn't dare to linger, feeling a terrifying aura behind me locking onto me. It was at least a B-rank black-striped python. The power of a B-class demonic creature far exceeds that of a C-class, and its physique is countless times more powerful than that of a human. So if I were to be caught up, I would have almost no chance of winning. At this moment, you can only desperately run away. Luckily, the black-striped python was not fast, and I was about to rush out of the Blackwater swamp. However, a green line on the side suddenly attacked me, flashing with a cold and chilling light. It was that green line viper again. I glared at the green snake that struck like an electric light, killing intent surging in my heart. D! I roared, a faint water ripple fluctuating around me. This is the water-shaped domain field that you had once comprehended, a kind of field that suppresses opponents who are extremely fast. As soon as the green thread viper entered the field, its speed plummeted, as if it was bound by an invisible current. Seizing this opportunity, I violently reached out and twisted the green thread viper off, splashing green-colored blood into the swamp. After finishing off the green line viper, I quickly left the swamp and ran furiously for several more miles, confirming that it was completely safe before stopping and letting out a long breath. It was so close. Luckily, there was a water-shaped field. The water-shaped domain field was a great field I had comprehended in my previous life that could suppress my opponent's speed to a great extent, but since I hadn't fully mastered the perfection of the domain gold ranking, the power hadn't yet reached its peak. In his previous life, no one on the domain gold list was able to cultivate any of the domain fields to perfection. The degree of comprehension of each domain field was divided into introductory, minor, major, and complete, and very few could reach completion. Thus, the only divine reward of the domain gold list was still unknown. After taking a short break, you check the beep in your head. Normal killing of a C-ranked black striped python. Points rewarded 70. Normal killing of a C-ranked green threaded viper. Points rewarded 100. I am well aware that the points of a C-ranked ferocious beast fluctuates between 10 and 100, and the 2 demonic creatures I just encountered are the best of the C rank, especially the green thread viper, which is almost the top of the C rank. After slightly regaining my strength, I continued on my journey. There were still 3 or 4 more dangerous places waiting for me to cross ahead, aiming for the pool of blood. Before that, however, I still needed to make sufficient preparations. Currently, my points totaled 205, which seemed to be ahead of the humans at this stage. But this amount of points could only be exchanged for basic items, such as low-grade bandages and scrolls on the grocery gold list. The grocery gold list was the treasure trove of all dancers, encompassing all sorts of magical things that could be exchanged for points. The vast majority of martial artists' point consumption was centered here. On this trip to the Abyss, I had another important goal: to obtain the only god-level reward for the grocery gold list. The conditions for obtaining it seemed simple: to be the first human to obtain 50,000 points. But this amount was undoubtedly a pie in the sky when compared to my current situation. With my current C rank strength, I can decapitate ordinary C rank magical creatures with relative ease. And if I put my life on the line, I can also take out top C rank magical creatures like the green threaded viper. But even so, I'd have to put my life on the line at least 500 times or more. It's simply a task of despair. In his previous life, during the first abyssal demon tide, there had been people who had killed countless demonic creatures and did everything to barely reach 50,000 points. And in this life, I've made up my mind that no matter how hard it is, the only divine reward for the grocery gold list is something I aim to win. In this life, I do have quite a few ways to brush up my points in my head, and one of them is related to the treasure land announced by the heaven-swallowing great sage in my previous life. For this reason, I'm going to start with some proper tools. After a whole day's hustle and bustle, I was walking on the outskirts of the Tongtian Demon Mountain, covered in rags, my clothes turned into cloth, and in my hand, I was holding a recurve bow made from unknown beast bones, with beast tendons used as a bowstring, exuding an ancient flood-like aura. Behind me, I was carrying a bow, an arrow polished from beast bones. These equipments were only obtained by killing countless ferocious beasts, and at this moment, although my face was covered in dust, I couldn't hide my smile. Ahead was the destination for this time, the Blood Lake. Going over a small stone bale, I saw a blood-red lake, the water of which tumbled and rolled, as creepy as boiling blood. None of the ferocious beasts or demonic creatures around came close, as if they were fearful of the Blood Lake. I saw a panicked rabbit-shaped ferocious beast being hunted by a wolf-shaped ferocious beast mistakenly wander over to the Blood Lake and touch the blood water, instantly transforming into a puddle of blood and merging into the lake, only to see a blood-colored bubble rise from the surface of the lake as if devouring life with ease. This was the Blood Lake mentioned by the heaven-swallowing great sage in his previous life, and the legendary blood pool that devoured the bloodline was hidden at the bottom of this Blood Lake. Back then, the heaven-swallowing great sage was chased by demons to this place, and in order to survive, he leaped down, but he was not eroded by the blood water. Instead, he discovered the blood pool by chance. The key to this miracle lies in a sacred wood that grows near the lake, the purple diamond bloodwood. Violet diamond bloodwood draws blood water in the lake as nutrients, inherently exudes a field, able to isolate the erosion of the blood water. Swallowing the sky, great saint, is to rely on the blessing of the violet diamond bloodwood, so as to be able to live in the blood lake. I observed the surroundings of the lake, looking for traces of this violet diamond bloodwood. This divine wood was not only vital for me to obtain the devouring bloodline, but it could also be a great tool for swiping points. However, as it was difficult to spot by sight alone on this dirt slope, I decided to venture closer to the blood lake. Along the way, my heart raced, and whenever there was a slight fluctuation in the water of the lake, I immediately moved away. After a few hours of exploration, I finally found a 10-foot-long purple diamond bloodwood with a very conspicuous ethereal purple light. I quickly uprooted it, found a hidden cave, and trimmed the purple diamond bloodwood to fit the tool. I then took out the purple sap and set it aside, making a wooden jug out of the thickest trunk, meticulously crafting the lid to ensure a tight seal. With everything ready, my heart was on fire, and with the wooden pot made of purple diamond bloodwood, I returned to the blood lake once again, and this time I intended to take the blood water of the blood lake. I cautiously approached the lake, the stench of blood and water hitting my face, when suddenly a bloody wave tumbled up and towards me. Instead of retreating, I blocked the wooden pot made of purple diamond bloodwood in front of my body, and a miraculous scene happened. The blood water that could corrode even a super A-ranked powerhouse was actually blocked by the purple diamond bloodwood and slid down to the ground, corroding a large pit. I let out a long breath and introduced the blood water into the wooden pot, filling it to the brim and hastily putting the lid on. Now that the blood water was in hand, my points program could finally begin. The core of this plan was to brush monsters. Not far from the blood lake, in a pile of rocks, there was a powerful group of devil-swallowing blood-crowned harvests, the weakest of which was a Class B. The Monkey King was even a rare Class A beast. To the current me, the power of these ferocious beasts is impossible to even escape, let alone fight them head-on. However, in a previous life, someone had discovered a secret. Barrels made of purple diamond bloodwood could hold blood water, which was a deadly poison to these ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts acted on instinct, so as long as they could be trapped, they could be easily killed by splashing them with blood. Thinking of this, I couldn't wait to rush to the pile of rocks, and from afar, I heard the roar of the devouring demon blood-crown harvest. At this point, they had just returned from feeding and were lounging lazily on the jumble of rocks, defenseless against their surroundings. I hid in the shadows, my eyes red, staring at the group of apes as if I were looking at a pile of treasure waiting to be harvested. I lay on my back on a boulder, carefully surveying my surroundings for the location announced in my previous life, a deep scissor-shaped canyon pit in the middle of the rocky terrain. This particular terrain would be impossible for them to escape as long as I could introduce the demons swallowing blood-crown hollows into it, making it the perfect place for me to easily brush up on my points. I cautiously groped around and was almost discovered by the devil swallowing blood-crown harvests several times. But fortunately, with my rich experience, I was able to dodge under the cover of various circumstances. After an hour of searching, I finally found the deep scissor-shaped canyon pit that was the perfect spot for me to brush up on my points. Next, I quietly approached the devouring demon blood-crown harvest colony, carefully drew out my recurved bow, hitched up a bow and arrow, aimed at one of the B-class devouring demon blood-crown harvests, and muttered softly, "It really wasn't intentional." I coughed dryly and sped off, the ancient sword shooting the monkey in the ass with precision. Angry roars rang out as the devouring demon blood-crown harvest went crazy and chased after them, and the surrounding companions lazily glanced at them and continued to rest, not noticing the difference. I kept accelerating, trying my best to maintain the distance between me and the devil swallowing blood-crown harvest. This B-class ferocious beast was extremely fast. Once I was caught up, I wouldn't have any chance of escaping. Seeing the deep pit of the canyon close at hand, I leapt up and onto a bump in the cliff face. The pursuing devil swallowing blood-crown harvest followed close behind, leaping up in an attempt to catch me. Just in the nick of time, I quickly bent my bow and shot the special bone arrow that I had prepared beforehand. This bone arrow was coated with the sap of the purple diamond blood wood to prevent it from being corroded by the blood water, and the arrowhead was stained with the terrifying blood water of the blood lake, which was highly poisonous. The bone arrow struck the devil swallowing blood-crown harvest's forehead with precision. The corrosive blood water worked instantly, and the intense pain caused the devil swallowing blood-crown harvest to lose its balance and fall into the deep pit, constantly hitting the boulder with its head and hissing in agony. Even though my arrow failed to penetrate its hard skull, the powerful corrosive nature of the blood water caused the entire head of the devil swallowing blood-crown Han to become disfigured. I knew that the B-class ferocious beast's life force was tenacious, and that it couldn't be completely killed with just this blood water. I knocked my arrow again and shot blood water arrows at it one after another, each arrow sapping the life force of the devouring demon blood-crown harvest. In the deep pit, the devouring demon blood-crown harvest banged around, but it was powerless to escape. I watched cautiously until I heard the beep in my head. Normal kill of the B-ranked ferocious beast devouring demon blood-crown harvest. Point reward of 3,000 points. Successful killing at a higher level rewards 100% additional points. A total of 6,000 points are rewarded this time. A smile appeared on my face. The reward for killing at a higher level was doubled, which meant that every head I killed was equivalent to killing two. Although the process was thrilling, the rewards were plentiful. I was overwhelmed with emotion. C-class creatures had only 10 to 100 points, and the weakest B-class ferocious beasts had as many as 1,000 to 5,000 points. The difference was obvious. The rewards of killing at a higher level allowed the golden list to recognize my talent. Spiritual energy surged into my body, and I felt the spiritual energy in my dantian boiling. When I opened my personal information bar, it showed level C rank 6.5%. This kill has increased my spiritual power by 5.5%, and with the bonus points, it's a staggering gain. I secretly smacked my lips. My heart was on fire. There was an entire colony of devouring demon blood-crown hollows nearby, and the opportunity was right in front of me. For the next half a day, I repeated the same tactic, luring out a devouring demon blood-crown harvest each time, introducing it into the deep pit of the canyon, and then grinding it to death with blood water arrows. The point rewards for each level crossing kill were doubled, and in half a day, I killed 12 devouring demon blood-crown harvests in a row, and my points accumulated at a rapid pace. Straight. When I reached the 13th head, suddenly a huge and incomparable devil-swallowing blood-crown harvest king awakened, and its pitch-black eyes like holes locked onto my position. I just felt the hairs on my body stand up, and I was shrouded in an indescribable sense of crisis. I didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and desperately infused spiritual power into my legs, trying my best to escape. The violent spiritual impact caused my calves to nearly collapse, but I didn't dare to stop because that massive devil-swallowing blood-crowned Harvest King was definitely an A-ranked or above existence, even amongst creatures of the same level. During my frantic escape, I kept thinking of ways to escape. The only option was to rush towards the cave where I had previously hidden the violet diamond bloodwood and jump into the blood lake. This was my only chance. I accelerated violently, occasionally turning back to shoot blood water arrows to interfere with the speed of the devouring demon blood-crowned Harvest King. The Monkey King seemed to be very wary of the blood water, preferring to slow down rather than be hit by the arrows, which bought me some time. In a thrilling chase, I finally saw the entrance to the cave. I gritted my teeth and desperately fled inside. The devouring demon blood-crowned Harvest King watched as I escaped into the cave and rushed out again, holding a section of purple wood, and threw himself into the blood lake without hesitation. This scene caused the demon-swallowing blood-crowned Harvest King to feel a moment of dismay, its simple intelligence only thinking that I had committed suicide. Seeing the culprit die, the demon-swallowing blood-crowned Harvest King's anger dissipated, and it slowly walked towards its territory. Having lost quite a few offspring this time, it had to go back and try to breed a new generation of little blood-crowned harvests. In the blood lake, I held my breath and held the purple spirit bloodwood by my side. If it wasn't for the halo of light emanating from the purple spirit bloodwood enveloping me, I would have long been corroded to the point of no crumbs left at this moment. Damn, being driven so hard by a beast. Next time I come back, I'll make sure to turn you into points, I thought viciously. There were still more than 20 devil-swallowing blood-crowned harvests left, which was also a huge amount of points, not to mention that A-class Harvest King. Right now, I've accumulated more than 70,000 points, which is enough to obtain the only god-level reward in the grocery gold list. So the matter of points can be put aside for now. Since I've already entered the Blood Lake, I naturally won't forget the most important purpose of this trip: devouring blood veins. Chapter 16, Unexpected Space. The process by which the heaven-swallowing great sage in his previous life obtained the devouring bloodline was known to all. But how powerful was the devouring bloodline? And people aren't quite sure. After all, it was the heaven-swallowing great sage's crushing secret. But the crowd was sure of one thing. It was with this devouring bloodline that the heaven-swallowing great sage was able to manage to use his super A-rank strength to cross over the levels to fight against S-rank powerhouses with God-rank domains. In the eyes of the Chu Fong of his previous life, this was almost impossible. He knew all too well the terror of an S-class powerhouse. In his previous life, his good big brother, War Emperor Lin Yi, was an S-class powerhouse. In front of Lin Yi, Chu Fong felt like a young child who was still in Handan. There was no semblance of resistance. Instead, the heaven-swallowing great sage was able to rival S-class powerhouses, demonic beyond belief. It was believed that the secret that would allow the heaven-swallowing great sage to cross over must be hidden in the devouring bloodline. Think about it. Chu Feng's heart grew hotter and hotter. Dive to the bottom of the lake and feel around carefully. An hour later, Chu Fong only felt as if a pair of hands had touched some kind of boundary. In the next moment, the sky spun around and the yin and yang turned upside down. The piercing light caused Chu Fong to close his eyes. Immediately after, boom, Chu Fong unexpectedly fell heavily to the ground. Hurriedly, he opened his eyes, but staggered in place. What came into view was an out-of-this-world scene. Blue sky, white clouds, green trees, and red flowers. Colorful butterflies dance among the flowers. The leaves made a soughing sound as the breeze rushed by. The world's fairyland water, even the sky, peachland scenery intoxicated the earth. Chu Fong was dumbfounded. Could it be that this was the location of the blood pool that the heaven-swallowing great sage had said? But it's not right. According to the description of the heaven-swallowing great sage, it should be one of the blood pools at the bottom of the blood lake, which contained the devouring bloodline. Could it be that the heaven-swallowing great sage from his previous life had lied? Holding all sorts of questions, Chu Fong paced cautiously and advanced slowly. The space was not large and didn't seem to be in any danger. However, Chu Fong did not dare to be careless in the slightest. There are so few places in the abyss that are completely safe. A quarter of an hour later, Chu Fong had already walked to the center of this space. A drop of liquid as black as ink was quietly suspended on an altar-like pile of stones. There was no semblance of intimidation coming out. If it hadn't appeared in this mysterious space, no one would pay attention to this drop of black liquid. What is it? Chu Fong could be certain. It's not devouring a bloodline. This was because the devouring bloodline possessed by the heaven-swallowing great sage was blood red. It was hard to believe that the heaven-swallowing great sage hadn't been able to come here in his previous life either. One's own chance to get into it by mistake? Just as Chu Fong was puzzled. Suddenly, the change was precipitous. Only the entire space trembled slightly. A faint ripple rose from the surface of the black liquid. Chu Fong was like an enemy. I've never heard of anyone encountering this situation in a previous life. It was completely out of his control. It's just a matter of staying the course. In the next moment, only the black liquid was seen above. Suddenly, a humanoid silhouette slowly formed. The silhouette was blurry, as if it would dissipate at any moment. Alone. Chu Feng's eyes widened. What was this situation? While Chu Fong was shocked, the silhouette suddenly opened its eyes. It was as dazzling as the sun. This instant, Chu Fong only felt the sky spinning, staring into those illusory eyes, as if across time and space. In the flow of the eyes of that virtual shadow, it was as if Chu Fong had seen the workings of everything in the universe. From the beginning of the universe to the black hole swallowing everything towards the end. A cycle is formed. Who the hell is this guy? Chu Fong was completely nonplussed. Cold sweat covered his back. He's pretty sure. This person in front of him, even if he was just a shadow, he didn't know how many times stronger than the S-class powerhouse in his previous life. It is a gap between heaven and earth. Suddenly, the void shadow spoke, its eyes looking towards Chu Fong. It's been billions of years, and how fortunate that I can still meet a person who is answering the calamity when the last trace of my divine soul is about to perish. Those words caused Chu Fong to be confused. What shall be robbed? Referring to yourself? Does the Great Tribulation refer to the abyss? And who is this vaporous figure? Do humans have this kind of power? Chu Fong was filled with doubts and couldn't help but shout. Seniors. Before Chu Fong could finish speaking, the shadow directly imprisoned Chu Fong. This wisp of my soul will soon dissipate. Time is running out. I speak. You listen. Understand? Chu Fong blinked his eyes, indicating that he was clear. In front of this kind of existence that could destroy itself with a single hand, Chu Fong was as honest as a good boy. Seeing that Chu Fong was so cooperative, the shadow seemed to smile for a moment, and then unlocked the confinement. Looking at the drop of black liquid beneath her, her eyes filled with remembrance. Luckily, I met you at the last moment, or else it would have been a pity for this drop of destruction bloodline source. Chu Fong felt that this senior did not have any malicious intent, and one did not hold back and blurt it out. Isn't this a devouring bloodline? When the void shadow heard that, it glanced at Chu Fong and coldly snorted. Frightened, Chu Fong hurriedly covered his mouth. This senior, he doesn't look like he has a good temper. Devouring a bloodline? You mean what's in that blood pool up there? That's nothing more than a child body birth from the source of this destruction bloodline. How can it be compared to the destruction bloodline? The ultimate form of devouring is destruction. Chu Feng for the substrates? Chapter 17. Ancient Gods. Devouring bloodlines is just a subbody? Chu Feng for the... Could it be that in his previous life, the heaven-swallowing great sage was able to rival S-class powerhouses with a super A-class body just by relying on a sub-body bloodline? And how strong should the matrix be? The silhouette continued to speak. By absorbing this drop of destruction bloodline source, you will be able to condense the foundation of the destruction bloodline, which will also allow you to live longer in this great calamity, right? Elder, does the great calamity you speak of refer to the abyss? Hearing the great calamity, Chu Fong could not care too much and directly asked. The void nodded. Abyss, too damn scary. A Tantian magic mountain master. A few of us join hands to fight for our lives are not opponents. I'm on the verge of death, deserted far away. Zeus whereabouts unknown. Forget it, it's fine not to mention these humiliating matters. That master of the Tantian Demon Mountain is also badly injured. You guys still have time. I'm going to dissipate soon, so this last bit of power will help you absorb the source of the destructive bloodline, and you'll know what it can do. This is the last little thing I can do for mankind. And when I die, who cares about the flood? Chu Fong couldn't help but grow his mouth as he listened. There's something unique about this senior style. I'll say anything. A sprightly one. Looking at this drop of destruction bloodline source, Chu Fong suddenly had some associations in his heart. Because Chu Fong remembered. The only god-tier reward from the previous lives, bloodline gold list, was the source of the ancient immortal bloodline. Could it be that this destruction bloodline source and the ancient immortal bloodline source were existences of the same level? Think about it. Chu Fong looked at the shadow. There was such an expert who did not know how strong he was during his lifetime. It would be a waste of time not to ask. Senior, may I ask if you know the source of the 10,000 immortal bloodline? The void raised an eyebrow. Somewhat surprised. I didn't expect your kid to know the source of the ancient immortal bloodline. That's the bloodline of the ancient. But with the death of the ancient, this bloodline was also lost. In terms of might, the two belong to the same class, and the ancient immortal bloodline possesses the characteristics of endless life and immortality. Saying that, Chu Fong clearly felt the void shadow skimming his lips in disdain. He's still immortal. The old man in the end is not destroyed. Let you before the old in front of the old, son bragged. While my destructive bloodline source is much stronger, it can devour all the bloodline power in the world, transforming it into the most basic unit of energy, quenching the body without any upper limit, and improving the physique so it can be called an undefeatable monster. Chu Fong could not help but cough lightly. The heart murmured, then you will not end up being hammered to death either. As if he had read Chu Feng's thoughts, the shadow raised his hand and hammered Chu Fong into the ground with a slap. Only a head is showing. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You have the exact same look in your eyes as I did when I was listening to ancient bragging. Kid, you're still too young. Chu Fong was on the verge of crying. How is it that this senior has no senior's demeanor at all? Move your hands. Not at all like an elder. Also, I thought you said you were about to disappear. How do you still have the energy left to hit someone with your hands? Chu Fong no longer dared to talk nonsense. Forget it. I'm not going to bother with you as a junior. I'd better hurry up and help you absorb the source of the destructive bloodline. Don't delay the main event. Saying that, he did not care if Chu Fong agreed or not. A grab in the air. Chu Feng's body then levitated from the ground. Only the shadowy figure snapped his fingers. The destruction bloodline source on the altar was thrown directly into Chu Feng's mouth. The next moment, Chu Fong only felt as if his body was on fire. The 5 viscera and 6 internal organs, and the 7 souls and 6 spirits all began to ache violently. In that instant, it almost took Chu Feng's little life. However, it was carried over by Chu Fong hard. When the void shadow saw this, a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Then another wave of the hand, only to see the entire space breaking apart by inches. The shattered space, including the spiritual flowers and immortal herbs therein, all turned into a stream of milky, white energy that surged into Chu Feng's body. In a flash, Chu Fong only felt like he had gone from hell to heaven in an instant. The comfort almost made him cry out. At that moment, Chu Fong had the strength to open his eyes. Sudden realization. The imaginary shadow in front of his eyes became more and more blurred, and it was already nearly transparent. Seniors. Well, that's all I can do. The energy contained in this space is completely sufficient for you to fuse the source of destruction bloodline. When the fusion is complete, this place will be completely shattered, and you will be able to leave. By the way, I heard you mention the source of the ancient immortal bloodline before. If you have the chance to get it with the foundation I laid down for you, just don't worry about absorbing it. The two can be perfectly compatible. This is also considered the uniqueness of this destruction bloodline of mine. Life is all about death. Fighting for mankind to the last drop of blood. I've had a good death. I've long since looked away. Let's go. At that moment, a sudden surge of admiration surged in Chu Feng's heart. An invincible human powerhouse who fights to the death to protect humanity. Too bad none of them know his name. Thinking of this, Chu Fong hurriedly said, Elder, I still don't know the senior's honor. Haha, call me you. I'm one of the 10 main gods of the ancient race. By the way, kid, although it's not much of a hope, if you can reach the realm above the Lord God in the future, you might be able to reverse time and space and resurrect yourself. You must remember to resurrect me at that time. I'm open-minded, but I haven't lived enough. Doggone abyss. When I'm resurrected, I'll definitely fuck you all up. Oh no, if you could surpass the Lord God, the abyss would have been destroyed long ago. Damn, I can't take revenge with my own hands. Pity. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth twitched. The little admiration that had just risen was extinguished. It was thought that the void was finally going to dissipate. I didn't expect another return. Oh, there's more. Before he left, that old man Wilderness said that he wanted to establish a world to leave a pure land for mankind, and I don't know if he succeeded or not. That old man was stronger than me and left behind more chances than me. If you have the chance, it's best to get your hands on his desolate god ancient diagram, and you will finally be able to control the world he left behind. That's really gone. I'm out of here. The silhouette completely dissipated between heaven and earth. Only the stupefied Chu Fong was left behind. A world built by the god of desolation? It was hard to believe that it was the former human stronghold, the desolate god ancient realm. Chapter 18. The ancient realm of the desolate god. Chu Feng's mind constantly echoed the last few words left behind by you. The mind makes huge waves. So that's how the desolate god ancient realm came to be. Contact everything in the past life. Everything is figured out. Desolate god ancient realm. It can be called the place of martial arts enlightenment for human beings in the previous world. Originally, after humanity experienced the first abyssal demon tide. Learn a lot about the message of the golden list though. But actually, too little can be utilized. If you're weak, you won't be able to get on the golden ranking list, and you won't be able to get the rewards. A vicious circle has been created. But at that time, the desolate god ancient realm opened. Right on the first level of the abyss. Discovered by humans. After entering, it's surprising to find a lot of virtual humans living inside. These humans aren't really life, but there is intelligence. Completely following the world will of the desolate god ancient realm. If Chu Fong was forced to describe it, it was similar to the panoramic virtual online game he had played in his previous life. The virtual humans in there are like NPCs. They will help mankind in every way. Specialized NPCs instruct humans to cultivate and hammer their martial arts skills. Special cultivation fields can be used to sensitize the field. A spell formation that accelerates the speed of spiritual cultivation. There are even some powerful mercenaries. All that is available by consuming points. Yes, the desolate god ancient realm must have some connection with the ranking gold list. Points are universal. In his previous life, humanity had completely lost the earth in that horrific catastrophe 3 years later, and had fully transferred to the desolate god ancient realm. The desolate god ancient realm extremely rejected abyssal creatures. Any creature of the abyss that enters is suppressed. Even some legendary NPCs would step in. In this way, the human race was barely kept from being exterminated. In his previous life, Chu Fong had also grown up in the desolate god ancient realm. Unexpectedly, this life accidentally learned the origin of the desolate god ancient realm. It was actually created by a Lord God level powerhouse. And the ancient map of the desolate god in Yu's mouth. Chu Fong also knew. It's even like a thunderbolt, because in his previous life, that thing had been high on the grocery gold list #1 spot. It's worth tens of billions of points. It's unlikely that anyone can afford to redeem it. The ranking gold list probably knows that the points are outrageous. There's another way to redeem it. That is, after each abyssal demon tide, the ranking gold list would have a reward mechanism whereby treasures could be exchanged by virtue of the demonic bones left behind after the death of the abyssal demons. Those devil bones weren't much use in the first place. The move to rank the gold list is also considered a waste of money and an extra bonus. It can be cheaper to redeem the desolate god ancient diagram at that time. Only 5 billion magic bones are needed. Chu Fong skimmed his lips. That condition is really just as good as nothing. No one can still afford to change it in a previous life. Chu Fong directly threw it away. All this to be agonized over when the first abyssal demon tide hits. Right now, Chu Fong didn't want to find a sin. Quietly waiting for the bloodline fusion to succeed. A full day later, the bottom of the lake of blood, a flash of white light. Chu Feng's figure slowly condensed. Phew, it's finally out, and the power of space shattering is too strong. Chu Fong could not help but skim his lips. It's a good thing this you guy is still reliable. Before that space completely shattered, Chu Fong completed the fusion and was moved out. Look around. Above his head was a transparent shield that completely insulated the blood and water. Inside the shield, a pool of blood was boiling. Chu Fong sized it up. This should only be that devouring bloodline that the heaven-swallowing great sage obtained in his previous life. The original target for myself was this thing, but having obtained the mother body of the devouring bloodline by chance, this point of the devouring bloodline Chu Fong could not look at it. Moreover, after having the destruction bloodline, Chu Fong already knew that after he absorbed enough bloodline energy, he could completely batch engage this devouring bloodline. A devouring bloodline created a heaven-swallowing great sage. It was equivalent to Chu Fong possessing the ability to mass-produce powerful people like the heaven-swallowing great sage. Of course, it's not even close right now. It requires constant devouring of bloodline energy. However, Chu Fong intended to use the energy he devoured to quench himself first. That you guy was right. The destruction bloodline was definitely one of the most powerful bloodlines in the world. It was surprising that it could take the converted energy and use it to quench the cell's most central unit. It can radically improve a person's physique. Before long, Chu Feng's physical quality would be comparable to that of a ferocious beast. Looking at this pool of devouring bloodline, Chu Fong held the mentality that it would be a waste even if he did not use it. A brain absorbed. It just so happened that he was lacking bloodline energy right now. This same bloodline was easier to transform. The big deal was that he would make up a copy to the heaven-swallowing great sage afterward. After absorbing this pool of blood, Chu Fong silently gazed inside. It only felt like a surge of power was transformed into raw energy molecules. It slowly penetrates into the body's individual cells. It began to enhance Chu Feng's body on a cellular level. Moreover, Chu Fong discovered that not only could the energy absorbed be used to quench the cells, the spiritual energy generated by one's own cultivation can also be transformed and quenched. Seeing this situation, Chu Fong could not help but have a happy face. This meant that even without enough bloodline absorption, one's physical quality would continue to improve. He has 100 times the speed of cultivation. It's totally possible to boost your physique quickly. It's just going to delay the psychic leveling a little bit. This Chu Fong didn't care. The more solid the roots, the better. And a powerful physique to go along with the psychic fighting. The effect is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Just look at the heaven-swallowing sage in his previous life. Overall, the trip to the abyss was so worth it. Returning to Earth will also allow you to obtain the only divine rewards from the 2 major gold lists, Bloodline Gold List, Grocery Gold List. Chu Fong even felt arrogant. The abyssal demon tide in a month's time. What the hell? Chapter 19. The Strange Gray Mist. After absorbing the devouring bloodline of a pool of blood, Chu Fong could still feel a hunger emanating from the depths of his cells. All the energy just now was used to strengthen the cells. It's the equivalent of giving the cell an expansion. Now the cell's stomach is not full. It takes more energy to feed. Open the personal information field. Ninkafin. Grade, C 5%. Favorite animal, none. Skill, aquatic field. Introductory, uncertified. Items, none. Points, 72,350. Trading area, not yet open. Chu Fong was surprised. He himself was fusing the source of the destruction bloodline and absorbing the devouring bloodline. One's spiritual power level unexpectedly dropped instead of rising. From the previous 20% after hunting the devouring demon blood crown roar, it dropped straight down to 5%. When Chu Fong saw this, not only was he not worried, he was instead ecstatic. The concentration of spiritual energy in his body hadn't changed, and it had even risen quite a bit due to absorbing a large amount of energy. But the percentage has gone down. What does that mean? It meant that the total amount of spiritual energy that Chu Feng's body could hold had more than doubled. This is still just the preliminary for quenching. It's not hard to imagine. In the future, the total amount of spiritual energy in Chu Feng's body would be several times, if not dozens of times, that of a martial artist of the same level. In terms of sustained warfare, who else can compare? The price, of course, is that it takes more energy to level up later. But Chu Fong had 100 times the cultivation speed. Not worried at all about the speed of your upgrades. Looked himself up and down. Chu Fong was satisfied to the point where he couldn't be any more satisfied. It's time to go back to Earth and redeem the reward. It directly broke through the protective layer of the blood pool. Without the guardianship of the purple spirit bloodwood, the flesh was directly exposed to the blood water. But what makes people's eyes drop in amazement is this. Chu Fong was surprisingly unharmed. After absorbing the destruction bloodline source, Chu Fong was already clear. The blood lake here was formed by the energy that escaped from the devouring bloodline. It was thought that even the heaven-swallowing great sage of his previous life would not be eroded by the blood water. Not to mention Chu Fong, who had obtained the destruction bloodline. All the way through, coming to the surface of the lake, he leapt out and let out a long whistle. There was not the slightest worry about attracting other abyssal creatures. After all that, Although his spirit power level had remained almost unchanged, Chu Fong felt that he could now completely arm wrestle with a B-class ferocious beast. The benefits of a strong physique are simply too great. If he came back to deal with the devouring demon blood-crown roar, Chu Fong could even fight head-on. Of course, if it attracts the A-class king of harvest, you can still run for your life in the blood lake, suppressing the idea of continuing to provoke the devouring demon blood-crown roar tribe. Right now, it was still important to go back and obtain the only divine rewards from the two major gold lists. Spiritual energy erupted. Chu Fong completely shook the blood water on his body surface away. Just walked out a short distance. Suddenly his heart felt something, and his gaze went to the sky not far away. The original dim sky, unexpectedly drifting in a roiling gray mist, covering half the sky. And this gray mist was extremely fast. Before Chu Fong could take a closer look, the gray cloud had come sharply closer. Next, Chu Fong unexpectedly heard a human scream. "Ah, help me! Help me!" Sounds like it's lifeless. It should be an influx of humans from various countries from all over the abyssal passages. Chu Feng's brows furrowed. He didn't want to play the hero in this heavenly devil mountain, something that has nothing to do with you. He wasn't going to care. Curiosity killed the cat. These people want to take a step up through the abyss, and they will have to suffer accordingly. But when Chu Fong planned to go around the road, a familiar figure was suddenly spotted. Lin Xiaoling? Then other Chinese explorers were spotted one after another, and the disgusting Yamato and others. Captain Ichiro Kamita fled the fastest, dropping his gun and running for his life. Everyone is frantically running for their lives. Just no sign of Team Wei. Chu Feng's brows furrowed. How did they get here? Where's Team Wei? Anyone who has the Tongtian Magic Mountain in mind. Whichever direction you go, you'll end up here. I'm afraid it's because someone in the group became interested in the Heavenly Devil Mountain and came here without realizing it. Since there were people from the Huaxia expedition team among them, Chu Fong naturally could not see death and save them. With a slight point of his foot, his entire body catapulted out like a cannonball. The speed was unknown how much faster than an ordinary C-rank martial artist. This time, the spiritual energy was completely infused into the legs. Chu Fong did not feel half as uncomfortable either. That's one of the benefits of having a strong physique. He met Lin Xiaoling and the others head-on, leaning close. It was only then that Chu Fong recognized what this gray mist was. Surprise. Surprisingly, it's the Eclipse Nightmare Beast. This was the mist emanating from an extremely rare, ferocious beast, the Eclipse Nightmare Beast. The Nightmare Eater, an invisible and shapeless, ferocious beast. This mist is equivalent to its body. Will use illusion attacks to lure people into a dream so that they don't realize that they are dying in the dream. The means of attack was extremely bizarre. In his previous life, countless people wanted to have an eclipsing nightmare beast as their favored beast. Imagine something. In battle, the eclipsing nightmare beast casts an illusion attack, which simply causes the opponent to hesitate for a split second. It'll be enough for a Jedi to come back. The most common nightmare eclipsing beasts were all B-class fierce beasts, and extremely rare. It was difficult for a super A-rank powerhouse to capture one. The mist emanating from this eclipse nightmare beast in front of him was only gray. It means the potential is average, only equivalent to a B-class beast. Legend has it that among the Echidna beast pack, there is a super eclipsing nightmare beast that can grow to S rank. What emanated was a black mist as black as ink. It was also unattainable for S-class powerhouses. Chu Fong secretly said that it was a pity. It's a pity that I didn't exchange some favored beast orbs in the grocery gold list when I was on Earth. Otherwise, it would have been perfectly fine to take the opportunity to capture one today. With the special characteristics of the Eclipse Nightmare Beast, Chu Fong was even certain that he would be able to make it to the top of the list again. Even the only God-tier reward for the favored Beast Gold ranking was taken. Chapter 20. Is it possible that it's him? Soon, Chu Fong got closer and closer to the gray mist. See more clearly. The fleeing crowd split into two distinct groups. At the forefront was Captain Ichiro Kamita, who had fled the fastest. He was also surrounded by soldiers from the Yamato. The few remaining Yamato researchers were simply abandoned by them. Can't run fast because of weak physical conditioning. How could these Yamato soldiers care about them when they were running for their lives? Not so much on the other side. Everyone on the Chinese expedition came together. A tightly formed circle. Researchers inside, heavily armed soldiers outside. The crowd was in unison with the pace. No one has been abandoned. When the gray fog approached, the soldiers pulled out high-explosive grenades, incendiary bombs, and other hot weapons and threw them at the gray fog. The gray mist seemed to be more afraid of explosions and flames as well, because it would damage the gray mist that it had managed to coalesce so easily. That's why the Chinese expedition barely managed to hold on. But the high-explosive grenades and incendiary bombs in the hands of the soldiers are limited. Wait until those heat weapons run out. It was impossible for them to match the B-class Eclipse nightmare beasts with their speed. When the time comes, you will surely die. At that moment, one of the soldiers in the Chinese team let out a bitter laugh. Suddenly looking to his companion beside him, he grinned. Save me a high-explosive grenade. I seem to have been infested by the gray fog. I'm hallucinating before my eyes. I'm afraid I can't hold out much longer. A smile appeared on the soldier's stoic face. At this moment, it was as if he saw his parents, wife, and children of his own earth. Pity. I'm afraid he'll never be able to go back. He could only use this remnant of his body to fight for a ray of hope for his companion. Brother Lu Ming, hold on a little longer. In the middle of the group, Lin Xiaoling burst into hot tears and couldn't help but cry. All the way to escape, to protect them. Not a single one of these people's sons and daughters of Huaxia is on the verge of fleeing. I'd rather die than follow Wei's orders. You have to die before the researchers do. The soldier named Lu Ming revealed a row of white teeth and 2 dimples when he smiled. Xiaoling, if you can escape back to Earth this time, please help me bring a message to my parents and wife that I, Lu Ming, am sorry for them. Don't! Lin Xiaoling cried uncontrollably, almost hissing. You guys don't care about us. We're not physically capable. We'll only slow you down. You guys split up and escape. Can escape. Next to them, the other researchers looked at the young soldiers with heartache. Who isn't a treasure in the palm of their parents' hands? They're people too, and it's usually no more than 20 or 30 years old. It's the best years of your life. Xu Ling is right. There is no need for all of us to die here together. If you can go, then go. Leave the incendiary bombs and grenades for us. You are the ones protecting us along the way. Let's switch it up this time. It's only fair. A tall scientific man with a big grin said casually. On the other side, Kamida Ichiro, who was fleeing for his life, sniffed and sneered disdainfully. Stupid Chinese. How dare they be moralistic at this time? But it's just as well to delay time for us. It's kind of a waste of time. Ichiro Kamida was saying. Suddenly, it only felt like a shadow flashed in front of him. It's too fast. He only saw a vague outline. What is it? Kamida Ichiro flinched and didn't think much of it. Running for his life was important. The silhouette was none other than Chu Fong. At the moment, the Chinese expedition was almost caught up by the gray fog. Lu Ming, despite the discouragement, resolutely took a high-explosive grenade. Just get ready to charge into the black fog and detonate. Lin Xiaoling and the others had their hearts in their mouths, but there was nothing they could do. It's happening right now. The crowd only felt a breeze. A figure instantly rushed in front of Soldier Lu Ming. In a swift motion, he snatched the high-explosive grenade, which had already pulled the safety off, from Lu Ming's hands. Throw it straight into the distance. Boom! The grenade exploded. What are you doing? This is one of the few grenades we have left. Lu Ming was very angry. His sanity was close to fuzzy now, and he simply didn't have the strength to go back to the group to get another grenade. In other words, he died for nothing. It's not a good idea. Cut the crap. I'll save you. I don't need you guys to be suicide bombers when I'm around. Not waiting for Lu Ming to answer, Chu Fong directly stretched out his hand and pressed it onto Lu Ming's forehead. The destructive bloodline surged. A raging, devouring power permeated out from the center of Chu Feng's palm. If Chu Fong was willing, it was completely possible to suck Lu Ming dry in an instant. But this time he was saving lives. It could only go out of its way to absorb the gray mist that had already seeped into Lu Ming's mind into its body little by little. The gray mist that entered Chu Feng's body could not even make a single wave. It was instantly transformed into the smallest unit of energy by the destructive bloodline. Soon, Lu Ming's sanity began to gradually recover. Behind them, not far away, the Chinese crowd looked at the scene in front of them, shocked beyond measure. Geez, Lu Ming, he seems to have recovered. It's incredible. Who is this figure? It seems to be human. This scene really exceeded the cognitive limits of ordinary earthlings. Well, this back, it looks so familiar. Lin Xiaoling rubbed her eyes. It only felt like there was a sense of familiarity in that back. But before she could think much about it, this piece of gray fog suddenly flipped violently. As if angry, countless fogs surged toward Chu Fong. Obviously, he was blaming Chu Fong for being nosy. Lin Xiaoling was alarmed. That hill, you run away. This gray fog is terrifying. But it was as if the back figure didn't hear it. In the gray mist, the corner of Chu Feng's mouth slowly raised a cold smile. Against the incoming gray mist, instead of dodging, he stretched out his arms. The destruction bloodline was opened to the extreme. An attraction like a black hole suddenly erupted. As if sensing the danger, the gray mist wanted to flee, only to find out there's no escape. As much mist as there was, Chu Fong came to the rescue. Absorb as much as you can. If you're here, why are you in a hurry? Chu Fong laughed out faintly. He happens to be very short of energy to quench his body yet. The scene, it made all the Chinese expedition members behind him completely lose their voices. Lin Xiaoling tightly covered her small mouth. Incredulously, he stared at Chu Feng's back. The gray mist that had forced them to the point of no return. In front of this person, they couldn't even escape. And the man's voice just now, it's kind of familiar too. Unconsciously, a figure emerged in Lin Xiaoling's mind. Is it hard to believe it's him? Chapter 21. What are you waiting for? Shoot. Chu Fong, is that you? Lin Xiaoling couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Beside him, everyone froze. What? This terrifying fellow is Chu Fong. The youngster? How? Lin Xiaoling didn't bother to explain to her teammates and shouted again. Is that you? Chu Fong. The moment. Chu Fong slowly turned back and grinned. Gentlemen, what a coincidence. I'll go over to you guys once I'm done absorbing this gray fog, haha. Hiss. Crap, it's really him. So brutal. This gray mist even dares to absorb it. This guy, what in the world, God? A group of Chinese explorers couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Chu Fong felt lucky. What a coincidence. His destructive bloodline was precisely the nemesis of the eclipse nightmare beast. Graham's dead. These gray mists are poison to bystanders. But to him, it's like a 10% pill. Originally, against a B-ranked ferocious beast. Chu Fong also had to go through a lot of trouble. But now, there's no need to do anything at all. Just sucking, it could also suck the echidna beast to death. The eclipse nightmare beast also sensed a fatal crisis. The human in front of him grammed it to death. As soon as the gray mist came into contact with Chu Fong, it was directly absorbed. There was simply no way to erode Chu Feng's brain. The eclipse nightmare beast was different from the stupid demon swallowing blood crown roar. They have intelligence, know how to be strong. It would rather directly make the gray mist around Chu Fong directly explode. Nor did he dare to let Chu Fong absorb it any further. All the crowd heard was a rumble. The gray mist around Chu Fong dissipated as much as possible. The patch of gray mist fled for its life. Chu Fong, don't let it escape. Avenge Team Wei. Lin Xiaoling hurriedly shouted at the sight. When Chu Fong heard that, his brows furrowed. Taking Lu Ming with him, he came to the crowd in a flash. Before the crowd could be surprised at his speed, Chu Fong frowned and asked, Team Wei sacrificed? Lin Xiaoling looked downcast. At that time, Team Wei chose to take the rear in order to protect everyone and was swallowed up by this gray fog. We don't know exactly, but maybe. Lin Xiaoling didn't say the rest. But they've seen it with their own eyes. Those who were engulfed by the gray mist were slowly eroded and turned into blood. And Team Wei, more than likely, is already in a bad way. Chu Fong frowned. I don't want to believe that Team Wei was sacrificed like that. Suddenly, Chu Fong looked toward a spot in the collapsing gray mist. Grin. Team Wei is not dead. Follow me. Hearing Chu Feng's words, hope flared in the eyes of all the players. The group of people closely followed behind Chu Fong. Ahead, the gray mist was frantically fleeing for its life. Behind them, Chu Fong and the others chased after them. The prey and the hunter switched in an instant. In Chu Feng's field of vision, he saw Team Wei, who had fallen into a coma. It was being wrapped in a gray mist. But it seemed like the gray mist couldn't do anything with him. This was because in front of Team Wei, there was a golden stone suspended. The hazy golden light from the stone guarded Team Wei. This stone Chu Fong also recognized. It appears to be a guardian gold stone. It should be found in the abyss. This guardian gold stone is also for sale in the grocery gold list and is worth a few thousand points, I believe. It's kind of a good thing. Once energized, it can form a guardian golden light for a certain period of time. Obviously, the eclipsing nightmare beast was good at illusion attacks, and it was more troublesome to infiltrate the golden light. This eclipse nightmare beast is too lazy to bother, trying to wait for the golden light to dissipate on its own. Chu Fong guessed. This should have been coveted by the Yamato and Republic expedition in the first place. It was also a treasure that Team Wei had risked their lives to obtain from the abyss. Of course, Chu Fong couldn't see this thing yet. The current him could shatter the golden light with a single punch. Eclipse Nightmare Beast, I know you can understand what I'm saying. Release that human inside you, or I'll definitely suck up all the mist you've been accumulating for 100 years. Chu Fong was worried that it would be too late. Let's threaten the echidna beast to release them first. Chu Feng's voice passed. The gray mist suddenly shuddered. Then, only a silhouette was immediately thrown to the ground by the gray mist. The gray mist dared not linger. Continue to frantically run for your life. Rear, Lin Xiaoling and the others were speechless. The weird gray mist that was arrogant and incomparable just now. This conceded? Not even token resistance. The crowd affects the falling figures. It's Team Wei. Team Wei isn't dead, great. Chu Fong, you are the benefactor of our expedition team. In the future, if there's anything we can use, our squad will be at your beck and call. Chu Fong smiled in response. Was about to wake up Team Wei. Suddenly, a scream was heard from the front. Baka, it is to death. It is to D. Lin Xiaoling raised her willow eyebrows and showed a strange expression on her face. It seems like the Yamato and Republic expedition that just escaped just happened to be heading in the same direction as the gray mist escaped. They are screaming for help. Chu Fong raised his eyebrows. Oh, that interesting? After a while, the screams faded. Suddenly, a diminutive human folded and ran back. Having discovered Chu Fong and the others, they frantically tried to escape over. Bakayalu, Chinese, help me. The Wasia players looked at each other in disbelief. Isn't this guy, Captain Ichiro Kamita, who just escaped the fastest? The crew's all dead. I'm surprised he's still alive. What a life. Do we save him? A depressed member of the team asked. It doesn't seem like a good idea to see death. But save it and depress yourself. Behind him, Gray Mist was depressed too. Too much damage today. Just happened to run into a couple of prey while escaping, planning on swallowing the patch. But one prey was also too tenacious, even pitting their companions to escape. Never caught on. Watching the guy run towards the scary human again, the eclipsed nightmare beast hesitated. Don't dare keep chasing after them. But just then, Chu Fong, who had been watching the show, suddenly Langxing said, Eclipse Nightmare Beast, you swallow him and I promise to let you go. While saying that, Chu Fong even opened his body sideways. It sent a wave of consternation around them. What does that mean? Chu Fong then looked towards Lin Xiaoling and the others and said quietly, What are you still waiting for? Use the camera to film it. This is an extremely rare echidna beast predation image with great scientific research value. And how nice to prove that this Yamato and Republic expedition all died at the hands of the eclipsing nightmare beasts and had nothing to do with us. Chapter 22, Return to the Surface. Listening to Chu Fong was just 3 words. Ichiro Kamita was sentenced to death. And pick yourself off. Lin Xiaoling couldn't help but shiver. This guy, don't look young. That's a tough way to go. Once this kind of person is an enemy, there will be no end of trouble. So the best option is to become friends. Bakayalu, Chu Fong, you guys hurry up and come save me. Or else, when I return to Earth, I'll say that the members of our Yamato and Republic expedition team were all killed by you. Kamata Ichiro listened to Chu Feng's words. The face is green, mouth full of threats. They had also seen Chu Feng's great power from afar, just now. The gray fog was whisked away like a lost dog. Now that Chu Fong said that, wasn't that asking for his life? Chu Fong could not help but coldly laugh out loud as he listened. This guy, a grade schooler? So childish. When all your Yamato expeditions are dead, who else could be framed? Not to mention, we have video proof that the monster killed you guys. Really break it up? Do you really think Wasiya is a vegetarian? Brother, it's 2052 AD, and you still think that China is not as powerful as your masters in Yamato? The echidna beast was still hesitating. It was worried that Chu Fong was luring it closer. Keep stumbling in place. Chu Fong coldly snorted at the sight. Raging spiritual energy came out through his body. Eclipse Nightmare Beast, if you don't do as I say, I, Chu Fong, promise that no matter where you escape to, I will definitely finish you off, believe it or not, feel free. Lin Xiaoling and the others had long since looked dumbfounded. What's this guy doing? Threatening an abyssal creature to do his bidding? If you obey, I won't kill you. If you don't, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth to finish you off. It's also too bossy. The Eclipse Nightmare Beast is not low in intelligence. It was really afraid of Chu Feng's bizarre devouring ability. It was simply their Eclipse Nightmare Beast's natural nemesis. Weighing the pros and cons, this eclipsing Nightmare Beast still thinks. The beast is under the roof and has to bow down. It's better to listen. In the next moment, only the Eclipse Nightmare Beast's speed suddenly soared. It's 3 times faster than it was a moment ago. Obviously worried that Chu Fong would not be satisfied, all his milk strength was used. Looking at the gray mist that was getting closer and closer, Ichiro Kamita was completely flustered. Frantic pleas for mercy. Chu Fong, you are generous, spare me, But he hadn't finished his sentence. It was then completely enveloped by the gray mist. In the sight of the crowd, slowly dull-eyed and spitting blood, he gradually turned into a puddle of blood. This scene was seen in the eyes of the Chinese expedition members, and they unconsciously looked at Chu Fong with more than a touch of fear in their eyes. Completed what Chu Fong had explained. The echidna beast didn't dare to delay. Hurriedly fled. Chu Fong only looked at the departing figure of the Eclipse Nightmare Beast indifferently. A smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. An extremely rare, eclipsing Nightmare Beast. It was indeed a shame to let it go just like that. But what if we put a long line in? Chu Fong had heard in his previous life. The Nightmare Eclipsing Beasts were rare, but they existed in packs. Often when you find one, you can follow the trail to several heads. This Eclipse Nightmare Beast was of the gray mist level. The limit of growth is only Super A. Chu Fong still couldn't look at it. But what if a black mist level could be found in the Eclipse Nightmare Beast group? Chu Fong had just absorbed a large amount of this Eclipse Nightmare Beast gray mist. It had been vaguely able to locate the Eclipse Nightmare Beast position. Wait for this trip back to Earth to redeem some favored orbs, or even super orbs. Next time, I must see this old friend again. While Chu Fong was thinking, Team Wei was also awakened by the players. After learning that it was Chu Fong who had saved everyone, including his life, with a serious face, he led all the expedition members to Chu Fong. All of the personnel saluted Chu Fong in unison. Chu Fong, a great favor is not appreciated. I, Wei Xinghua, still have some influence in the Chinese military. If you need to use me in the future, 10,000 deaths. Only then did Chu Fong realize Team Wei's name. After all that, Team Wei also saw that Chu Feng's origin might be very unusual. Most likely from one of those hidden clans. How else could it be strong like this? But he had the good sense not to dig deeper. In any case, Chu Fong was a Chinese, and that was enough. Team Wei had seen a top-secret piece of state information. It is recorded above. Those hidden clans can cultivate a magical power. They call it inner strength. Before there was psychic power, some of them were called land gods. If it wasn't restricted by the state in all sorts of ways. Plus, the country originally possessed some internal strength experts as well. It made big news a long time ago. There is no comparison between the two. Team Wei is limited to vision. Naturally, you can't see it. Chu Feng's body wasn't any internal force, but rather, it was genuine and pure spirit power. Next, Chu Fong brought the Chinese expedition away from the Tongtian Demon Mountain, slightly revealing some of the weirdness of the Tongtian Demon Mountain. It left Lin Xiaoling and the others greatly shocked. One day later, the team returned safely to the Great Wilderness. Chu Fong then left. Back to Earth alone. He was much faster on his own. It lasted less than 4 days. Chu Fong walked out of the abyss again. Compared to his strength when he first entered the abyss, it had changed drastically. The psychic power level was only C rank though. But the real strength is comparable to B class. The rest of the humans around the globe, even if they were geniuses, were at most D ranked at this moment. The difference is too great. It was because the heart was preoccupied with the divine rewards of the 2 golden lists. Chu Fong returned directly to his home. No one's home. Lock the door. The first step is to apply for AC rating. Chapter 23. Acquaintance on the list. Apply for AC rating. Chu Fong meditated in his heart. When you're in the abyss, you can't contact the ranking gold list except in very few places. That was why Chu Fong couldn't pass the determination even if he had elevated to C rank in the abyss. In the next moment, a golden light instantly enveloped. The voice of the ranking gold list also came from Chu Feng's mind. C-rated pass. Spiritual power gold list information is being updated. Spiritual power golden ranking. Rank remains unchanged. Ranked first. Can continue to enjoy cultivation speed *10. Glancing up at the ranking gold list. After the word maple, there is an additional C grade. All of this was within Chu Feng's expectations. There are no surprises. What shocks will be caused in the countries? Chu Fong didn't care anymore. Didn't plan on staying hidden. There is now a certain amount of self-preservation. There are advantages to having your identity exposed. According to the attitude towards cultivators in the previous life of China. Maybe he'll even train him hard. Although Chu Fong didn't need just that. Next, Chu Fong intended to certify his water movement domain field first. There is no ranked gold list to assist. A water-bound domain field that had been cast with only the comprehension of his previous life. Restricting the C-rank ferocious beast is okay. It wouldn't be enough for a B-class ferocious beast. The water-walking domain field was very important in Chu Feng's plan. This was a life-saving skill that could greatly increase his survivability. Just as Chu Fong was planning to apply for the ranking gold ranking recognition. Suddenly, in the sky, this spiritual power golden ranking once again released a golden light. The dazzling golden light also attracted Chu Feng's gaze. Another person on the list? Chu Fong had seen a lot of this scene in his previous life. Once someone ascends to the ranking gold list, or the position changes, there will be a mutation. Chu Feng's guess was correct. Next moment, the golden light slowly faded. Two large black Chinese characters, Lin E, appeared above the spiritual power gold ranking. Rank first, Maple C grade. Rank second, Lin E D grade. Right now, on the entire spiritual power gold list, there were only these two names. It was because this spiritual power golden ranking suddenly had another name added to it. Direct global attention. Quickly look, there's another name on this spiritual power gold list. Another Chinese? These people are too perverted. I've only just realized what's going on with these lists and people are already on them. Who says it isn't? My dad just spent a lot of money to give me a demon to kill. It's not easy to condense a trace of spiritual power. This person is more angry than a person. This one called Lin, he must be a supreme talent as well. I feel like it's no worse than the one called Fong. Bro, open your doggy eyes and see. The first place Fong has a C rank behind him. Linny has only just made the list. Crap, it's still true. It's only been a few fucking days, and the Maple God has upgraded again. I really don't know how the Maple God actually cultivates. Where does he get so many demons to kill? Maybe people went down to the abyss. I heard that quite a few people ran to the abyss, and the harvest was not small. Going down into the abyss? I'm not going to do it. Yes, some people have had a good haul, but the vast majority have died there, and I haven't lived long enough. Because Linny was on the list, and because Chu Fong had leveled up, the world has set off a round of heated debate. Chu Fong originally wasn't interested in the changes to the spiritual power golden ranking. But when he saw that the person on the list was called Linny, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a cold smile. Worthy of being my good big brother, your cultivation speed is still as fast as it was in your previous life. But unfortunately, in this life, your 100 times cultivation reward is gone. Chu Fong stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. His eyes were fixed on the names on the spiritual power gold list. There was a flash of coldness. Good big brother, wait for me a little longer, soon I... Chu Fong wouldn't give Lin E half a chance to roll over. The gap between the two is only getting wider. Until... meets. In the next moment, Chu Fong suddenly sat down cross-legged. No matter how noisy the outside world was, it could not affect him in the slightest. A resounding voice rang out. Application for field recognition. Please select the field that will be recognized. Aquatic field. Chu Fong looked at the dozens of domain fields that crossed in front of him without the slightest hesitation. The aquatic domain field recognition examination is about to begin. Please get ready. Countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended in my head, Chu Feng's eyes blurred. In the next moment, his consciousness had appeared in the middle of a pitch-black space. No panic, because it was experienced more than once in a previous life. A mechanized voice rang out in the dark space. The waterbound domain field entrance examination now begins. The words just fell. The dark space in front of him instantly turned into an ocean. The sea is so deep that you can't see the bottom. A vague sense of oppression emanated throughout the test space. The only place where Chu Fong stood was a small island. At that moment, the mechanized voice sounded again. The aquatic field assessment is divided into 4 major stages, judged by the depth of the assessor's dive. Dive 100 meters and get started. Dive 1,000 meters, small success. Diving 10,000 meters, great success. The dive was 100,000 meters and successful. Special reminder: any domain field comprehended to completion will receive the domain golden ranking, only God tier reward. Listening to the familiar rules, the corner of Chu Feng's mouth raised a smile. Come on then. Chapter 24. The Greatest Achiever Level Examination Pass. Chu Fong did not hesitate. Leap. Poof. Dive into the deep. A huge wave splashed around. As Chu Feng's figure disappeared, the sea was completely calm. Sure enough, it still tastes the same. In the deep sea, Chu Fong casually moved his body. Seems like a simple action, yet it seemed to fit the frequency of the fluctuating sea water around it. Minimize the pressure of seawater on your body. The examination of the aquatic field. The essence is one word: pressure. The seawater in this assessment space. Each drop contains heavy pressure. Examiners must resist the heavy pressure and keep diving. The further down you go, the stronger the pressure becomes. And in the assessment space, all people have the same physical qualities. One could only rely on one's own sense of the water aspect to dive as deep as possible. Chu Fong remembered the guy who had the deepest comprehension of the water movement domain field in his previous life. Once dived to a depth of over 50,000 meters. It was sufficiently 5 times as much as Chu Feng's peak. The utilization of the aquatic domain field is at the top of its game. Of course, even that guy, it was still out of reach from the water-walking domain field completion. After 10,000 meters, the weight of every drop of seawater can be overwhelming. In his previous life, Chu Fong had only managed to break through the 10,000-meter mark. Living a new life, it's good to see where my limits are. Chu Feng's eyes were resolute. The body was like transforming into a swimming fish. A gentle twist. It darted down like an arrow. Dive 100 meters without a hitch. A mechanical voice sounded in Chu Feng's ears. Entry-level test passed. Chu Fong didn't care and continued to dive. 1,000 meters and still easy. Minor accomplishment level test passed. Here, Chu Fong had already slightly felt a bit of pressure. It showed that he could no longer completely counteract the pressure of the sea. Not much of a problem, though. The depth of the dive keeps getting deeper. 2,000 meters for 1,000 meters, all the way up to 8,000 meters. Chu Fong was all in one go. But at 8,000 meters, Chu Fong stopped for the first time. At this moment, Chu Feng's body was covered in veins. The whole body was subjected to an unspeakable oppressive force. It was hard to move. What's going on? Is it possible that in this life, you can't even reach 10,000 meters? Chu Feng's brows furrowed. It was reasonable to say that with his senses, he would be able to reach the point of 10,000 meters at the very least. After all, it's not like senses disappear with rebirth. Right at that moment, Chu Fong suddenly felt a needle-like stabbing pain coming from his mind from time to time, as if trying to understand something. Chu Fong smiled helplessly. So it is. Although the physicality is the same as in the previous life, but the soul strength isn't the same anymore. In this examination space, in the space of consciousness, it's closely related to soul strength. In his previous life, he didn't break the 10,000-meter mark until Super A. At that time, the strength of his soul was hundreds of times stronger than it is now. The pressure that can be withstood is naturally stronger. Chu Fong smiled bitterly. Does it stop there? He could feel it. With his current unloading technique that he had comprehended in the water-bound domain field. That's where the limit is. Any further, and the body will be torn right through. Trying to move on unless the soul undergoes a metamorphosis. Another one is that the comprehension of the water-bound domain field is one level deeper. In the end, it's still not enough comprehension. Chu Fong shook his head. We'll just have to make the attempt next time. This thought, Chu Fong gave up his resistance against the surrounding seawater. The rhythm of his body stopped. In the next second, Chu Fong would be directly crushed by the heavy pressure at the bottom of the sea. At that time, his consciousness will return to the real world. The process is painful, though, but it doesn't do any damage. On the contrary, there could be great benefits. The appraisal space is said to be an appraisal, but it's actually an opportunity for enlightenment. In his previous life, there were many martial artists who intentionally passed through this way to perceive the essence of the water-bound domain field from a close distance. Feel the pressure from every drop of seawater without any dead spots. Hammering skills. Often there is a realization beyond imagination. While Chu Fong was thinking, endless pressure swept in. Chu Fong only felt like he was going to be crushed into powder the next moment. The intense pain caused the body to start struggling instinctively. It's like a godsend. The unintentional rhythm of Chu Feng's body seemed to merge with the surrounding water drops. A large portion of the pressure around them instantly disappeared. This discovery caused Chu Fong to be overjoyed, immediately begin to resist the pressure. The mind kept recalling the feeling of that moment just now. Slowly, Chu Fong felt like he was merging into the water current. No more raw confrontation. Muddled, inclusive of everything. A full half hour. Chu Fong suddenly opened his eyes. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. The pressure that had been nearly frozen around him was nothing at the moment. The body twisted gently. Extreme began to dive. Surprisingly, it was quite a bit faster than it had been just a moment ago. The 10,000-meter mark broken in an instant. The Shang level test passed. But Chu Fong still felt that he couldn't get enough. It feels like it could go on. 15,000 meters. Easy peasy. 20,000 meters before you start to feel a little pressure. 30,000 meters. 35,000 meters. After diving all the way down to 40,000 meters, Chu Fong finally stopped. Extreme. Chu Fong felt a bit of regret. Still haven't surpassed that guy in his previous life. But it looks like that guy was also Super A ranked before he got the 50,000-meter achievement. It will certainly be more than that when you're Super A rated yourself. No matter what, this examination was out of Chu Feng's expectations. The depth of 40,000 meters represented Chu Feng's level of comprehension of the water movement domain field. I really don't know. How terrifying would his waterbound domain field be now? Chu Fong secretly looked forward to it in his heart. Chapter 25. The source of the Vanguard Immortal Bloodline. Consciousness is fading. The body was crushed to pieces. Chu Feng's consciousness returned to his body. Snapping his eyes open. Take a long breath. In his eyes was unspeakable surprise. Open the personal information panel. Nim, Tifin. Grade, C6%. Favorite animal, none. Skill, waterbound field, Deshang certified. Items, none. Points, 72,350. Trading area, not open yet. From entry level uncertified to Deshang level certified. Chu Fong was clear on just how big the gap was. Have a mind to experiment a bit. And I'm worried about collapsing the house. Slowly go out. Climb into the backwoods park. It's the middle of a hot summer afternoon, and there aren't many people in the park. Chu Fong specifically looked for a remote place again. Looking around, no one was there. As soon as Chu Fong concentrated, he executed the water movement domain field at the grand completion level. Only a ripple-like circular aura appeared around Chu Fong. Waves of water flowed through it. It looks harmless. Forbidden. Chu Fong suddenly let out a low cry. In the next instant, the originally scattered water waves suddenly seemed to freeze. The halo completely covered the tens of meters around Chu Fong. Boom, boom. Whether it's a viewing stone on the ground or a large tree next to it. As long as it's within the range of the waterbound field. Tong Tong was crushed to pieces in an instant. There was a loud roar that startled the park security guard. Look toward the explosion. A large portion of what was once a lush hilltop park has gone straight bald. Holy shit, is this a lightning strike in broad daylight? The security guard rushed to call the police. And Chu Fong, the one who started it all, was also stupefied. This power was really a bit beyond his imagination. You know, he's only a C rank martial artist now. However, the might displayed by the water walking domain field alone just now was completely capable of instantly crushing an ordinary B grade ferocious beast. Chu Fong secretly compared them in his heart. If we go back to soloing the devouring demon blood crown harvest. Once this domain field came out, even if the devouring demon blood crown harvest wouldn't be directly crushed to death, its strength would be 10 to 1. It's an easy kill, even when facing the A-class devouring demon blood crown harvest king. Chu Fong was also able to ensure that he returned in one piece. The increase in strength is too great. Come home quietly. There are still 2 major godly rewards left to claim. The house remains empty. Follow the timeline of the previous life. The parents should still be in Kyoto on a business trip right now, but it's coming back soon. It should be in the next couple days. Sit down on your knees inside the house. Chu Fong looked towards the bloodline golden ranking. At this moment, the bloodline gold list was still empty. In his previous life, the immortal emperor's ascension to the bloodline golden ranking had been the first time the abyssal demon tide had struck. Chu Fong held his breath and said in a deep voice, "Apply for bloodline recognition." Next moment, the bloodline golden ranking soared out a ray of golden light and enveloped Chu Fong. Human Chu Fong bloodline being detected. Human bloodline concentration 99.9%, grade ordinary, failed assessment. Destruction bloodline concentration 0.1%, grade divine, grade passes evaluation. It has been detected that the human Chu Fong as bloodline quality meets the conditions for being on the bloodline gold list, ranking first. Do you agree to be on the list? Agreed. Chu Fong did not hesitate. Bloodline gold ranking, ranking number 1, reward issued, gain skill, bloodline enhancement, nirvana. Duration 120 minutes, changes with ranking. Given that the human Chu Fong was the first to appear on the list, he may additionally obtain the bloodline gold list, only god-level reward source of the 10,000 ancient immortal bloodline. As the mechanical voice fell, a drop of blood that was golden in color appeared out of nowhere on Chu Feng's forehead. In the next moment, the golden blood merged into Chu Feng's body without any hindrance. The next moment, Chu Feng only felt his body on fire. The skin began to turn blood red. It was as if it was going to explode. A hazy golden light emanated from the entire body. The veins kept blowing up and repairing again. Suddenly, the destruction bloodline in his body also seemed to be stimulated. It started to revive violently. A pitch-black spectral light and golden light began to compete for Chu Feng's body. Chu Feng's body was completely reduced to a battlefield between two divine-level bloodlines, constantly destroyed and constantly repaired. It caused Chu Feng a lot of pain. The characteristic of the ancient immortal bloodline was that it was unending and immortal, constantly unleashing their power. The destructive bloodline is much more cunning, constantly sneakily nibbling away at the power released by the source of the ancient immortal bloodline, integrating it into his own body. It was at this moment that Chu Feng realized what that you fellow had said. With the destruction bloodline in place, he was able to possess both of these two great divine-level bloodlines at the same time. If there wasn't the devouring trait of the destruction bloodline in place, Chu Feng would definitely be braced to death by these two huge forces. As time passes, this is under the influence of the other. The source of the ancient immortal bloodline had almost been swallowed by the destruction bloodline, but the destructive bloodline that has been unbeatable, facing the ancient immortal bloodline that had been swallowed into his body. It also seems a bit feeble, because there's no way to break it down. The same god-level bloodline. No one can help anyone. There was no way around it. The destruction bloodline could only compromise one step and choose to coexist with both. That is, the destruction bloodline was treacherous and ate away at the ancient immortal bloodline step by step. If the destruction bloodline was replaced with any other god-level bloodline, Chu Feng would have long since died in the war between the two great divine-level bloodlines by now. In the end, the bloodline within Chu Feng's body had two more colors. With a predominantly destructive bloodline, the ancient immortal bloodline is complementary, perfectly retaining all the characteristics of the two great divine bloodlines. Silently feeling the power of the bloodline in his body, Chu Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Strong. It's too strong. Chapter 26. The only divine reward for the grocery gold list. The Chu Feng at this moment. Never before had there been so much confidence in the future resistance to an abyssal invasion. 100 times the cultivation speed allowed him to cultivate at a speed that crowned the superlative. The destruction bloodline quenched his physique without any upper limit, making his body comparable to the most honored royalty of the abyss in terms of status. The ancient immortal bloodline was unendingly alive and immortal, able to make his vitality powerful to an outrageous extent. Plus the skill, bloodline strengthening, nirvana, rewarded by ranking first on the bloodline gold list. Within 120 minutes, the bloodline can be burned at will, thus exploding several times the power of the bloodline without causing any bloodline damage afterwards. Chu Feng didn't expect it either. It's amazing that the reward for being ranked number 1 is so powerful. Generally speaking, the skill bloodline strengthening rewarded by the bloodline gold list generates different abilities. The most common is a strength enhancement of 10% to 100% for a certain period of time. There might even be varying degrees of after effects afterward. It must be that in his previous life, the immortal emperor was relying on the ancient immortal bloodline, coupled with the reinforcement of the nirvana skill. It was only then that the pace of that terrifying demon emperor's aggression was delayed alive. Otherwise, even with the help of the ranking gold list, it's also simply too late for humans to evacuate the planet. There are so many god-level powers to add to the mix. Chu Fong was like a small, strong man that could not be defeated. Cultivation speed was heaven-defying. Explosion was heaven-defying. Defense was heaven-defying. And vitality was heaven-defying. And the further back you go, the more pronounced the effect becomes. What's more, that's not all. Right in front of him, Chu Fong still had one more soul divine reward that he hadn't taken. A being that all humans loved and hated in a previous life. Golden list of groceries, called the treasure chest of the human world. It sells everything inside and is superb. But the price is countless points. You need points for everything. There is so much good stuff out there, there are never enough points. The only way to gain points is to keep fighting the abyssal creatures. That's probably the purpose of ranking the gold list. Chu Fong looked earnestly at the last ranking gold list. This was the first time since he was reborn that he had carefully browsed through the grocery gold list. After consciousness is focused, a thick, gilt-edged book suddenly appeared before his eyes. A thought. It is possible to see what is in the books. The title page grades all the items for sale. D, CB, A, Super A. In front of each level, the minimum access points are again labeled. Minimum points for browsing D-rated items, 10 points. Minimum points for browsing C-rated items, 100 points. And so on, meaning not enough points. You're not even qualified to see what's in it. It's worth noting that as long as a level is ever reached, even if it depletes the points to 0, still available to browse. Chu Fong possessed more than 70,000 points. You can browse up to A-grade items. Look at it from the top. All kinds of weird and wonderful things are for sale. Disposable scroll, guardian goldstone, sheet wound magic bomb, magic tooth venom, water of life, favored beast orb, super orb. Turn directly to the last page of the book. Chu Fong thought of that interesting game from his previous life. Open blind box chest. In grocery gold list, there are some treasures that can't be purchased directly. It is only possible to open it by opening a blind box treasure chest. Chu Feng saw. In the last page, neatly arranged were the 7 treasure chests of bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, sub-legendary, legendary, and divine. Each level of treasure chest is followed by a number that represents the number of points to be consumed. It's up to God to decide what to open. In his previous life, Lin Yi had had a stroke of luck and had opened a legendary level special item, interdimensional gate. Ignore obstacles and travel through space. The distance traveled is determined by the user's psychic strength. Similar to an instantaneous effect, Lin Yi, who possessed the gate of interdimensionality. The ability to chase, flee, and dodge is the best in all of humanity. It was also the direct cause of Chu Fong having nowhere to run. Opening a blind box is a big gamble. It takes 10 million sky-high points to open a legendary class blind box once. If you're unlucky, it's an empty box. Luck, as in the Lin Yi kind, all come and go in the abyss. In his previous life, Chu Feng's points had always been tight. How could he have extra points to play this kind of rich man's game? I'll see you again in this life. I'd be lying if I said my hands didn't itch. It just so happens that he also knows a bug in this open blind box. It was a hidden mission. By following a special method of operation, you can end up opening a fragment of a legendary level special item. It was discovered in a previous life by a little person who got lucky. It immediately caused a global uproar. In this life, Chu Fong felt that he could try. Having enough points seems to be enough. But before that, or do you get the only godly reward from the grocery gold list first? It's a reward that will make everyone envious to death. Incredibly practical. Apply for grocery gold list points recognition. Chu Fong couldn't wait to speak. After a long wait, in Chu Feng's ears, a voice that sounded like heavenly music rang out. Upon identification, the human Chu Fong has 72,350 points, the first human to exceed the required standard, 50,000, and can additionally obtain the grocery gold list. It's only God-level reward. 50% off purchase privileges. Phew. That's it. Chu Fong didn't even know how to describe his feelings at this moment. There is only one word: cool. Chapter 27. The Place of Martial Enlightenment. All items sold on the grocery gold list. All for half price. Permanently valid. Take for example the favored beast orb used to take in favored beasts. There are 3 levels of primary, intermediate, and advanced quality, with a certain probability of accepting D-, C-, and B-class favored beasts, respectively. The original prices were 100 points, 500 points, and 1,000 points. And after having the 50% off privilege, only 50, 250, and 500 points are required. Further up, there are Super Balls with even higher success rates. Primary quality Super Ball. High probability of taking a B-class favored beast. Very small probability of taking an A-class favored beast. Original price, 10,000 points. Current price, 5,000 points. Intermediate quality Super Ball. Certain probability to take an A-class pet beasts. Original price, 50,000 points. Now price, 25,000 points. Premium quality Super Ball. Great probability to take an A-class favored beasts. Very small probability to take in Super A-class favored beasts. Original price, 100,000 points. Now price, 50,000 points. Master Sphere, 100% probability to collect Super A grade favored beasts. Original price, 1 million points. Now price, 500,000 points. The cheap stuff may not yet reflect the value of the 50% off privilege. However, if you were to open a legendary grade blind box, the others would need 10 million points, while Chu Fong would only need 5 million points. Another example of one of the most precious treasures of the entire ranking gold list. Up to 10 billion points for the desolate, god, ancient map. After the abyssal demon tide, the golden ranking opens up to extra reward mode. At that time, it could be exchanged for a magic bone. It could be half as cheap. Only 5 billion lower magic bones are needed, but it's still a sky-high price. Even if all the demons were slaughtered and killed by humans in the first abyssal demon tide, the demonic bones left behind couldn't make up 5 billion. But if after using the 50% discount privilege again, that would only require 2.5 billion lower magic bones, it will no longer be an impossible task. And Chu Fong had a wild wish in his heart. It was during the first abyssal demon tide that one could obtain the desolate god ancient diagram, controlling the entire desolate god ancient realm, the home base of humanity in a former life. There are so many benefits to being in full control. It will play a vital role in his future growth. Therefore, Chu Fong must fight. There were only more than 20 days left before the first abyssal demon tide came. Chu Feng's current strength was still not enough to support his ambitions. He has to get stronger. Chu Fong secretly cheered himself up in his heart. Was planning to open the blind box first and get the pieces of that legendary level special item. Suddenly, a creak was heard. The door opened. Then there was a slightly sharp yelp. "Little Fong, we're back. Mom and Dad are back." Chu Fong stood up excitedly at the sound, going crazy and rushing straight to the living room, looking at the 2 most familiar faces in memory in front of him. The 2 were violently embraced in their arms. "Dad, Mom, I miss you guys. I miss you so much." This instant, tears came out of Chu Feng's eyes. It's been too long. It's like a world away. In his previous life, the 2 old men were trying to protect Chu Fong. With a mortal body, he desperately blocked a C-class abyssal demon wolf. "Little Fong, run. Don't look back. Run. Go to your sister. I hope you siblings are doing well." One last look. Chu Fong saw the scene of his parents being torn apart by the demonic wolves. Hearts are dripping blood. At that moment, he decided, in this life, it's all about the abyss. Immortality. Father, Chu Tian Lai. Mother, Sun Nianing. The 2 were winded, though, and their luggage had not yet been set down. But seeing my son pounce, still full of smiles and hugs, Sun Nianing wiped the tear stains at the corner of Chu Feng's eyes. "Silly boy, Mommy misses you too." "Man up. We've only been traveling for a little over a week. What's the point of crying and whining?" Chu Tianlai slapped Chu Fong on the back of his head. "But you can't hide the warmth in your eyes." Chu Fong hemmed and hawed. It's natural not to explain past lives. In this life, one must protect one's family. "By the way, Mom and Dad, why are you guys home early?" Chu Fong vaguely remembered that in his previous life, his parents had returned when the first abyssal demon tide was about to break out. Could it be that his own rebirth had caused some butterfly effect? Chu Tianlai said in a deep voice. "It's been a rough week or so around the globe lately, with alien frequencies being born and monsters constantly rising out of the ground, and your mom was worried that you wouldn't be safe at home by yourself and had to come back early." Sun Nianing glanced at Chu Tianlai and snorted coldly. "Don't make excuses if you're worried about your son yourself. and I don't know who's planning to come back to see him even if they don't want to work. Chu Tianlai coughed awkwardly. The strict fatherly demeanor that had been so hard to put up had a tendency to disintegrate somewhat. Looking at it, Chu Fong wanted to laugh. Chu Tianlai coughed again and continued. This time I came back, one is to see if you're safe, the other is your mom and I discussed it, and we're planning to move to Kyoto to look for your uncle. The future is unknown, and even if there is danger, Kyoto has one of the highest safety indexes. It just so happens that your sister is also attending university in Kyoto, so I can feel more at ease if our family is reunited. Also, I heard from a few old comrades in the military that the country has recently planned to open a martial arts university. The martial artist university would teach people how to cultivate and how to utilize that golden list in the sky, and I even heard that students with excellent performance could obtain some spiritual fruits and medicines that were unearthed from the underground world, and so on. You must try, and even if you don't get in, try to get into the martial arts university preparatory camp. Now everyone is saying that this future world will be the world of martial artists. Listen to your father. Chu Feng's heart fluttered. Is the Chinese martial arts university finally coming too? The place of Chu Feng's martial arts initiation in his previous life. It was also the place of encounter with Lin Yi and Lu Xiener. Finally, it's coming. Chapter 28. The Bud That Opens the Blind Box. Huaxia Martial Artist University, a globally renowned institution of higher learning in its previous life. Humanity's outpost against the abyss. Produced a large number of top-notch experts for mankind. War Emperor Lin Yi, Kunlun Fairy Lu Xiener, Martial King Chu Fong. There was also the Super King who walked into shadows in his previous life, Sword Bearer Shadow. This was a superpower no less than Lin Yi, ranked among the top 10 masters of his former life. Rumor has it that Shadow's rise to power was incredibly bumpy. I heard that there was also some animosity with Lin Yi. What exactly happened? Chu Fong was unclear. Count the hours. The Huaxia Martial Artist University in his previous life would have been opened a week before the first abyssal demon tide. That means there are almost 2 weeks to go. And these 2 weeks were the blowout period for the global explosion of spiritual practitioners. A large number of humans have returned from the abyss. More or less. There are quite a few who have become D-level cultivators. At that time, one would have to be a D-level cultivator, at the very least, in order to guarantee that one would definitely be accepted into the Huaxia Martial Artist University. Of course, there was naturally no need for Chu Fong to consider these things. After 2 weeks, God knows what level of strength Chu Fong would reach. Seeing that Chu Fong was somewhat lost in thought, Chu Tianlai patted Chu Fong. Hey, I'm talking to you about business. What's on your kid's mind? Chu Fong raised his head and hemmed and hawed and did not say anything. Chu Tianlai couldn't do anything with this son of his and could only helplessly continue. This Huaxia Martial Artist University's examination is extraordinary. One must possess a trace of spiritual energy before being qualified to enroll. Therefore, I purposely talked to my old comrades from the past and made a lot of connections to get a spirit fruit. Chu Tianlai said, carefully taking out a golden silk wooden box. It was handed to Chu Fong. I heard old Wei say that this fruit is called the Gray Thunder Fruit, and when an ordinary person eats one, they can be born with spiritual power. Chu Fong looked at the Gray Thunder Fruit in front of him with a strange expression on his face. Dad, what old war buddy did you get this from? Oh, you should not have seen, is your Uncle Wei Xinghua, Dad went over life, brother. It's also your dad's luck that I went to Kyoto this time, and old Wei just happened to come back from the underground world and had a drink together. Oh yes, your Uncle Wei is a great man, the military power figure, but also the leader of the Chinese expedition. They went to the underground world this time to get a lot of good things. He's got a bit of a quota in his hand, and I had a hard time getting it out of the old boy's hands. The expression on Chu Feng's face grew more and more brilliant. Wei Xinghua? Team Wei? Isn't it the same group of people you saved in the abyss? Gosh, it's a small world. As for this Gray Thunder Fruit, he had a dozen more there. If my father hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten all about it. It's really not much use to him. Chu Tianlai did not notice Chu Feng's expression and said with some pride, I've also made a deal with your Uncle Wei to send you to his place for special training in the next few days, so that you can get good grades when the Martial Artist University opens. In this case, your mom and I will pack up our things at home and prepare to move, and you'll go to Kyoto to find your Uncle Wei first tomorrow. Chu Fong was speechless. I'll go to Team Wei for special training? Will Team Wei be scared to death of me? Chu Fong could imagine it. What would Wei's face be when the team met his old comrade's son? Hey kid, did you hear me? Chu Tianlai glanced unkindly at Chu Fong. Your old man, I got the opportunity with great difficulty. You kid have to know how to cherish it, understand? Chu Fong grinned. A light cough. Ahem, got it. Chu Fong had already made up his mind. Take advantage of this and hurry down to the abyss tomorrow. Getting special training from Team Wei? What a joke. Who's training who? If it's really not possible, let's wait until the martial arts university is about to start and then go meet Team Wei. Spend some more time with my parents. Chu Fong could see that his parents were already tired after traveling all the way. Hurry up and let the two old men go back to the house to rest. He himself hurried back to the house and locked the door. It was imperative to open the fragment of that legendary ranked special item first. That way, some of the plans in Chu Feng's mind would be able to be set into motion. Open the grocery gold list. Turn to the last page of the ginormous book, looking at the 7 neatly arranged treasure chests. Chu Fong carefully recalled the method of that little person in his previous life. That would be 2 years after the abyssal invasion. In the first echelon, there were already people who had become S-class powerhouses. Super A-class martial artists were born one after another. Humanity has almost entered the age of the all-martial artist. There was a middle-aged C-ranked martial artist who was originally addicted to gambling. After becoming a martial artist, there wasn't much to pursue. Just keep an eye on the blind box treasure chest. The unknown excitement of opening treasure chests was most to his liking. Save your money, do a lot of simple quests, and diligently save up over 30,000 points. He couldn't afford to open the dark gold chest, 100,000 points, and he couldn't afford to open the gold chest, 10,000 points. Silver treasure chests are cheap, but they also require 1,000 points. He also only has enough points to drive 30+ times. It's not fun, so he then targets the bronze treasure chest, 100 points. Well, at least it's driven a lot. The most important thing for him is to enjoy the process of opening a blind box. It doesn't matter what you can pop. In that time, everyone levels up. The ability to earn points is also much stronger. Who still opens bronze chests? Even opening silver treasure chests is rare. After all, treasure chests like bronze and silver, the things that come out are too trashy. It's also just for D-rank and C-rank martial artists to use. But that guy doesn't care. Open bronze treasure chests like crazy. It went on and on until he reached his 300th drive and was close to squandering his points. Accidents happen. Chapter 29, Legendary Item Fragment. As the guy was about to open his 300th bronze treasure chest, a voice prompt suddenly appeared in his head. Human lead to high, fulfills the hidden conditions, and activates the special reward. The 300th bronze treasure chest must produce a legendary special item fragment. And then this guy opens a heavenly treasure. Legendary special item. Shards of blazing wings. Afterward, the secret somehow got out. Countless people scrambled to open the bronze treasure chest. But some people have been opening up to 1,000 bronze treasure chests without any treasure. Some people don't believe in evil. Start trying to open silver treasure chests and even gold treasure chests. Finally, the pattern is being figured out. The first person to open a 300 silver treasure chest exploded with the second fragment of the blazing wings of heaven. The first superpower to open 300 golden treasure chests spent 3 million points and exploded the last fragment. This strong man finally, even explicitly and secretly, using all sorts of means, gathered the 3 fragments of the blazing heavenly wings and synthesized the legendary grade item, Blazing Heavenly Wings. In terms of power, it wasn't inferior to Lin Yi's Gate of Interdimensionality at all. It can cost so many fewer points than opening a legendary level treasure chest. To open a legendary level treasure chest once, you need 10 million points, and you risk losing them. It was at the time a major event that stirred up all of mankind. In the back, someone wants to try opening the dark gold chest 300 times. But that's 30 million points. Even the top 10 masters may not be able to take it out. And the matter was put on hold. But everyone guesses. Open 300 dark gold chests, and there should be hidden rewards. Whether or not he want to open it later, Chu Fong was unclear. Even if a strong person goes and opens it, they don't necessarily have to publish it. In his previous life, such good things naturally did not have Chu Feng's share. Available as a reborn. In this life, no one has gotten ahead of him yet. Settle down. Concentrate on the bronze treasure chest. Open the bronze treasure chest. With a soft sound that could only be heard by Chu Fong. Original price 100 points, 50% discount privilege in effect. Deduct 50 points, bronze treasure chest and opening. Ding, congratulations to human Chu Fong for obtaining tough spider web *1. Chu Fong opened his personal panel and saw the introduction of the tough spider web. Tougher web, effective in binding D-rank creatures. Come on, I knew it wasn't good. Chu Fong skimmed his lips. Surely you can't get your hopes up for a bronze treasure chest. But at least it's not an empty box. Luck was okay. Keep opening the treasure chest. Ding, congratulations to human Chu Fong for obtaining purple spirit fruit *5. Chu Feng's eyes twitched. It's something he knows, and it's kind of useful. 5 of them will almost create a D-ranked martial artist. Giving it to a real D-class martial artist also had a good effect. Go on. Chu Fong began his crazy journey of opening treasure chests. It was starting to get him by the end of the drive. It's not much better. Mostly used by D-ranked martial artists. The few times I've opened one that a C-ranked martial artist could use, it's been considered a lucky streak. It was half useless to Chu Fong. As time passes, suddenly, a voice attracted Chu Feng's attention. Ding, congratulations to human Chu Fong for obtaining a high-level quality favored beast orb *1. Huh? Chu Fong came to be a bit more energized. You're lucky yourself. I didn't expect to open this. High-quality favored beast orbs are worth 1,000 points. Sort of one of the most precious things that can be opened out of a bronze treasure chest. Of course, this high-quality favored beast orb only caused Chu Fong to care slightly. Certain probability to take in a B-class favored beast. Barely. Right now, Chu Fong could no longer look at ordinary B-class favored beasts. Of course, if it was a rare class like the Eclipsing Nightmare Beast, it would be another story. You can't stop opening treasure chests. Finally, under Chu Feng's unremitting efforts, the 300 bronze chest will be opened soon. Chu Fong also heard the sound of the ranking gold list. Human Chu Fong fulfills the hidden conditions and activates the special reward. The 300th bronze treasure chest must produce a legendary level special item fragment. Coming! Chu Fong was pumped up. Stare carefully at the treasure chest that is about to be opened. Ding! With a crisp sound, a mechanical voice resounded in Chu Feng's mind. Ding, congratulations to the human Chu Fong for obtaining the legendary grade special item fragment, the first blazing angel, Michael's wings, 1/3. It is. Chu Fong was incomparably excited in his heart. It's a fragment of a legendary item. Even if you count past lives, this level of treasure, Chu Fong had only seen it a few times. I didn't realize that I had it straight away in this life. Hurriedly opened the personal information panel. Nim, Tifin. Grade, C 6%. Favorite animal, none. Skills, waterbound domain field, Dechung certified, bloodline enhancement, Nirvana. Items, blazing sky wing fragment, first blazing angel, Michael's wing. High quality favored beast orb, tough spiderweb. Points, 57,350. Trading area, not open yet. Chu Feng's item area possessed far too many things. Directly chose to hide. Just open it when you need it. Chu Fong tapped into the blazing wings of heaven fragment. At the end of the distant age of communion, the war between the angelic race and the abyss broke out, and Archangel Michael, the first blazing angel, blew up his angelic body to resist the abyssal invasion, leaving behind the emerald wings, which, through the hands of the divine artisan Mito, became one of the main divine objects used to forge the blazing wings of heaven. The introduction describes in general terms where the shard came from. It was also the first time Chu Fong had seen it. Mind blown. It turns out that, historically, it wasn't just the human race that fought the abyss. Many other races have also broken out into war with the abyss. No wonder I was in the abyss in my previous life. Chu Fong had encountered many hybrid abyssal creatures, such as abyssal elves, abyssal demons, fallen angels, and so on. Among them, there are groups that have willingly become slaves of the abyss, and there are also groups that have been fighting back in an attempt to restore their race to its former glory. Chapter 30, points, here I come again. A thought. Chu Fong equipped Michael's wings. One could only see that it was as if 2 wings had sprouted from Chu Feng's back. White as snow, with a little golden glow. At the same time, Chu Fong also received the usefulness of Michael's wings. Unique effect. Extreme flight, 100 times the speed of sound. Seeing this, Chu Fong suddenly cried out in shock. This is too sick. As a fragment of a legendary special item, Michael's wings are truly a godsend. It was important to know that martial artists could only fly with their own abilities once they had reached Super A rank. And the speed is only about 10 times the speed of sound. Super A-class martial artists who specialize in controlling forces such as wind and thunder might be a bit faster. But it's nowhere near 100 times the speed of sound. And just like human martial artists, in the abyss, unless it's a creature born with its own feathers. Otherwise, it's all unflyable. It's an ironclad rule that you can't fly until you're Super A. As for Chu Fong, he could fly at a mere C rank. This means that from now on, Class A creatures that can't fly are no longer a threat. Even if they faced some Super A-class creatures that had metamorphosed and transformed into spirits, they would still have a chance to escape. Of course, there's just a chance. Super A-class, another level of life altogether. They evolve all sorts of weird and wacky abilities, even the most ordinary of beings. Once you break the shackles and become a Super A, that is, the fish jumps over the dragon gate. The gap between heaven and earth. Below the Super A level, they are all mole crickets. Never an empty word. This 100 times the speed of sound flight effect was the strongest life-preserving artifact for Chu Fong. And if you kite the devouring demon blood crown roar again like before, there's no need to card terrain at all. Just go straight after the shot and be done with it. A-class ferocious beasts can't escape either. It's a great way to brush up on your points. In an instant, Chu Feng's heart was on fire. Too many thoughts popped into his head. There's so much more that can be done with this Michael's wing. It could even continue deeper into the abyss. Tier 2, Tier 3, going to some mysterious places that Chu Fong knew in his previous life. Obtain a large number of heavenly treasures and divine elixirs. Go and capture the king's favored beast. Go and swipe tons of points to prepare for the trading area to open during the first abyssal demon tide. Too many things were waiting for Chu Fong to do. Chu Fong couldn't wait to break a minute in half, barely suppressing the fluttering in his heart. Before descending into the abyss, Chu Fong still needed to make some more preparations. Open the grocery gold list. Find a superb ball. Taking a look at the 57,000 or so points still left. A ruthless straight up by a premium quality superb ball. Great probability to collect A-class favored beasts. Extremely small chance to collect Super A-class favored beasts. The latter sentence, Chu Fong took it as a fart. Don't try to take in a Super A-class favored beast without a Master Ball. The original price of the premium quality Super Ball was 100,000 points, and after the discount it all cost 50,000 points. In one fell swoop, it was close to emptying Chu Feng's points. No way. Chu Fong was still thinking about the Eclipse Nightmare Beast group in that abyss. If you get lucky and encounter a Black Mist level Eclipsing Nightmare Beast, but because you don't have a superb ball to take it in, it was Chu Fong who would regret his death. Primary and intermediate quality Super Balls are not safe and have little probability of being collected. Points can be earned again when they're gone. Brushing monsters is no longer difficult now anyway. The remaining 7,000 or so points, Chu Fong exchanged all of them in one breath for high-quality favored beast orbs. The original price is 1,000 points. Half price is 500 points. Enough to get 14. Chu Fong intended to use it when he came across some suitable B-class ferocious beasts. This thing has a mediocre success rate, but it's better than cheap. Now everything is ready. Just about to go off the deep end tomorrow. His father wanted to send him to Team Wei instead, saving Chu Fong from thinking of excuses. Early the next morning, inside the room, Chu Fong was exhaling and cultivating. Just outside the room, Chu Tianlai's knock could be heard. "Little Fong, get up. The airfare has been booked for you. Don't be late. Your Uncle Wei is very busy. Don't give your Uncle Wei any trouble when you get there. Got it?" Chu Fong opened his eyes and smiled helplessly. "Got it, Dad." The family had breakfast. Chu Fong verbally refused the two old men's company, scampered off in a puff of smoke, lightly walked to the school gym. Because of what happened a week ago when the abyssal passage appeared, the entire school is temporarily on vacation. The army has surrounded the place, surrounded by real armies. Of course, it was difficult to defeat Chu Fong. With a casual leap, the spiritual power fluctuations covered his body, easily avoiding all the tests. Like a breeze, he disappeared in the middle of the abyssal passage in the blink of an eye. Dimming the sky, scorched earth, a gust of ghostly wind blew. Chu Fong once again visited the first layer of the abyss. Only this time, Chu Feng's strength could be described as turning the world upside down. Without testing the exact strength, Chu Fong could not say. But a normal B-rank creature would definitely not be able to walk through a single move in his hands. That's for sure. Under full outburst, Chu Fong even dared to arm wrestle with A-class creatures. If you use Michael's wings, Class A creatures were only destined to be ground to death. There is such a strong strength to guarantee it. In the entire first layer of the abyss, There were very few things that could threaten Chu Fong anymore. Explode to full speed. Chu Feng's purpose was clear. Tontian, Devil Mountain. First, he wanted to finish off the remaining devil-swallowing Blood Crown harvest. Chu Fong was very vindictive. Last time, he was chased by King Harvest until he almost died. This revenge cannot go unavenged. So what if it was an A-class Han King? In Chu Feng's eyes, it was just points for nothing. Chapter 31, Magic. Chu Fong hadn't forgotten. His current rank was actually only C. If it was really possible to cross the level and kill A-class abyssal creatures, that extra point reward for crossing over to kill, I don't know how many times it would have to be doubled. That was what moved Chu Fong the most. Chu Feng's speed was extremely fast, or even to test the current terminal velocity. Chu Fong was already equipped with Michael's wings. Instantly catapulted Michael's wings. Chu Feng's entire person was like a cannonball, shooting straight into the sky. The powerful force caused Chu Feng's spine to crunch. His spine almost broke. Chu Fong was a little afraid. He had just used only a portion of Michael's wings' power. It's probably only about 10 times the speed of sound. But surprisingly, his own body just couldn't take it anymore. Chu Fong shook his head. At the end of the day, it's just not strong enough right now. However, Chu Fong was not discouraged. The average super A-class creature is only 10 times the speed of sound. The vast majority of A-class creatures can't even reach the speed of sound. Only some A-class creatures with excellent bloodlines can break the speed of sound. Therefore, Chu Feng's speed was already sufficient. As long as Chu Fong continued to utilize the destruction bloodline to quench his physique in the future. Sooner or later, the speed of Michael's wings will be fully utilized. After much trial and error, Chu Fong found that 5 times the speed of sound was most suitable for his current self. Any further up, and you'll be putting more pressure on your body than you need to. Along the way, Chu Fong stayed at 5 times the speed of sound. It was like a shooting star crossing the sky. In his mind, he was thinking about the Tongtian Demon Mountain. It's less than half an hour away. In front of me was the familiar lake of blood. Corrosive blood churned and made one's scalp tingle as one watched. Without the slightest stop, Chu Fong directly flew through the air towards the territory of the devouring demon blood crown harvest. There's no need for trickery this time. After the strength surge, Chu Fong couldn't wait to find an opponent for a real battle. Ahead in the jumble of rocks, the devouring demon blood crown horde was leisurely basking in the sun. They are still the overlords of this area. Only after being destroyed by Chu Fong last time, the number was down to just over 20. Chu Fong did not dodge. It was directly above all of the devil-swallowing blood crown hollows. Eyes locked on the largest-sized king of the hollows. The eyes are full of salivation color. King Harvest's senses were still sharp. Immediately, he sensed a sense of crisis from above his head. Raise your huge head. Roar! In an instant, the Harvest King remembered Chu Fong, growling with rage. This is the same ape-type creature that booby-trapped his children and grandchildren last time. He's alive! Swallow him. This was the only thing King Harvest was thinking at the moment. The surrounding devil-swallowing blood crown roars also stood up and glared angrily. Dabble? The Harvest King fiercely leapt up and extended his thick front claws, wanting to tear apart Chu Fong in the air. Chu Fong smiled faintly, still airborne and impassive. Jump hard. King Harvest's bouncing height was at most 100 meters, but he was now 300 meters in the air. The devouring demon blood crown roar, which was all based on the strength of its physical body, didn't have much in the way of long-distance attacks either. What does it attack itself with? Under Chu Feng's gaze, King Harvest fell powerlessly. Low growl. The intellectually challenged King Harvest couldn't figure it out. With the strength this ape-type creature showed last time, how come it's flying? It's not like he's a bird creature. A low roar ensued. King Harvest's eyes were filled with resignation. You mean let me come down and fight you? Chu Fong casually said. Ho ho ho. Chu Fong grinned. You think I wouldn't dare? Then it's as you wish. Chu Fong was also an artist. It landed directly within the encirclement of the devil-swallowing blood crown horde. Chu Fong saw it clearly. That moment, a hint of sarcasm flashed in King Harvest's eyes. Looking at it, Chu Fong wanted to laugh. Hey, you beast. How dare you laugh at me? Begging for a beating. Before Chu Fong could finish speaking, roar! With a command from King Harvest, the surrounding devil-swallowing blood crown harvest had opened their bloody mouths and swarmed up. Good coming. Chu Fong smiled faintly. The body shuddered slightly. Suddenly, a current-like ripple surged around his body. It completely covered a few dozen meters in a circle. It enveloped all the devil-swallowing blood-crown harvests that rushed up. Waterbound domain field, imprisonment. Chu Feng's words had just fallen. All of the devil-swallowing blood-crown harvest's huge body suddenly stalled, completely imprisoned in mid-air. The devil-swallowing blood-crown harvest, which was only AB rank, was almost defenseless against the Deshang ranked aquatic domain field. Next moment, Chu Feng's figure flashed. Beat the hell out of the dog. A fist blasted at the forehead of the nearest devouring demon blood-crown harvest. At the forehead, the bone covered by the Linnean armor. It was the hardest part of the devil-swallowing blood-crown harvest body. But the next second, click, only a crunch was heard. Devouring demon blood-crown hollow's skull exploded and blood flowed horizontally. But not dead. Chu Fong shook his head regretfully at the sight. It seems like there's still a lack of a handy weapon and some offensive divine abilities. The attack power of relying on fists alone is still a bit low. Chu Fong muttered. It looks like we'll have to use our bloodline power, trying to dry out these minions of King Harvest. It was also a bit of a bother for Chu Fong not to use his full strength. Bloodline strengthening nirvana. As Chu Feng's voice fell, a strong bloodline fluctuation suddenly erupted throughout his body. Inside his body, the ancient immortal bloodline source and the destruction bloodline source seemed to have been awakened by an invisible force. An unspeakable feeling of oppression penetrated his body. The two rays of light, gold and black, are intertwined. It's like an eerie picture. At that moment, Chu Feng's bloodline was boiling. Nirvana effect. Double strength for the next 120 minutes. The next step is much simpler. Only Chu Feng's gentle punch was seen. The fist shone with ebony light. It was like a light caress. However, it easily pierced through the head of the devouring demon blood-crown harvest in front of him. Ordinary kills the Class B fierce beast devouring demon blood-crown harvest, rewarded with 3,000 points. Successful cross-level kill, additional points rewarded asterisk 100%. This time a total of 6,000 points are rewarded. The beep of the ranking gold list sounded in his head at the same time. That's dead. Chu Fong shook his head. This bloodline can't go to waste. Destructive bloodline unleashed. The devil-swallowing blood-crowned harvest in front of him turned into a dry corpse at an extremely fast speed. This bizarre scene scared all the demons swallowing blood-crowned hollows back in unison. Chu Fong, on the other hand, felt the comfort coming from the deepest part of his body's cells in a good way. Phew, comfortable. The Chu Fong at this moment. It's almost more demonic than the abyssal demons. Chapter 32. Can you run away? Inside, the destruction bloodline completely disintegrated the devil swallowing blood crown harvest bloodline that it had absorbed. Transportation to all parts of the body, greedily absorbed by hungry cells. Chu Fong could feel it. The meridians and sinews are strong. The physique seems to have improved that much. Strengthening the body is still difficult enough. Chu Fong sighed. Even with a divine-level bloodline, like the destruction bloodline, there was still a long way to go before one could have a physique comparable to that of the Imperial clan in the Abyss. It requires massive amounts of bloodline power. What follows is much simpler. Strength at full blast. Chu Fong was like a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Each punch could bring tons of damage to devouring demon blood crown roar. The figure weaved through the beasts. However, none of the devouring demon blood crown roars were able to come within 3 feet of Chu Fong. Dashing and reckless. A powerful, B-ranked ferocious beast within the abyss. In front of Chu Fong at this moment. It's like papier-mâché. In fact, it wasn't a fault that the devil-swallowing blood crown roar wasn't resistant to being punched. It was really that their overall strength was suppressed too much by the waterbound domain field. What Chu Fong had executed was a grand completion grade domain that could only be comprehended by the original Super A grade. If he couldn't even suppress a few B-class ferocious beasts, it would be too much of a name. The clouds are flowing. None of the devouring demon bloodcrown harvests could resist Chu Feng's punch. Finally, after a dozen or so of their kind had died, the remaining devil-swallowing bloodcrown harvest was afraid. No matter how much King Harvest urged him, he didn't dare to go forward. It only surrounded Chu Fong from afar. A whimpering low growl. Chu Fong saw this scene, grinning at King Harvest. These little brothers of yours are so unhelpful. These words instantly angered King Harvest. The dignity of an A-class ferocious beast cannot be provoked. only to see that the Hollow King was like a stream of light, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Chu Fong. Chu Fong only felt a flash before his eyes. The huge claws of the King of Harvest had already attacked. Luckily, King Harvest had already entered the range of the water-bound domain field. Against heavy resistance, King Harvest's speed dropped straight down. Chu Fong could already barely see its movements. In response, Chu Fong could only sigh in his heart. If it were an ordinary C-class human martial artist, there won't even be time to think. It was directly slapped in a mush by King Harvest. Chu Fong was also an artist. The Deshang-level water-bound domain field suppressed most of King Harvest's strength. Instead, he was carrying two great divine bloodlines. The physical physique and life force were all too much stronger than a normal C-rank martial artist. Plus the doubling of strength from Nirvana. That was what gave Chu Fong the backbone to face the Harvest King head-on. In this battle, Chu Fong did not intend to use his blazing heavenly wings. After the strength surge, Chu Fong desperately wanted to know his current accurate strength positioning. This was instrumental in some of his subsequent plans. And the King of Harvest in front of him is the best opponent to test. Spiritual energy was instantly instilled into both legs. Chu Fong had the wind at his feet, just the right amount of deflection, just in time to avoid King Harvest's claws. Then, while King Harvest's body was prancing in midair, the tender abdomen was exposed to Chu Fong. No hesitation, Chu Fong threw a punch, bringing up a sonic boom. Boom! A no-frills punch. It smashed heavily into King Harvest's abdomen. It directly blasted King Harvest more than 100 meters away. It smashed the ground into a gully more than 100 meters long and half a meter deep. Roar! In the deep pit, King Harvest let out an angry roar. There was a hint of breath disturbance in his voice. Carelessly, it was actually injured by this weak human in front of it. Yes, King Harvest was only slightly injured, even under Chu Feng's full-force outburst. This punch could easily kill an ordinary devil-swallowing Bloodcrown Hallow, but it could only hurt King Harvest. The difference in strength between Class A and Class B is too great. After standing up, the Harvest King hissed and rushed towards Chu Fong. One person and one beast instantly battled. 10,000 feet of yellow sand was lifted up around them, and rocks were scattered in all directions. The raging waves of air even lifted a devouring demon blood crown roar around them off the ground. That's the difference between an A and AB. An A-class fierce beast could easily take out dozens of B-class fierce beasts. However, Chu Fong had used his C-class body to defend against the A-class Han King. In both his past and present lives, he was a pervert. Of course, Chu Fong realized that he could only make it this far at most. With his current, he wanted to take out a class of fierce beast with his bare hands. It's simply not realistic. It's hard to even beat that. Fighting for so long. Chu Fong skimmed his mouth. There is the experience of a previous life. He already had a rough idea of his current approximate strength. Under full power, roughly equivalent to a top-level B ferocious beast. With the aid of the aquatic domain field, it is possible to fight the most common A-class creatures within 120 minutes of bloodline nirvana. But odds are it can't help the other side. Nirvana time is upon us. It would be a life of waiting for death. However, Chu Fong was already satisfied. Rebirth is but a little over a week old. In terms of ability to fight a level, it's a legend, glancing at the toadying and still leaping to swallow his king of the hollows. Chu Fong grinned. You really think I can't do anything about you? The strength test is also finished. It's time to collect points. Chu Fong secretly looked forward to it in his heart. Killing at the next level is doubling points. What exactly is the reward for killing 2 levels over? In a previous life, it could never have been done by any one person. Across 2 great levels, there was at least 100-fold difference in terms of strength. For human martial artists, this was an impossible task. Then, under the angry gaze of King Harvest, Chu Fong slowly rose into the air. The speed of the blazing sky wings instantly exploded. At 5 times the speed of sound, Chu Feng's figure instantly disappeared into the sky. King Harvest could only roar angrily, but there was nothing he could do at all. Looking at the minions around him who were down to single digits, the heart gets even more depressed. After leaving, Chu Fong did not stay away. Instead, he went back to the Blood Lake. No way. Can't kill King Harvest head-on. You can only kite to death. That was why Chu Fong was planning to repeat his old trick. Only this time without the hassle of a bow and arrow. Directly search for some purple spirit bloodwood. They were all cut into the shape of a javelin. Then the whole thing disappeared into the lake of blood. After complete infiltration, just take a flyer with your hand. He wasn't afraid of blood and water, but King Harvest was. Not for a moment. Chu Feng's figure once again appeared in the sky above the territory of the devil swallowing blood crown Harvest. Seeing an old enemy come back. Exasperated, King Harvest's massive body shivered. Oh, no half-ass bullshit. Leaping up, he was about to kill Chu Fong. Even if they couldn't reach Chu Fong, they could still take out their anger. Too much bullying of the beast. How many times a day do you have to come here? Chu Fong smiled faintly at the situation. Don't worry, I promise this is the last time. Saying that, the blood-stained, purple spirit bloodwood in his hand whistled out like a cannonball. Zapped directly at King Harvest. Feeling the familiar corrosive power of the blood water, King Harvest was instantly shocked. Panicked, he ducked away. But in midair, there is nowhere to borrow. Could only take the shot hard. The javelin was powerless after piercing just a bit of King Harvest's animal skin. But the blood and water on it began to work instantly. Bared white smoke continued to come out from the King of Hollows. Large chunks of the animal skin came off. King Harvest hissed in pain. Just landed, turned his head, and ran. Not even caring about his own little brother. In the sky, Chu Fong smiled faintly. Run? Can you run away? Looking at the King of Harvest who was prancing and jumping in the piles of rocks. Behind Chu Fong, an illusory feather gently flapped. The figure disappeared in an instant. Chapter 33. Surely killing the enemy at a higher level is the way to go. Next moment, Chu Fong appeared above King Harvest's head again. Another javelin streaked out. The angle is extremely tricky. This meant that King Harvest couldn't avoid it at all. You can only be shot at passively. A javelin was inserted into King Harvest. The blood had already stained King Harvest red. Still not dead, though. The life force of A-class ferocious beasts was tenacious beyond words. Seeing no escape, King Harvest isn't running away either. Deadly staring at Chu Fong in the air, trying to find an opportunity to take a bite out of this nuisance. Chu Fong naturally would not give it that chance. Looking at the King of Harvest on the ground who still held his head high, Chu Feng's heart stirred. A high-level quality favored beast orb appeared in his hand. King Harvest, I know you understand what I'm saying. You'll be worn down by me sooner or later in this current situation. King Harvest hissed. But it's also clear. The ape-shaped creature in front of him could fly, and too fast. It can't escape. Chu Fong continued. Now I'll give you a chance to live. Volunteer to be my favored beast, and I'll spare your life. Being able to take in an A-ranked ferocious beast with an advanced favored beast orb. Naturally, it's a sure thing. Saying that, Chu Fong threw the advanced favored beast orb in his hand towards the Hollow King. A flash of white light. King Harvest was sucked into the favored beast sphere. But the next moment, the favored beast orb was directly burst and turned into pieces. Ho 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 ho! The King of the Hollows, who had broken free from the favored beast sphere, growled angrily. Even with his body rotting and festering, he was still tyrannical. Cold light exploded in his eyes. Obviously, Chu Feng's behavior had angered it. If there was an opportunity, Chu Fong believed that it would not hesitate to kill itself. Pity. Chu Feng's gaze turned cold. Then you can go to hell. After saying that, Chu Fong no longer hesitated. Javelins are thrown wildly. The chance to live has been given to you. There's nothing more to say since you don't want to. Fierce beasts are tyrannical by nature. Not to mention the A-class beast king. Born high and mighty. It's hard as hell to get them to be taken involuntarily. If you wanted to forcefully take in an A-class favored beast, you'd have to use a super ball at least. Super balls have so much more binding power than favored beast balls. Even so, beginner and intermediate quality super balls also have only a 10% and 50% chance of being successfully collected. The only way to get up to a 90% success rate is to have a premium quality super ball. But this stuff is also ridiculously expensive. Up to 100,000 apiece in the grocery gold list. It was worth quite a bit more than the class of fierce beast itself. A class of ferocious beast that wasn't particularly valuable wasn't worth using at all. Chu Fong had one in his hand. Got it for half price. But that was what Chu Fong had prepared for the Black Mist level Eclipse Nightmare Beast. There's no way it could be used on King Harvest. A human tested it in a previous life. A pattern was drawn. The time to take in a favored beast. The less conscious the favored beast is, the greater the probability of taking it in. To put it simply, The worse the fight, the higher the probability of taking in the favored beast while ensuring it doesn't die. It's just that you have to pay a small price to help your favorite beast recover afterwards. Chu Fong also lost his patience as he looked at the tyrannical Harvest King in front of him. Just gonna let it dissolve into points. It was enough to grind for a little more than half an hour. Boom! King Harvest's body collapsed. The entire body had rotted beyond recognition. The blood in his body had basically run out, and there was no way for Chu Fong to devour it even if he wanted to. That's rather unfortunate. In passing, he finished off all the remaining devil-swallowing Bloodcrown Hollows. To this point, the entire devouring demon Bloodcrown Harvest tribe had all been cleaned out by Chu Fong. Just then, the beeping sound that Chu Fong had been longing for appeared again. This was the reward beep after killing the King of Harvest. Ordinary kills the A-class ferocious beast, devouring demon Bloodcrown Harvest King, rewarded with 30,000 points. Successful kills across 2 levels, additional points rewarded asterisk 1,000%. Total points rewarded this time is 330,000 points. Crap! Not being able to hold back, Chu Fong directly exploded a foul mouth. Totally didn't expect to be given such a high points reward. Killing 2 levels over is surprisingly a 10-fold reward. Just this wave, that's over 300,000 points. Thinking about before, Chu Fong had only managed to score 6,000 points after painstakingly killing a B-class devouring demon Bloodcrown roar. One King of the Harvest gave more than the entire pack combined. Chu Fong looked at it. The 22 ordinary devouring demon Bloodcrown roars that he had just killed, counting the level crossing rewards, totaled 132,000 points. Just a third of King Harvest. In total, over 450,000 points were earned in this wave. The just flattened purse filled up all at once. Chu Feng's heart was incomparably hot. It was true that the only way to kill the enemy was to go over the top. There was no time when Chu Fong was so glad for his identity as a C-class martial artist. This time at C level must be put to good use. You don't get that benefit once you advance to B rank. The only way to get over 2 more levels is to go kill Super A's. That thing, Chu Fong didn't even dare to think about it. Absolutely no chance. He knew all too well how big the gap was. Super A, unmatched by mortals. Checked around a bit to make sure I hadn't missed anything. Chu Fong soared into the sky. This trip came to the abyss. There's another important purpose. It's to take in the eclipsing nightmare beast. Of course, it wasn't a gray mist level. That kind of Chu Fong couldn't look at it yet. He wanted to follow the trail to see if there was any chance of capturing a black mist level eclipsing nightmare beast. It was those eclipse nightmare beasts that had an extremely high growth rate. If we could train to Super A before he does, that would be awesome. By the way, you can also get the only godly reward for the favored beast gold list. This reward Chu Fong also coveted. That was a genuine ancient ancestor dragon. Ah, the ancestor of all dragons. Even if it might just be a wisp of a soul, it's incredible. I also didn't realize that the ranking gold list was saved. Chu Fong was worried that after a while, he would be shortchanged. So don't dare delay a moment. Silently, he sensed the wimpy gray mist-etched nightmare beast, because he had absorbed a large amount of that guy's origin mist before. Right now, Chu Fong could barely confirm its general location. It was still in the outer region of the Tongtian Magic Mountain. But Chu Feng's brows frowned slightly. Double-checked it. Why does it feel like that guy is in a forbidden land? No more thinking, let's just get a grip and find the guy. 5 times the speed of sound in a hurry. On the way, you will occasionally come across some ferocious beasts. Chu Fong also slaughtered them all in passing, and they all turned into points. As it got closer and closer to the Eclipse Nightmare Beast, Chu Feng's senses were also becoming clearer and clearer. Basically, we've been able to pinpoint the location of the Echidna Beast. Only the guy appeared to be in the middle of a rush of movement. Chu Fong was a bit puzzled. Can it be that it's realized that I'm chasing it? It shouldn't be. How could a small B-class Eclipse Nightmare Beast sense me in turn? With doubts, Chu Fong continued to track. Finally, a quarter of an hour later, Chu Fong stopped at the edge of a deep, bottomless cliff, stepping on a thick layer of grayish-white powder underfoot. Not like dust, but rather like the ashes of some creature. Countless ashes were piled up and weathered here, forming a gray-white world that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles along the edge of the broken cliff. The wind whistled past, kicking up large swaths of white ash. Makes one's head spin. It's conceivable. An endless long time ago, I don't know how many living beings used to bury their bones here. Chu Feng's brows furrowed. It's really here. Looking down, it's 1,000,000 feet deep. Deep and dark. Across tens of thousands of miles in width. It was like some unknown horrible being opening its bloody mouth. Choose your people. Just looking at it is hair-raising. Here is the passage to the second level of the abyss. Also, it has an alias. Falling off the Devil's Cliff. Chapter 34? Class B? It's a matter of one punch. Standing on the edge of the fallen Devil Cliff. Chu Feng's thoughts drifted and his mind was a little restless. Here, the root of all cholera, Chu Fong let out a long breath. The origin of the Devil's Fall Cliff has long been beyond examination. But Chu Fong knew. The so-called abyssal demon tide started here. Countless abyssal creatures rushed out from here. Influx to Earth. Exterminate and enslave every living thing they see. Countless years ago, perhaps a supreme powerhouse had exerted great magical powers to completely seal off the passageway downwards from the second level of the abyss. A great formation that goes all the way to the sky, completely trapping the abyssal one in the abyss. This has been going on for endless years. But no matter how that great power strength was in that year, under the ravages of age, this great formation also began to become unstable. Whenever the sealing array weakened, that was when the abyssal creatures swarmed out, and the hijacking began. And this instability is cyclical. Perhaps this big formation has the ability to repair itself. Whenever it broke to a certain point, the big formation began to recover. So on and so forth. So the once incomparably glorious and prosperous angelic, elvish, dragon, and gnomish clans all became extinct in one of the abyss invasions. Perhaps there are still some descendants lingering. Unfortunately, the former glory is long gone. Will the human race follow in the footsteps of these races? No one can say for sure. Chu Fong sensed in silence. The current strength of the band is still very strong. Some powerful creatures were simply unable to pass through this sealing array. Of course, creatures that could be called powerful had to be at least Super A or higher. But Chu Fong didn't feel much optimism. After 20 days, the sealing formation here will once again weaken to a certain extent. At that time, there would even be Super A-level abyssal demons that would take advantage of the opportunity to come out. Led by these higher abyssal demons, countless abyssal creatures stormed Earth. This was the first abyssal demon tide of the previous life. Thinking back to the countless tragic wars between humans and demons in his previous life, the sense of urgency in Chu Feng's heart increased. He has to get stronger soon, capture the Black Mist Eclipse Nightmare Beast, and then get the only divine reward from the Favored Beast Gold list. It's the most important thing right now. Once again, he sensed it. Chu Fong raised his eyebrows and muttered. That Eclipse Nightmare Beast location seems to be less than the second level, halfway up the mountain, and it's still in the middle of rapid movement, like it's being chased by something. Chu Fong was suddenly happy. How is it that this guy is either chasing someone or being chased? And by the looks of it, it was planning to go through the sealing formation to the second level. But is there anything about the second level that attracts it? Chu Fong didn't understand. With the strength of the Eclipse Nightmare Beast B rank, it was basically considered the top tier in the first tier. The A-ranked ferocious beasts on the first level were basically too many to count. This guy could basically walk sideways if he didn't go crazy and mess with it. But if it went to the second level of the abyss, there were too many abyssal creatures that could kill it. Anyway, Chu Fong all had to find this Eclipse Nightmare Beast first. Leap directly rushed into the fallen demon cliff. The blazing sky wings flapped lightly behind his back. The descent immediately slowed down. In this fallen demon cliff, it also contained quite a few crises. Around the sealing formation, the energy of heaven and earth was extraordinarily dense, spawning a number of powerful ferocious beasts. Just look at the Eclipse Nightmare Beast. I don't know what kind of guys are being targeted. All the way down, there was less and less light around them. The darkness seemed to become an eternal melody. It was a full hour's descent. In Chu Feng's senses, it appeared to be very close to the Eclipse Nightmare Beast. It just felt like this guy gave Chu Fong the feeling like he was already dying and about to hiccup, moving much slower as well. It's not going to die, is it? Chu Fong skimmed his lips, and suddenly the feathers behind his back flapped. The speed picked up steeply. Sonic booms from super high speeds, drawing out quite a few strange shadows in the darkness. The pressure emanating from some of the ferocious beasts felt like it was catching up to King Harvest. Only Chu Fong didn't care at all. With the blazing wings, these guys couldn't threaten him at all. Carefully running his spiritual energy above his eyes, everything in front of him suddenly became much clearer. Only a short distance away, a small gray mist was straining to escape. Surrounding them were flames that were numerous and glowed with an ethereal blue color. Corpse flame, ghost fire? Chu Fong recognized it. Corpse flame ghost fire is a special form of life in the abyss. A flame born from the bodies of dead creatures. At first it will only rely on instinct to devour and grow itself. As it got stronger, it slowly opened up its spirit. It also becomes corpse flame ghost fire. The average corpse flame ghost fire was B ranked in strength. There were surprisingly more than a dozen heads here. Originally, the Eclipse Nightmare Beast was afraid of fire. No wonder it's cleaned up like this. The fog around them had shrunk by countless times. When the last bit of this origin mist was swallowed by the corpse flame, ghost flame, and the Eclipse Nightmare Beast had no more to cling to, it would be dead. See? As if it had discovered that there seemed to be a living being in front of it, the Eclipse Nightmare Beast was overjoyed and let out a kind of cry that Chu Fong had never heard before. I can't believe this guy can even make a sound. Where are the vocal cords? What's the principle? Chu Fong still had the time to ruminate. The Eclipse Nightmare Beast used all its strength to get closer to the creature in front of it. In its perception, most of the creatures in the first level of the abyss are just plain stupid. With its intelligence, it is perfectly capable of wreaking havoc. Divert the attention of those stupid ghost fires behind them and make your own escape. Closer. The Eclipse Nightmare Beast's forward posture suddenly froze in midair. How is he? Is that the ape-type nemesis? Squeak. Although Chu Fong couldn't understand the meaning of what this guy was saying. But look at its fierce reaction. Should be scolding yourself again for not keeping your word, right? In response, Chu Fong only grinned. Take it easy. He had said he wouldn't kill it, but he hadn't said he wouldn't take it in. Had he? Yes. Chu Fong intended to take in this Eclipse Nightmare Beast first. Only then would the Eclipse Nightmare Beast be able to do their best for him to find the king of their pack. Squeak! The ebonized Nightmare Beast spun around anxiously. However, he no longer dared to approach Chu Fong. In comparison, it was more afraid of Chu Feng's bizarre devouring ability. Once you get it, the only way to survive is to break your arm. You can't just get swallowed up without a crumb. This is fucked. A wolf in front and a tiger behind. The Echidna Beast only felt unlucky. At that moment, Chu Fong suddenly opened his mouth with a smile. Want to live? I can save you. The price is to be my favored beast. What was left of the Eclipse Nightmare Beast's origin mist began to tremble. Apparently, no creature wants to die, especially since it is not less intelligent. In other words, more afraid of death. But it took a careful look at Chu Fong. In terms of energy intensity, it's no different than the last time we met. District C Energy Essence. Where did you get the confidence to save yourself? That weird devouring ability to restrain himself doesn't necessarily restrain corpse flame, ghost fire. What's more, there were more than a dozen of these corpse flame, ghost flames. A random cauterization could burn a C-rank ferocious beast to death. Think about it. The Eclipse Nightmare Beast was a bit disinterested. It was too lazy to bother with Chu Fong. Intend to find a chance to escape. It's not bad to let the nasty guy stall himself for a while. Chu Fong smiled as he looked at the Eclipse Nightmare Beast. Judging from this guy's unobtrusive and slight approach towards himself, he didn't know what kind of bad water he was holding in his heart. That's a lot of wisdom. However, to Chu Fong, it was like watching a joke. In the face of absolute strength, all calculations were useless. Like right now, a B-class beast? A punch. Chapter 35. Accepting B-class favored beasts. The Eclipse Nightmare Beast did not expect anything from Chu Fong. He was bent on thinking about how to count on Chu Fong for a bit. Create for yourself the opportunity to escape. It can't die here. In the second layer of the abyss, it seemed as if some extraordinary treasure had appeared. Getting it could be a step up, and the king was there, too, as if he was in some serious trouble. It had to get there as soon as possible. But the corpse flame, ghost fire behind him was getting tighter and tighter. It's almost exhausted. In comparison, its B-class energy essence was clearly more to the liking of the corpse flame, ghost flame. Suddenly, the Echidna Beast made up its mind. He fiercely accelerated towards Chu Fong. Because of the sudden acceleration, the few remaining gray mists all over his body began to fluctuate violently. Obviously desperate, Chu Fong just quietly watched. The face is expressionless. Even when he saw that the eclipsing nightmare beast was close to rushing in front of him, he still didn't do anything. Great! The eclipsing nightmare beast was secretly happy in its heart. It was most worried that Chu Fong would make a move to attack it. That way it has absolutely no chance of surviving. Behind him, the corpse flame, ghost flame, flashed a few times and also quickly chased after him. The ebon nightmare beast's heart was in the right place. The few remaining gray mists around his body enveloped Chu Fong with a brain. There was only a little bit of itself left, like a transparent mist. Break your arm to survive. What the corpse flame, ghost flame, wanted to devour the most was the origin mist it had condensed over the past 100 years. Then use this as bait. Throw it all at the ape-shaped creature. When the time comes, let these two parties fight it out. You can take the opportunity to escape yourself. The echidna beast, which dispersed its gray mist, was nearly transparent. Formless and colorless. It would have been difficult to spot. Taking advantage of the chaos to escape is not a problem. Everything was going as the eclipsed nightmare beast had envisioned. The corpse flame, ghost fire, was indeed diverted. A swarm of people surged towards Chu Fong, who seemed to be stunned and stood motionless. Unfortunately, this ape-type creature is out of luck. Such thoughts flashed through the echidna's mind. It was just an instant before I thought no more about it. Who made that guy not keep his word? Squeaked twice. It was as if it was reminding Chu Fong to run. The ebon nightmare beast felt like he had been kind. After the reminder, the echidna beast then intended to flee. But the next moment, it suddenly froze in place. The fog in the circumference depths all seemed to freeze. What's going on? Why can't I move? It was as if time had stopped, and its body was completely imprisoned. The eclipsing nightmare beast was in a million pieces of panic in its heart. The afterglow swept by. Surprisingly, even the 10 or so corpse flame, ghost flames didn't move at all. What happened? Before the eclipsed nightmare beast could think much. Next, however, it directly shattered the eclipsed nightmare beast life view, only to see the ape-type creature that seemed certain death to its suddenly move. Everything around them is forbidden. Yet he was the only one who moved. What surged around his body was still just that weak C-grade energy essence. But he just flicked his fist. A corpse flame, ghost fire in front of him was directly blasted through. Immediately afterward, the palm of his hand fiercely clenched. The corpse flame, ghost fire, let out a mournful scream. The ashes are extinguished. Dead. A corpse flame, ghost fire whose strength was comparable to it was instantly destroyed. ISNT, a C-class creature? How can he be so strong? I just utilized him. Finished dead. The eclipsed nightmare beast's mind was chaotic, all nonsense. Chu Fong naturally did not know that the eclipsed nightmare beast had so much drama. He hadn't cared about these corpse flame, ghost flames since the beginning. Every step falls. Chu Feng's figure would all accurately appear in front of a corpse flame, ghost fire. Blasted apart, exterminated, and moved crisply. Just 10 seconds or so. The surroundings had been empty, including several B-rank ferocious beasts that were attracted to the area. Without exception, all of them were cleaned up by Chu Fong in passing. The sound of a cross-country hit kept ringing in his head. TSK, I didn't realize that the quality of the ferocious beasts inside this falling demon cliff were all pretty good, giving quite a few points. Chu Fong did a rough calculation. Counting the transgression rewards, a corpse flame, ghost fire contributed 8,000 points. This wave just now earned nearly 100,000 more points. With the body of a C-ranked martial artist hunting B-ranked ferocious beasts over the level, the points came too easily. Chu Fong couldn't wait to keep killing here. Unfortunately, there was business to be done. The point swipe will have to wait. Glancing at the etched nightmare beast that was shivering, Chu Fong had long since dispersed the water-bound domain field. But this eclipsed nightmare beast was honest and didn't even dare to move. It was really frightened by Chu Fong. Last time we met, he wasn't this strong. C rank against B rank, and it was still so easy. This guy is absolutely sick. It's not just running up from the bottom of the abyss, is it? It knew it would die if it dared to flee. Chu Fong grinned. Holding a high-level favored beast ball in his hand, he came closer with a single step. Don't bother talking nonsense with you. I'll spare your life if you become my favored beast, or else you'll have to use your life to settle this matter of you just shading me. In fact, given the miserable state of the eclipsed nightmare beast right now, even if it was forced to use a high-level favored beast orb to take it in, it would still have a high success rate. But Chu Fong is based on the principle of saving. wherever he can, the principle of equality and voluntariness, and respecting the right of the beast. Still decided to give the Eclipse Nightmare Beast a chance. He believed that the Eclipse Nightmare Beast would know how to choose, given its intelligence. Fruity. The Eclipse Nightmare Beast softly squeaked, and unexpectedly took the initiative to rush towards the favored beast orb in Chu Feng's hand. Ahem, this guy is not only a wimp, but also afraid of death. What a disgrace to the Nightmare Beast clan. Chu Fong shook his head, watching the favored orb wobble slightly, then fall silent, knowing that it has been taken in successfully. Surprisingly, there was a little leap of faith in my heart. If put into the human world at this time, it's also boss level. A little nurturing. It will be a big help when it advances to the A grade. With this thought, he released the Eclipse Nightmare Beast again. As soon as he appeared, Chu Fong felt a kind of master-servant connection between him and the Eclipse Nightmare Beast. With a single movement of his mind, he was able to completely control the Eclipsing Nightmare Beast. This is the effect of the favored beast orb, unique to the human community. Legend has it that it was invented by an ancient human powerhouse. It was a lot simpler than controlling the favored beasts of other clans. There was no need to practice the method of the imperial beasts, and there was no limit to the number of them. In his previous life, he didn't know how many communities were envious. Master, Master. At that moment, a timid voice sounded in Chu Feng's mind. The voice was crisp, as if it were a human child. Chu Feng looked towards the miserable Eclipse Nightmare Beast. That's what it sounded like just now. I didn't realize it was quite tender. It also looked like it was still a minor in the Echidna Beast pack. After thinking about it, he took out a large pile of fruits obtained from opening the treasure chest earlier from his personal storage space. All of it was thrown to the Echidna Beast. Eat it all, and recover a little if you can. These fruits are basically used on C and D-ranked creatures. It works on the Eclipse Nightmare Beast, but not much. But it's good to get some of it back. It emptied most of the personal storage space in one go. If you come across any treasures in the future, you won't be unable to take them with you. This person's storage space is also bestowed by the ranking gold list. Every human being has one. The starting sizes are all the same, 100 cells. The only way to increase capacity is to upgrade with points. Wait for the Eclipse Nightmare Beast to finish absorbing the energy from the fruit. The fog around his body had returned to a half-meter square. It was at that moment that Chu Fong suspiciously looked at the Eclipse Nightmare Beast. Ask you a few questions. First, has your Echidna Beast clan ever given birth to a king? That is, a Black Mist level Echidna Beast, what strength? Secondly, why did you try so desperately to head to the second level just now? What attracts you there? Chapter 36, 9 Spiritual Exfoliates. Listening to Chu Feng's question, the Eclipse Nightmare Beast immediately chirped. Master, our Eclipse Nightmare Beast clan has given birth to a king in the last 100 years. I am what the king has birthed yet. Chu Fong raised his eyebrows when he heard that. He really wasn't sure about the way the Eclipse Nightmare Beast community reproduced. Thought it was a natural birth of heaven and earth. These guys have no form either. Chu Fong really couldn't imagine how to reproduce offspring. No words were spoken, and he continued to listen to the Eclipse Nightmare Beast. The king is very powerful. I don't know the exact strength of the king, but I have seen it once. The king has taken out an A-rank creature that tried to devour us in one go. Hearing that, Chu Feng's brows furrowed as he solemnly said, Your king, is it hard to believe that he's a Super A class? If it was a Super A grade, Chu Fong would absolutely turn his head and walk as far away as he could. Super A class, he couldn't afford to mess with it now. The Echidna Beast shook its head hastily. No, our king is still far from molting into a spirit. Chu Fong was slightly relieved. And how many times has it morphed? This king of the Eclipse Nightmare Beast was able to take out A-ranked creatures in one go, since he was able to do so. Naturally, it couldn't be the most ordinary A-ranked creature, like the devil-swallowing Bloodcrown Harvest King. Maybe it's evolved a few times already. The gap between Class A and Super Class A creatures. It's like the difference between clouds and mud, so it's impossible to get there in one step. Hence, there are the 9 metamorphoses of the spirit of transformation. Each metamorphosis is a sublimation of the essence of life. One step closer to Super A. Strength will also increase dramatically as a result, until eventually the mortal body is shed and the level of life is leapfrogged. It was as if the Eclipse Nightmare Beast was understanding the meaning of Chu Feng's words. Ryoga said uncertainly, I know, The king's eclipsing nightmare soul alone has evolved 6 times, and they've all begun to condense soul crystals. Hiss! Chu Fong could not help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. In that case, that eclipse nightmare beast king was at the very least an A-class creature of the 6th stage of spirit transformation. Chu Fong was tempted to turn around and leave. Although they weren't super A grade, they were all existences that could slap Chu Fong to death. There's no difference. With Chu Feng's current strength, that was barely comparable to the 1st stage of spirit transformation. It was a bit of a stretch against even the 2nd stage of spirit transformation. To provoke such a fellow, one would have to avoid it from afar unless one kept moving at high speeds using the blazing sky wings. Once it stopped, the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King seized the opportunity. A single hallucinogenic could cause Chu Fong to fall into an illusion. Then it's just a matter of waiting to die. It was important to know that the Eclipse Nightmare Beast was not a stupid creature like the demon-swallowing Bloodcrown Harvest King. They're smart, and it's quite flyable, just not very fast. All in all, odds are cool. The risks are extremely high. Chu Fong had already developed the intention to retreat. Although the Echidna Beast King was extremely precious, it was no more precious than a small life. There were many more cherished pet beasts that Chu Fong knew of, and there was no need to hang on to a tree. Although if he could successfully take in the Eclipsing Nightmare Beast King, it would be equivalent to having a Spirit Transformation 6th-stage A-rank ferocious beast by his side. Then the world is still at your mercy. Unfortunately, Chu Fong could only think about it. Just when Chu Fong was planning to give up, the Echidna Beast said with some urgency, "Master, can we rush to the 2nd level of the abyss as soon as possible?" The king sent word earlier that it found an extraordinary treasure in a dangerous place, but it seems to have been discovered by the Earth Demon race and was seriously injured and is now trying to find a way to escape. I desperately wanted to travel to the 2nd level of the abyss before, just to go to the king and see if there's any way to help him. Chu Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. The Nightmare Beast King is injured? And the treasure? Heartwarming. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if they can't be subdued, it's good to go and cause havoc for the Earth Demon clan. The hatred towards the Abyssal Demon race had long been engraved in Chu Feng's bones. Earth Demon race, one of the many groups of the Abyssal Demon race. Bloodthirsty and brutal. The clan is quite strong. It was also one of the mainstays of the attack on Earth in a previous life. Master, the Echidna Beast's voice grew more and more anxious. The favored beasts that are taken in can still maintain their self-awareness, only that their life and death are controlled in the hands of the Imperial Beastman. That was why the Eclipse Nightmare Beast still retained its feelings for the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King in its heart. After all, it's the equivalent of its parents. Chu Fong could also understand. It was just that he couldn't just hastily head to the 2nd level. He knew all too well the various crises of the 2nd level. If the dangers of the 1st level mainly came from the various natural environments and ferocious beasts, then from the 2nd level down, crisis often comes from intelligent life. It was a chaotic, bloody world. The devil race dominates, and all races are servants. But the only thing that's missing is the human race. Because the Ancient Ones held the earth during the last cataclysm, it was extremely costly, but at least the humans were not slaves. Once he rashly went to the 2nd layer, Chu Fong would face the pursuit of the entire abyss. There was still a lot of preparation he needed to do in order to travel to the 2nd level. Looking at the anxious Echidna Beast in front of him, Chu Fong suddenly had a definite plan in his heart. Little Eclipse, would it help if you went and found the Echidna Beast King? You're only B-ranked. The Echidna Beast hurriedly said, "Master, it helps. All of us Eclipsing Nightmare Beasts possess a characteristic that our Eclipsing Nightmare souls can fuse with each other to produce a catalytic effect. If we fuse with the king's strength can skyrocket a lot in an instant, and we might be able to kill that Earth Demon race back. So this time we all receive the king's call." As Chu Fong listened, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. If this Eclipse Nightmare Beast of his own that had made a soul contract fused with its king, would the power of that contract be equally effective with the Echidna Beast King as well? If you can, wouldn't that make it possible to subdue the Echidna Beast King without much effort? Thinking of this, Chu Fong had already made up his mind. Little Eclipse, I can't just rush off to the 2nd level. It's too dangerous for me there. Hearing those words, Chu Fong could feel that this fellow's mood was instantly incomparably low. Couldn't help but skim. This Eclipse Nightmare Beast group was quite united. Just hear me out first. I have to make some preparations first. You go ahead and search for the eclipsing nightmare beast king, and when I'm ready, I'll come to you right away. Really? The mist all over the eclipse nightmare beast body fluctuated with excitement. Joy and anger are in the form of colors. No different than a human child. Chu Fong nodded his head. I'll send you to the bottom of the fallen demon cliff, so be careful yourself and attach yourself to me first. The eclipse nightmare beast body was formless and colorless. Chu Fong couldn't catch it either. Had to let the little guy attach himself. Then the blazing heavenly wings appeared behind him, and between the floating feathers, he hurriedly headed towards the bottom of the fallen demon cliff. Master, the speed is so fast. Much faster than the king's speed. Obviously, Master is only a C-class creature, not bothering to explain to the echidna beast. Watching the little guy fight his way through the huge seal at the bottom of the cliff, Chu Fong rose sharply again. If one wanted to enter the second level of the abyss, there was quite a bit of preparation to do. First of all, it seems that one has to make a trip back to Earth, purchase some treasures, glanced at the points balance. A full 587,000 points. That's a lot of points. Now you can pick and choose what you need. There's also that avatar gold list and artifact gold list. Those points should be able to be exchanged for a decent avatar and weapon. Always using his fists, Chu Fong really felt a bit uncomfortable. Chapter 37. Super Purchase. Chu Fong sped high in the air on the first level of the abyss. Somewhat dimly under the clouds, Chu Fong had unexpectedly discovered quite a few human traces. They explore either in groups or alone. It looks like humans have begun to massively influx into the abyss, and I believe that more and more people will begin to advance to the D rank. Chu Fong muttered. The figure was a moment. It soon disappeared into the sky. The road ran into an abyssal passage. Chu Fong directly rushed in. This time, it's mostly a temporary return to Earth. It doesn't matter where you go, as long as it communicates to the ranking gold list. A teleportation vertigo. Chu Fong leaped out of the abyssal passageway. The figure flickered. With his strength, no one on Earth could find out. A general look around. Chu Fong felt that he might have arrived in Great Africa. Landed in a random forest. Straight to the point. Communicate grocery gold list and flip directly to the A-rank item column. There are all kinds of amazing things that come into view. The effects of each are counterintuitive. Looking at it, Chu Fong drooled. Which I want. Devil's Tooth Venom. Gathered from the super A-class creature, the color scale Devil's Tooth Python. It is extremely poisonous. Instantly strikes. 0.1 grams can cause A-class creatures to go into shock. 0.5 grams can be fatal. Disadvantage. Must be in contact with blood to be effective. Selling price. 100,000/G. Demon Tooth Dagger. Made of super A-grade colorful scaled demon tooth python bone teeth. Extremely strong piercing. Will die if touched under super A-grade. Price. $5 million. Inflammatory Dragon Storm. A one-time fire scroll with great power. Price. 10,000 per scroll. Absolute Guardian. A disposable earth-based scroll that can withstand the full force of most A-rank creatures. Price. 100,000 per scroll. Water of Life. Rich in life energy. Can revitalize severed limbs. Price. 100,000 per copy. Disguise Mask. Changes the body form. Has an extremely strong disguise effect, and is normally not visible to Super A and below. Permanently effective. Price. $2 million. Transfiguration Potion. Changes physical appearance with a camouflage effect that cannot be seen through by A-class creatures for 6 hours. Price. 10,000/bottle. Chu Fong flipped through the pages for quite a while, and still felt that he couldn't get enough. There's so much to drool over too. Unfortunately, the more anticlimactic the effect, the more expensive the contraption is. Like the disguise mask and the magic tooth dagger, the prices are all in the millions. But the effect is also really awesome. Devil's Tooth Dagger. Must kill A-rank creatures, which would include creatures of the 9th stage of the transformation spirit. As long as the other party doesn't have special life-preserving treasures, skills, or anything like that. To graze is to die. But the price is also prohibitive. That's all it takes to hire a Super A to go to bat for you. The camouflage mask is also very counterintuitive, but sadly also unaffordable. Chu Feng's goal was also only the Transfiguration Potion. In the second layer of the abyss, if one appeared as a human, it wouldn't take more than half a day to cause the entire abyss to hunt them down. No way. There are no humans in the abyss at all. That's why the Transfiguration Potion is a must-have. Estimated the time. Chu Fong felt that this trip should be back in 3 days at most. That means you have to need 12 disguise potions. Just in case, Chu Fong directly purchased 16 bottles. Original price, $160,000. Half price, $80,000. It's enough to make one's flesh hurt too. But there's no way around it. It's a necessity for going down into the abyss. Compared to ordinary humans, Chu Fong had already saved too much. Except for these. Chu Fong also purchased a full 10 sheets of Yin Longstorm. This thing had been used by Chu Fong in his previous life. The effect is quite anticlimactic. It is very good for both killing the enemy and blocking them from pursuing you. It was comparable to the full power strike of a normal spirit transformation, 1 or 2 stage A-class creature. Most of all, it is range damage. That's why most of this stuff is used to brush up on monsters. Chu Fong knew of several large groups of B-class creatures gathering on the second level. When the time comes, a few are thrown down. There's a transcendence bonus in place that points. Chu Fong was happy just thinking about it. Another ruthless purchase of a Absolute Guardian Scroll. This thing costs 100,000 apiece, which is way better than the defense of the Guardian Goldstone. Chu Fong estimated that even if that Eclipse Nightmare Beast King went all out to attack, he was afraid that he would not be able to break through within an hour. Chu Fong hadn't used it in his previous life either. Never had such a luxury after all. But you can't save money to save your life. Who knows what perils you'll encounter on the second level. Can't be too careful. It's only been a little while, and it's cost $180,000. Chu Fong vaguely felt some meat pain. Sure enough, no matter how many points are not enough. But what you should buy must continue to be bought. With another bite, I bought 2 grams of magic tooth venom. Half price also consumed $100,000. Originally, Chu Fong was not interested in this thing. This venom must see blood to work. That means the enemy's defenses have been broken. Wouldn't it be simpler and more effective to just follow the trend and pour in spiritual energy, destroying everything within the opponent's body? 4 high-segment A-class creatures. Without a weapon that was handy, Chu Fong could not break through people's defenses. So, this thing is a bit of a cockamamie. In a previous life, not many people would have bought it, except for a few everyone who used poison. However, just now, Chu Fong was struck by an idea, and the appearance of a sword appeared in his mind. A knife that was quite famous in its previous life. Name of the sword, Broken Blade. There are no other effects characterized by one thing, unparalleled sharpness. Because it comes with an attack technique, sharp, greatly enhanced sharpness. It tends to work wonders against opponents with armor and such. To Chu Fong, this knife and the Demon Fong venom were simply a perfect match. Apply the venom to the top of the blade. As long as Chu Fong was allowed to seize the opportunity, it was possible for an A-class creature at the high stage of spirit transformation to be cut to death. With the Devil's Fong venom in place, even mortal iron could be turned into a life-threatening killing weapon. Not to mention the fact that the Broken Blade was already not bad. There were quite a few martial artists who used this blade in their previous lives. Sort of one of the most cost-effective weapons for martial artists before Super A rank. The bottom line is that there is a way to get this knife for free. In his previous life, a martial artist discovered this secret by mistake. Then the word spread. Those martial artists who had spent a large amount of points to buy knives had cried their eyes out. Knowing the hidden raiders, Chu Fong naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to use points to buy them. Think about it. Directly closing the grocery gold list, and instead opening the avatar gold list, which he had never paid attention to before. Like the golden list of groceries, the golden list of avatars also shone with golden light all over. The pressure was in no way inferior to any of the other golden lists. That gesture was as if it was a record of all the powerful divine abilities in the world. Looking carefully, a line of small words appeared in front of Chu Feng's eyes. At the top was the name of a mind-blowing avatar. Just staring at it made my eyes feel prickly. It was as if even a mere name possessed great power. Reincarnation Floating Palm, grade, divine grade price, not reached to view qualifications. Immortal Body, grade, divine price, not up to view qualifications. 9 Knives, grade, divine price, not yet qualified for viewing. In their previous lives, all humans invariably looked forward to possessing a god-level divine ability. This was because the prerequisite for the Avatar Golden ranking, its only god-level reward, was to initiate a god-level avatar into the world. Unfortunately, no one even knew how to obtain a god-level divine ability in previous generations, and no matter if you reach Super A rank or a higher S rank, the suffix of these god-level divine abilities remained unable to view. It's baffling, let alone practiced. There are quite a few rumors going around, or guessing. Each of these god-level divine abilities had a corresponding basic divine ability. Practicing the corresponding basic divine ability to perfection would open the qualification for the redemption of divine-level divine abilities. Of course, it's only possible. Chapter 38, Sublegendary Avatar. There's no way to know for sure, though. However, based on the clues, Chu Fong believed that the truth might not be too far from the truth. As in the case of the divine grade divine power, 9 daggers, it had actually given a little hint. If you want to practice the 9 daggers, you must first practice the wave blade. Based on this hint, one found a very fitting divine ability in the golden list of divine avatars. Sublegendary grade divine power, 9 waves blade technique. It was said to be a sword technique, but in fact it also contained a matching body technique and a unique power guiding technique. A knife and a stack of overlapping waves. A sword came out like a raging and heaving wave. One cut is heavier than the other. The more layers that were stacked, the more powerful the final outburst would be. When practiced to a high depth, it could completely explode with tens of times its own power. It's a divine skill. There are many people who practiced it in their previous lives. Not to mention the fact that the purchase qualifications of a god-level divine ability might also be at stake. However, it was a sub-legendary level divine ability in itself, and the price was frighteningly high. The full price is $10 million. It was reasonable to say that basically only those few S-class powerhouses could afford it. The ranking gold list may have taken this situation into account as well. This extremely expensive avatar can usually be purchased in separate volumes. 9 Waves Blade Technique, Book 1 price, 50,000 points. The first 2 volumes cost 100,000. The first 3 volumes cost 200,000. All the way to the final full 9 volumes of 10 million. This also encouraged martial artists to start practicing these types of powerful divine abilities when they were weak. This also, for one thing, would also allow for the fastest increase in strength and a better chance of staying alive. The arrangements for the ranking of the gold list are also very painstaking. Of course, if one chose this type of divine ability, it was also equivalent to choosing a gold-swallowing cave. You'll have to run for points in the future. And to Chu Fong, points were not a problem at all. That's a small price to pay if it makes you stronger. What's more, the knife that was given for nothing was also related to this divine ability. Yes, this thing looks like a promotion put out by Ranking Gold. Buy the avatar and get a free knife. More like a dollar-for-dollar swap. To be exact, as soon as you purchase 9 Waves Blade Technique, no matter how many weights are bought, when you open the artifact gold list, again, and buy the broken blade directly, you will find that the price has changed to 1 point of credit. It's no different than giving it away for nothing. Of course, this opportunity comes only once for each person. There's no way you're going to be allowed to buy and sell backwards to exploit the loopholes. It just so happened that Chu Fong lacked weapons as well as divine abilities. This one came together. Maximize benefits. With this kind of benefit, Chu Fong naturally placed his order immediately. Directly purchased the first 3 volumes of the 9 Waves Blade Technique, spending 200,000 points. This was not the grocery gold list. Chu Feng's 50% discount could not be used in the Avatar gold list. It can only be purchased at the original price. Then I opened the Artifacts gold list without stopping. Searched directly to Broken Blade. As expected, the price had changed to 1 point of credit. Don't even think about it, just buy it. It's a taste that's quite painful. At this point, Chu Fong had wildly spent 480,000 points in just half an hour. Glanced at the personal panel. Once again, points are really not enough. Just a couple of favorite treasures, and I'm down to 107k. After thinking about it, it's a good idea to keep those points. Might as well hurry up and convert it into strength. Chu Fong opened in the grocery gold list, again, and bought 2 copies of Water of Life with a bite. Total price is $200,000. Half price is $100,000. This stuff is a life-saving gem when it counts. Very rich in life energy. That's why Chu Fong didn't spare any blood money. Close all golden lists collectively. Looking at the balance of only 4 digits left, Chu Fong sighed. It's time to be a sub-slave again. Go down to the abyss and earn points. At this moment, armed to the teeth, Chu Fong was spirited and confident. There wasn't much hesitation. Leave Earth, cross the abyssal passage, and head straight for the cliffs of the fallen devil. This time, he was going to be the first human to go deeper into the second layer again, under the rapid flight of the blazing wings of heaven. Soon, Chu Fong stood at the edge of the fallen demon cliff again. Leap, not bothering with the many ferocious beasts at the bottom of the cliff. This time, Chu Fong was going to go to the second level to make a lot of money. Looking at the ceiling formation that was close at hand, Chu Fong took out a bottle of disguise potion from his personal storage space. One gulp. The mind kept thinking of what a race would look like. In the next moment, only Chu Feng's appearance and form gradually changed. The ears become long and pointed and stand up high. Hair, skin color, and eyes all turned azure. A long, slender blue tail sprouted from the end as well. The height hasn't changed much, just a little more slimmed down. One of the branch races of the elves, the Smurfs. Elves are considered to be a group not too dissimilar in appearance to the human race. In the abyss, the elves were quite numerous. After checking and feeling that nothing was missing, in the next moment, Chu Feng's figure surged into the ceiling formation like a swimming fish. At the bottom of the Devil's Fall cliff, calm was once again restored. Inside the ceiling formation, there was a whirlwind of heaven and earth. Chu Fong also vaguely felt a looming pressure. It seemed to sweep over him in a flash, like it's detecting something. Chu Fong knew that this was the ceiling formation detecting the strength of the energy essence. At this stage of the forbidden grand formation, the Super A grade could not pass through it yet. If you force your way through, you might be directly shocked to death. Of course, this had little to do with Chu Fong. He was nothing but a small C-class martial artist. Even the Eclipse Nightmare Beast was a level above him. I don't know how long it's been. It was as if time had stood still here. In the next moment, Chu Fong only felt a bright light before his eyes. Out! Feet on the ground. A gust of wind met his face, laced with the smell of rotting, dead wood. The second level of the abyss, here it is. The concentration of energy here far exceeded that of the first layer. No wonder so few abyssal creatures went to the first level. Chu Fong glanced at his feet. It was a huge patch of grain that seemed to be engraved inside the earth. It stretches for hundreds of miles around. The lines in it were densely packed and extremely complex, and there was a vague and unattainable pressure coming out from underneath his feet. This was what the ceiling formation looked like in the second layer. Finding a random dirt slope to stand on, look around. The sky remained overcast. The air mixed with the smell of sulfur made it a little hard to breathe. A few white-furred vultures flew through the air in the distance from time to time. It hovered as if it was treating Chu Fong as prey. Chu Fong didn't bother with these ferocious beasts. The first step is to first locate the eclipsing nightmare beast. Because he had already concluded a soul contract through the favored beast orb, his senses were now much clearer than before. With Chu Feng's soul strength, he was able to communicate directly within 1,000 meters, but further away, he could only roughly sense the location. Silently sensed it. Very vague. The two should be pretty far apart. Only the approximate location can be determined to be more than 1,000 miles to the south. Chu Fong reminisced. If one remembers correctly, more than 1,000 miles to the south of this ceiling formation, there was a large city. Magic Van City. A large city controlled by the Earth Demons. The city has a large number of ethnic groups. The Earth Demon race is the main one, and all the races are servants. The city lord, Devil Qianfan, was a great general of the Earth Demon clan, and his strength had reached Super A rank. He is in charge of a bunch of strong Earth Demon clan members. In his previous life, he didn't know how much human blood was on his hands. That little one said that the danger their king encountered was related to the Earth Demon race, so that should be correct. Chu Fong secretly said. As he thought, the blazing sky wings slowly emerged behind him. With a flash of feathers, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. On this trip, it was necessary to make Magic Van City a mess. Chapter 39. The City of Devil's Mane. Carrying a long, sharp blade on his back, Chu Fong sped along. With the speed of the blazing heavenly wings, Chu Fong quickly arrived outside of Devil Fan City. From a distance, Devil's brave city spanned hundreds of miles and was considered one of the few large cities in the second layer of the abyss. Internally, it is subdivided into the inner city and the outer city. The two were separated by a tall wall. A large number of communities thrive here. Aside from the demon race, every other race had to live in the outer city. Most ordinary people are just handed a life, living a precarious life as a slave, doing hard labor. except for some powerful races that could barely keep from being bullied. The vast majority of communities are very miserable. The city is highly hierarchical. The earth demons are the sky. The clansmen can be executed at will. The other clans that dare to violate their superiors are usually subject to a system of guilt by association and are all killed cleanly. Just a moment ago, Chu Fong stood at the entrance of Devil Fan City, witnessed several centaurs pulling a mine cart being killed alive by an overseer because they were too overwhelmed to walk. That overseer was not a demon, but surprisingly, he was also a centaur-like person. But there is no mercy in brutalizing your own kind. In every community, there are lapdogs who willingly give their lives to the demon race, to flaunt their power over their people and grovel to their masters. The people around them just looked at it indifferently and didn't care. Apparently, this kind of thing was commonplace in Magic Van City. People here are numb. No hope for the future. This is the world under the rule of the demons. Bloody, brutal, genocidal. Chu Fong couldn't help but be thinking. If the human race had lost during the last abyssal cataclysm, the people who are here today as cattle and horses may include human beings. It must not be allowed. If the demon race dares to set foot in the human world, kill as many as come. Kill them until they are chilled. Kill them until they are afraid. Kill them until they are afraid at the mention of the name human. To that end, Chu Fong knew deep down that he needed to grab every opportunity to fight. S-class martial artists are not enough. Not even a great power that had reached the level of Yuna. He has to be stronger. There is no room for relaxation. Taking a deep breath, he took a big step into the Magic Van City. The first order of business is to get into town and get some intel first. There were many strong people in Devil Van City, and there were quite a few A-class beings, not to mention the super A-class Devil Qian Van. Chu Fong had to be careful. Just stepped into the outer city. Just see a simple shed set up on the left-hand side. A large group of beings from various races gathered around, like listening to a book. There were constant cheers coming out. Chu Fong also paced up and walked forward, barely squeezing into the crowd. A horizontal table was seen under the raggedest shed, and on the table was standing a short gnome, sputtering and ranting about something. You guys don't know, just 2 hours ago, the third demon son led an army to surround that eclipse Nightmare Beast King in Corpse Soul Ridge. Both sides fought fiercely. The fight was heavenly. A 1,000-meter mountain in Corpse Soul Ridge was moved flat. The powerhouses of the spirit transformation stage are all too terrifying. Hearing that, Chu Fong raised his eyebrows and came to be interested. The gnome continued to yell with his hands in the air, afraid that no one else would hear him. That said, this Eclipse Nightmare Beast King is really strong. It's already at the 6th stage of spirit transformation. Even the demonic guards beside the third demon son died 2 times. And those demonic guard lords are all spirit transformation powerhouses as well. When will I become that strong, alas? Hey, Brooke, why are you doing this old thing again? Stop inking and tell us how it turned out. Someone off stage hyped the uproar. At the table, the gnome known as Brooke glanced at the crowd. What's the rush? Wasn't I about to say? One of my brothers participated in the siege mission and saw it with his own eyes. That Eclipse Nightmare Beast King killed 2 major demonic guards in a row. Lord Carl struck. Lord Carl is one of the elite of the Earth Demon race, the strength of the 7th stage of the transformation spirit. Once he struck the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King, could not hold back. The third demonic son of the Lord was ready to cast a slavery pact, but just at this time, an unbelievable thing happened. At this point, Brooke stopped abruptly. Picking up a nearby glass of an unknown liquid, he sipped it, slow and in no hurry. What is it? Tell me instead. Hurry up. This is asking for magic stones. What treachery? Just then, a tall, lion-headed orc coldly threw out a crystal-clear stone. Come on. Brooke the gnome caught it hastily and was all smiles. This lord should also be here for that Nightmare Beast King and the 1,000 Soul Spirit Flower. Don't worry, the Nightmare Beast King escaped in the end. It is said that, at that critical moment, several more eroded Nightmare Beasts unexpectedly emerged, and they were strangely integrated into the eroded Nightmare Beast King. At that moment, the eclipsing Nightmare Beast King erupted directly as if he was on drugs, forcing Lord Carl back and taking the opportunity to escape. Of course, that eclipsed Nightmare Beast King is also definitely seriously injured and is at its weakest. If you, this lord, are interested in that erosive Nightmare Beast King and that 1,000 Soul Spirit Flower, Now is definitely the best opportunity, but of course, you have to be prepared for the consequences of being hunted down by the Lord of the Earth Demon race. I'm not interested in the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King or that treasure, so don't talk nonsense. I wouldn't dare to compete with Lord Third Demon's son. The lion-headed martial artist hurriedly denied it, but dark waves flowed in his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Chu Fong also glanced at this orc. This guy is definitely not weak. At the very least, it was an A-ranked powerhouse, and as for whether or not it had transformed into a spirit, this was really hard to tell. Brook the gnome hemmed and hawed and didn't poke at it. Well, that's all for the latest news. If there's any more, Brook, will be sure to let you all know first, for a small fee. With that said, Brook jumped off the table, planning to pack up and leave. Just then, suddenly, from the inner part of the city, there was a sound of iron hooves with a howl of wolves. Brook, who was about to leave, suddenly blushed bitterly. It's over. It's the city guard. The lion-headed powerhouse also turned to look. Chu Fong looked in the direction the voice came from. A dozen or so Earth Demon clansmen, each riding a three-eyed demon wolf, strutted about, sprinted all the way here. All of the civilians of all races on the road all hastened to kneel down. Even around Chu Fong, the group all hurriedly fell to their knees as well, hands on their heads. Brook reluctantly knelt as well. The only ones left standing in the entire field were Chu Fong and the half-beast lion man. Brook saw this and hastened to warn. Quickly kneel down. This is the rule of Demon Van City. When encountering an Earth Demon clan, Lord 1 must kneel to show respect. Before Brook could finish, a dozen or so three-eyed demonic wolves had already arrived in front of him. The leading Earth Demon clan chief, Kibochi, coldly swept the entire field. The eyes instantly noticed Chu Fong and the half-beast lion man. There's no way around it. They're the only ones still standing. How dare you not kneel when you see my clan men kill? Kibochi said indifferently. It didn't even bother to talk nonsense with the two Chu Fongs. The arrogance is evident. Chapter 40. One Sword Chop. With a command from Kibochi, the rest of the Earth Demons directly surrounded the crowd. They didn't care what strength their opponents were. In this Devil Van City, no matter what your strength is, you must stay honestly. Slow down. The one who spoke was a half-orc lion man. He was seen pulling out a token from his pocket. There are two words written on it, Devil's Advent. I'm Demon Lin City, the captain of the close guards under Lord Mordo's command, Wild Lion. Who dares to touch me? As he spoke, the orc berserker lion's aura steeply erupted. The surging energy fluctuations caused Kibochi's eyes to glaze over. Both of them were A-rank powerhouses. It only looked like the lion had already stepped into the spirit transformation stage. It was just unclear whether it was the spirit transformation first or second stage. It's a little stronger than him. Of course, in Magic Van City, as long as he wasn't super A-ranked, Kibochi wasn't afraid. What's the point of running to my Devil Fan City if you don't bring it with you in your Devil's Prosperity City? Kibochi's tone softened a bit as well. He knew that this guy was unkillable. After all, they're Lord Mordor's men. That one, their city lord couldn't even afford to mess with. On a mission, naturally. Berserker obviously didn't bother to say much. As for whether it was really a mission, or whether he was eyeing this Nightmare Beast King to run away privately, Kibochi couldn't tell. Anyway, he was a person from Devil's Adventure City, so I thought that this Kibochi wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Kibochi had a belly full of anger at the moment, but couldn't let it out. Glancing at Chu Fong. And you? Where are you from again? Kibochi stared at Chu Fong and suddenly snorted out a laugh. A little C-rank elf. Don't tell me you're under the command of some big shot too. No. Chu Fong shook his head honestly. Then how dare you not kneel? Kibochi burst into a rage. This was provoking the majesty of their Magic Van City. Chu Fong didn't say anything. He didn't want to draw attention to himself right now either. But kneeling demons? How is that possible? Eating meat and drinking blood is fine. After all, there's a blood feud. It was better to die than to give in to the demon race. This was a belief that countless human races had defended with their lives in previous generations. Arrest them and lynch them at the city gates tomorrow. It seems that my Earth Demon race has been too lenient to this group of pariahs during this period of time. Don't forget that in this Demon Van City, my Earth Demon race is the sky. Kibochi's voice carried far away. Everyone was prostrate on the ground in fear. Don't even dare to raise your head. Chu Fong only felt sadness in his heart. There were even quite a few beings from various races kneeling on the ground who were B-class martial artists. But both chose to give in. Alas, the Smurf clan, but quite a backbone, looks like it also has a deep grudge against the demon race. There was hope that it would be absorbed into the organization, but it's a pity that this guy is dead. A sigh escaped the kneeling Brook's mind. Around Chu Fong, a dozen hungry wolves stared at him with menacing eyes. A few Earth Demon clansmen were about to tackle Chu Fong with their chains. Seeing this, Chu Fong muttered in a faintly unnoticeable manner. It's not good to be out of the city. You just got into town, and you have to reveal your identity. Those words were only audible to Chu Fong himself. The others looked at Chu Feng's appearance, thought he was scared. Kid, don't resist. Obediently go with your grandpas, and you'll still suffer less physical pain. An Earth Demon clan member smiled sorrowfully. However, Chu Feng's attention was not on these B-class Earth Demon race at all. Chu Fong was weighing it. At this distance, is it possible to take out the lead Kibochi with a single blow? Oh, try it. Unfortunately, the magic Fong venom hasn't had a chance to be applied to the broken blade yet, or else it would have been easier. Chu Fong suddenly raised his head. The corners of his mouth lifted into a wide smile. Eyes on Kibochi. Asshole, you seek death. Kibochi was annoyed that Chu Fong had the audacity to laugh at the end of his life. You're the one looking for death. Chu Fong suddenly let out an explosive cry. A layer of lines as pale as water waves surrounded out with Chu Fong as the center of the circle. Flick through all of them. It's as gentle and harmless as the breeze. But in the next second, this water wave was like a 10,000-foot boulder crashing down, pressing and confining. The waterbound field erupts. Inside his body, the two great god-level blood veins rushed at the same time. Bloodline enhancement nirvana. Double the strength. In the meantime, Chu Fong drew his sword backhandedly. In the next moment, Chu Fong had an ordinary long knife in his hand. The blade is pretty featureless. It's one of those things that no one would bother to pick up if you threw it on the road. But just such a knife. Yet it was as if one could hear the sound of a tsunami roaring through it. Just when everyone hadn't reacted, only a flash of brilliant blade light was seen cutting through the sky. It's like a shooting star. Slash at the leader of the Earth Demons, Kibochi. A powerful momentum enveloped everyone, as if drowning, making it difficult to catch one's breath. 9 waves blade technique. First wave, even though Kibochi was an A-class powerhouse. However, under the dual suppression of the water-walking domain field and the 9 waves blade technique, it became incredibly difficult to move even half a step. Chu Feng's eyes were bright. He realized that it appeared that the water-walking domain field and the 9 heavy waves blade technique, when both were executed at the same time, actually had a feeling of overlaying and fusion. The power had unexpectedly increased steeply. This is an area worth exploring. A slash. Surprisingly, Kibochi didn't even put up much effective resistance. As everyone watched dumbfounded, a huge head with hideous bone spikes fell to the ground. Kibochi is dead in the water. To his death, he couldn't figure it out. How could an ordinary C-ranked martial artist behead himself with a single slash? He's obviously only a C rank. Dead. Brooke stared dumbfounded at the scene before her. Chopped by this guy. With a knife? Hiss. Next to him, Mad Lion didn't hold back a breath of cold air. All the muscles in his body were trembling. Wang was vigilant as he stared at Chu Fong. A full defense stance was put in place. What the hell is this guy? That stunning slash. He felt that if he were to catch it, the odds were that he wouldn't be able to catch it either. It might last a few more cuts, but eventually it would surely die. His blade, too fast, too heavy. And that weirdly oppressive momentum. Can't even hide. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Chu Fong. This was a ruthless person who dared to kill the Earth Demon race in Devil Van City. Suddenly, Chu Fong spoke. Smashed his mouth. Some of them are not yet finished. The Earth Demon race, it doesn't look like much of a big deal. Cutting off their heads will kill them just the same. He said, picking up Kibochi's body on the ground with one foot. Destructive bloodline unleashed. It didn't take long to suck the bloodline in Kibochi's body clean. Casually, he took the bag of money out of the dryad, while the dryad threw it right down. Mumbles. The blood of the Earth Demon clan is a bit dirty, but at least it's usable and tastes good. Turn around and look around. The rest of the Earth Demon race were all stunned silly by Chu Feng's maneuver. Seeing Chu Feng's gaze, they were like birds of prey that had scattered and fled, fearing that he would be cut by Chu Fong if he escaped slowly. Being hacked to death isn't the end of it. This guy, he even sucks blood. It's atrocious. Compared to this guy, we Earth demons are almost like kittens. At least we don't suck blood. Oh, a bunch of losers. Chu Fong was also too lazy to go after them. It was just B rank, and it had long been out of his sight. At this point, the voice of the ranking gold list also rang out. Chapter 41, Co-Governance of the Insurgent Army. Ordinary killing of a Class A Earth Demon Race, 20,000 bonus points. Extra points for killing demons are added at 50%, totaling 10,000 points. Successful kills across 2 levels, additional points rewarded asterisk 1,000%. Total points rewarded this time is 330,000 points. Listen to the voice inside your head. Chu Fong first skimmed his lips. This guy was surprisingly not even as good as the King of Harvest, and was only given 20,000 points, indicating that Kabochi's strength should have only just entered the A rank not long ago. Thanks to the fact that he had taken it so seriously, all his power had exploded. However, there was an extra 50% bonus for killing demons, which was on par with the points given by the King of Harvest. This showed that the Golden List was hoping that human martial artists would go hunting more demons. After all, the greatest enemy was always the abyssal demon race. Finally, the tenfold bonus for crossing 2 levels is the most powerful. Another 330,000 points scored, while Chu Fong was listening to the beeps. In the distance, the inner city of Magic Van. There was an extremely strong energy fluctuation coming from the steep, and it's coming this way fast. It should be the strongest of the Earth Demon race who knew the news from this side and killed over. There's no way out. Let's run away first. Chu Fong shrugged helplessly. It only killed the most common A rank. It didn't mean that he was now able to confront the strongest of the Earth Demon race head-on. Glancing at Goblin Brook and Orc Berserker, the two are A, B, and an A. But at the same time, they were startled. This lord. Brooke stood up and looked like she wanted to say something. But Chu Fong didn't have time to listen. Think about it. Forcing his voice into a line, the sound traveled directly to Brooke's ears. I'll come to you when I can. Having said that, Chu Fong directly turned around and left. Out of town. Well, it hasn't even been half an hour since we entered the city, and then we're forced to leave it again. Chu Fong was also quite helpless about it. On the way out, that Brooke stood up for a moment. Chu Fong suddenly felt a familiar aura in his body. That's why the message to Brooke was left at the end. Chu Fong recalled his previous life while escaping. If one remembers correctly, that scent, it seems to be the symbol of the Commonwealth Rebellion, doesn't it? The Commonwealth Insurrection, a large resistance organization with roots in the abyss. During the Age of Communion, the 10,000 races, led by the angelic race, were crushed by the abyssal demons. From there it fell into the abyss. Become a slave to the demons for generations. There are some communities among them, some people, not willing to live in fear of the demons forever. They want to restore the glory of their ancestors. They're united. Constant revolt in all parts of the abyss. Create chaos for the demons. Because the insurgents got a marvelous treasure, the Temple of Miracles. They came and went without a trace, so even the demon clan couldn't really eradicate them completely. In a previous life, after humans knew about this organization, there was even a degree of alliance with them, because the common goal is the same. Within the insurgent army, there were many strong people, even more powerful than mankind at its peak moment. After all, the power of the 10,000 races was united. Of course, there is plenty of competition between the humans and the co-ruling insurgents. For resources for all sorts of benefits. They eyed the humans' desolate god ancient realm. Humans, on the other hand, envied their pantheon of miracles. The internal forces of the insurgent army were also very complex, divided into several large factions, which Chu Fong did not know much about in his previous life. I didn't realize that the money-minded goblin was part of the uprising. It's really the gnomes that can't be seen. After getting out of the city, I made sure there was nothing around. Chu Fong directly utilized the speed of his blazing heavenly wings. Move away quickly. This was his life-preserving means in the bottom of his suitcase, and he could not use it easily. It flew out for a distance of more than 1,000 miles. After making sure that the earth demons couldn't come after them, just found a cave. From his personal storage space, he took out another bottle of disguise potion. Had to waste a bottle. The time for the disguise hadn't even arrived yet, but Chu Fong had already been exposed. This image is clearly not working now. Had to get a new vest. A little waste is a little waste. After drinking the disguise potion, the process of pinching faces began again. This time, Chu Fong disguised himself as a fiery elf to look fierce and perhaps reduce some trouble. After confirming that there are no errors, Chu Fong once again flew back to the Demon Van City. There was no sign of Brooke when she entered the city this time, and I don't know where it's gone. Didn't dare linger much. After finding an inn and handing over an inferior magic stone scavenged from Kabochi, he stayed there, planning to move again in the middle of the night. Magic stones are the common currency within the abyss. It is actually a stone that contains the power of heaven and earth within it. It can also be called a spirit stone. It can be used directly to absorb and cultivate. It can increase the speed of cultivation. Of course, this luxury is rarely done. Chu Fong had only gotten a total of a few dozen magic stones from that Kabochi. Couldn't help but feel a little bit of emotion that a guy at the level of a chief was so poor. Actually, that was Chu Fong who had misjudged Kabochi. With his status, he was walking across the city. What do you need to spend money on? Such magic stones were kept at his home, who has nothing to do with kicking so many rocks. It's not like he has a space ring. That stuff is so precious that it's usually only super A rank to have it. The little bit that comes with it is also used for practicing. Chu Fong entered the house, closed the doors and windows tightly. Intend to study the 9 waves blade technique for a while longer. Although I practiced it in my previous life, I didn't go too deep, especially this time when it was used in conjunction with the waterbound domain field. Chu Fong was surprised. The waterbound domain field surprisingly had a considerable increase effect on the 9 waves blade technique. Perhaps they complement each other because they both belong to the power of water. Chu Fong could only guess so. It's just that Chu Fong realized the power was dispersed because the waterbound domain field was too large a cage, so it didn't fully increase the 9 waves blade technique. At that moment, Chu Fong had an idea in his heart. At that time, a knife out. It also contained the oppressive force of the waterbound domain field and the momentum of the 9 waves blade technique. The two catalyze each other. The power is bound to increase greatly. And because of the compression, the power of the waterbound domain field might be enhanced as well. There are so many benefits. That's why Chu Fong moved his heart, constantly researching how to improve. Water, formless and shapeless, gathering and dispersing freely. It's kind of hard to try to constrain on a knife. But after all, the vision and experience of his previous life's super A rank was still there. So Chu Fong felt that it was still possible for him to succeed. Start trying over and over again, just as Chu Fong was forgetting his attempts. At nightfall, another group of people came to the inn. If Chu Fong saw it, definitely recognizable. Wasn't the guy leading the way the gnome Brooke that we just saw today? Only at the moment Brooke's face was devoid of the duplicity it had shown during the day. It looks a lot more stable. Behind them followed 3 elvish people, a man and 2 women. The energy fluctuations in his body were not weak. The men in particular were vaguely oppressive. Up front, Brooke, who had checked in, turned back and whispered beside the man. Lord Ranger, it has been arranged, and everything is going according to plan. Chapter 42, Expropriation, Cannon Fodder. Behind Brooke and the middle-aged male elf. A female elf, who didn't look too old, complained suddenly. Brooke, we're out on a mission. It's tough. Can you find a better place to stay next time? Brooke frowned slightly without a trace. This Missy, she still thinks she's in the miracle shrine at headquarters. It's the abyss. The world of the devils. You don't know how to die if you're not careful. How can one be so unlucky to have such a guy in the reception? Well, another slightly older female elf whispered her advice. Yeah, the danger of our mission this time is not low. I heard that the organization has sent out several teams of patrollers, and we are just one of them. For the sake of insurance, all of our actions must be as low profile as possible to prevent being detected by the Earth Demon race, so you'll just have to commit for now. At that moment, the middle-aged male in the lead also spoke. The tone had some seriousness and command to it. Apparently, he was the leader in this squad, the true patroller. Xiaoya, your father asked you to come out with me for training, not for a vacation. Every time there is a conflict with the demon race, people will die. If you continue to face the next mission with this mentality, it might get you killed. Being said so by the middle-aged man. Mavia bristled. Apparently there was some non-committal, but the middle-aged man's majesty was too deep for her to retort. The middle-aged man was also somewhat helpless. This little princess is the youngest daughter of a big shot in the organization. Grew up too well protected, pampered, and spoiled. Who knows the brutality of a real battle? This time it was she herself who had to clamor to come out and see it. The big man couldn't argue with her. Had to agree. And because his strength was considered the strongest among the several teams, this task of making an effort fell on his head. Anderson was also very helpless. One can only do what one can to protect her. In the end, Mavia had to reluctantly take up residence in what seemed to her to be a dilapidated room. As it happened, it was next to Chu Feng's room. The remaining three also live all around the neighborhood. Unfortunately, Chu Fong was currently immersed in the vast project of improving the water movement domain field. There was just a vague sense of more air in a couple of the rooms next to it. But it's an inn. It's not unusual to have a few more people. According to Chu Feng's intentions, when it's midnight, you go to Corpse Ridge to look for the nightmare beast of erosion. It was not easy to attract the attention of that so-called third demon son, as the hour drew a little closer to midnight. Suddenly, a burst of noisy footsteps came from outside the inn. Immediately afterward, it looked like someone had broken into the inn. Chu Fong was also awakened by the commotion. From the window, he saw a line of Groundhog City guards. Door-to-door searches. Whenever you see a martial artist, take them all away. Chu Fong frowned slightly. What's that supposed to mean? Is it hard to search your own? To avenge the leader of the city guards you killed during the day? But he had already left Devil's Van City in full view of everyone. It also came back with a new disguise. And pretty low-key. Not for yourself? While Chu Fong was speculating, the people in the next few rooms were also on high alert. Patrolman Anderson hastily gathered several members of the squad together. It was also suspected that these city guards were searching for them. Could it be that the rest of the squad was exposed? This time, the organization had sent a total of 3 squads. Each squad was led by an A-rank powerhouse. The first goal was to stop the third demon son from taking in the eclipsing Nightmare Beast King as much as possible. The second and most important goal was to do his best to capture that 1,000-soul spirit flower. He must not be allowed to fall into the hands of the third demon. Otherwise, it might cause the Earth Demon clan to once again have a Super A rank. This is something the organization does not want to see. But if the organization gets it, it might be able to produce another Super A-class powerhouse. 1,000-soul spirit flower, a soul-type, supreme treasure. Absorbing the souls of the 1,000 clans, 333 years to bear fruit, 333 years to blossom, and another 333 years to experience full maturity. Close to 1,000 years can only give birth to such a flower. It is of great benefit to the soul. In particular, the key step in advancing from the 9th stage of spirit transformation to Super A rank was precisely the sublimation of the soul aspect. It can dramatically increase the success rate of a martial artist advancement to Super A rank. Its preciousness can be imagined. Compared to that, conquering the eclipsing Nightmare Beast King was somewhat less urgent. What the third demon son valued most was actually this flower. Subduing the eclipsing Nightmare Beast King was incidental. It was just that Chu Fong was unclear. What is the purpose of such loud behavior tonight? Right at the same time that Chu Fong was pondering, the people from the city guards also came to the second floor of the inn. The city guards are conducting a temporary search. Everyone come out of the guest rooms for me. Those who disobey the order will be killed without pardon. The Earth Demon race was acting as arrogantly as ever. Soon, people were coming out of the various rooms. Who dares to disobey the words of the Earth Demon clan? Chu Fong didn't want to cause trouble right now and followed the crowd out as well. In front of him, Chu Fong suddenly discovered Brooke's figure. Is he? The insurrectionist. By Brooke's side, there are 3 others, 1 A rank, 2 B rank, and that middle-aged elf has energy within him that looks strong. Chu Fong was, after all, a former Super A rank, and his eyesight was still there. That middle-aged elf might be able to conceal himself from the other A-class powerhouses, but he could not conceal himself from Chu Fong. Together with Brooke, what is the purpose of this squad of the uprising, which is not weak? Chu Fong began to think darkly. At this time, all the occupants of the second floor were herded into the hall on the first floor. The innkeeper inquired about the rush. Also an Earth Demon. It also looked like he knew the leader of the leading city guards. Hey, old Merc, what's going on here that's making such a big deal out of it, huh? Is it to track down the rebels? The leader of the city guards also revealed a rare smile when he saw an old acquaintance. Harm! This is not the order of the third demon son lord. Lordy is rounding up the eroded Nightmare Beast King at the Corpse Soul Ridge, and a big battle just broke out, but that beast is too difficult to deal with. A sneak attack killed 2 Demon Guard lords, but then gave it the chance to escape, and we don't have enough manpower, so we can't force the eroded Nightmare Beast King to show up at all. Lord Demon Sun is furious, which doesn't allow us to grab some cannon fodder and go over there. Everyone has a locator device planted on them. As long as someone dies, it means that the eclipsing nightmare beast king is in that location. Laying a dragnet for that beast. Let's see where he can escape now. As long as it is found, Lord Karl alone will be able to capture that beast. So it is. The innkeeper came to a realization. Then feel free to commandeer these bitches. You've already paid for the room anyway. Haha. Both men laughed. In their eyes, other than the demon race, all other groups were pariahs. It doesn't matter if more people die. The two men's voices were not at all evasive. It also reached the ears of Chu Fong and the others. Except for a few. The vast majority of people's faces were suddenly unsightly. It's definitely considered a death deal. But you can't resist. Commandeered to round up the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King, Chu Fong muttered. That's good for him. I was just worried about how to get into Corpse Ridge without drawing attention to myself. This is just right. On the other hand, after hearing the words of the leader of the Earth Demon race, Anderson and Brooke looked at each other. That's fine, it's just that the plan needs to change. Chapter 43. C-Class Martial Artist Eats Your Family's Rice. Wait for everyone to arrive. The leading Earth Demon clan also stopped catching up with the innkeeper. Turning around, his face resumed its coldness. By the order of Lord Third Demon Sun, it is your honor to enlist all of you to go to Corpse Soul Ridge to besiege the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King. Moreover, those who have made outstanding contributions during the siege will be rewarded by the Third Demon Prince. When he finished, he began to count the people. And it doesn't matter if the other person is happy about it or not. Compulsory conscription. Chu Fong observed that all martial artists above B rank had been ordered. But there was not a single C-class martial artist. Apparently, the Earth Demons didn't think some C-rank weaklings would be of much use against an Eclipse Nightmare Beast King of the 6th stage of Spirit Transformation. Not even qualified to be cannon fodder. The C-class martial artist let out a long breath. I'm glad I escaped. But Chu Fong was dumbfounded. What about me? He's a C-class martial artist too. I didn't realize that people didn't take him at all. If you don't take me, I'll have to rack my own brains to blend in and possibly get caught. I can't. You have to take me with you. Why are you looking down on the C-class? We ate your family's rice. Therefore, Chu Fong spoke out. Kinda in a hurry. This lord would like to participate in the siege. Chu Feng's voice was not loud. But all at once, everyone froze. Even the leader of the Earth Demon race was stunned. For a moment, there was a suspicion that he had heard wrong. Did you just say you're going too? Being watched by everyone's gazes, Chu Fong was also a bit embarrassed and coughed lightly. Cough, cough, didn't this lord say that if he gets credit, Lord Third Demon Sun will have a heavy reward, in case he rewards me with a few hundred magic stones, or... Chu Fong completely thought of himself as a rash person who wanted money, but not life. These words made the leader of the Earth Demon race not know what to say. Holy shit, there are still people rushing to their deaths these days? Look at those chosen martial artists, which one doesn't look like a dead ancestor? How can anyone volunteer for this? A heavy reward? Did Lord Third Demon say that? No. A bunch of pariahs. If you do well, you deserve it. If you don't, you die. What's the prize? That's just purely self-added spectacle. The fool actually believed it. Speechless. Okay, just add you. The leader of the Earth Demon race directly agreed, while adding, you fellows should also learn from this elfin clansman. Working for the Third Demon Sun Lord is a blessing you've earned in several lifetimes. In his heart, he was silently cursing the breaks. Chu Fong, however, had a smile on his face, giving the impression that he genuinely felt that it was a blessing to be chosen. Next to them, Brooke and the others looked on in awe. None of them were weak, so naturally they were all chosen. An idiot, what a disgrace to the elves. Behind Brooke, Mavia didn't hold back and grunted, but was hastily held back by Anderson, who was next to him. Speaking up at this time of the day, you're afraid you won't be noticed, aren't you? If they are recognized as rebels, they will not be able to escape. Chu Fong slowly paced to the side of the chosen martial artist. As if by accident, he stood right next to Brooke and the others. It made Anderson frown for a moment. That's going to get a lot of attention over here. Luckily, the leader of the Earth Demon clan didn't delay and directly had the city guards drive the people into the street. Hundreds of people have also gathered over here. A group of people swarmed towards the Corpse Soul Ridge in great numbers. Someone halfway tried to escape. Going there would be 9 deaths anyway. Escaping might have a chance of survival. Instead, they were disemboweled straight away, and their bodies were left on the side of the road. Brutal beyond belief. Now no one dares to run away. Half an hour later, a rolling mountain range appeared in front of the crowd, covering an area of more than 1,000 miles. The mountains were all filled with tall, ancient trees that were intertwined with their roots. A ghostly wind blew, bringing up an eerie rustling sound. Corpse Soul Ridge, a famously dangerous place near Devil Van City. Rumor has it that many years ago, a great war between the demons and various races took place here. Countless living beings died in it. That was why such a strange thing as the 1,000-soul spirit flower was born. And it's said that there are really corpses that have become spirit and souls that have become spirit in there. Lacking spiritual intelligence, cruel, and murderous. Even a high-stage spirit transformation martial artist could die here. Generally speaking, few people have nothing better to do than come here. But because of the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King, a large number of martial artists had gathered here now. There were even quite a few other martial artists who had arrived from other major demon cities who wanted to get a piece of the pie. It's a tough mess. The third demon's son was also a decisive man. Since the situation was already in disarray, it would be better to just let the place get a little more chaotic. Straight away, hundreds of people went in and searched for him. His power is the strongest, and the winner in the end will definitely be him. Another quarter of an hour passed. Chu Fong and the others had already entered the Corpse Soul Ridge. Gather in a cleared, open space. The Earth Demon Clan commander warned the crowd. The third Lord Demon's son will arrive in person later. All of you give me some spirit. If you upset the Lord Demon's son, no one can save you. As he was talking, a mighty wolf howl came from not far away. Immediately after that, a whole squad of Earth Demon Clan guards split into two groups. A tall Earth Demon race, youth clad in black robes, slowly walked from the center of the road. Next to it was a giant wolf more than 10 meters tall, but rather more than 30 meters long, with a three-eyed head that opened and closed, rather ominous. At this moment, the three-eyed demon wolf king bared his teeth and had blood in his mouth, not knowing what he had just swallowed. This demonic wolf is at least at the third stage of spirit transformation. Chu Fong gazed slightly. As for that youth of the Earth Demon race, or the third demon's son, he's even stronger. While Chu Fong was estimating the strength of the demon race's side, several people from the uprising army were also in awe. Anderson's brow furrowed. So strong. That demonic wolf is no weaker than me, and that third demonic son, he looks even stronger. This mission, it's dangerous. The third demon's son's speed was fast, and the next moment he stood silently in front of the crowd. A pair of cold, unfeeling eyes swept over the crowd. Opening his mouth, his voice was a little hoarse. Later on, you will be divided into 20 groups. I will give each of you a positioning device. When you encounter the Echidna Beast King, destroy it immediately so that I will know your location. Remember, once you encounter the Echidna Beast King, fight to the death to hold him back from me, or else you will know the consequences. After saying that, the third demon's son directly turned around and left. Don't bother talking to this bunch of cannon fodder. Immediately afterward, a ground demon clan member distributed a small orb to each person, which was the so-called positioning device. Then all were divided into 20 groups. Each group has at least 24 people. It was led by an individual Earth Demon Clan's A-rank commander to ensure that in case they encountered the Echidna Beast King, they wouldn't be instantly annihilated as a group. Even the groups with the largest number of people were led by none other than the third demon's son's demonic guards. As it happened, Chu Fong was in a large group, with Brooke and others on a team. The leader was sufficiently 2 demon guards at the spirit transformation stage. According to Chu Feng's estimation, these 2 demonic guards, a spirit transformation first stage and a second stage, were not weak. Even if they encountered the eclipsing Nightmare Beast King, they would be able to resist for a while. Hold on until the third demon's son brings strong men to arrive. Chu Fong smashed his mouth, yet he felt pity for the 2 demon guards. Not to mention himself, there were strong people like the middle-aged elf in this group, with the usual operations of the insurgents. To make a move, it must be these 2 demonic guards who suffer first. So, I'm afraid the third demon's son's demonic guards will be reduced in number again. Chapter 44. My big knife is hungry for more. The squad that Chu Fong was in set off. Under the leadership of the 2 demonic guards, more than a dozen B-class Earth demons and more than 30 conscripted martial artists of various races walked towards the interior of the Corpse Soul Ridge in great numbers. Chu Fong observed. This time, the martial artists from the various clans that were conscripted, on the bright side, actually didn't have a single A-class martial artist. Like the middle-aged male Elf Anderson, he also disguised himself as a B-class martial artist. In the Abyss, A-class martial artists weren't cabbages either, sort of the backbone of each force. Anyone who stepped into the 9th stage of spirit transformation could be considered an elite. It's a Super A reserve. They're also heartbroken with every death. During this time, there were also Earth demons who came over to lecture. Chu Fong also knew that the leading demon guards were Demon 6 and Demon 9 respectively. The strength was at the 2nd stage of spirit transformation and the 1st stage of spirit transformation respectively. There were a total of 9 demonic guards around the 3rd demon sun, for had been lost in quick succession before. But they were all the weakest segment of spirit transformation. Devil's 9 was already the last spirit transformation paragraph. So this has been a time of trepidation. There wasn't even much of a mood to give Chu Fong and the others a lecture, and they just rushed along sullenly. Instead, it was Demon 6 who had a cold face and gave a warning. Later on, if we run into the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King, everyone immediately crush the positioning device, then surround the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King for me, and hold on until Lord Demon Sun arrives, and whoever escapes from the battlefield, I'll tear him apart with my own hands. The crowd was silent. Anyone who is forced to do such a 9-death thing won't be hurting anymore. Just can't fight it. Magic 6 was going to say something else. The Devil's 9 by his side, however, suddenly stopped, his face very ugly. 6 brother, do you feel it like something is approaching us? Devil 6 immediately changed his face. It's the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King? No. I'm afraid we've run into the dangers of the Corpse Ridge itself. Devil's 9 intoned. It's corpse souls, and there seems to be quite a few of them. Bad luck. The Devil's 9's words just fell. The air around them was suddenly chilly. Gust of wind. The torches in the line were blown right out. A pair of eyes, hollow and glowing with a ghostly red light, slowly approached from the darkness. Devil 6 also noticed it at this moment, and his face twisted. Mud! That's too backward. Just set out and ran into a tough one. Hooray, 4 A-class corpse souls. No corpse soul king of that level. Devil's 9 probed and let out a long breath. Just now, he had planned to let Chu Fong and the others take the top and the 2 of them escape. Although he might be punished by the Demon Sun, but at least he won't get killed, no. He was already afraid of death. And on this trip to Corpse Soul Ridge, he had watched several stronger than him die at the hands of the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King. He's genuinely scared, terrified. You guys go on. Hold these corpse souls back while 6 and I kill them as quickly as possible. Devil's 9 directly put cannon fodder on top. It's easier for his brother and his sister. The crowd, despite their reluctance, gathered around. Chu Fong also played along with the crowd. He was only a C-rank martial artist in the first place, and no one takes him seriously. Cocked his head and looked away. Those insurrectionists are also on the sauce. The performance was moderate. For a moment, there was a roar. The fighting was still pretty intense. So many B-ranked martial artists surrounded together. Even the 4 ordinary A-rank corpse souls could not stand it. They had no spirit and were just dumbly bombarded, seeing that the corpse soul was pretty much consumed. Devil 6 and Devil 9 looked at each other. Bulldozing and pressing, 1 man and 1 punch took care of the monsters. Looking at Chu Fong, he could not help but skim his lips. These earth demons, they're also too afraid of death. This fight was over quickly. No one died, just a few unlucky ones who got hurt a bit. Before the group could catch their breath, a flare suddenly came from the sky not far away. Devil 6 hurriedly called out, "Quick! A team has encountered the eclipsing Nightmare Beast King. Let's quickly go over to support them. Lord 3rd Demon Sun will also arrive soon, for insurance purposes." In addition to the locator devices, each squad-leading geomancer was equipped with flares. The whole group immediately began to fly. Chu Fong crashed at the very back of the group, looking at the flare not far away mind. Previously, he had been unable to communicate with the little Eclipse Nightmare Beast because the distance was too great. Now it looked like it wasn't far away. I wonder if it's possible to have direct psychic communication? There are some plans that could begin to be implemented if they do communicate. Without delay, Chu Fong immediately began calling the little Eclipse Nightmare Beast in his mind. At first there wasn't much of a response, but as they drew closer, suddenly, a childish voice resounded in Chu Feng's heart. "Master, you're here?" Hearing the voice, Chu Feng's face was delighted. "What is it now, little one?" Upon hearing Chu Feng's inquiry, the little eclipse nightmare beast's mood instantly lowered. The king is very badly injured. We few nightmare beasts of erosion and the king have temporarily fused together. This will allow the king to hold out for a while longer. But that earth demon race is constantly tracking us. We've been discovered again. Chu Fong pondered for a moment. How much strength does your king probably have left now? Around the 4th or 5th stage of spirit transformation, the king was injured too much and his strength has slipped severely. What is the strength of your opponents? A transformation spirit's 2nd stage, and dozens of B-ranked martial artists. But before long, the reinforcements from the earth demon race will come over, and the king is already planning to escape. The little nightmare eclipsing beast told what it knew one by one. Hearing that, Chu Fong suddenly brightened up. Don't be in a hurry. It's not a solution to keep running away. Sooner or later you'll be exhausted. I'm mixing in with their reinforcements right now, and it should be one of the first to arrive. Talk to your king, and we'll work together inside and outside. Find a chance to shade those few demonic guards and eliminate the pursuer's living forces. Master, are you okay? The little eclipse nightmare beast had some trouble believing it. His master seemed to be only a C-ranked martial artist, right? Although he could easily exterminate B-ranked ferocious beasts. But now he was arrogant enough to want to get a spirit transformation powerhouse killed? That's totally unrealistic, right? Little brat, you don't even trust your master anymore? Do as I say. Okay, I'll pass it on. A moment of silence ensued. The voice of the little eclipse nightmare beast sounded again. Master, the king promised, and the king is tired of being chased. He said that you, master, only need to provide your location, and he will do the killing. It was just that it was too contemptuous of its master, so the little nightmare eclipsing beast had to say it in a different way. Although Chu Fong did not hear the eclipsed nightmare beast king's voice, but it was also heard in the tone of the little eclipsed nightmare beast. People don't believe him at all. It was also true that if a C-ranked martial artist came to Chu Fong and said that he could behead a spirit transformation powerhouse, Chu Fong would also think that the other party was a fool. However, after buying so many good things from the grocery gold list, Chu Fong really wanted to take a few spirit transformation powerhouses and sacrifice them. Well, we'll see about that. The corner of Chu Feng's mouth lifted into a smile. Looks like I'm getting a little hungry for my knife. Chapter 45. A single blade of spectral light holds heaven and earth. The group that Chu Fong was in was led by Devil 6 and Devil 9. Approaching at speed. In the group, Chu Fong glanced at a few of the insurgents, his eyes resting on Anderson's back. These guys don't know what to think either. Don't let them badger you. It would be best to expose them first later. It would also share the firepower of the earth demons. Up ahead, Anderson felt only a chill down the back of his spine. An inexplicable uneasiness suddenly welled up in his heart. This is the intuition of a strong man. Is it hard to believe that there will be some kind of change when we encounter the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King later? With this thought, Anderson's eyes alerted his companion. Tell your companions to be careful later, don't rush ahead, and see what happens. Their goal was to seize the 1,000-soul spirit flower. So let the Eclipsing Nightmare Beast King and the Earth Demon race fight for their lives. It's best to lose both. That would be more conducive to their plan. When Chu Fong and the others passed through a bush, a violent aftermath of the battle came violently from the front. It should be that the Eclipsing Nightmare Beast King has already crossed paths with the Earth Demon race. Devil 6 immediately turned around and let out a low growl. Spread out and surround them. The Eclipse Nightmare Beast King specializes in group soul attacks. Hold them at a distance. After saying that, the two of them, he and Devil's 9, took the lead. Instantly rushed up. The rest of the crowd didn't dare to run away, so they followed orders and gathered around. Chu Fong was inconspicuous even as he mixed in the crowd. The next moment, Chu Fong saw the battle scene. It was a terrifying black mist that covered a radius of more than 1,000 meters. It was dark as ink. In the black mist, a demonic guard shrouded in black robes was barely resisting the erosion of the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King. This black mist seemed to have a terrifying corrosive ability, forcing the black-robed demonic guards to hold up a protective shield. A large amount of magic power was consumed. Around them, there were more than 20 B-ranked martial artists constantly executing some long-range attack moves to hold back the Echidna Beast King. It was only because this spirit transformation second stage demon guard wasn't immediately killed. Even after being injured, the Eclipsing Nightmare Beast King was far from being comparable to this kind of demon race at the second stage of spirit transformation. Third brother, hold on a little longer. Lao Jiao and I are coming. Devil 6 shouted. The two surged headlong into the black mist. The three of them combined their efforts and only barely managed to fend it off. Hold on for a while. Lord Demon Sun will be here soon with his men, and Lord Carl is on his way. Chu Fong and the others stood outside the range of the black mist. Aside from those B-class martial artists who were themselves of the Earth Demon race, most of the other martial artists of the various races were just playing around and making a show of themselves. Chu Fong sensed the three people in the black mist. A secret estimate was made. If the broken blade knife coated with Devil's Fong venom was utilized, which one to kill would be most assuredly killed in a single slash. But at this moment, the three are gathered together. There's still a distance to go before you get to yourself. It's not easy to do. With a thought, he sent a message to the little eclipse nightmare beast. Little one, tell your king to expand the field of black mist to encompass us all. The little eclipsing nightmare beast immediately answered back. Master, the king said that would be too much for him to consume, and there are still 3 spirit transformation demons on the opposite side, so it would be easy to reveal a crack. Tell your king to listen to me. I have my own plans. Also, have him focus on attacking that middle-aged elf to my left when he envelopes us all in. At that time, those 3 demonic guards will surely separate. The little eclipsing nightmare beast didn't understand, though, but it was told as it was. The Echidna Beast King suddenly fell silent. Where does he get the confidence? How could a group of weak B-ranks, or outsiders that they regarded as pariahs, possibly sway those 3 demon clans? Should one trust an alien race? And an alien race that has enslaved its own people. The Eclipsed Nightmare Beast was originally an expert in souls. At first glance, he could tell that the little guy had already signed a soul contract with someone. It would have been angry as hell, planning to go after the guy when he escapes. But the situation forced him to do so when the little one merged into his soul. Inexplicably, there was no more resentment toward the man. Instead, it was weirdly more intimate. It was unbelievable for him. Generally speaking, even if one's own people were enslaved, it wouldn't affect them after fusing with them. This is the characteristic of the Echidna Beast clan. But this one was different. This made the Eclipsed Nightmare Beast King, who possessed inherited memories, think of a race. The human race. Only the human-favored beast balls and super balls are so special. No other pact from the other clans could have been this powerful. The Echidna Beast King sighed. It's just a matter of trusting him for once. Humans are a race that is good at working miracles. Having the little eclipse nightmare beast relay a message to Chu Fong to get ready. In the next moment, the eclipsing nightmare beast king decisively burned a trace of origin soul crystal. At once, the surrounding black fog seemed to burn. At the moment, every wisp of mist seemed like a huge mountain, incredibly heavy. The pressure caused the 3 demons to fall back more than once. This guy is fighting for his life. Watch out. The Ebon Nightmare Beast King was too lazy to bother with the 3 demon races. It was just a way to prevent them from messing things up for themselves later. In the next moment, the black mist that had originally covered more than 1,000 meters violently expanded outwards. It steeply enveloped everyone. At the same time, the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King also obeyed Chu Feng's words. Mobilized a large amount of black mist surging towards Anderson. The maneuver stunned Anderson into green face. What the hell? Why are they all coming at me? It shouldn't be. But the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King didn't give Anderson much time to react. It was comparable to the full force strike of a 4 or 5 stage harmonized spirit powerhouse, and it had also burned a trace of origin soul crystal. How dare Anderson continue to hide his strength? Then how to die without knowing? Roar! A violent wave of air erupted from Anderson. Elf Guardian. Only Anderson exploded with a cry. A light shield coalesced out of thin air. The incoming black mist was barely kept in front of his body. He retreated more than 10 meters in a row before stopping. But then his strength was also completely exposed. The 3 stages of the spirit of transfiguration. It was quite a bit stronger than all 3 demon guards. It's overexposed. Anderson's attempt to sit back and take advantage of the situation shattered. This scene really frightened Devil 6 and Devil 9. Unbelievably, they had just hidden such a bomb in their ranks. If they were to be sneak attacked by this elf, the 2 of them would definitely die without a burial place. A moment of hindsight. The 3 men looked at each other. Such a strong person suddenly appeared, or the unique energy of the elves, it must be a foe and not a friend. Maybe it's still the rebels. Naturally, you can't just sit back and watch. There was no choice but to split one of the men to go ahead and cover him. Just carry it through a little longer. Once the Devil's Son arrives, all enemies must die. Devil's 9, you go. You're the best at speed. You'll be fine for a short period of time. Don't seek to kill the enemy. Stall him. Devil's 9 cried out, but knew that it would be best for him to go. Otherwise, the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King's side wouldn't be able to defend at all. One can only draw back in a hurry, sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from Anderson in the black mist. There was basically nothing to see in this black fog, and one could only rely on their sense of energy fluctuations to find their way. But what Devil's 9 didn't know was this. On the path he must take to advance. An ordinary-looking C-rank martial artist gently drew a knife from his back. Above the blade, a purple ebony light was faintly emanating. Perhaps Devil's 9 had already sensed Chu Feng's presence, but he didn't care. A tiny C-class martial artist. Maybe it's just a haphazard walk here. Even if there were thoughts, he didn't care. Class C, just the bottom of the abyss. He could blow a piece of it with one breath. Right in the middle of Devil's 9's inexplicable confidence. Chu Fong, out of the knife. A blade of ghostly light that chills heaven and earth. Chapter 46, Epiphany. The moment the knife is out. Chu Fong was at full battle strength. Waterbound field. Bloodline, enhancement nirvana. 9 waves blade technique. Chu Fong put his entire body and mind into this slash. Get rid of all distractions. There's only this obligatory cut. Subconsciously in his mind, he wanted to completely condense the waterbound domain field in the broken blade. The body reacted instinctively. In this instant, the incomparably obscure feeling at the time of the original test seemed to have disappeared. An unspeakable feeling flooded through his heart. Naturally, Chu Fong incorporated the water movement domain field into the broken blade. The range is drastically reduced, but brings a huge increase in suppression. And on top of this blade, there was the 9 waves blade technique of certain death. The two blend together perfectly. Front. The moment Chu Feng's blade came out, Devil's 9's eyes widened violently. He felt it, an unrivaled blade power. Stronger? There was an incredibly powerful enemy in the group, and they know nothing about it. A master with a knife. Looking at the blade that seemed to carry the might of the monstrous waves. Devil's 9's throat twitched slightly. Wanted to yell out to alert his companion. But to his horror, an extremely strong, oppressive force pressed down on him, and he couldn't shout at all, not to mention moving to avoid it. One could only watch as that radiant blade landed on top of his neck. In the meantime, closer. Devil's 9 suddenly got a good look at the person holding the knife. A huge wave rose in his heart. It was the C-ranked martial artist that he hadn't put in his eyes since the beginning. How could he be strong like that? A C-ranked body against a spiritualized powerhouse? Does this kind of demon really exist? Perhaps only in the deepest part of the abyss. It's only possible for the supreme royal family in the demon race to do it, right? Without noticing the shock of the Devil's 9. Even if he did, Chu Fong did not care. That's where it's at. Waiting for when to make the devil race tremble at the mere mention of the word Chu Fong. That's something to be happy about. Puffed. It was the sound of the broken blade cutting through the skin and bones of the Demon 9. Above the blade, the Devil's Tooth venom seeped into Devil's 9's body at the first opportunity. It works instantly. Ho ho ho. Devil's 9 reached out his hand feebly as he felt the life draining out of him. Immediately afterward, there was total unconsciousness. It turned into an ebony corpse. Ahead, Chu Fong gasped for air. There was also joy in his eyes as he listened to the beeps in his head. A C-rank slash kills a segment of the transformation spirit. That's the legend. And yet he did. Ordinary kills a grade, a spiritizing section of the Earth Demon Clan. 40,000 points rewarded. Extra points for killing demons added 50%, totaling 20,000 points. Successful kills across 2 levels. Additional points rewarded asterisk 1,000%. Total points rewarded this time is 600,000 points. Get rich. After crossing 2 levels of 10-fold amplitude, a full $600,000 was awarded. Chu Feng's point total was close to $1 million all of a sudden. Big money. Looking at the broken blade, the Devil's Tooth venom had probably consumed around 0.1 grams. Chu Fong was still satisfied. This stuff, it's expensive. Save what you can. 0.1 grams of Devil's Tooth venom was originally not enough to kill Devil's 9 with a single slash. However, When Chu Fong combined the water movement domain field and the 9 waves blade technique together, the power of this blade changed. One cut would be nothing. In the black mist, the first one to sense the fluctuations over here was naturally the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King. Where the black mist was, it was as if it were his eyes. He saw the scene just now clearly. The heart shook wildly. The human race? That strong? With that slash, even he felt a hint of palpitations. On the other side, Demon 3 and Demon 6 suddenly couldn't feel their companion's breath. Look at each other, full of horror. Devil 9 is dead? Devil 6 gasped cautiously. Demon 3 was silent, his chest rising and falling violently, and you could tell that there was no peace in his heart. To be able to take out Devil's 9 in such a short time, he shuddered to think how strong the enemy was, looking toward Devil 6 with a grave expression. But I just didn't sense a strong person's aura at all. But Devil's 9 is dead. This is the most terrifying. I can sense that the aura of that elf clan member just now didn't move. Third brother, do you mean? That there is another enemy in the shadows that far surpasses us? I'm afraid so. If Chu Fong heard the conversation between these two goods, definitely laugh out loud. Nonsense, surely you can't sense it. No matter how much a C-ranked martial artist exploded, the energy essence was still C-rank. Perhaps Devil Third had sensed Chu Feng's energy fluctuations, but it wasn't even connected to the death of the Devil's 9. Because it's impossible. Sango, what about us? Devil 6 had panicked. A single Eclipse Nightmare Beast King made the two of them unable to fight. There was also an Elven Spirit Transformation 3rd stage watching intently. It's amazing that there's a guy in the shadows now who might be even stronger. Can't beat it anyway. Taking a life to delay, Escape. Magic 3 replied briefly. Escape separately. Pick a direction to escape in yourself. I'll escape in the direction of that elf clan powerhouse, and I'll also be able to reduce a strong enemy for you. Sango, you. Devil 6 had a touched look on his face. It's true that only in times of trouble can you see true love. Unbeknownst to him, Devil 3 was secretly calculating in his mind. The only way to have a chance of survival now is to run away. If these 3 powerhouses are a group, the direction of the elf powerhouses is the weakest link. Fleeing in the other direction, there was a high probability that that shadowy powerhouse would block it, and that would be almost certain death. The only way to escape was to head towards the elf side, and the odds were that the strong man would not come back to kill himself when he realized that there was already someone to stop him. As for himself, he was also at the 2nd stage of the spirit transformation, and he still had a chance of escaping from the elven powerhouse if he burned his magic power. In his place, he would have gone after the enemy that no one was stopping. It's human nature. Poor Devil 6, sold out by himself, and still moving himself there. What a dumbass. But on the face, Devil 3 acted in a righteous manner. Don't delay, go. Good. Third brother, if I can get out alive this time, you'll be my big brother for life, he said, and fled. Devil's Third also hurriedly began to run for his life. This scene was all in the eyes of the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King. It's only funny. Kind of a good calculation indeed. Unfortunately miscalculated a few things. First, Chu Fong was not that strong. Perhaps he could battle the 2nd stage of the spirit transformation, but he could not do an instant kill. He was actually considered the weakest link. Secondly, the 3 of them weren't a team, and it was still a toss-up as to whether or not that elfin tribe would stand in the way. Thirdly, these guys don't take themselves too seriously. Spread out. Isn't that a target on its own? But the 2 demonic guards had long been scared out of their wits. Their minds were only left with the matter of fleeing for their lives. How could they think of anything else? At this time, a dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. It's all about who runs fast. However, it was unthinkable that it instantly caught the Echidna Beast King's fancy. He was no longer stingy with his soul power. One of the 3 major natural skills of the Echidna Beast, Spirit Illusion Piercing, single soul class talent technique, comes with fantasy space. A single strike can drag the enemy's soul into a fantasy space of his own creation, losing control of his body. At the same time, the piercing effect can drastically kill the enemy's soul, causing pain and eventual death. This was the Eclipse Nightmare Beast Clan's specialty. The next moment, only 2 screams could be heard. Then the room fell silent. At the edge of the black mist, however, Anderson suddenly froze. One feels suddenly as if one is left with only one transformation spirit martial artist. What happened? What's the big deal? Chapter 47, Water of Life. Anderson suddenly felt a chill down his back. It all came so suddenly. How did those 3 demonic guards just say no? Just now, he had sensed a demonic guard coming his way. Should have come over to hold himself back. But why was it gone halfway through? Is it possible to get lost? Not really. Then, it was sensed that the 2 remaining demonic guards suddenly parted. Anderson didn't even know what to say. Are these 2 idiots? The 2 of them joined forces and were barely able to fend off the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King. Once we separate, aren't we looking for death? As expected, the next moment, the breath of these 2 guys was gone as well. Now Anderson was suddenly a little flustered. The remaining spirit transformation powerhouse could be the only one left. Will he be the next unlucky one? Not to mention the rest. Once he was targeted by the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King, even if he was at the 3rd stage of spirit transformation, it would be difficult for him. It's a toss-up as to whether or not we'll get away. Not to mention the fact that the 3rd demon's son was surely close to arriving over here. It's definitely too dead to die by then. In the black mist, the Echidna Beast King had indeed intended to go after this elven race. Come to Corpse Ridge at this hour. The purpose was nothing more than him and 1,000 souls spirit flower. It's just as well to kill while you can. However, he was stopped by Chu Fong. At least it was a transformation spirit 3rd stage. It would still be useful to deal with the demon race afterward. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill it now? You have to die a worthy death. At the very least, pull a demon on your back, right? Looking at the dozens of B-class martial artists still remaining, Chu Fong was inspired. Speak directly to the black mist. He realized that in this black fog, as long as the eclipsing nightmare Beast King didn't want to, sound and sight couldn't penetrate at all. Now that he could see everyone, it was entirely a case of the Echidna Beast King allowing it. You'll kill the remaining dozen or so B-ranked Earth demons later, and don't move the other races. I still have a use for them. At those words, the black mist fluctuated. The Echidna Beast King was somewhat speechless. Who are you? So I'm on the schedule? I'm not your favorite animal. If I hadn't been influenced by the little one, I would have killed you by now. A mental sigh. Forget it, the human race is full of tricks, so listening to this guy might give us a better chance of escaping. Didn't you see the 3 major demonic guards die as soon as this guy arrived? The results of the battle were quite rich. Not long after, Chu Fong heard a burst of miserable cries coming from him. Apparently, the Echidna Beast King was quite obedient. Chu Fong was satisfied. Then he looked at his feet, the corpse of Devil's 9. And it doesn't matter what's dirty. The palm of his hand was pressed against Devil's 9's body. Destructive bloodline unleashed. Absorb the power of the bloodline and strengthen your body. Chu Fong didn't forget about that. A demon race that had stepped into spirit transformation had quite a powerful bloodline energy within their body. Soon, Devil's 9 became a Devil's Dryad. Chu Fong felt that his physique was getting stronger with the naked eye. It was just that the current physical strength wasn't enough to give himself an advantage in a fight in the middle of this level. So I'll have to keep building up to it. As for the Devil's Tooth venom within Devil's 9's body, it was directly ignored by Chu Fong. Just kidding. The Destruction Bloodline is afraid of poison? Not to mention it's only 0.1 grams, so it's straight up completely broken down for you, okay? After the waste, Chu Fong looked at the black mist again. Later on, you go first, but don't go too far away from me. It's easy to contact them, eat them a few more times, get more demonic guards killed, and we'll have a better chance of winning when we fuck the 3rd demon's son. The Eclipse Nightmare Beast King listened to Chu Feng's words. Suddenly, it felt as if I had underestimated this guy after all. It's amazing that what this guy wants is not to escape, but to kill back. Even tried to get the genius of the Earth Demon clan killed. What a demonic fellow. Unconsciously, the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King had already begun to follow Chu Feng's orders. By the way, you're hurt, right? Soul level or material level? Chu Fong suddenly asked. There was a moment of silence. A thick voice suddenly came from Chu Feng's mind. The vast majority of the injuries came from the material plane, and the soul aspect was caused by myself. Those guys were far inferior to me in terms of soul, so naturally they couldn't injure me. That's good. As Chu Fong said that, he directly took out a portion of the water of life from his personal storage space. It's called the water of life. It's rich in life energy. It can repair most injuries on the material plane, and it's useful for all creatures under the Super A level. You? Want to use it for me? The Ebon Nightmare Beast King was rarely a little hesitant. From Chu Feng's description, he knew how precious it was, but this human was going to give it away so easily. Nonsense. If not for you, who to give it to? Quickly take it. Only when your strength is restored will we have a chance of winning. Otherwise, relying on me alone, wanting to kill that what third devil's son, dream on. Chu Feng's tone was not polite at all. The Echidna Beast King, however, was not angry at all, and there was another silence. He felt like he was reacquainting himself with this human once again. When this kind of heavy treasure appeared in the world, which time was not a bloody storm. It was common for A-class martial artists to lose their lives until they did. With that alone, the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King's senses towards Chu Fong were suddenly much better. Good. Then I'll be polite, and if you want me to do anything later, just contact me through the little guy. Listening to the words of the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King, the corners of Chu Feng's mouth lifted slightly. Sometimes, taking in a favored beast doesn't always require violence. If it could make the favored beast return to its heart, wouldn't that be better than any favored beast ball? One life water for one tough hitter. Chu Fong felt it was worth it. Soon, the Echidna Beast King left with the water of life. With his departure, the black mist around them also dispersed. That was a pleasant surprise for Anderson. I don't know why the Echidna Beast King retreated, but it's always good. No need to die now. The surrounding group of B-class martial artists also let out a long breath as if they had been robbed of their lives. Taking another look, all of the surrounding earth demons were actually dead. It's like pie in the sky. They are low in strength. Had no idea what had just happened. Anderson also collected his energy. It looked like it had become an ordinary B-class martial artist again. Next to her, Mavia was rather bored. Just now she was enveloped in black mist. Also nothing. Seeing the corpses of the earth demon race on the ground, he skimmed his lips. It looks like the demon race isn't so good. Only a moment's work, and they're all dead, Anderson. Were you scaring this lady before? Brooke the gnome rolled her eyes. This Missy is at it again. Sooner or later, she's going to get her killed. Luckily, there are no more demons around now. So, where are we going? Mavia asked another question. That was the question of everyone on the scene. At this time, the crowd suddenly realized. Where the center of the original black fog had been, the figure of a fiery elf suddenly stumbled. Covered in blood, clothes are tattered. It's simply miserable. It was Chu Fong who had put on his own makeup. Mavia recognized it at once. A disgusted face covered his nose. If it isn't that idiot elf, a tiny C rank, he's lucky he's still alive too. Yeah, stop it. Anderson chortled. The eyes looked toward Chu Fong. He vaguely always felt that there was a hint of something wrong. But no matter how he looked at it, the guy in front of him was only a C rank. There was no mistaking that. At that moment, Chu Fong had already walked in front of the crowd, glancing at Mavia. Then there was a heavy cough, showing a harmless smile. Ahem, sorry, I was just startled and got caught in the wave when I was running around, but I'm glad I didn't die. What a coward, Mavia muttered under her breath. Chu Fong, however, ignored her and his smile remained the same. I just heard you guys talking about what to do next, right? I do have some ideas. Chapter 48. My lord, I'll report and expose. Chu Feng's words attracted everyone's attention. There was a lot of looking over. Chu Fong cleared his throat, swept a glance at the crowd, and faintly said, I think it would be best for us to defect to the Earth Demon Clan again now. The words just fell. Immediately, a dwarf roared angrily. What? I just got free, and you're asking me to be cannon fodder again? Brain is broken. If you guys don't leave, I'll leave on my own. The smile on Chu Feng's face remained unchanged. You go. We are located in the core area of the Corpse Soul Ridge. There are a large number of A-class Corpse Souls active. If you go alone, you will surely die. Even if the dozens of us fleeing together run into 4 or more A-ranked necromancers, we're bound to die. If you're unlucky enough to run into the searching army of the Earth Demon Clan again and be treated as a deserter, you'll die just as surely. A few consecutive certain deaths gradually calmed down the restless crowd. Chu Fong was right. Their group was too weak. A little random danger, and you're dead. The dwarf who had clamored to be left alone looked like he was bereft. Voices are down. Then what do you say? If we go back and follow the Earth Demon Clan, won't we die just the same if we encounter the eclipsing nightmare Beast King? Chu Fong grinned. Who says going back to join the Earth Demon race is death? Did you die when you encountered the Echidna Beast King just now? Chu Fong circled around. Other than the Earth Demon Clan, did anyone else die? Everyone? Not even injured, right? It seems so. Indeed. I was just next to an Earth Demon, and I didn't have any trouble at all when he died. Chu Fong continued. I guess that the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King must have suffered a considerable amount of injuries, causing him to be too lazy to waste more power to kill us while the Earth Demon race, which he hates the most, are all dead. Since that's the case, even if we continue to follow the Earth Demon clan in their search, when we run into the Echidna Beast King, as long as we play on the periphery and don't threaten him, then the Echidna Beast King won't waste his effort to kill us. As for us, as long as we follow the Earth Demon clan, we can survive even when we encounter the corpse souls, and when this is over, won't all of you be able to get out alive? It had to be said that being brainwashed by Chu Fong like that. The vast majority of people have faltered. Go alone, and you will die. Going together, the odds are that you'll die as well. Think about it another way. It's less likely to die if you follow the Earth Demons instead. With that comparison, it really seems like that's the only way to go. Chu Fong grinned. That's what he wanted. Wanted to sneak up on those demonic guards. Going alone was too big of a target, and it was also easy to be suspected. Is it reasonable for a C rank to be strutting around Corpse Ridge? But blending in with the crowd is a different story. No one cares about him at all. Chu Fong glanced at the few people from the uprising army again. Whether the others would agree, he wasn't sure. But these guys would definitely agree. Like Chu Fong, the only best way to hide oneself was to get inside the enemy. As expected, it was not what Chu Fong expected. The vast majority of people have endorsed this approach. A few of the insurgents even threw up their hands in favor of it. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth raised in a meaningful smile as he watched. The next good show can't be sung without these insurgents. Just be happy now and don't cry later. Setting the course. The crowd left the spot first. The third devil is almost here. That's 3 more demon guards dead. It wouldn't be worth it in case he was taken out by a furious third demon son who was letting off steam. Better go find the other demon guards. The rush is on. Chu Fong communicated with the Echidna Beast King through the little Echidna Beast. Learning that the eclipsing nightmare Beast King had absorbed the water of life and was recovering from his injuries. But it will take time. Chu Fong did some calculations in his mind. Time is of the essence. Do it as early as you can. And it seemed that there were only 2 powerful teams left under the third demon son. One team was the team that the third demon son himself was on. Carl, who possessed the 7th stage of spirit transformation and the 3rd stage of spirit transformation, the 3-eyed demon wolf. There was also the unknown third demon son. Can't afford to mess with it for a while. The other team was the one led by Demon 1 and Demon 2. The only 2 remaining solos in the Devil's defense. They were at the 4th stage of spirit transformation and the 3rd stage of spirit transformation respectively. Get them killed. The third devil son is basically even a bare-bones commander. At that time, whether to dry up or escape, the initiative would be on Chu Feng's side. Therefore, Chu Feng's next targets were Demon 1 and Demon 2. It was because the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King had fought with these 2 Earth Demon clans before and had left a black mist mark on them. Get a rough idea of where they are located. This was the reason why the Eclipsing Nightmare Beast King was able to hold out for such a long period of time under the full force of the third demon son's pursuit. There was the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King to show the way, even secretly helping to clear some of the corpses and souls that got in the way. The group advanced quickly. It didn't take long. The trail of the Earth Demon search party appeared just ahead. At the same time, it was also discovered by the leading Demon 1 and Demon 2. Big brother, look, isn't this the pariahs that Old 6 and Old 9 brought before? Why are they running to us? Devil 2 was a bit confused. Are these guys stupid? It was hard to escape. Come back. Devil 1 smiled coldly. Who knows if they're stupid? It's just as well that they're here. It's good to have a few more searchers. Just now, Lord Demon Son was furious. If we can discover the trace of the eclipsing Nightmare Beast King, it will be a great achievement. Devil 2 snorted disdainfully. That is, Old 3, Old 6, and Old 9 are too useless. They can't even be involved for a while. If that Nightmare Beast King encountered our brothers, without the need for Lord Demon Son, our brothers would have killed that beast. Don't be careless. Even if the eclipsing Nightmare Beast King was seriously injured by Lord Carl, it still has the strength of the 4th or 5th stage of the transformation spirit. However, our brother and sister are not afraid of it, that is. The 2 talked casually. None of them placed a group of Chu Fong in front of them in their eyes. Instead, it was Chu Fong, trying to put on a big smile. A horse rushed to the front of the group. Yell as you run. My lord, we have come to join you. Don't kill us. Behind them, several of Anderson's faces were filled with a look of disdain and disgust. Although everyone had to defect to the Earth Demon clan in order to survive. But do you have to act so fawningly? Villain. Spineless. Elf rape. Anderson had even already contemplated finding a chance to secretly slap Chu Fong to death. Look at the bad luck. Moji waved his hand impatiently. Okay, got it. Later you guys will go ahead and search. But before Devil 2 could finish, Chu Fong suddenly sped up once more, pulling away from the crowd while eagerly shouting, Lord Demon Guard, help, I'm gonna blow the whistle. Those elves on the far left behind me are all rebels. Moreover, that middle-aged elf was also a strong person of the third stage of spirit transformation. Just now, I saw with my own eyes that the Demon 9 were killed by him, and the eclipsing Nightmare Beast King was able to escape because of him secretly. 2 lords kill him. These words from Chu Fong. It was like thunder from a clear sky. It instantly froze everyone in their tracks. Anderson was even more distraught. Didn't expect this at all. Not me. At this moment, Anderson was speechless. It's not true that he's an insurgent, but he really didn't kill them. But now, the yellow slime is in his pants, and it's not shit. And he squashed how his identity was revealed. Everyone's attention was drawn to a couple of Andersons. No one noticed. At some point, Chu Fong had already stood behind Devil 1 and Devil 2. A look of fear, as if seeking refuge from Demon 1 and Demon 2. Chapter 49. Don't rush. Let me rub a knife. Again, these few insurgents were once again pitted by Chu Fong. Want to hide your identity and reap the benefits? Excuse me. It's all a leftover trick from my own previous life. Society is treacherous. You, Anderson, can't grasp it. Exposing these few people was also not Chu Feng's temporary intention. Rather, it was calculated. It's just a matter of utilizing it. Isn't it true that Chu Fong has already successfully penetrated into the innermost parts of the enemy? Look how close you are to these 2 guys, Devil 1 and Devil 2. It's close to sticking it on, right? And being tossed around like that by Chu Fong. The 2 of them did not have much defense against Chu Fong at all anymore. This is a good person who reports to the police a very good person. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the Anderson few. Even the group of B-rank martial artists who had gathered together just a moment ago had moved away from Anderson. Lest we get into trouble, Anderson is having a hard time. He wasn't sure how the fiery elf knew his identity. But apparently, this asshole who he himself had just tried to slap in fear of death backhandedly sold himself. Now, let's not talk about hiding your identity. It's doubtful that we'll be able to bring all of our companions out alive. The opposite side was a spirit transformation 4th stage and a spirit transformation 3rd stage. Just as Anderson was getting anxious, Devil 1 and Devil 2 had already surrounded them. Both had surprise in their eyes. Even if we didn't find any trace of the eclipsing Nightmare Beast King, it would be a great achievement to capture a rebel spirit transformation powerhouse. This friend, don't be nervous. Just now that Elf said that you are a rebel, according to the rules, we must verify it. I hope you won't resist. Demon 2's grimy vulture's voice came out. It's best to stabilize this guy first, whether it's true or not. Don't you know when you arrest them? But Anderson wasn't stupid. He's really an insurrectionist. In this moment, the 2 men's attention was highly focused on guarding against Anderson's doggedness. Pressing on behind him. Behind them were all of his own ground demon people. Oh, and a tiny C-rank martial artist. What's so alarming about that? The spirit transformation powerhouse in front of him was the strong enemy. So the backs of both men are basically undefended. Chu Feng's mouth was watering as he watched. It was like seeing 2 beautiful women without clothes. What's the point of not waiting for this? Just as Devil 1 and Devil 2 violently stormed up, intending to strike first, Chu Fong moved at the same time. Backhanded knife draw. The broken blade instantly appeared in his hand. For insurance purposes, this time, the top of the broken blade was coated with Devil's Fong venom by Chu Fong. All of a sudden, the fire is on. Target, Demon 2 of the 3rd stage of spirit transformation. That way, Chu Feng's grasp was a bit greater. Chop, chop, chop. I chopped. This time, Chu Fong no longer pursued power. However, the speed of the blade that surpassed the limit was erupted. The continuous and endless blade light seemed to weave a large net in the air. It enveloped Demon 2 from all sides. Do not seek to kill the enemy, only to injure them. As soon as you see blood, the Devil's Tooth venom works. 0.1 grams can seriously injure a normal Class A creature. 0.5 grams can kill you. Even if the amount of venom seeping into each slash was even less, as long as it was done enough times, it would be able to kill Demon 2 all the same. This once again takes a sudden turn. No one reacted. The crowd was just dumbfounded as they looked at Chu Fong. What kind of drama is this? Are you in a movie? It continued until Chu Feng's knife slashed into his back. Mordecai's face was still filled with confusion and doubt. What the hell happened? In this short moment when Devil 2 froze. Lividly, Chu Fong had slashed him more than 10 times. Knife to the heart. I don't know how much Devil's Fong venom completely seeped into the bloodstream. If it was an ordinary A-class creature, it would have been too dead to die by now. It was also the fact that Demon 2's physique had undergone 3 metamorphoses and was quite a bit stronger than ordinary A-class creatures, and was still able to stand now. But his back had also gone black. Even the ebony color was spreading fast. It's close to the face. Directly seriously injured. The eye is dying. Chu Fong felt that it wasn't safe yet, planning to make a few more cuts. But at that moment, Demon 1 had already reacted and roared furiously in anger. Asshole, you're the one who's screwing up. The devouring gaze stared Chu Fong dead in the face. The figure flickered. The ghostly cold claws were about to grab at Chu Fong. He wanted to tear Chu Fong alive. Chu Fong looked at Anderson and yelled, "Hey, what are you waiting for? Make a move to stop this spirit transformation 4th stage. I'll work harder to kill this demon too. If we don't let them slow down, we'll all die." Chu Fong also exaggerated the situation. This is a situation where the Demon 2 designation is not working. But Anderson doesn't know that. Chu Fong just wanted to scare Anderson into making more of an effort first. Hear that? Anderson responded as well, not caring about being shocked by Chu Feng's sudden outburst of strength. Hurriedly bursting out his energy, he struck out with all his might to stop Demon 1 who wanted to kill back. Spiritualization 3rd stage versus Spiritualization 4th stage. It's unbeatable, but it won't be a problem to hold it back for a while. Seeing this, Chu Fong did not hesitate, continuing to slash after slash at Demon 2. He does things and likes to be on the safe side, all the way until the gold list beep sounded in his head. It was only then that Chu Fong was certain that Demon 2 was indeed dead beyond death. Looking towards Demon 2, who had already been hacked by himself like a puddle of black and purple flesh. A sigh of regret. Unfortunately, it was a bit heavy-handed, so I can't draw blood now. The word sent a chill down Anderson's back. What kind of pervert is this? I can't believe he sucks blood. When did the Fiery Elf clan become more demonic than the Demon clan? Looks like it's time to play defense. This information is important and must be reported. Anderson decided in his mind. It was at this moment of distraction. Anderson was nearly disemboweled by the Devil's 1 claw. Don't dare to think anymore. Without even looking at Chu Fong, he directly shouted, "Hey, what the hell do you want to do? I'm no match for this guy. If we drag this out any longer, the 3rd Demon Son and the others will arrive, and we'll all be finished." Devil 1 also chilled his voice. "You won't get away. I'll hold you fast, and you all deserve to die." When Chu Fong heard those words, he only grinned. "Don't worry, you don't stand a chance." A gentle wave of the hand. Eclipsing Nightmare Beast King. Come out and let this guy go reunite with his brethren. The words just fell. Only a cloud of black mist rose violently. It enveloped everyone in it. It was a scene that nearly scared Anderson to death. Eyes rolled up, shocked beyond belief. Off the cuff. The Echidna Beast King is in league with you. Chu Fong rolled his eyes. Nonsense. Or you think you'd still be alive last time? I would have finished you off a long time ago. Anderson was speechless for a moment, unable to say a word. He felt like a fool. Think you're hiding it seamlessly. Okay, stop it. You two finish him off together. Chu Fong paused for a moment, and suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he hurriedly shouted, "No, it's the 3 of us who will finish him off. Nightmare Beast King, don't kill him yet. Let me rub a knife." While saying that, Chu Fong rushed towards Demon 1 like a madman. He just wanted to get up. Co-op kills give bonus points too. Chapter 50, The Dog's Face. Chu Fong hurriedly rushed forward, and it doesn't matter if it works or not. Let's cut first. A demon race powerhouse of the 4th stage of spirit transformation should have quite a few points rewarded even if they were killed cooperatively. Points for nothing, don't take them for nothing. The battle began quickly and ended quickly. Devil 2 was killed instantly. Devil 1 was also easily ravaged to death by the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King. After taking the water of life, the Eclipsing Nightmare Beast King's injuries had recovered for the most part. Just a couple more hours. The wound is just about healed. Of course, the soul injuries were caused by the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King burning his soul crystals. It takes a long time to recover. But even so, when the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King fully recovered, his battle power would likewise be restored to at least the 6th stage of spirit transformation, together with the reinforcement of the Little Eclipse Nightmare Beast and other clansmen. The 7th stage of spirit transformation can also fight. That was what gave Chu Fong the strength to fight the 3rd demon son head-on. Check the reward tip for the gold list just now. Eyes snapped up? There are 2 in total. Ordinary kills, A-class transformation spirit 3rd stage, Earth Demon Race. Point reward, 80,000 points. Extra points for killing demons added 50%, totaling 40,000 points. Successful kills across 2 levels. Additional points rewarded asterisk 1,000%. Total points rewarded this time is 1.2 million points. Cooperating to kill a class, a spiritizing 4th stage Earth Demon Race. 30,000 bonus points. Extra points for killing demons are added at 50%, totaling 15,000 points. Successful kills across 2 levels. Additional points rewarded asterisk 1,000%. Total points rewarded this time is 450,000 points. A full 1.6 plus million points. Co-op kills give a little less. But Chu Fong doesn't pick. Even the smallest meat is meat. Besides, it's no different than getting it for nothing. Plus close to 1 million points before that. Total points are over 2.6 million. Chu Fong glanced at his current personal information bar. Nim, Tifin. Grade, C 25%. Favored Beast, Echidna Beast, Grade B. Skills, Waterbound Domain Field, Deshang Certified. Bloodline Strengthening, Nirvana. 9 Waves Blade Technique. Items, Blazing Sky Wing Fragment. First Blazing Angel, Michael's Wing. High Quality Super Orb. High Quality Favored Beast Orb. Points, 265, 8500. Trading Zone, progress of opening 1632/10,000. Compared to before, Chu Fong discovered several differences. The rank column, it's raised quite a bit. In fact, compared to his 100-fold cultivation speed, it was already considered very slow. However, he had absorbed the bloodline of too many powerful people, and his physique had been greatly strengthened. And the total amount of spiritual energy he could hold was unknown how much higher than that of a C-class martial artist. That's why it doesn't seem like much of an increase. Then again, Chu Fong noticed, the trading area is finally about to open. Open progress, that number represents the number of human martial artists who have reached D-level cultivators. Just over a week, humans then poured out more than 1,000 D-ranked martial artists. It's about the same speed as in the previous life. Nearly 10 billion people. Just over 1,000, 1 in 10 million odds. Chu Fong actually felt that it was just average. If we let everyone on Earth come to the 2nd level of the abyss. With the concentration of energy here, the number of humans estimated to have reached the D level after a week would have to be counted in the billions. After the human D-class martial artist reaches 10,000, the trading area will then open. There are many features within the trading area. It's like a big virtual worldwide marketplace. Here, points are the only currency. All sorts of heavenly materials, divine techniques, treasures, and wonders might be traded here. As long as you have points, you can even hire Super A rank or even S rank powerhouses to work as fighters for you. Of course, that's only a couple years away. At this stage, Chu Fong intended to rush in at the first moment the trading area opened. Might be able to find some good stuff. The first level of the abyss is big. Back then, countless battles of the gods broke out. Too many good things left behind. It was just that Chu Fong himself didn't have the time to go around collecting them. But I can't help that all humans in this time period are illiterate. It's not uncommon for good things to be sold for scrap in previous lives. Chu Fong is going to do it. It's all about earning as many points as possible. When the time comes to scour all of mankind, humans are shallow-eyed these days. I guess a few hundred points is huge for them. Chu Fong casually sprinkled water. Then he can have all of humanity working for him. It's a great scenario to think about. The imagery drifted away. Next to him, Anderson couldn't look away. What's wrong with this guy? Why are you suddenly looking so piggish? Hey, what good thing are you thinking about? The 3rd demon son is estimated to arrive soon. So why don't you hurry up and retreat? Only then did Chu Fong return to his senses. Right, go tactical retreat first, and then we'll figure out how to fuck the 3rd demon later. At this moment, the 3rd demon son was in Chu Feng's eyes. That's the equivalent of points for nothing. The group left with great vigor. Those B-class martial artists had to follow, and Chu Fong could do nothing about it. who let themselves be fooled too much just now. These guys are afraid to hang up if they encounter a bit of necromancy. It would be good to let them deal with the third demon's men later. The crowd withdrew to a remote hillside and stopped. That's what gives us time to talk business. The group split into two. On one side of the uprising army, Chu Fong and the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King stood on one side. In terms of aura, Chu Feng's side was victorious. A single eclipsing Nightmare Beast King could sweep everyone away. Anderson's heart was beating with fear, though, and yet he still spoke stiffly. These two attacks on the demon guards were in your calculations, weren't they? Have the Echidna Beast King attack me, scatter the demon guards, and kill Demon 9. Suddenly exposing my identity creates an opportunity for you to sneak up on Demon 2. And I, on the other hand, had the bad luck to take the fall for you, or twice. So it seems that you already know who I am, right? But I thought I was hiding it well. How did you find out? Also, are you really only C rank? Having just been on the road combined with all that had gone before, Anderson wasn't stupid. Basically guessed what was going on. So it's even more unbelievable. A C-rank martial artist had fooled everyone. The most frightening thing was that this C-ranked martial artist was able to burst out with a strength not weaker than a segment of spirit transformation. That's what shocked Anderson the most. Chu Fong shrugged his shoulders. This guy has a lot of problems. Hidden well is just what you think. Everyone in your insurgency carries the aura of the miracle shrine with them. It's not like I haven't been there in my last life. How can you not see it? Of course, that was something Chu Fong definitely couldn't say, and didn't bother to answer. All right, there's no point in asking this. Let's discuss how to deal with the third demon's son next. Not waiting for Anderson to speak, Chu Fong continued. I know that your insurgent army might also be aiming for the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King or the Thousand Soul Spirit Flower, but don't you think that with your little strength, you still want to reap the benefits? Bullshit. Do you think that even if you bring out all of your hidden bits of strength, you're a match for me and the Eclipsing Nightmare Beast King? So, there are two paths before you now. First, follow me to take out the third demon. Secondly, the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King, and I will now finish you off. Trying to fish for a winner doesn't exist with me. I for one like to keep everything a little more separate. You're a friend. I'll give you the treatment of a friend. If you're not a friend, then you're an enemy, and I like to nip all threats in the bud just the same. Chu Fong said as he spoke. One side brushed the blade of the broken blade, as if it was unintentional. Behind him, the Eclipsing Nightmare Beast King also violently transformed into a piece of black mist, hovering like a black cloud tumbling over. Anderson blushed instantly. How this guy is dog-faced. That's a change of heart. At least we fought side by side just now. I'm just slow to open my mouth. It's not like I'm saying I don't agree. Look at this guy. If he dares to say a word of no, he'll really kill him. What kind of a scoundrel is this? Chapter 51. I'll teach you if you're not good at tutoring. Chu Fong looked at the several insurgents with a smirk. He wasn't kidding. If Anderson didn't agree, he really did intend to kill. Too many losses in a previous life. A long time ago, I learned my lesson. Before the Great War, kill the ones who watch the show first. Watching the show die out is the only way to ensure that no one will stab you in the back after you've survived. What about the insurgents? People's hearts are divided. Have there been fewer open fights with humans in previous lives? It's just the same general direction. Don't look at Anderson's obsequious look right now. But that was because of the suppression of the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King. If Chu Fong alone, there's no telling what this guy will do. Chu Fong was too lazy to test humanity. It's not necessary. Fight or die. Choose for yourself. This time, Anderson was silent. He understood Chu Feng's thoughts. He wasn't supposed to be any good. On the contrary, he enjoyed having such decisive and ruthless people as teammates. And I have to say, this guy gets to someone's heart every time. Now this. If they did not cooperate with Chu Fong, they would receive nothing. Not to mention getting killed. As for working with the demons, how is that possible? They're an insurgent army. The revolt is against the demons, so they don't really have a choice. See the look on Anderson's face. Chu Fong knew that this fellow had already agreed with his statement. And no bullshit. The big grin was direct. Now, tell me about your hidden strengths, and don't tell me the insurrection came with just one of your squads. The insurrectionists never like to leave anything to chance, though it's always useless is all. Anderson was even more speechless. Why does this guy act like he knows more about the insurrection than he does? And is it really good to talk about the insurgents like that in front of us? Forget it, it's not as strong as others, so we can only endure it for now. But just because he knows what he's doing doesn't mean everyone else does. Mevia, however, was filled with displeasure and suddenly snorted coldly. Who are you to question our uprising army? Don't think that just because you can kill a few low-level spirit transformation wastes that you're qualified to speak against our uprising army. We can just send out a random super A rank and crush you. Yeah, shutu. Several of Anderson's men turned green with fear. Brooke even slapped her big head. Can't this young lady see the present form? You think you're at the uprising headquarters, and everyone tolerates you for your father's sake? Your congressman dad can't save you here. Even if I could avenge you, wouldn't you still be dead? Oh, yeah. At those words, Chu Fong was grinning. By your words, I'm tempted to take a lesson. Mavia, still unaware of the restraint, smiled contemptuously. Just by you don't deserve to have a Super A class come and kill you. Haha, as if you're right. But isn't it a good idea to kill you and be worthy? Chu Feng's smile grew even wider. It looks harmless. Just while laughing. Abruptly, he slashed out. It set off a sonic boom. No mercy. Too decisive. Anderson didn't even expect the guy to pull a knife at the drop of a hat, just because of a few spoken-word arguments. Hurriedly, he surged his energy and tried to block the slash for Mavia. Otherwise, Mavia would be dead. This poison knife is horrible. Didn't you see how quickly they died at the third stage of spiritualization? But Anderson just moved. Behind Chu Fong, a black mist directly enveloped Anderson. Instant subdue. The Echidna Beast King proved it with his actions. Who is the king here? Anderson could only watch Chu Feng's incomparably sharp blade slice through the sky. Can't even talk. This instant, Mavia only felt a morose, murderous aura envelop her. It's hard to even breathe. He was really trying to kill me, and really dare to kill me. It was only at this moment that Mavia really realized the matter. There was no more of the condescension that had been there a moment before. The features were almost twisted together. Scared to death. No, do not kill me. I apologize. Don't kill me. Fearful, he crouched directly on the ground with his head in his hands. Boom! At the last moment, Chu Fong violently turned his blade while collecting most of his force. The back of the blade blasted into Mavia. It directly blasted Mavia dozens of meters away, dragging a trail of blood across the floor. It's not too late to admit your mistake, so I'll leave you alive, a small punishment, and keep your mouth shut in the future. Chu Fong opened his mouth indifferently. The smile on his face hadn't changed much since the beginning. It was as if he hadn't done everything just now. No killings. It's because Anderson is clearly intent on agreeing to cooperate. Then it's considered a friend. Being a friend, Chu Fong didn't mind giving face. Looking at Anderson, who had just stepped out of the black mist with a grimace on his face. Chu Fong didn't care either, still smiling. It seems to me that this youngster is not very well tutored, so I'll help her father teach her. Anderson had an iron face. It's good that people aren't dead, but he didn't want to talk too much nonsense with Chu Fong. This guy, temperamental, a little scary. Since he had already decided to cooperate, he, Anderson, was not an indecisive person and directly said, "In all, we have 3 squads coming from the insurrection, each led by a patrolman. Strength in numbers." Chu Fong was concise. Me, Anderson, Transfiguration 3rd stage, Melna regular A, Brook Peak B her. Anderson pointed to Mavia, who was still lying on the floor. Mavia, just B-rated. Chu Fong raised his eyebrows. Same last name. What's their relationship? Anderson unned. Melna is here to serve Mavia and was given a surname, a servant of sorts. Apparently, it's not considered honorable. Anderson doesn't want to talk about it either. Coming out to fight the demons and bringing a servant with you. I have to say, you have a great internal culture within the uprising. Chu Feng's words were filled with contempt. In a previous life, the insurgents were this virtuous. Internally, there are hierarchies, many races, and gangs that keep each other in check. If it weren't for the miracle shrine, a divine artifact, it was uprooted by the demons long ago. Anderson didn't want to answer, because there's no way to tell. He also felt that it was inappropriate for the senior management to do so. But who was he to say anything more? One can only go on about the other squads. The other 2 squads, the leaders are both in the 1st stage of spirit transformation, and their members are all rank B. They have already entered the Corpse Soul Ridge, so I can summon them to come if needed. Chu Fong smashed his mouth. This strength, it really isn't good, so I haven't wronged you guys. However, it's better to have it than not have it. and it's good to let them involve that demonic wolf. Anderson just ignored it. I'll get them over here right away. What's your plan? Chu Fong spread his hands. What other plans can there be? That third demon son has already lost so many of his men. As long as he's not stupid, he'll definitely gather everyone together. Sneak attack is out of the question. We can only do it the hard way. We're not weak anyway. However, it's possible to lure them over and make a trap for them to play with, as many as you can pit them against. Anderson looked at Chu Fong, who had a warm smile on his face. Couldn't help but wince. Mentally, he made a secret decision. When this is over, stay as far away from this guy as you can. It's better to never see each other again. Otherwise, Anderson felt his heart might not be able to take it. Chapter 52. The third demon's son, Moloch. Make a good plan. The crowd then began their pre-battle preparations. Mei Wei was taught a hard lesson by Chu Fong. Suddenly, it became silent. No work, no talk. The crowd was happy to have the young lady like this. Just don't make a mess. Don't expect anything else. Anderson called both of the other squads over by special transmission. In this way, the people on Chu Feng's side had also arrived. 32 B-class martial artists. General A Level 1. 2 people in the first paragraph of the Spirit of Transfiguration. When Chu Fong exploded at full strength, he could actually be counted as a spirit transformation paragraph. However, if one used Devil's Tooth venom, it was possible to kill anyone below the 3rd stage of spirit transformation. Can't say the exact strength. Anderson of the 3rd stage of spirit transformation. The Eclipse Nightmare Beast King of the 6th stage of spirit transformation. With the reinforcement of the Little Eclipse Nightmare Beast and other clansmen, the true battle power could be a bit stronger. Chu Fong did some math. The third demon's son side was a bit stronger, but it was acceptable. Carl of the 7th stage of the spirit transformation. A demon wolf of the 3rd stage of spirit transformation. There was also the third demonic son who was around the 3rd or 4th stage of spirit transformation. Think of the third demon's son. Chu Fong could not help but frown. When he first saw the third demon's son that day, Chu Fong felt that this fellow was not ordinary. It gave him an indefinable feeling. This guy's body might have a prohibition placed on it by a Super A rank or even stronger powerhouse. Even he couldn't see through the exact strength. It can only be vaguely felt a little, so it's bound to be a bitter fight. But if you win, the rewards can be huge. Riches and riches. If he could kill the third demon's son, he could also surely cause the Earth Demon clan incomparable heartache. As long as something could make the demon race angry, Chu Fong was very happy to do it. The people have arrived. The next step is to set up the traps. This thing was actually Chu Feng's temporary idea. Remembering that he still had 10 fire scrolls Inferno Dragonstorm in his hand. Used alone, it had little effect on spirit transformation powerhouses. But those B-rank ground demons were surely a sweeping mass. This time, Chu Fong directly took out 5, planning on tying it together to get an Inferno Dragon Bomb. The bombing wouldn't kill or injure the third demon's son and the others. Great deal. As for the remaining 5, Chu Fong could still be thinking about those several gathering points of large groups of B-class fierce beasts. That's all points. When you're done with this side of the business, you have to harvest points again to make the trip worthwhile. The trap was simple to set up. It didn't take long to finish. Then it was time to lure the third demon's son and the others over. This is a good one. Just let the Eclipsed Nightmare Beast King go out and slip around a bit. This Corpse Soul Ridge still has a large number of third demon son's eyes. After getting all set up, the crowd hid and then began to wait in silence. Silence, silence. Occasionally an evil wind could be heard rustling through the leaves. It was depressing to the mind. Some people have poor heart quality and unconsciously swallow saliva frequently. Like Brooke, with cracked lips. To say that the most calm person in the entire room was none other than Chu Fong. Not only is he not nervous, instead, he was vaguely excited. All the cells in his body were trembling. Reborn for a lifetime, he longed for a good fight. In life and in death. Every time he danced on the blade, Chu Fong only felt his blood boiling. Fighting was enjoyable for him. It was as if he was born to fight. Suddenly, the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King returned. A brief voice entered Chu Feng's mind. Coming in all? Chu Fong gently licked his lips. The corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. Just as one would expect, the battle is about to be fought. A look was passed around. Everyone knew by heart. Took a fighting stance. After another moment, Only a crisp footstep could be heard not far away. More but not less. Obviously well trained. It's one of the Earth Demon Clan's close guards. I didn't expect the third demon son to be so careful that he even transferred his army. Although no strong men have come, these armies are well trained, and under the tactic of a sea of men, they will have a considerable impact on us. Anderson glanced at it and frowned. When strong men fought, a momentary mistake could cost them their lives. Not to mention the fact that there are so many armies interfering next to it. It would put Chu Feng's side in the middle of a great passivity. Is that Inferno Dragon Bomb of yours reliable? It's only a few disposable scrolls. Can it work? Anderson asked again, uneasily. Chu Fong just glanced at Anderson. Doubt the power of the Inferno Dragon Storm? Just kidding. That's a million pairings that humans have tried in previous lives. One of the top 3 most cost-effective brush god reels finally selected. Superb range, decent power, and the constant burning and sticking effect of flames. You can't get it off if you get it on. Continuous blood loss. As long as it's below an A-ranked creature, it can be said that it will die if it's dipped. No matter what kind of army this was, no matter how well trained it was all B-class martial artists. Just as dead. Let's just see how much is left at the end. Seeing that Chu Fong was not taking care of himself, Anderson could only resentfully shut his mouth. It's hard to say what's in your heart. At least I'm an expert of the 3rd stage of spirit transformation, being frequently ignored by a C-rank martial artist. Depressed Anderson wanted to bang his head against the wall. Chu Fong didn't bother to care what Anderson had in mind. Once the battle starts, the whole team has to listen to me. You, Anderson, are no exception. Turning his head, he stared earnestly at the location of the 3rd demon's son and the others, waiting for them to step into the trap. The trap was extensive and was in the path of the 3rd demon's son and the others. It's impossible to hide, so Chu Fong wasn't worried. Instead, he began to observe the 3rd demon's son with interest. It always felt like there was something different about this guy. Shrouded in black robes, walking without a hitch. It gave the impression as if it were a viper in the jungle. Usually silent, but at the critical moment will suddenly give you a fatal blow. It was as if they sensed someone was prying. The 3rd demon's son slowly raised his head. A calm, subdued smile played at the corner of his mouth. With a wave of his hand, he brought the procession to a halt. Slowly, he walked up, his voice languorous. This friend, since you have deliberately lured me here, now that the devil's law has arrived and your excellency is hiding, is it not a bit of a breach of etiquette? The 3rd devil's son, Moloch. Obviously, he might have sensed that this place might imply some crisis, though it didn't feel threatening to look like it. Being cautious is what has kept him alive. Oh no, he's found out. Brooke anxiously looked at Chu Fong. Anderson calmed down a little and sulked. It's a provocation. Chu Fong, don't be impulsive. Those traps are useless if you can't use them. You might be in danger if you go out. Chu Fong, however, grinned. It's so hard to lay it down. How can I say I don't need it? And besides, I'm not stupid. I'll go if he tells me to go see him. What do you want? Anderson's scalp went a little numb from Chu Feng's laughter. Nothing good can come out of this guy's smile. Chu Feng's smile grew wider and wider. What else can I do if they won't go into the trap? Then I'll just give them the trap at their door. Chapter 53. In Flaming Dragon Storm. Say it and do it. Before Anderson could dissuade him, Chu Fong directly disappeared in place. Of course, he wasn't out to meet Moloch. As far as any etiquette is concerned, did he, Chu Fong, ever care? In his previous life, he treated the enemy with all kinds of trickery, cold shooting, sneak attack, in people's nests. What has he not done? Speaking of courtesy to his enemies, he, Chu Fong, was not stupid. This Moloch was also too high on him. Sneakily feel towards Moloch and his party. In terms of Chu Feng's current strength, wanting to hide perfectly in front of these demons was a thing that was simply unrealistic. The grade difference is too great. However, Chu Fong hadn't planned to hide it in the first place. He's just making his trajectory feel irregular. It looked like a dull C-rank beast. Ran into this area without realizing it. Moreover, Chu Fong did not run straight towards the location of Demon Luo and the others. Instead, they walk here and there. I'm completely in the role of the beast. On the other side, under the black robe, the smile at the corner of Moloch's mouth faded. Okay, you're not coming out, are you? Then I'm not leaving either, so I'll just park here and we'll all have some fun. Hold that thought. Moloch simply told his men to rest on the spot. At the same time, a circle was formed, with the strong on the outside and the weak on the inside, in case of a sneak attack. It had to be said that this defense strategy of Moloch was very correct. If the enemy really wants to sneak in, it's hard to make a difference. But what he never expected was this. This approach of his was even more convenient for Chu Fong. I was worried that I couldn't maximize the killing power of the Inferno Dragonstorm. You're good. Straight up, we've got people in one place. This one Inferno Dragonstorm goes down. Sheesh. Chu Fong sensed some of the movements of the demon Luo in front of him. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. But his own movements were still unhurried. Take your time. Little by little, they approached Moloch and the others. At this moment, the Earth Demon race also had a strong person who sensed that a C-class creature seemed to be slowly approaching. But no one cares. It's just a C-class creature. The weakest ones here were all B-rank martial artists, and a random person was sent out to clean them up, not to mention powerful people like the Demon's Son and Lord Carl. Didn't even realize the approaching danger. At this moment, Chu Feng's strength was his best cover. Even Moloch didn't take it to heart. He was now thinking about what might happen next. Slowly, Chu Fong was getting closer and closer. You can even see each other directly through the bushes. Can't go any further. Looking at Moloch, he remained standing still, not in the least bit anxious. Chu Fong realized that this guy was definitely a formidable enemy. Maybe there's some kind of backstabbing hidden. No room for complacency. All the more reason to weaken his men first. At that moment, Chu Fong saw the right moment. Fiercely, he tied the 5 Inferno Dragonstorm scrolls in his hand together and threw them out together. Under Chu Feng's power boost, the scroll flew towards Demon Luo and the others like an arrow. Too close. By the time Moloch noticed the difference, 5 plainly shaped scrolls had already arrived at the front of the group. Blast! No time was given for Moloch to react, even if it's a little short of the optimal explosion position. Chu Fong also preferred to detonate the scroll. The next moment, a powerful yet fiery energy wave suddenly erupted from the tiny scroll. Rumble. All that could be heard was a roar. A dazzling white light appeared before his eyes. Another sudden yell was heard from Carl, who had been silent. Devil's Son, be careful. It's a disposable scroll. I wonder how powerful it is. As he spoke, he blocked in front of Moloch. Intent to fight hard. Even were prepared to get hurt. But the next second, what Carl didn't expect was this. A mighty-looking blast as it whisked past him. It felt surprisingly bad. The threat to him was close to zero. In looking around at the A-rank powerhouses, except for a few unlucky ones who hit the shockwave of the Inferno Dragonstorm head-on and were seriously injured. The rest of them had minor injuries at best. Just when Carl was relieved, suddenly, the voice of Moloch was heard yelling in a hurry. Quick, B-class martial artists, hurry and take cover. Retreat backward. Retreat. But before he could finish, the shockwave of the Inferno Dragonstorm had swept across the field. Miles in every direction were covered in a sea of fire. Ah, what kind of fire is this? That can't be put out. Hurry, help me. I'm going to burn. The power of this flame is too strong. It hurts. For a while, miserable screams and hisses spread all over the field. Moloch looked at the B-ranked martial artists he had brought with him, and without exception, all of them were rolling around in the sea of fire. The eyes were instantly grim, bursting into a roar. What a vicious tactic. At that moment, Chu Feng's voice also came quietly. Nowhere, no need for compliments. The next moment, Chu Feng's voice lurched. All of you kill me. Chapter 54. The Great War. In a split second, the whole of this part of Corpse Ridge is ablaze. All of the B-class martial artists brought by Moloch were all dead or wounded. The few that survived were burned to a bloody pulp and couldn't even move. In front of the Inferno Dragonstorm, don't say anything about a trained army. It didn't work. A short incense burner. Except for a few A-class martial artists still standing around. Moloch has become a lightweight. The handsome face under the black robe had twisted. I didn't realize that I had been careful enough. Still being shady. This time around, it's a tough opponent. Chu Fong was not far from Demon Luo at the moment. Sizing it up. Surprisingly, there were still 2 ordinary A-ranked ground demons who had survived. It's a bit of a shame. If the detonation had been a little further forward, they'd be dead too. However, Chu Feng's purpose had already been achieved. During this time, Anderson also brought the crowd to Chu Feng's side. It was tempting to give Chu Fong a thumbs up, but he was afraid that Chu Fong would ignore him, and that would be even more embarrassing. Solely and sullenly, he did not say a word. It is too humble to be a patroller yourself. Instead, it was Brooke who excitedly glanced at the dead and wounded earth demons and gave a thumbs up. Lord Fong, awesome. Next to them, the leaders of the other two insurgent squads. The two brothers, Takeo and Toda, who had just arrived, couldn't help but marvel. The scroll is strong enough too. The one who can create such a scroll must be at least a fire super, a great alchemy master. And it might even require the hand of an alchemy patriarch. Chu Fong grinned. The grocery gold list is a great product. Chu Fong also discovered it. The human ranking gold list was like an outlier. There are too many advantages that other races have that are hard to match. This is the key to the rise of mankind. Beside her, Mayvaya, however, couldn't help but frown and scolded the two brothers, Takugu and Takuda. What's the use of being powerful? It's also too cruel. Can't you see all those earth demon clans being burned all over the place? No sympathy at all. The two of them, Taku and Toda, were a little embarrassed, but didn't dare say anything more. It couldn't be helped that the power they were in belonged to none other than Mavia's father. Mavia was sort of their little master. How dare you contradict your master? Instead, Anderson murmured, Xiaoya, stop it. They're the demon race. They're our greatest enemy. It's not too much to use any means to treat an enemy. Mavia grunted. But they're all alive too, why? Mavia was going to retort a few more times. However, she just happened to see Chu Fong looking at her with a smile on his face. A chill ran down his back. The words that came to his mouth were stifled. No way. The fear that Chu Feng's slash brought her was too profound. Mavia could only shut up even though her heart was in a million pieces. In his heart, he thought maliciously, a tiny C-rank martial artist. Just wait. When I return to the uprising, I will definitely have you killed. Lynch you to death. Chu Fong glanced at Mayvaya. That little bit of her mind, Chu Fong knew without guessing. Not bothering to talk to her right now. When this battle is over, it's still a toss-up whether this little brat will make it back alive. Wait for the fire to slowly abate. Chu Feng's group of people also surrounded them. Also commanded, Tugu, Toda, you two deal with that three-eyed demonic wolf. Remember to kill it if you can, install it if you can't. Anderson, you and I will deal with Moloch together. Once we come up, we'll all fight for our lives and kill them by surprise. It's best to dry out Moloch first. This guy gives me a dangerous feeling. Eclipse Nightmare Beast King, you hold off Carl for now. You two should be similar in strength. 3 battlefields, no matter which one can win. We will have the advantage. As for all the rest of you, deal with those 2 ordinary A-ranked earth demons. Got it. Understood. At this time, Chu Fong took command of everyone, sweeping the crowd. It feels like there shouldn't be any problem with this arrangement, but I always feel a little uneasy in my heart. Is there anything missing anywhere? Thinking about it for a while didn't reveal the problem. Shaking his head, he thought no more about it. Soldiers come and go. Water comes and goes. If your opponent has an undercard, why don't you have one yourself? Everything is known only after the battle. As Chu Fong and the others approached, there was just less than 100 meters between them and Moloch and the others. This distance was just a few steps for an A-class martial artist. Demon Luo seriously sized up Chu Fong, suddenly yanking the black robe off his head, revealing a handsome face. It was not like the hideousness of the Earth demon race, but instead was more in line with human aesthetics. One could only see Demon Luo gently smile as he stared at Chu Fong. Can you tell me your name? I rarely admire anyone, but with you, I really kind of do. With the body of a C-ranked martial artist, killing my 2 major demonic guards in a row and slaughtering my Konoha army. Even though poison was used, it's still extraordinary enough. When I was young, I was nowhere near as good as you. Chu Fong smiled back, looking a bit shy. You're too kind. It's weirdly embarrassing to kill so many of your men, Demon Son. Moloch was slightly stunned and suddenly laughed. Haha, it's okay. Just sacrifice your head to them later. Chu Fong nodded with approval. Devil Son is right, go for it. By the way, my name is Chu Fong, Demon Son. You have to remember that name well, after I kill you, you say sorry to your dead men for me. If they want to turn into ghosts to take revenge on me, don't find the wrong person, that wouldn't be good. Ha, okay, I'll make a note of that. Moloch laughed heartily. Chu Fong also laughed. The two of them which looked like they were going to fight to the death the next moment. Instead, it was like an old friend catching up after years of not seeing each other. It gave Anderson a pang to look at him. These two perverts it. Zova? Moloch asked. Battle. Chu Fong nodded his head. Abrupt. And the Great War broke out. No sign of it. Each found their own opponent. King to king, general to general. Chu Fong and Anderson exploded at the same time, turning on all the power to the extreme. On the opposite side, Demon Luo also converged his smile and took out a long sword, cold and chilly, obviously not extraordinary. Dense energy fluctuations surged around his body. He's at the fourth stage of spirit transformation. It was then that Anderson ascertained Moloch's strength. Chu Fong, on the other hand, was silent. Just the fourth stage of spirit transformation? It was the Demon Luo in this state that made Chu Fong even more uneasy. Boom! The Great War broke out. Anderson went all out, with a pair of steel gloves in his hands, and fronted Moloch's magic sword. Chu Fong was holding the broken blade that was quenched with Devil's Fong venom, just like a cheetah waiting for an opportunity to hunt in the shadows. As a precaution, Chu Fong applied all of the Devil's Fong venom to the broken blade. Every now and then the knife comes out. It's like a gazelle. The timing of the choice was wonderful. It caused a great deal of trouble for Moloch. He didn't dare to let Chu Fong cut him. He didn't care about Chu Feng's strength, but he didn't dare to touch the poison on that sword. For a moment, a C-ranked martial artist and a spirit transformation third-stage martial artist. With the joined hands, they actually suppressed Moloch. Glancing at the battlefield beside him, there wasn't much of a problem on the Eclipse Beast King's side. However, the two brothers, Tuagu and Tada, were completely suppressed by the three-eyed demon wolf. In time, it will surely die. If he waited for the demon wolf to free his hands, he would definitely lose this battle. Chu Fong pondered for a moment. Make an instant decision. Create an opportunity to kill the demon wolf first. Chapter 55, Stupidity. Kill the demon wolf. Let the two brothers, Takugu and Takuda, free up their hands and sweep away the two A-ranked earth demons, and then come back to help themselves and Anderson kill Moloch. Finally combining forces to kill Carl. If things go well, this battle will be over soon. Make up your mind. Chu Fong deliberately pulled Demon Luo towards the battle circle, where the three-eyed demon wolf was. Moloch's eyes narrowed slightly. He noticed the difference, but he couldn't figure out what Chu Fong was planning to do. Kill the demon wolf first? Who's going to kill it? Zhu Chufeng? Not enough. With me here, I won't give you a chance to get close to the three-eyed demon wolf. Furthermore, if you, Chu Fong, went to kill the demon wolf without Chu Feng's hold, he himself would quickly finish off the middle-aged elf in front of him. By then, you will only lose more completely. Demon Luo also could not see through what Chu Fong was thinking. It was just a matter of thinking that what Chu Fong was doing was useless. In the next moment, Chu Fong fiercely slashed out, heading straight for Demon Luo's face at an extremely tricky angle. But how fast did Moloch react? Rather stiffens Anderson lands a jab, spitting blood from the corner of his mouth. Forcefully dodged the slash as well. At the same time, he seized the moment when Chu Feng's moves were used up old. His left hand violently clenched his fist and blasted Chu Fong away with a punch. You're careless. Moloch was excited. It hit Chu Fong head-on. Though rushed and underpowered, could Chu Feng's C-class physique, he would be seriously injured without dying. Everyone there saw it. Chu Fong was like a kite with broken strings, and was blasted far away by this punch. Blood was spat out wildly without money. But I don't know if it's a coincidence. The landing point was just behind the three-eyed demon wolf. Not good. Moloch was shocked at the sight. It was instantly clear. Chu Fong did it on purpose. He's using himself. Take a punch from yourself on purpose, in order to just instantly approach the three-eyed demon wolf. But Moloch was still a little confused, even if Chu Fong succeeded in his calculations. But he was also solidly blasted by himself, not dead or seriously injured. Is there room for a sneak attack? For a moment, too many thoughts flashed through Moloch's mind, but his mouth only had time to roar. Demon wolf, watch out. It wasn't even too late to warn the three-eyed demon wolf about what to watch out for. At this moment, the three-eyed demon wolf was fighting fiercely with the two brothers, Tugu and Tuoda, and was completely gaining the upper hand. Was planning on taking out these two guys in one fell swoop. It didn't even realize Chu Fong behind it. Suddenly Moloch's voice was heard. Careful? Watch out for what? I was just about to make a move, but it was too late. I only felt a cold sensation coming from my back, waist, and abdomen. It's crunchy. Before it could think about it, a sharp pain steeply struck it, like someone had cut it open with a knife. Ow! It roared out in pain, twisting his massive body violently. Get a good look at the visitor. It's Chu Fong. D. Severe pain drown out reason. The three-eyed demon wolf frantically attacked everything around it, preventing Chu Fong from approaching. Unfortunately, only 3 cuts. Time was too tight, and as a ferocious beast, the three-eyed demon wolf's physique was too powerful, and Chu Fong also had to build up his strength in order to cut through its skin. And it's still the softest part of the waist and abdomen. The devil's tooth venom penetrated about 0.3 grams. It shouldn't kill the big guy yet, but it should be enough. The three-eyed demon wolf was tens of meters long, and with such a large body size, the venom needed to poison it would double in size. 0.3 grams is not enough to kill it, but it can completely incapacitate it for a certain amount of time. That's enough time for Taku and Toda to kill it. As for Chu Fong himself, at this moment, he was also close to running out of gas. Hard against Moloch's punch, hurt badly. The successive full-strength swords had even consumed a great deal of physical strength. Fortunately, his physique had been strengthened many times and was comparable to that of a B-class ferocious beast. Otherwise, that punch would have killed him outright, just like Moloch thought it would. It all happened in a flash of lightning. Devil Law couldn't care less about regret, and hurriedly tried to come over to aid the three-eyed demon wolf. However, this was a situation that Chu Fong had put half his life on the line to create. So how could he give up halfway? Yell, Anderson, fight for your life, burn the elven heart, and stop him. Anderson smothered his voice, but did as he was told the first time. Even if burning the elven heart would cause him irreversible damage. If the elven heart burns out, he dies. But Anderson did it anyway. Nothing else. It was only because Chu Fong had done a beautiful job with his hand. Being able to utilize his opponent's power in such a short period of time, he created a situation of certain death against the demon wolf. Strength, guts, and the ability to control the battlefield. You can't have one without the other. It even takes a little luck, or else he would be directly blown to death by Moloch's punch. Then the latter would not have to be carried out. We can't let Chu Feng's efforts go to waste. That was Anderson's only thought at the moment. Seeing that Anderson was so obedient, Chu Fong also grinned. Now that's what an insurgent looks like. Takuda, quick, kill the demon wolf? Chu Fong shouted. At this moment, the three-eyed demon wolf planted itself on the ground, whimpering in a low voice, its eyes filled with fear. A large hole had been torn in his waist and abdomen, and the blood that flowed out was ebony black. It's not fatal, but you won't be able to move for a while. Now, there will be no surprises. Taku and Toda were also excited, just when he was planning to finish off the three-eyed demon wolf. But suddenly a female voice was heard shouting, Takuda, stop it. No killing it. You guys look at its eyes. I can feel it. It's so scared. It seems to be crying. It won't be a threat to you guys anymore. Let it live. I can try to sensitize it. In the next moment, Mei Weiya's figure stopped in front of the three-eyed demon wolf. She came straight from the B-level battlefield. Angrily, he stared at Toda and Taku. I order you, no killing it. There was a moment of hesitation for Toda and Taku. But just for a moment, the three-eyed demon wolf, however, exerted all its strength. A hand grabbed Mavia in front of her. Don't move. One more step, and I'll kill her. The originally gray eyes of the three-eyed demon wolf suddenly brightened up. Where did this dumbass come from? It looks like it's quite a status. At the very least, those 2 transformation spirit paragraphs listened to her. They wouldn't dare kill themselves with this idiot as a hostage. After a while, when he slowed himself down, all these people would have to die. Toda and Taku hammered their heads together in remorse. Bad. Everyone knows what it means when they see this situation. Mei Weiya herself, however, looked to the three-eyed demon wolf with a face full of fear. I came to save you. How could you do this to me? The three-eyed demonic wolf stared at Toda and Tugu with eyes full of mockery. Where did you get such an idiot? On the other side, Moloch, who was being pressed by the erupting Anderson, also noticed the scene over here. Overjoyed. Ha, demon wolf, well done. Kill them all, and the final victory will be ours. Anderson looked up to the sky and sighed. Stupid. A great situation, ruined by one of our own. It's not a good idea. He looked towards Chu Fong, wanting to know what Chu Fong was thinking at this moment, and whether there was any remedy. Only to find out. The Chu Fong at this moment had his hands slightly hanging down. Keep your head down. The face is expressionless. Just the eyes were cold and scary. It's like a demon from hell. Choose your people. Suddenly, tilting his head, he stared at Mei Weiya in the demon wolf's hands as if he were looking at a dead person. It was as if Anderson knew what Chu Fong wanted to do, hurriedly growling and yelling. Chu Feng, gam dao. Her father is one of the 16-seat counselors of the uprising. If you kill her, you'll be in trouble as well. Chapter 56, The Price. Anderson's anxious growl echoed in his ears. Chu Fong heard it. But does it matter? It doesn't matter. Adults make mistakes, and there is a price to pay. So what if your old man is a congressman? Does it have anything to do with me killing you? Chu Fong took out the last portion of water of life from his personal storage space. Drink it without hesitation. Originally, he had planned to show the enemy's weakness and use the restorative power of this water of life to end Demon Luo for a bit, and the victory rate might be a bit higher. Now, there's no need for that either. He needed to regain his strength quickly to kill her. Do whatever it takes to kill her. Silently, step by step, he walked towards the three-eyed demonic wolf. Every time he took a step, Chu Feng's aura grew 1 point stronger. It's like a descending tiger. In front of them, Toda and Taku looked unsightly. It's not a good idea to stop or retreat. Maybe it was their little master. If they were killed by Chu Fong in front of their eyes. They're both going down too. Standing stiffly in place, he wanted to open his mouth to persuade Chu Fong can respond to them. But it was Chu Feng's sword. The sharp blade cut across the pair's eyes. Not waiting for the two to speak, Chu Feng's slightly hoarse voice resounded in the ears of the two. Get out or die. This is the moment, Sensei. If you dare to stop me, you're an enemy. If you are an enemy, you must die, even if you use all your cards. Rather lose to Moloch. Also under no circumstances. The two of them, Toda and Tugu, were frightened by Chu Feng's eyes. What a look that was! A mixture of dead silence, indifference, and murderous intent. It shakes the heart and soul. Unconsciously, he got out of the way. At this moment, the entire battle stopped. Even Demon Luo looked towards Chu Fong with a slightly gloomy gaze. Chu Fong continued forward. As he walked, he mumbled something. The sound is not too loud. Just enough for everyone to hear. Actually, I'm very tolerant of my teammates who play alongside me. Weak teammates, nothing, can't beat the opponent. I'll find a way to help out. It's okay to break me because it's weak. I would only try to remedy the situation, but not blame anything. But I can't stand stupidity. For being stupid and trashing the situation I've worked so hard to create. Because of that pathetic sanctimoniousness that might cause everyone to reunite. People like that really don't have enough to die for. Chu Feng's voice was very soft. Light enough to make it seem that he wasn't angry. Just stating a simple fact. After a pause, Chu Fong continued. It was like talking to Anderson. You said that her father was one of the 16-seat counselors of the insurrection and that I would be retaliated against for killing her. Seriously, I don't care at all. In fact, you insurgents are just a bunch of losers in my eyes. Empty of great power. There is a constant internal struggle for power and mutual constraints. How many successful operations have you counted over the years? An unknown number of people have died with few results. What is such an organization, if not a waste? Of course, none of this concerns me. If you want to get back at me, I'll take it. What Super A class, what S class, or even more powerful beings, just come and kill me. It's my incompetence if I'm killed by you guys, but if you can't kill me, just wait for my revenge. I will put you on equal footing with the demons, until you are uprooted, and I have that confidence. That being said, Chu Fong had already stood in front of the three-eyed demon wolf and Mei Weiya. Nearby, looking up at the three-eyed demonic wolf, he smiled faintly. Will you give her to me? And don't worry, in return, I won't make a move on you until you recover. I may like to do things by any means necessary, but there is one thing I still value, and that is to keep my word. If you believe me, give her to me. The three-eyed demonic wolves were dumbfounded. It felt like it didn't have enough brains. Trust you? We're mortal enemies. You'd really rather give up the great situation you just created in order to kill this stupid woman? Just when the three-eyed demon wolf didn't know what to do. In the distance, Moloch suddenly laughed out loud. Haha, demon wolf, listen to him and give him the man. After saying that, he looked straight at Chu Fong again and grinned. Chu Fong, you've really opened my eyes. If not for the fact that we're in different positions, I would have wanted to make friends with you. Chu Fong turned around and returned a smile, but his tone was firm. I'm sorry, I don't make friends with demons, but thank you for giving me your people. Turning around again, he looked at the three-eyed demonic wolf and smiled faintly. Now you can give me the man. With his master's order, the three-eyed demon wolf no longer hesitated. Loosened his claws. Thanks a lot. I even know that. The eyes went to Mayvaya, who was shivering and trembling. The same smile was reported, and the question was asked softly. Do you know it's wrong? When Mayvaya heard that, she thought that Chu Fong was going to let her go and hurriedly said, I know it's wrong. I'm sorry. I was too willful, too soft-hearted. I was inexperienced, I thought. Chu Fong waved his hand, signaling her to stop talking. Maybe it was overjoyed. Well, then I'll be off. Chu Fong shook his head. You kneel. Kneel? Kneel for what? Mayvaya looked at Chu Fong with uncertainty. Suddenly, Chu Fong let out an explosive heckle. On your knees. The sound shook the mountains and rivers. One crushed Mavia's leg bone. With a rumble, he dropped to his knees. In pain, Mavia was snotty and bawling. What are you going to do? You can't kill me, my father is... But before she could finish, puffed. Chu Feng's hand rose and fell. A round head separated in response. Blood spurted out. Mavia's body collapsed helplessly. Chu Feng's face was expressionless. I'm not doing anything, it's just a beheading. At this moment, the entire room was deathly silent. Everyone just quietly looked at Chu Fong, and there was the insurgent Missy at his feet, dead as a doornail. After all this, Chu Fong suddenly looked at the three-eyed demon wolf. With your physique, one incense stick is enough time to recover most of it. I won't move you for this incense stick. Tugu, Toda, you two are also not allowed to move it, otherwise I will kill you two first. The fact that things have come to this point is also inseparable from the hesitation of these two brothers. Of course, right now, Chu Fong was too lazy to pursue anything. When he finished speaking, he didn't care about the reactions of both Takugu and Takuda. One step across a distance of tens of meters. In a few short steps, he arrived in front of Moloch and smiled faintly. I'm sorry for the jokes, it's not something I expected to have on the team. Moloch froze at first, then smiled and shook his head. Why don't we just burn this incense and call a truce for now? No need, keep fighting, it's your advantage after all. After saying that, Chu Fong did not give Demon Luo a chance to refuse. Glancing at Anderson, who was still in a trance. Can we still fight? Anderson looked back at Chu Fong with complicated eyes. Nodded. As long as I don't die, I'll keep fighting. Chu Fong grinned. In fact, I forgot to mention just now that you guys aren't trash. If the insurgent army was full of people like you, the demon clan would have gotten a headache a long time ago. Anderson was speechless. You guys, is that a compliment? It's still a little uncomfortable. Looking at Anderson's rushed appearance, Chu Fong suddenly laughed out loud. With the broken blade in hand, he frantically slashed at Moloch. Leave all distractions behind. The first of the 9 waves blade technique was pushed to the extreme. It turned into thousands of sword shadows and slashed at Moloch. In an unbelievably calm state of mind, the moment the knife was released, Chu Fong vaguely felt a hint of difference. Chapter 57, Breakthrough, Accident Turnaround. This slash came out at the same time. Chu Fong suddenly had a moment of clarity in his heart. It was the second wave of that 9 waves blade technique. Under this limit of the outgoing blade. Vaguely, Chu Fong seemed to feel it. 2 of the blades were completely fused together. It's like 2 waves. It would have been a forward and backward rush to the shore. At this moment, but under Chu Feng's urging, the wave behind was that much faster. But it was that little bit of acceleration that allowed it to catch the wave in front of it. The 2 waves merged together. A raging and matchless energy erupted. It's not as simple as 1 plus 1. It's superimposed, it's fused. Boom! In front, Anderson had just been sent flying by a move from Moloch. In the next moment, it met Chu Feng's blade head-on. Chu Fong, your blade, its power is too weak to threaten me. If you sneak attacked me, it would still be worthwhile for me to take precautions. But right now, no. Saying that, Moloch didn't dodge either. A cold light sword shadow collided head-on with Chu Feng's sword. Boom! Clang! At this time, a fierce sound of swords and geese fighting erupted from the place of engagement. Boom snap! Both of them fell back at the same time in response to the sound. Demon Luo looked at Chu Fong incredulously. How did... Your knife? Chu Fong grinned. It's powerful enough now. Unfortunately, it still can't hurt you, but it's good to have a fighting chance at least. At this moment, Moloch was solemn to the extreme. He could feel it. The power contained on Chu Feng's blade just now was completely comparable to a strong person of the 3rd stage of spirit transformation. Even when he fought him head-on and hard, he only lost a little bit of ground, though there is a reason for his own gullibility. but it was still hard for Moloch to accept. This meant that Chu Feng's level of threat to him was doubling. Chu Fong wasn't stupid. As long as he continued to let Anderson hold the fort in front, he, Chu Fong, waited for the opportunity to sneak attack as before. With the strength and speed that Chu Fong had erupted now, it was impossible for Moloch to dodge as easily as before. That also meant that there was a possibility that he, Moloch, could be cut by Chu Feng's poison-hardened blade. When that happens, he'll be in danger. What Devil Luo could think of, Chu Fong naturally figured out in the first instance. Gave Anderson a look. The latter understood it by heart. Vaguely excited. I didn't expect that Chu Fong would really find a way to break the situation once again. Kill. No hesitation in topping out at the front. Chu Fong, on the other hand, was divine. Sneak up on Moloch every now and then. It caused a great deal of trouble for Moloch. He could only defend passively. And Chu Feng's blade was too weird and tricky. As the saying goes, if you hold on to something for a long time, you'll lose it. An inattentive Moloch, a failure to defend. Being slashed in the body by Chu Fong. Skin is scratched. The devil's tooth venom instantly surged down the blood into the body. Moloch only felt uncomfortable all over. Dizziness. The energy that had just condensed on the sword couldn't even be controlled. Anderson seized the opportunity. Another ferocious punch was thrown at Moloch's face. Fancy no-frills head-on hit. Moloch flew backwards in response. The situation is extremely bad. At this moment, the three-eyed demon wolf's injuries were almost healed. Seeing that his master was in a critical condition, he hurriedly tried to rescue him. But they were stopped by the two brothers, Toda and Taku, who were desperately trying to stop them. The two may be trying to redeem themselves. Every move is a desperation move. Deadly dragged the three-eyed demon wolf. Both Chu Fong and Anderson were extremely experienced in battle. Know all about killing him while he's sick. There was no mercy in the hand. A flash to catch up. Just keep blasting away. Chu Feng's broken blade also swung down in a surging manner. About 0.1 grams of devil's tooth venom seeped in just now. Just a few more cuts. Even Moloch must die. At this moment, the three-eyed demon wolf was dragged down. Carl was also stopped by the eclipsed Nightmare Beast King. It was as if Moloch had been forced into a corner. Anderson also thought the win was in the bag and couldn't stop blasting away with his punches. It directly blasted Moloch into the ground. Anderson panted heavily and looked at Chu Fong with a joyful expression on his brows. Dead. Chu Feng's brows furrowed. He was always alert. It always felt like Moloch wouldn't die so easily. The feeling this fellow gave Chu Fong had always been cloudy. The next moment, as if to confirm Chu Feng's thoughts, a sudden sigh came from the large hole in the ground. Alas, you guys really surprised me. It looks like you can't even do it without unlocking the restraints, or else you're all going to be killed. The next moment, a handsome figure leapt up from the pit. A light toe drop. It was none other than Moloch. Only at this moment, Moloch was extraordinarily different, sweeping up the previous slump. Even the injuries were mostly healed. The whole person is glowing. A dense energy fluctuation surrounded his body. 6th stage of spirit transformation. How is that possible? Anderson gasped out in shock, staring at Moloch dead in the face. The guy they almost killed earlier. How do you shake your body? Not only are your injuries healed, but even your strength has skyrocketed several times. Directly into the 6th stage of spirit transformation, Anderson had trouble accepting it. What's impossible? How could you understand the magical aspects of my Earth Demon Clan's inherited technique, the demon forging technique? Moloch sighed. It's just a pity that the power I've cultivated for a year of hard work has instantly gone up in smoke. When I kill you all, I'll still have to trouble Master to replant the prohibition. I hope that 1,000 soul spirit flower can make up for my loss now, or else it's really a big loss. At this moment, Moloch was victorious and confident. The talk was much more casual. Chu Fong, however, had grave eyes. Surprisingly, it was the magic forging technique. He had heard of this gong method in his previous life. It is a very magical gong method. Demons who practice this technique could forge and quench the magic power in their bodies over and over again. The quench magic will be more condensed, even to the point of showing a drop in rank. But again, the base is so much stronger than its counterpart. And with constant suppression, the more energy builds up in the body. Wait until a critical mass is reached. All at once, it exploded. It can even produce a boost across a large class. Chu Fong remembered. Seemingly, the city lord of Devil Van City, Devil Chien Van, Use this tactic to burst across into the Super A grade in one go. This technique is also a rare treasure in the demon race. Non-ordinary people can cultivate successfully. No wonder this Demon Luo status was so high in Demon Van City. Obviously, Devil Chien Fan had already viewed Demon Luo as the next Super A class to be treated in Devil Fan City. Now that's trouble. Chu Feng's mind was constantly pondering ways to deal with it. At this critical moment, there was suddenly an additional spirit transformation 6th stage, and it was impossible to resist. Moloch was naturally aware of it. From the moment he unlocked the restraints, this battle was already without suspense. So, he's very subdued, walking idly to the crowd, carefully sizing up Chu Fong. A sudden grin. Chu Feng, you are really good. Finally give you a choice. Die or return to me. Don't worry, in the future you and I will be brothers. After I subdue the eclipsing nightmare beast king, all of that demonic wolf can be sent to you. When I ascend to Super A rank, I will likewise create opportunities for you. How about it? The eclipsing nightmare beast king was at the 6th stage of spirit transformation, and with the strength of Demon Luo's soul, he wouldn't be able to control the other favored beasts after barely taking them in, so he might as well do it as a favor. Not all races could use super balls to take in favored beasts without limitations like the human race. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Demon Luo quietly waited for Chu Feng's reply. Instead, a very crazy idea suddenly popped into Chu Feng's mind. Maybe can flip it, even decapitating Moloch. Chapter 58, Force Control. At the time when Moloch mentioned the three-eyed demon wolf, a crazy plan suddenly flashed through Chu Feng's mind. He'd never tried it in his previous life either. But once it succeeded, it would be an excellent opportunity to instantly kill Moloch. It's well known, a martial artist needs to conclude a soul contract to take in a favored beast. This soul contract required the martial artist to give a portion of his soul to control the favored beast. If this part of the soul was instantly torn apart, it would be a huge injury to the martial artist. In severe cases, it can even make martial artists demented. Even in the lightest case, for a period of time, the soul is misplaced and will inevitably lose all mobility. Chu Fong, on the other hand, suddenly thought of a treasure. That one premium quality, Super Ball. It was originally intended to be used to forcibly take in the eclipsed Nightmare Beast King. Even so, originally, this was Chu Feng's purpose for delving into the abyss. But after coming here, I've experienced too much. So much so, that it made Chu Fong forget about this Super Ball in his hand. Unlike the favored Beast Ball, Super Balls are so many times more effective. Not to mention premium quality Super Balls. High probability of taking in A-class creatures. Very small chance of taking in a Super A-class creature. There is even a chance to take in even a Super A-class. Of course, that little possibility is almost negligible. But that also means that it's powerfully controllable. Chu Feng's idea was, use this Super Ball to forcibly take in Moloch's favored beast, the three-eyed demon wolf. With the counterintuitive effects of the premium quality Super Balls, the odds are that it will work. That's what's so sick about the human Super Ball. As long as the quality of the Super Ball was high enough, even the opponent's favored beast could be forcibly taken in. This too, once it came, was able to forcibly break Moloch's soul contract, causing great damage to Moloch. It could also add another spirit transformation 3rd stage combatant. Going over the plan in his head, Chu Fong felt that it wasn't enough insurance. Glancing away from the crowd, he still fought soundly with the eclipsing Nightmare Beast King and the Demon Van City Grand Admiral Carl. The battle between a demon and a king was ferocious. The eclipsing Nightmare Beast King was out of sight and out of mind, constantly utilizing soul-piercing to attack Carl. Carl, on the other hand, relied on being a bit stronger and fought hard with hard power while constantly seizing the moment to counterattack. It also caused considerable trouble for the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King. This battlefield had the highest level of combat, yet it was also the most difficult to distinguish a winner from a loser. If they allowed Demon Law to finish cleaning up Chu Fong and the others, then they would go and unite with Carl to attack and kill the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King. That way, the Echidna Beast King would surely die as well. Therefore, the Eclipsing Nightmare Beast King was also anxious. It wanted to rescue Chu Fong, but Carl had a death grip on it. One can only hope for the best. In the next moment, however, the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King suddenly received a message from Chu Fong. It was a message delivered through the little eclipsing Nightmare Beast. Moloch couldn't find out either. Just a simple sentence. Later, Moloch's soul will suffer a heavy blow. Wait for my signal. You take the opportunity to patch him up with a soul-piercing blow, I'll attack and kill him. A flash of shock flashed across the bottom of the Nightmare Beast King's eyes. Don't understand the desperation at this point in time. How it can be done, but now we can only beat a dead horse. Try it. At the same time, Anderson also received Chu Feng's transmission, for fear of Moloch knowing something. So to him, Chu Fong said even less. Just one sentence. On my signal later, kill Moloch. Anderson didn't know where Chu Fong got his confidence. While his heart was shocked, he showed nothing on the surface. It all happened in a flash. At this moment, Devil Luo was still smiling and waiting for Chu Fong to reply. If Chu Fong did not agree, in order to eliminate any future troubles, he would have no choice but to finish Chu Fong off. In fact, submitting to me won't do you any harm. With your talent, you can completely receive my master's vigorous cultivation, which will be beneficial to you, and even to your fiery flame elf clan. Moloch even took out the pack to persuade. But Chu Fong only raised his head indifferently. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. I remember saying that I would never be friends with the demon race. In other words, I would only be enemies with the demon race. Alas, then so you refuse. It's a pity that you can only be sent to your death. Moloch's words fell without further hesitation. With the Simran demon sword in his hand, he intended to kill Chu Fong and Anderson with a single sword strike. But this time, Chu Fong suddenly moved. There was a golden-colored orb in his hand at some point. Turning back, he threw it violently towards the position of the three-eyed demon wolf, simultaneously bursting into a roar. Toda, Taku, fight for your life. Don't let the demon wolf turn back. The two brothers were facing Chu Fong and did not know what had happened. They only saw what Chu Fong seemed to have thrown out. Then Chu Feng's roar was heard. There was no half-hearted hesitation this time. Instantaneous burning of the elf's heart. A desperate strike from two spirit transformation paragraph ones. Even the three-eyed demon wolf didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. And it wasn't supposed to be clear what was happening. It can only be met with haste. But not a small ball, rapidly approaching. The moment it touched the fur on its back, the three-eyed demon wolf only felt an irresistible and powerful attraction. It's like a giant black hole. Instantly, he was swallowed into it without any resistance. In the original spot, only a golden orb that constantly flickered with light was left behind. The golden orb was trembling. It was like the three-eyed demon wolf, and it was struggling violently. But slowly, the shaking of the golden orb weakened, until peace is fully restored. It's done! Chu Feng's hanging heart fell. It was also the first time he had ever done such a thing, and he had no idea what to expect. Now it seems that things are going the way they were supposed to. In front of him, Moloch wasn't sure what was happening. The long sword in his hand was still suspended in midair, not falling. Instead, he suddenly felt a strong sense of vertigo. A soul-tearing sensation came. The headache was excruciating. Even so, he couldn't sense the three-eyed demon wolf's presence anymore. What happened? Could it be that the three-eyed demon wolf is dead? But even if you die, the backlash shouldn't be this severe. Moloch only felt a blur before his eyes. Sensitivity to the outside world dropped to a minimum. Echidna Beast King, soul piercing. Anderson kill Moloch. Two simultaneous transmissions. The Eclipse Nightmare Beast King didn't hesitate to burn the Origin Soul Crystal again. The distance is too far. It was all he could do. In a flash, the range of the black fog enveloped suddenly multiplied. It even enveloped Moloch, who was 1,000 meters away. A soul piercing that killed invisibly didn't enter Demon Luo's skull. It caused the Demon Luo, whose soul was already on the verge of collapsing, to suffer another heavy blow. Holding his head directly, he fell to his knees on the ground, smashed a big hole in the earth. The intense pain was so intense that he couldn't even spit out a word. At this point, Moloch, send you on your way. At this moment, Chu Fong had no reservations. The second wave of the 9 waves blade technique. The aquatic field blends perfectly. It was definitely his most peak strike at this moment. On the other side, Anderson wasn't far behind. Again, a surefire punch. As if the next moment, the Devil Luo died without burial. Chapter 59, The Shadow. Moloch at the moment. There was no semblance of defense. The sharp pain made it difficult for him to even move halfway. It looked as if it was going to hurt the next second. But Chu Fong knew. Forcibly cutting off the soul contract would cause heavy damage to Moloch, but it would not be fatal. The Eclipse Nightmare Beast King's attack was instead the key. But in haste, the distance was too great. Trying to take out Moloch directly wasn't realistic either. The only way to feel at ease was for the two of them, he and Anderson, to join forces and use their fists, knives, and poisons to completely and utterly mess up Moloch. Chu Fong took the lead. Anderson was a close second. The two men's attacks came down with a bang. At the critical moment, Moloch forcefully forced himself to be half awake. Enduring the excruciating pain, he barely managed to hold up a shield. Even though he was at the 6th stage of spiritual transformation at the moment, this kind of defense made in haste still couldn't block the full force of two martial artists comparable to the 3rd stage of spiritual transformation. With a loud boom, the shield shattered with a bang. Under the backlash, Moloch spat out blood furiously from his mouth. Immediately after that, it met the attacks of the two Chu Fongs head-on. By purely relying on his physical body, unless it was the Abyssal Royal clan that could possibly resist, as an Earth Demon clan's Demon Luo was not even close to being able to do so. Chop! Kill! In the next second, a sword and a fist were already approaching Moloch's face. The sharpness cut through Moloch's handsome face. Just in this moment of life and death. Suddenly, from Moloch's chest, a white, flawless hand snapped out. It was like white jade, crystal clear, as if it had no half-impurities. The moment he saw this one hand, Chu Feng's body was covered in sweat. Almost a growl. Anderson, back off. After saying that, Chu Fong did not hesitate for half a second, and rather than suffer the recoil of the outgoing blade, he forcibly retracted the broken blade. With the wind at his feet, he instantly moved away from Moloch's position. As he backed up, he remained dead center on that one hand. And Anderson's reaction was a beat slower, although he heard Chu Feng's reminder. But before he could make a move, that jade hand then met Anderson's fist. What the hell? Anderson hasn't reacted yet. Only a jade hand was seen, just lightly clapping. Click! The next moment, Anderson suddenly screamed miserably. His right fist shattered. You can't tell much from the outside yet, but all the tissues inside the fist were completely destroyed in an instant. Forcibly enduring the severe pain, Anderson hurriedly retreated back to Chu Feng's side. There was horror in his eyes. If it wasn't for the hands that didn't choose to hunt him down, he would be dead as a doornail at this moment. Strong and scary. Randomly using your fist towards others, it's very impolite, a little punishment. On the contrary, the little guy with the knife is quite interesting, running quite fast. In the void, voices seem to come from all directions. This black fog is making people quite uncomfortable. Disperse it. The voice sounded again. The next moment, the crowd was horrified to see. The black fog that had originally covered nearly 1,000 meters turned out to be as if ice and snow had met the scorching sun and quickly began to melt and evaporate. In the distance, the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King's eyes were also filled with shock. What the hell is this? With a wave of his hand, he completely broke through the black mist space that he had created by burning a portion of his soul crystals. As the black mist dispersed, the crowd also got a good look. Only a slightly transparent humanoid figure was faintly hovering above Moloch's body. That pair of jade-like right hands was particularly conspicuous. He just stood there quietly. It was as if this piece of space was dominated. The surrounding energy fluctuations were all imprisoned in front of him. Chu Fong did not turn his eyes away and said in a deep voice, word by word, metamorphosing into a spirit, condensing the body like jade, it is super A grade. There was even a glint of eagerness in his eyes. At one time, all of this he could do too, even stronger than the guy in front of him. Just wait in this life. It won't be long before I'll reascend that step, and this too is just the starting point. A hot fire lit up in Chu Feng's heart. Sighed. Anderson's eyes widened. What? He's Super A? Then staring at the figure in midair, he muttered. Yeah, the floating Super A grade sign is dead this time. Chu Feng's words also drew the attention of the illusory silhouette. The blurred face seemed to reveal a smirk. The little one's vision is not ordinary. Tens of thousands of years, there are humans entering the abyss again. Only it's too weak. Humans? Now Anderson was even more shocked. Couldn't even care less about the threat of the Super A class. Stiffly, he turned his head to look at Chu Fong. You are human. Chu Fong didn't say anything. Ever since the moment he saw this illusory silhouette appear, he knew that he couldn't hide his identity anymore. As effective as the disguise potion was, it couldn't stop the prying eyes of a Super A rank. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth rose, and he looked at the illusory silhouette with a cold smile. It looks like you're not much stronger. The J body is less than 50% condensed, so you dare to chop off an arm to condense an extracorporeal body. You're quite willing to do that. The identity of this demon Luo is not ordinary, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it for you to pay such a large price for a Super A rank. Listening to Chu Feng's words, the illusory figure was silent. Ryoko. Only then did he speak slowly. You know quite a lot. It's hard to believe that humanity has given birth to a Super A class at this stage now. Chu Fong did not explain. Anderson sniffed then hurriedly. Chu Fong, are you saying that this fellow isn't a Super A class principal? Then is there any chance of us putting up a fight? Chu Fong smiled helplessly. What do you take Super A for? Even the weakest Super A could sweep through a field of transformation Spirit 9. Don't look at the fact that this guy is just an out-of-body avatar coalesced by a cut-off arm of a Super A rank. But it was also at least comparable to a Spirit Transformation 9th stage powerhouse. What to fight with? Although the situation was crisis to the extreme, Chu Fong did not panic. He still had his biggest card, which he had never used. It's to prevent situations like the one we're in now. One of the 3 fragments of the Blazing Wings, the first Blazing Angel, the Wings of Michael. Characteristics: 100 times the speed of sound. After the improvement of his physique during this period of time, the maximum speed that Chu Fong could manage was already close to 10 times the speed of sound. It was estimated that the incarnation in front of him would not be able to catch up with himself. That is, one can leave whenever one wants to. Only that way. The Echidna Beast King, Anderson, and the others would have died for sure. Chu Fong had said that a long time ago. To his enemies, he had the means to treat his enemies, but if he was a friend, he also had the treatment of a friend. To watch his friend die, Chu Fong could not do that yet. What's more, Chu Fong was not willing to escape in disgrace just like that. Various means kept flashing through his mind, but the power of the Super A class he knew too well. Even if it was only an out-of-body incarnation, Chu Fong was not half as sure. At this time, Moloch also slowly awoke from the severe pain in his soul. See the scene in front of you. First he was stunned, then he was pleasantly surprised. Teacher, what brings you here? After that, the good girl lowered her head. The disciple has disgraced his teacher. The illusory figure laughed softly. No harm done. It's good for you to have some early contact with the cunning humans. It's going to be a battle after all. Humans? The one race described in the history books? Who is a human? Chu Fong. Demon Luo fiercely looked at Chu Fong. Acknowledged. It must be you. The human race. What a marvelous race. Chapter 60, Jedi Strike Back. Hearing a teacher from Moloch. It took Anderson a moment to respond. Looking at the floating silhouette in front of him, shocked out loud. You are the Lord of Devil Van City, Devil Chien Van? The void smiled faintly, not admitting or denying it. Mainly because he was too lazy to talk to Samol. The reason that he would say a few words with Chu Fong was also because Chu Feng's appearance had truly brightened his eyes. Ground. Moloch looked a bit forlorn, deadly staring at Chu Fong. He lost. Fiasco. Even if the teacher came and killed all of Chu Fong and the others. It was also clear to Moloch that he had lost. Lost to a human. From a young age, his teachers had intentionally drilled into him the message of humanity. Legend has it that this is a race that even the great demon race has yet to conquer. In the ancient times, the humans' heavenly pride was completely capable of competing with the abyssal imperial clan. Moloch had also been looking forward to taking on a real human. But after the real fight, he lost all by himself. Since the beginning, he had been led by the nose by the young man in front of him. He, with the body of a C-rank martial artist, but step by step, he forced himself to unlock the restraints. Thought it was a win, but this guy taught him another lesson. Almost got killed outright when he had a huge advantage. If the teacher hadn't suddenly appeared. He's as dead can be now. Moloch's mind was complicated at the moment. As for Chu Fong at this time, he didn't care about Demon Luo's reaction at all. Just a little brat. What's the point of this? Can't you handle it? What Chu Fong was thinking about was how to survive the desperate situation and how he could lead the crowd to successfully escape. There was no time to lament with Moloch. Otherwise, it could only take a few away by virtue of the blazing wings of heaven, and take a few away if they could. Chu Fong secretly pondered in his heart. One had to hope that the Super A-ranked incarnation in front of him wasn't good at speed. Otherwise, flying with a few people, the speed would definitely plummet. It's a toss-up as to whether or not we'll get away. This sudden change of heart made a truce for everyone. Everyone gathered around Chu Fong and Demon Luo. Chu Fong looked at it. On his own side, apart from the deaths of a dozen or so B-rank martial artists, he hadn't lost much. The opposite side also only died an ordinary A-class martial artist. Half a day's fighting, and this is it? Chu Fong was somewhat speechless. Oh yes, one can't be considered clueless. At the very least, a spirit transformation third stage, three-eyed demon wolf was captured. On the opposite side, Devil Qianfan was teaching Demon Luo like no one else. He could see that Moloch's mind was in turmoil. Demon Luo, you remember, failure is not an unacceptable thing. This world is never about becoming a king or losing a bandit. In my opinion, this fellow is indeed a rare genius of the human race, but a dead genius is no longer a genius. You can step into the Super A rank and even ascend to the position of Demon Sovereign, but he will only remain at the level of a C-ranked martial artist forever. Later on, the teacher will step in and imprison this human, and if you kill him, it will mean that the war between our demon race and the human race has begun once again. Teacher, I understand. Moloch responded obediently. Devil Qianfan nodded gently. From the top down, he looked down on Chu Fong and the others. It's like looking at a bunch of ants. And he does have the strength. Don't bother with the bullshit. With a flick of his hand, a lightsaber formed. Like a bolt of lightning, it instantly killed Chu Fong and the others. Surprisingly, he intended to exterminate everyone in one strike. So strong, can't stop it. Anderson clenched his teeth, intent on fighting to the death. Waiting to die was not in his nature. At this time, the eclipsing nightmare Beast King suddenly moved, forcefully meeting that sword shadow. The sword shadow was like substance, penetrating through the black mist of the eclipse nightmare Beast King. The fiery energy burned the black mist to a boil, but it was blocked by the eclipsing nightmare Beast King in such a way. The power of the sword shadow was also consumed. There's still some skill. The eclipse nightmare beast race is a bit interesting, just enough to make a favored beast for Moloch. Devil Qianfan casually said, "What are you doing?" Chu Fong frowned and asked through the little eclipse nightmare beast voice transmission. In his opinion, it's not necessary. If we all fend it off together, maybe a few people will die, but not seriously. Chu Fong could tell that the eclipse nightmare beast king was not lightly injured. At this time, the eclipse nightmare beast king's voice also came through the little eclipse nightmare beast. Chu Fong, I may have a way to fight him. Hear that? Even Chu Feng's eyes widened. You're only at the 6th stage of spirit transformation, while he's comparable to the 9th stage of spirit transformation. How can you fight? The Echidna Beast King continued. I just deliberately took a hit from him to feel it. After all, he wasn't the main body, just a section of the avatar with limited energy, and when his energy was exhausted, he would naturally have to dissipate. And we eclipsing nightmare beasts possess a large amount of origin mist, and in terms of energy thickness, we are at the top of the list among all races. I can use the origin black mist to condense a super large bomb, and even if I can't blow him up, I can still be right to drain him to death. Chu Fong pondered the feasibility of this method. The key point came to mind in a flash. But your energy essence isn't strong enough. Assuming that if he consumes 1 unit of energy, you may have to pay 10 or even 100 times as much, and that still won't be enough to drain him. Hear these words. The Echidna Beast King, however, directly said, I've considered everything you said. The energy essence isn't strong enough. I can burn soul crystals to make up for it, and I still have that 1,000 soul spirit flower in my hand. The 1,000 soul spirit flower is a supreme treasure in terms of the soul. As long as I absorb it, my soul will undergo a metamorphosis, and I can drastically increase the strength of my soul crystal. At that time, even if it's not as good as him, I don't think it's too far off. Chu Fong was silent for a long time, and then just said in a deep voice, Do you realize that if you do this, you will die? Firstly, burning soul crystals is originally a means of fighting for your life. If you want to cause substantial damage to Demon Qianfan, you need to burn the vast majority of your soul crystals. Your soul may directly collapse, and you'll be sure to die then. Second, it's not true that the 1,000 soul spirit flower is a treasure, but your soul crystal can't withstand it. Its energy is too powerful. It's best to wait until you're at the 9th stage of spirit transformation before taking it. If you use it now, you won't be able to completely break it down and absorb it, and the remaining energy will be enough to kill you. The Echidna Beast King was silent for a moment, but then he did not hesitate to speak. Okay, cut the crap, I know what you're saying, but if we don't fight for our lives now, we can only wait for death. Unless you manage to take us to escape, otherwise it's just death either way. Put up a fight, even if I die, I'm sure that guy on the other side is pretty much consumed, so I hope you'll treat my people well and bring them to the human world. Don't be a mother-in-law, this isn't like you, Chu Fong. Chu Fong could not help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth when he heard that, and simply said, well then, let's put up a good fight. What do you need me to do? The Echidna Beast King directly said, I need time to prepare. I can't hide my movements from the Super A rank. Devil Chien Fan will inevitably guess what we're thinking, and if he comes to stop us, we're unstoppable. Speaking of this, the eclipsing Nightmare Beast King suddenly fell silent. Yeah, how did he forget about that? As long as Devil Chien Fan killed him first, no matter how much he burned his soul crystals, it would be useless. On their side, there was simply no one who could block Devil Chien Fan. Couldn't even block a single blow. At that moment, the corner of Chu Feng's mouth lifted up. If you said you're going to put up a fight, how can I be missing? Blocking Devil Chien Fan is in my hands. As long as I'm alive, he can't affect you. The tone was light, but it contained an unquestionable confidence. Chapter 61. How about it? Dare you bet? Now that it's set in stone. In this case, the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King chose to unconditionally trust Chu Fong. This guy has led them to so many miracles. Maybe this one can too. There's nothing else to do anyway, isn't it? All the exchanges happened in a flash of lightning. In the next moment, the eclipsing Nightmare Beast King fiercely gathered all the Origin Black Mist. At the same time, he began to frantically burn soul crystals. The Origin Black Mist rolled violently. It keeps expanding and then keeps getting compressed. And so the cycle continues. A dense energy fluctuation formed a ripple like water. The oppressive surrounding Anderson and the others were shocked, palpitating. But the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King still didn't think it was powerful enough. A small, ordinary-looking flower flickered. It merged into the black mist of the Origin. It was as if a strong catalyst had been added. The speed at which the Origin Black Mist expanded increased dozens of times. Even the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King was a bit out of control, doing his best to corral the giant black orb that was forming in front of him. This scene was all seen in the eyes of Devil Chien Fan, who only smiled faintly. Huh? Putting up a fight? The power looks good, but it's a shame it takes so long to prepare. Devil Chien Fan was worthy of being an experienced great devil. The pros and cons were quickly analyzed, with a faint tinge of derision. I don't know whether to say that you guys are courageous or stupid and ignorant. In front of a Super A rank, strutting around and storing power, do you really think I'm blind? As long as I kill you, what's the point of having more power? After saying that, Devil Chien Fan gently raised his right hand, his two fingers together like a sword, and he intended to strike the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King. Anderson, Tagu, and Tuada hurriedly blocked in front of the Echidna Beast King. They also see clearly that maybe this is the only chance. Even if he died, he had to delay as much time as possible for the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King. Oh, stupid Griffin. Devil Chien Fan didn't bother to talk nonsense. These few low-stage transformation spirits didn't even have a chance to stop him for an instant. Under the sword and shadow, several people must die. This time, Chu Fong patted Anderson's shoulder. Grin. Back off, you guys, you can't block him. There's no need to die for nothing. The next battle, leave it to me. Anderson's eyes rounded. Are you kidding me? You're saying you're going to block a Super A rank by yourself? Chu Fong nodded seriously. Anderson is going crazy. You won't forget that you're just a C-ranked martial artist. Besides, that guy can fly. You can't even touch him. Chu Fong cracked a grin. Can you fly? I can too, he said, ignoring Anderson's surprised gaze. Chu Fong took a deep breath. First killing angel. Wings of Michael, this battle is all yours. Next moment, with everyone's jaws on the line, a pair of beautiful white, feathered wings slowly surfaced behind Chu Feng's back. It enveloped Chu Feng's entire back, with a gentle flickering of the feathers. Chu Fong was like an instantaneous movement and charged straight into the sky. Speed, 10 times the speed of sound, steadily hovering in midair. He faced off head-on with Devil Chien Fan. How is this possible? My God. Anderson was incoherent with shock. You can actually fly. Aren't you human? The only people who have the privilege of flying are those above the Super A class. Unless one is a flying creature themselves. This is the consensus of the races in the abyss. But how could a human fly? And Just now that speed? Is my eyesight? Anderson didn't dare guess. It seemed to be faster than a super A rank he had once seen in the organization. How is this possible? Opposite Chu Fong. For the first time, Devil Qianfan's ancient, wave-free face revealed a shocked expression. Taking a deep breath, he muttered, "You amaze me so much. Just now it was 10 times the speed of sound, so fast." Chu Fong smiled faintly. "It's not bad, but it should be quite a bit faster than this incarnation of yours." Devil Chiffon was silent. What Chu Fong said was the truth. In this incarnation, he could barely reach twice the speed of sound. With a full 5 times difference, he simply couldn't even touch Chu Feng's shadow. "You don't think you can stop me from killing the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King with your speed alone, do you? I don't care about your attacks. I can totally force myself to kill him," Devil Qianfan coldly said. This statement once again made Anderson and the others nervous. Yeah, even if Chu Fong was fast enough, there was no way to stop Devil Qianfan from doing something. Chu Fong sniffed, but smiled faintly. "You seem to have a point. It's true that I can't stop you from doing anything, but I'm so much faster than you that if you go and kill the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King, I'll go and kill your disciple. Trust me, with my speed, Moloch will die an absolutely painless death. The big deal is that we're all swapping one for the other. I'll leave after I kill you. You can't stop me. As for Anderson and the others, no way. I can't save them. You just kill them. If they die, I will avenge them and kill your Earth Demon clan until you are cut off from your children and grandchildren, until you are exterminated. I guess you should believe that I have this ability." Chu Fong stood in the air, his tone flat, as if he was stating an insignificant fact. If it can't be saved, then it won't be saved. It's nice to be done with everyone. Ground. When Anderson heard that, he suddenly burst out laughing and couldn't help but give Chu Fong a thumbs up. "Ah, you guys did a great job. I can't help but admire you. That's a good point. If I'm killed, you'll have to have at least 10 Earth Demon Clan spirit transformation experts to bury me with you." The two brothers, Toda and Taku, didn't hold back their silly smiles either. "We'll take 8 for the 2 of us. Not greedy." Even Brooke the gnome was yelling at the top of her lungs at the moment. Me, and me. I'll just take 1. Haha, having a spirit transformation expert accompany a B rank of mine to the grave. It's great to think about. On the ground, there was a cacophony. No one was afraid, and no one blamed Chu Fong. Instead, each one of them picked and chose as if they were buying food in a market. Some people even fought over the burial qualifications of a spirit transformation expert. After all, the Earth Demon Clan's spirit transformation martial artists were limited after all. If you're quick, you won't be able to get your hands on it. It's not that people aren't afraid to die. It's just too painful. Chu Fong had done something they hadn't even dared to think about before. In front of a super A-class demon king of the abyss, pointing at the other party's face in naked threat. "If you dare to do it, I dare to destroy your clan." Bullying. Invincible. And this demon king was visibly hesitant. He also thought that Chu Feng's words were not a joke, but were truly likely to happen soon in the future. These martial artists had been enslaved by the demon race for their entire lives, and were able to raise their eyebrows so much before they died. You'll be able to hold your head high in front of your ancestors, even after you die. Watch the ground swarm. Chu Fong also laughed, looking towards the Devil Qianfan, whose face was a mixture of shock and anger. "Fade. Your Excellency would rather sever one of your own arms to gather an out-of-body incarnation just to secretly protect Moloch. I'm sure he must be very important to you. In that case, why don't we bet on it?" Chu Fong slowly said. Chapter 62. Amazing. Devil Chifon's face went a shade of red and a shade of white. How long has it been? It had been too long since he had experienced the feeling of being led by the nose. Today, it was surprising to experience it on a C-rank martial artist. It's hard to describe what it's like. His heart was burning with anger, but he had nowhere to vent it. Demon Luo's mood was even heavier than Demon Qianfan's. Not only could he not help the teacher, instead, they became a liability and were used to threaten teachers. Shame, self-loathing, anger. Moloch even tried to cut himself off. This scene had been imprinted dead in the depths of his mind. Will be a nightmare he'll never be able to shake. Chu Fong wasn't in a hurry either. It was supposed to be a delay. You two masters and disciples can perform your face-changing act there all you want. I'm in no hurry. But what made Chu Fong unhappy was Devil Qianfan suddenly snorted coldly. "Kid, don't think you've got me. I won't kill the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King, but I can kill you. It's not true that you're fast. But as long as I touch you once, you'll definitely die." I can miss countless times, while you only get one chance. Go to hell." After saying that, he did not give Chu Fong any time to react. Fierce bullying. It was like a long rainbow and extremely fast. Just kill the obnoxious guy, and it'll all be over. Devil Qianfan was not willing to be teased like this by a junior. He even preferred to drop himself and sneak attack Chu Fong, but he also wanted to kill Chu Fong in the palm of his hand. Chu Fong coldly smiled. Possessing countless battle experiences from his previous life, he could not afford not to guard against some enemies. Sneak attack me? Ridiculous. The moment Devil Qianfan moved, Chu Fong also moved, and the speed that instantly burst out was far faster than Devil Qianfan. D. Devil Qianfan's sword finger passed through Chu Feng's body. But gradually, Chu Fong even dissipated in the sky. It's the stump. Chu Feng's speed was too fast, leaving behind a residual shadow. Devil Qianfan did not say a word, with his super A-class powerful spiritual sense-sensing ability. Precisely predicted Chu Feng's landing point. It was like a fierce tiger pouncing. "I'll see how you can dodge this time. Young man, you haven't crossed into this level. You don't understand that speed doesn't mean everything. I can completely predict your next move based on your movements, making it impossible for you to dodge." Devil Qianfan seemed to be winning, the corners of his mouth raised in a triumphant smile. But the next moment, when he swooped down to where he thought Chu Fong had landed, only to unexpectedly pounce once again, not far away in the sky. Chu Fong looked at the slightly wretched Devil Qianfan with a smile on his face, and his ghostly voice resounded through the sky. "Old man, it looks like I predicted your prediction. How can it be?" Devil Qianfan was really shocked this time. How could you possibly dodge the aura precognition of a super A-ranked powerhouse? This is one of the unique lookalikes of the super A class. Chu Feng's mouth was tinged with a snicker. "Psychic precognition? In my previous life, I was a much better player than you. Moreover, in order to avoid the pursuit of the S-class powerhouse Lin Yi, Chu Fong was comparable to dancing on the blade of a knife every time. Psychic precognition has long since become instinctive, etched into the bones. Simply put, it was forced out. At this moment, even if he only had experience left, he would still be able to tease Devil Qianfan into the palm of his hand. Absolutely not. Devil Qianfan didn't want to believe it. The spiritual awareness precognition that he was so proud of would be seen through by a tiny C-rank martial artist. "You're just lucky." After saying that, Devil Qianfan was annoyed. Moving at breakneck speed, thousands of shadows formed in the air. Makes it hard to tell which is real and which is fake. In the next second, countless figures transformed into a stream of light, all rushing towards Chu Fong at an incredible speed. He was determined to finish Chu Fong off. Chu Fong took a deep breath and instead became extremely calm in this situation, brain running at high speed. In Chu Feng's eyes, it was as if the trajectory of every shadow in front of him had been deduced. It came at him following a set trajectory. The speed, the sequence, the route, the landing point, it's all clear. The next moment he moved, with the help of the extreme speed that the blazing sky wings erupted from. Over and over again, he rolled and drifted like the wind. As if it was a flexible swimming fish, every time it managed to pass through the virtual shadow condensed by Devil Qianfan at an incredible angle. Swimming, weaving, and constantly dodging. It's like dancing on the tip of a knife. It gives a sense of extreme beauty. Beautiful, amazing, impeccable. On the ground, Anderson and the others watched nervously, though a stream of light could only barely be seen passing by. But when the two of them stopped for a moment, they could still see quite a bit of Chu Feng's amazing operation just now. With the body of a C rank, he battled A ranks, transformed spirits, and even super A's. Anderson no longer knew what words he should use to describe Chu Fong. This is a demon, a miracle. Devil Qianfan's frantic attack fell, but he didn't even touch the corner of Chu Feng's coat. He gave up, silently, suspended in midair. The face is expressionless. Makes you wonder what he's thinking. Chu Fong smiled faintly. "Old man, why don't you continue?" Devil Qianfan raised his head, let out a long breath, and looked at Chu Fong with some more inexplicable colors in his eyes. Ryoga said slowly, "You are the most demonic C-ranked martial artist I've ever seen, at the same rank, and even much stronger than one of the abyssal emperors I've seen. Your battle sense, your ability to grasp the battlefield, your handling of the subtle aspects of the situation, it simply doesn't seem like something that should be present at your level. Honestly, I feel like I'm fighting an opponent of the same level. At the end of his words, Devil Chien Fan smiled to himself. It's true. Whether you're a human or a demon, you can't disobey old age. The smile on Chu Feng's face gradually became calm after he heard the words of Devil Chien Fan. In the past, an elder once told me that when the enemy starts to praise you, it means that he still has his cards and thinks that he will be able to kill you with his next strike. So don't take it lightly, old man, am I right? When Devil Chien Fan heard this, he was first stunned, then he laughed out loud. Pithy. In terms of speed, I am indeed far inferior to you, and I admit that I did underestimate you before, but in front of absolute strength, it's useless. Devil Chien Fan regained his composure. Hands raised slowly. That's why I decided to kill you with all my might, even if I let the others escape. Your threat, it's too great. The words were not yet spoken. One could only see that as Devil Chien Fan's hands lifted up, half the sky was vaguely starting to glow red, as delicate as blood. The air around Chu Fong suddenly became hot. It is extremely uncomfortable. Chu Fong stood by in a tight formation. In the next moment, a hot red, thick chain appeared as if out of nowhere and swiftly wrapped around Chu Feng's body. Devil Chien Fan was also green with veins at this moment and roared furiously. Devil's prison, descend! The hands came down with a bang. At this moment, the sky was dark and the sand was flying. It was as if hell had descended to earth. A magical sound came. Everyone couldn't help but cover their ears. Weak martial artists even began to bleed from their 7 orifices. Full coverage, no place to hide. Chu Fong was even surrounded by a blood-colored mist. No one knows what's going on in there. Chu Fong, can you handle it? Chapter 63, A Great Victory. At this moment, heaven and earth were dead silent. Anderson and the others were stunned by the shocking scene. Is this the greatness of a super A-class powerhouse? Turning heaven and earth, moving mountains and seas, as if omnipotent. This was still just an incarnation of a super A-rank powerhouse. Compared to him, these spirit transformation martial artists of his own were indeed similar to ants. In midair, Devil Chien Fan gasped for air. Spare him. He was exhausted at the moment. A large portion of the energy this avatar possessed was consumed. But Devil Chi Fan felt it was worth it. Chu Fong was too demonic. Demonic to the point that Devil Chien Fan was a little afraid. He was afraid that Chu Fong wouldn't take long to reach Super A rank. There is no doubt about that. At that time, it would be the end of his Devil Chien Fan. It's important to root out the threat before it's too late. Devil Chien Fan stared unblinkingly at the red blood mist in front of him. Even the threat from the eclipsing nightmare Beast King couldn't be bothered. He desperately wanted to know how Chu Fong was doing now. Reason told him that Chu Fong was dead. This move, even if performed in an incarnation, it was also comparable to the full force strike of a peak harmonized spirit 9th stage powerhouse. How could Chu Fong, who was only at C rank, be able to block it? But there was another voice in his head that kept telling Devil Chien Fan, Chu Fong is still alive. This made Devil Chien Fan depressed and want to go crazy. Time passes by. After a long time, the blood mist slowly dispersed. A sudden derisive laugh came from it. Harm, so it's just putting up a big show. It scared me so much that I used to scroll in a hurry. It's a bit heartbreaking. The voice came out. Anderson and the others danced wildly with excitement. That guy, he's too perverted to die like that. Demon, I'm convinced. In the future, whoever says that this guy is a C-ranked martial artist, I'll take it up with him. At this moment, the blood mist completely dispersed. Chu Feng's slender figure stood in the air. The corners of the coat were windless. All over, unharmed. Around Chu Fong, the shadow of a protective shield could still be vaguely seen. It was this shield that deflected the fatal blow. Disposable water scroll, known as the strongest defense scroll below Super A grade. Absolute Guardian. At first, Chu Fong hesitated and still bought one, with the idea that you can't be poor enough to have a life-preserving suit, successfully saving Chu Feng's life. Fortunately, that strike just now was only executed by Devil Chien Fan's avatar. If the body were to release it, the power creates a qualitative change that is hard to describe. 10 absolute guards won't be able to stop it when the time comes. Chu Fong was in a good mood right now. It's good to be alive. Unfortunately, the opposite side of the Devil Chien Fan seemed to be having a hard time, as if he had eaten shit. This guy, how many cards does he have? How it seems to be endless. Whenever he thinks he's pushed him to the brink, he always fights back. Could this be the legendary son of Chi? Devil Chiffon couldn't help but think wild thoughts. For a moment, it froze directly in place. At this time, Chu Fong suddenly received a signal from the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King. The super bomb is ready to be completed. Chu Fong made an immediate decision. Quick, take advantage of this guy's loss of concentration and just blast. This is a heavenly opportunity. Otherwise, one would still have to think about how to hit this old guy. Chu Fong had planned to go up and pester Devil Qianfan himself just now. But then, he would have to be seriously injured if he didn't die. Now, while Devil Qianfan was frozen in fear of himself, blast him, damn it. Fire. With Chu Feng's command. The ebonized Nightmare Beast King, who had all originally been left behind by Devil Qianfan, suddenly came before the people. Without hesitation, he threw a football-sized black orb in front of him. Extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he brushed past Chu Fong. Frightened, Chu Fong hurriedly fell back. Just now, the feeling that thing gave him was even more terrifying than the demon prison that Devil Qianfan had cast earlier. That's if it gets rippled. It's a dead man's life. Run fast. Stay away. Don't spill blood on it. Sensei. On the ground, it was Moloch who spotted the black orb first. Seeing that the teacher remained motionless, he hastily voiced a reminder. This sound also directly caused Devil Qianfan to react. Feel the aura of destruction close at hand. Big surprise. Can't stop it. He reacted at the first opportunity. If he hadn't consumed so much energy just now, he might have been able to resist for a moment or two. But now, it's absolutely impossible to block. Once this incarnation of myself dissipates, there was absolutely no chance of Moloch being spared. What to do? At this moment, it was Devil Qianfan's turn to be chagrined. Careless. In the nick of time, Devil Chiffon glanced at Carl, who had long ago ducked into a corner. There's no choice but to throw in the towel. Hands formed claws and sucked violently. Directly sucked the clueless Carl to his body. King, what are you doing? Carl exclaimed. He felt the crisis of death, but he was completely afraid to resist. Too much prestige. Devil Qianfan was cold at the moment. The time has come when your devotion is needed. With that, a surge of power surged into Carl. Because they were originally from the same source, Devil Qianfan directly activated all of Carl's power, even burning his soul, and erupted into an unparalleled force. No! Before dying, Carl stared at Devil Qianfan with resentment in his eyes. King, you shall not die. Devil Qianfan ignored it. It directly shattered the 7th stage of spirit transformation Carl completely, creating a huge source of energy. It was like a shield in front of himself and Moloch. It all happened in a flash. Next moment, the black orb exploded. A wave of energy even stronger than just now swept across the field. In a split second, the wind howled, yellow sand filled the sky, and heaven and earth changed color. Devil Qianfan kept feeding energy into the energy shield, keeping it from being shattered. It lasted for a full incense stick of time. The black storm only faded. The light shield that Devil Qianfan had condensed had also shattered. At this moment, Devil Qianfan's face was incomparably ugly. Failed. A complete and utter failure. This incarnation was down to its last bit of power and was about to dissipate. Too late to be angry. Devil Qianfan copied up Moloch, who had long been stunned. Flee in a hurry. It's like a lost dog. He was afraid that when the energy storm completely subsided, Chu Fong would catch up with that terrifying speed. At that time, the dissipation of his incarnation would be a small matter. It was the death of Moloch that was the greatest loss. Moloch, it's too early to die. Devil Qianfan's figure disappeared into the jungle in the blink of an eye, never to be found again. Wait for the smoke to clear. Only the gray-headed Chu Fong and his group remained at the scene, because it's far enough away, so it all survived. And across the street, there were broken arms and limbs everywhere. A hell of a sight. Everyone was silent. Only after a long time did Anderson incredulously look at Chu Fong next to him and muttered a question. Chu Fong, did we win? Chu Fong grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Yes, we won. Anderson continued to press the issue. The incarnation of that Devil Qianfan and that Devil Luo, they escaped, but I'll definitely avenge this. The reason why Chu Fong was so certain, it's because he's received the golden list beep. The reward for killing the demons just now has arrived. It seems like there's an unlucky guy. Chapter 64, Unexpected Joy. Cooperating to kill a Class A ground demon race, 10,000 bonus points. Extra points for killing demons are added at 50%, totaling 5,000 points. Successful kills across 2 levels, additional points rewarded asterisk 1,000%. Total points rewarded this time is 150,000 points. Cooperating to kill a 7th stage spirit transformation earth demon race, 100,000 bonus points. Extra points for killing demons are added at 50%, totaling 50,000 points. Successful kills across 2 levels, additional points rewarded asterisk 1,000%. Total points rewarded this time is 1.5 million points. Listening to the crisp beep of the gold list, and then looking at the huge amount of points rewarded, Chu Fong felt quite satisfied. This time, in the determination of the golden ranking, it should be a 50-50 split between himself and the eclipsing nightmare beast king. That ordinary A-class ground demon is not worth mentioning. Instead, it was the 7th stage of spirit transformation, Carl, who was supposed to be worth 200,000 points. Equally divided, it just seems less. But even so, Chu Feng's accumulated points at this moment had also reached a terrifying 4 million plus. This visit to the abyss was worth it. With so many points, I don't know how much life-preserving equipment I can buy when I go back. The next time he encountered this kind of incarnation, Chu Fong felt that he could knock the other party's head off. Just as Chu Fong was contentedly preparing to close the personal information bar, suddenly, another reward message popped up. Chu Fong was surprised and clicked on it. The prompt message was surprisingly a bit different this time. Upon inspection, the human, Chu Fong, cooperated to kill the Super A-class Earth Demon race incarnation, with a contribution of 58%, and succeeded in killing it by crossing the 3rd level, pseudo, special reward. 3 times a qualification for the drawing of the sub-legendary class treasure chest. What's going on? Chu Fong didn't even react for a moment. Collaborating to kill a Super A-class Earth Demon incarnation? Can it be that we're talking about the incarnation of Devil Qianfan that escaped, but eventually couldn't hold on and dissipated? And it's on our heads? Chu Feng's eyes lit up. That's a good sentiment. I didn't realize there was a windfall. As for this type of reward, Chu Fong had also never encountered it before. Never even heard of it. There were quite a few people who had killed out-of-body incarnations in their previous lives, but they had never heard of anyone being rewarded for it. It is logical that only killing the instance will be rewarded, Chu Fong muttered. Is it possible that it's because I struck across 3 levels? Chu Fong thought about it. It could only be for that reason. After all, killing demons over 2 levels was no longer like something a human could do. Not to mention crossing the 3rd level, especially with a gulf of Super A levels in between. It's simply not human. 3 times the qualification for the drawing of a sub-legendary level treasure chest is worth 3 million points. So this is the big head. Chu Fong broke his fingers and counted, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn into a smile. But the next second it suddenly changed its face. No, I've lost money. Killing over 3 levels. This is a super achievement that no one has ever achieved before or since. And it's only rewarded with the qualification for a sub-legendary treasure chest? At the very least, it has to be a legendary treasure chest. I'll leave you alone. Chu Fong got a little carried away thinking. But he was also clear. He's got a lot of water on this 3rd level kill. Merely killing a Super A incarnation. It's still a cooperative hit. Awarding 3 sub-legendary raffle entries is righteous enough. What's with the bike? Beside them, Anderson and the others looked at the expression on Chu Feng's face for a moment. Giggling for a moment, chagrined, and thought that being struck by Devil Qianfan for that one moment had left after effects. Panicked as hell. Reaching out, he intended to touch Chu Feng's forehead. However, it was directly slapped away by the reacting Chu Fong. Holy shit. What are you doing? And this kind of hobby? Mud. Looks like I'll have to stay away from you from now on. Anderson was so angry he wanted to curse. But suddenly he remembered another big thing and had a rush. Chu Fong, you should quickly go and take a look at the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King. The little bit of origin black mist left around it since it just threw that black bomb seemed to have solidified, and it didn't respond when I called out to it. I wanted to get closer to see what was going on, but I realized that the energy around it was so dense that I couldn't even get close. Everyone's lives had been saved by Chu Fong and the Eclipsing Nightmare Beast King, and now that the Eclipsing Nightmare Beast King seemed to be in some sort of not-so-good condition, everyone was also very worried. Chu Fong sniffed. The joy of victory was washed away all at once, and the mood went straight to the bottom, burning the vast majority of soul crystals and going beyond his absorption limit to use the 1,000 soul spirit flower. The Eclipse Nightmare Beast King was really in danger this time. Chu Fong arrived in front of the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King. The origin black mist that originally covered more than 1,000 meters was now only half a meter square. And it's full of dead silence. It's like it's completely inactive. The Eclipse Nightmare Beast King was too badly injured. The soul is the root of all living things. The Eclipse Nightmare Beast King directly burned most of it. It would have been certain death, but because of the constant replenishment of the 1,000-soul spirit flower, it's been hanging on for dear life. It creates this current state of slumber. Chu Fong, eat. A sad look flashed in Anderson's eyes. In the abyss, injured like this, it's basically unsalvageable. Chu Fong carefully observed the state of the eclipsing Nightmare Beast King and said in a deep voice, "I only have one way, and it's up to it to make it work." Anderson and the other's eyes lit up at that. "What way?" Chu Fong whispered. "Use my blood." "Your blood?" Anderson's eyes widened, unable to comprehend. Chu Fong did not explain. His bloodline contained two great divine-level bloodlines. The Destruction bloodline, which could break down everything under the sun and turn it into its own use, could just help the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King break down the 1,000-soul spirit flower that had failed to be consumed within his body. By himself, the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King would only be propped up alive by the energy of the 1,000-soul spirit flower. But not if the destructive bloodline is in the mix. In addition, there was the ancient immortal bloodline, which possessed the characteristics of endless life and immortality. Just right for waking up the sleeping, eclipsing Nightmare Beast King. Help him heal. As for whether or not it would end up being as Chu Fong expected, Chu Fong was also unclear. One can only do what one can do. Chu Fong directly slashed his wrist. A stream of bright red blood was controlled by Chu Fong and merged into the black mist. The origin black mist was as if it was the body of the eclipsed Nightmare Beast King. Chu Fong could only beat a dead horse. But the eclipsed Nightmare Beast King didn't react half-heartedly. Chu Fong didn't have any extra thoughts either. Just keep contributing blood. Because the recovery power was so strong, it even required Chu Fong to constantly slit his wrists to do so. I don't know how long it's been. Even Chu Feng's physique felt a wave of weakness and powerlessness. No amount of powerful blood production can keep up with depletion. The black fog in front of him suddenly fluctuated. Gradually, the fluctuations grew stronger. Anderson was overjoyed. There's a reaction. Chu Fong did not say anything, and blood continued to be inputted without any money. Almost the entire black fog was colored black and red. Just then, the original half-meter square of origin black mist suddenly began to slowly close in. Once again, it coalesced into an orb. This, however, this time no longer has a destructive aura. Even the aura of death and silence from before disappeared without a trace. In its place was a strong breath of life. More like an evolution. Life, level up. The Nightmare King, reborn in fire. Chapter 65, Void Form. Chu Fong was also attracted by the change in the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King before him. What happened? He couldn't be sure for a moment with his knowledge. Could it be that it was caused by one's two great divine bloodlines? The 1,000-soul spirit flower was originally a soul-type supreme treasure. His own god-level bloodline was even more unique. The combination of the two would likely bring about an unprecedented change to the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King. For what it's worth, it's a little more likely to get better. In that case, Chu Fong was also relieved. Chu Fong then planned to terminate the blood transfusion. Even if his physique was far beyond normal, he couldn't supply it in such an unlimited amount. But the moment Chu Fong intended to stop, in the back of his mind, there was suddenly a hint of an extremely faint voice. It was none other than the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King. He came to life, but before Chu Fong could be happy, the weak voice of the Echidna Beast King was nonetheless nonchalant. "Blood! Don't stop!" Chu Feng's face turned green when he heard that. "What the hell? Are you addicted to it? Do you know how precious this blood of mine is?" But Chu Fong was also clear. It should be that the eclipsing Nightmare Beast King is at a critical moment, and his own blood promotes the key to the evolution of the Echidna Beast King. Holy shit, it's a big loss. The blood is drying up? Chu Fong cursed on his mouth. But not only did the blood input not stop, but the amount increased. "Asshole, I'm telling you, I'll lose my money if you don't become a pet beast for me after we go back this time. In order to save you, the treasures were all used up. Several times I almost got killed. And you sucked my blood. The ebonized nightmare Beast King barely transmitted a laugh, his voice breaking as he returned. Huh? Good. Wait for me. The voice cut off before it could finish. But that's okay. He believed that Chu Fong could understand. After those few times side by side, the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King was considered to have completely identified with Chu Fong. Without Chu Feng's several rescues, he would have died long ago. Now, with the help of Chu Feng's miraculous blood, he was also accomplishing the most important sublimation in his life. The Eclipsing Nightmare Beast Clan, the evolution of legends, breaking the shackles of the hierarchy of life. Originally, an ordinary echidna beast would at most evolve into an A-class being. A Black Mist-level Eclipsing Nightmare Beast can evolve into a Super A-class being at most. And the Etched Nightmare Beast that completed its ultimate evolution. It's as if the limits of the genetic lock have been broken. There is no longer a life level of confinement. Unlimited potential, unlimited future. The next period of time was comparable to torture for Chu Fong. It's really killing people. This guy feels like an oversized leech. No matter how much blood comes. Just when Chu Fong felt that he would have to pass out the next moment. The Eclipse Nightmare Beast King had finally completed its evolution. A flash of light, as blinding as obsidian, flashed by. It makes you close your eyes. Next moment, when Chu Fong opened his eyes again. However, it was discovered that the black orb that the original Eclipsing Nightmare Beast King had condensed and had completely disappeared. The Eclipse Nightmare Beast King seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. No matter how Chu Fong observed it or sensed it, he was unable to detect its existence. Huh? Interesting. Chu Fong muttered, coming to be interested and opening his mouth with some uncertainty. The presence of nothingness? Out of nowhere, the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King's voice slowly sounded. Yes, Master, this is my new form, the Void form. Relying on space, it can be considered to ignore almost all physical attacks and weaken the vast majority of soul attacks, unless the enemy has the ability to directly break this space. Chu Fong raised his eyebrows. This is too perverted. A normal Super A rank can't even threaten you anymore. Truly shadowless. Come and go without a trace. Killing without form. Suddenly, as if reacting with surprise. Did you just call me Master? The Eclipse Nightmare Beast King also directly said. Yes, Master. We of the Eclipse Nightmare Beast Clan have favors to repay. If it weren't for my master's miraculous blood, I wouldn't have been able to break my life shackles, and the potential that my master has shown has made me willing to follow. That's what's so good about ferocious beasts. Grudges are clear. Have a vision. Chu Fong was not pretentious either. There's nothing to hide. That was supposed to be one of the purposes of his trip. There is no such thing as a good thing in the world without a reason. Chu Fong had also paid too much of a price to exchange for the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King's recognition. Don't worry, since you've followed me. I'm bound to not let you suffer, and the resources you need to advance in the future will be left to me. Chu Fong confidently punched his ticket. With his ability to earn points, was it not simple to raise a pet beast? Originally, as a master, there was an obligation to help pet beasts advance. It's also about being able to make the favored beast better at helping out. I'll commission you to stay in the favored beast sphere for a few days first, and when we get back, I'll get you a super sphere for a nest. Thank you, Master. I have another request. Could Master bring my people to the human world along with me? Without my shelter, I fear. The Eclipse Nightmare Beast King hurriedly said. Master can also take them in, and it won't disturb the human world order. Chu Fong directly nodded his head in agreement without thinking. No problem. Your clansmen can also increase your strength at critical moments. I can't wait to welcome them. And I'll train them as well. When they're strong, their increase in your strength will also be stronger. Thanks. The Echidna Beast King was grateful. Chu Fong, on the other hand, had searched for half a day without being able to locate the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King. It wasn't that he was afraid that the Eclipsing Nightmare Beast King would run away. It's just that as a master, you can't even find out where your favorite animal is. It's really a bit of a shame. It was as if the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King had seen through Chu Feng's thoughts. Reveal yourself directly. Now everyone is waiting to see it again. It's still pretty different from before. The original black mist all turned into a vaguely transparent color. Without looking closely, it's actually still not very visible. This ensures that whenever and wherever possible, it hides itself to the fullest extent. Yes, Chu Feng's mouth was grinning to the back of his head. What a trip to the abyss. Got over 4 million points, not to mention. And picking up a super god's favorite for nothing. Wouldn't this be a nightmare for all Super A ranks if it was cultivated to Super A rank? Right? There's one more thing that's been missing. Chu Fong could have never forgotten about his big business of brushing monsters. It hadn't been a day or two since he had coveted those large groups of B-ranked ferocious beasts. Now that the work is done, it will not delay their own earn some extra money. Think about it. He also hurriedly dug out the 5 Inferno Dragon Storm Scrolls that he had previously buried in the ground in preparation for Een Moloch. Okay, it didn't get rippled. Sensed it and it continues to work. Chu Fong also felt relieved to tuck it back in. Brush monsters to use. Was about to leave. However, he caught a glimpse of Anderson staring at Chu Fong as if he was a spiteful woman. That sultry look caused Chu Fong to stifle a shiver. What's up? That look? Chu Fong swung his fist. This guy, don't ever look at me like that again. Anderson didn't duck and grunted. You're just going to leave? Huh? Huh? Or what? Chu Fong felt surprised. Why don't you stay here and keep you company? Anderson nearly exploded with anger. You can't have forgotten. You killed the youngest daughter of one of the Uprising's counselors, so you're not afraid of reprisals. At least ask me for some messages from this counselor and his men. Also, the Uprising army and the humans as two forces with the same goal. I still want to talk to you to see if there's any possibility of bringing about a union of the two forces. Are you not interested in our Uprising army at all? Anderson felt insulted. Chapter 66, The Island of the Damned. Anderson felt like a chattering winner. Self-indulgent worrying about people. And people don't care at all. It depressed the hell out of Anderson. Only then did Chu Fong react. Oh, almost forgot, sorry. You. Forget it. Anderson scratched his head in exasperation. It really wasn't Chu Feng's fault. In Chu Feng's opinion, a congressman's daughter, so much for killing. It's really not a big deal. As for retaliation, is it hard for his people to go to Earth? As for his next visit to the Abyss, he didn't even know which skin he was wearing. Who's he going to get back at? Take a step back, even if you get retaliated against. Chu Fong can't wait for it. If there was one thing that I regretted the most about this trip to the Abyss, that's definitely not enough bloodline enhancement. The Destruction bloodline is upgraded a bit, but the Vanguard Immortal bloodline, it's barely enhanced. Chu Fong was also pondering. How should one go about strengthening the ancient Immortal bloodline? The Immortal Emperor was so strong in his previous life, he must have had a special way to be powerful. The two great God-level bloodlines seem to be divided into levels. Only one knows so little about them. Still have to take my time figuring it out. More of that congressman's people, and more blood-sucking when you kill them. As far as talking about cooperation and all that, Chu Fong didn't have this idea at all. Humans at this stage are not fit to make contact with the insurgents. One doesn't have the strength, the other doesn't have the backbone. This is nothing but a loss if we work together. It's better to go with the flow. Chu Fong did not intend to interfere. Seeing Chu Feng's expression of not caring, Anderson took a deep breath. He was afraid he'd suffocate himself if he held it in any longer. Forget it, I don't need you to ask. I'll just say it and be done with it, none to myself. Without waiting for Chu Fong to respond. He doesn't want to hear it. Straight dog. Mivia's father, Melon, one of the 16 counselors of the Round Table, commands the White Elf clan, and is also quite influential in the entire elven race. By the way, apart from the head and vice speaker of the Uprising army, it's these 16 counselors who have the most power. It can even mobilize some of the Super A classes. I'll do my best to help you hide what happened today, but paper can't hold fire. Melon will find out sooner or later. After all, there are quite a few of us still alive here. With that said, Anderson glanced at the others, even the brothers Taku and Toda. The two men's faces turned ugly. We won't. Our lives were all saved by Brother Chu Fong. Chu Fong, however, smiled and shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, Anderson shouldn't be part of the faction led by Melon. Otherwise, the guy wouldn't have told me so much. It's the two of you. So you answer whatever the counselor asks. No need to be difficult. Toda and Taku, however, shook their heads firmly. This time our brothers also saw that in the Mei family, all of us foreign surnamed elves are just seen as nothing more than slaves and are arbitrarily rebuked. Since this is the case, we are also dead set on not going back this time. The big deal is just wandering around. In the future, if Brother Chu Fong has a use for us, he will definitely return. Anderson, however, raised an eyebrow. But don't go back. You are the backbone of the insurgent army. If you don't want to go back to the Mei family, then come to Aran family. Aran family doesn't have as many rules as the Mei family. A spiritualized powerhouse. It's not a cabbage anywhere. It's the digging at the mires that's cool. Chu Fong glanced at Anderson without any good humor. This guy was quite good at finding opportunities. However, it might also be a better option for the two brothers Taku and Toda. Since the family had taken in the two brothers, it equally meant protecting the two of them. Not so much as to appear to be settling scores with Melon. The matter is finalized. Anderson was still quite happy, and ignoring Chu Feng's disgusted gaze, he continued. In fact, you are the first human to come to the Abyss, apart from Melon who might retaliate against you. The other insurrectionist factions shouldn't be so short-sighted and will even block the retaliation against you, and we, the family, will also mediate. Moreover, your human's disguise is indeed very skillful. The transformation spirit martial artist can't see the end of it at all, and it's hard for Melon to find you. You'd better not let us see what you look like, either, so that it's safest. Chu Fong nodded indifferently. Anderson wouldn't be stupid enough to show his original face in front of so many people if he didn't. By the way, do you have a sound transmission stone? Leave a seal. It will be easy to contact in the future. Anderson didn't want to be unable to contact Chu Fong himself in the future. Wouldn't that be a broken line with humans? Chu Fong simply shook his head. How can I, a human, have anything from the Abyss? I have a blank one here. It's just that it's relatively low grade and can only do so within 1,000 miles in order to send a message. Toda hurriedly took out a compact stone with a special fluctuation on it. Chu Fong was also not polite. This thing was like a human cell phone, and it wasn't expensive, and in his previous life, he had even gotten the high-level summoning stone. It's possible to transmit on an entire level of the Abyss. A few people left their mark on each other. Chu Fong did not delay, and received the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King into the favored beast orb, and then soared into the sky. Ground. The two brothers, Anderson and Toda Togu, watched as Chu Feng's figure gradually disappeared into the sky. Anderson let out a long breath and muttered, I have a vague premonition that the Abyss will never be at peace again because of such an additional pervert. Chu Fong, after leaving, all the way up into the high clouds. Even ordinary flying ferocious beasts wouldn't come here. That's the way to be safe. Chu Fong maintained 8 times the speed of sound all the way to the south. The mind kept recalling the location from the memory of his previous life. In the southernmost part of the second layer of the Abyss, there was a vast and boundless sea. The dangers of the ocean are countless, with powerful and ferocious beasts and treacherous natural environments. So much so that no one knows where its boundaries are, where Chu Fong is going. It's located on an isolated island in the depths of the South China Sea, a place known to mankind in previous lives as the Cursed Isle, because the ferocious beasts that live there, no matter what race, none of them seemed to be able to advance to the A level. It was as if there was a layer of restriction in the underworld, restricts all creatures from breaking their chains. In his previous life, there were also humans at the Peekaboo rank who had tried it. As long as you're on the island, there's no way to break through, no matter what method you use. Anyone who sets foot on the island feels as if they have suffered a curse. Unless you get out of there, there's no way to advance. And any creature of A-class or higher will somehow die before too long after stepping foot. Even the Super A-class is no exception, hence the title of the Cursed Land. Here, it's a paradise for B-class ferocious beasts. The name is not very auspicious, but it is indeed a treasure trove of monsters to brush. Hordes of B-class ferocious beasts live there. Bring a bunch of Inferno Dragon Storms, and be able to swipe monsters until your hands go limp. Chu Fong was only at Area C level, so he naturally didn't care about any curses. Moreover, he had received the Eclipsing Nightmare Beast King into the favored beast orb early on. In his previous life, humans had tested that A-class favored beasts located in the favored beast sphere would not appear to die. But if you let it out, you will surely die. Limo Escape is no exception. Cursed Island, that's how weird it is. It was a full day and night of flying. When the sun rises, Chu Fong finally vaguely saw the outline of the island. That glance, however, caused Chu Feng's heart and mind to tremble. View from midair. This is not an island. It's clearly a burial mound. Chapter 67, The Monster Rush. It was no wonder why Chu Fong was so shocked. In his previous life, he had also been here when he was just a B-ranked martial artist. He couldn't fly then. It took a boat ride to get to the island. Later on, when they advanced to a rank or even Super A rank, how would they dare to approach this weird island? As a result, it was never possible to hover in midair to get a full view of the island. But today, Chu Fong saw it clearly. the whole island from midair. It's like a giant tomb. In the center is the high rise of the hill. In front of the towering hill, it's a huge stone tablet. Chu Fong couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He could have thought it was a cliff before, outside the main area of the burial mound. Instead, it was surrounded by a large expanse of green and verdant virgin forest. There are countless trees in the sky. It's as if humans like to carry a few trees next to a cemetery. It was early morning at the moment. The isolated island was shrouded in a layer of mist. It didn't seem like much at first, but now Chu Fong felt an eerie feeling, oddly oozy. For a time, Chu Fong unexpectedly did not dare to land down. After a while, Chu Fong clenched his teeth. You can't look at a mountain of treasure and come back empty-handed. Come all the way. So many humans had come here in previous lives, and they hadn't encountered any danger. I'm sure that if I'm careful, I won't run into anything. Suddenly, Chu Fong thought of something. What would have happened if he had shown himself to be far more than a B rank on the island? Will it also die an unexplained death? Thinking of that, Chu Fong only felt the hairs on his body stand up and sweat. Never reveal your full strength. Maybe he'll be okay. After all, he was indeed only a C-ranked martial artist. It's still far from the limit line. But in all things, there is a fear of the unexpected. Before thoroughly understanding the bizarre things here, Chu Fong felt that it was better to be cautious. One side landed on the island. At this moment, Chu Feng's mood was no longer as relaxed as before. Just planned to brush off the monsters and get the hell out of there. Back to Earth. On this kind of desolate and one-person isolated island, Chu Fong restored his original face. There's still a little bit of the disguise potion left, but it'll be needed on the way back to Earth. There's no telling how long I'll have to stay here. A little bit of saving is a little bit of saving. The place where Chu Fong landed was still far away from that grave. At best, it's an outlying area, surrounded by 100-meter-tall trees. Every now and then you can hear a cry of an ape, a howl of a wolf, a song of a bird. Hear the voices. Chu Fong was instantly energized. Both come and go. Getting the points in hand is the way to go. All these screams can represent a B-class pack. There might be even weaker C-class clans, but Chu Fong clearly couldn't look at them. Before Chu Fong could set off in search of prey, suddenly it felt like I was being watched. Snapping back, only to see that deep within the jungle, a blood-red fierce gaze was staring at Chu Fong, surrounded by a pack of bloodthirsty demonic wolves that had risen early to hunt. Chu Fong was not surprised, but rather pleased. Hey, did you just happen to land yourself in a den of wolves? I just don't know how many there are. Because there were only 5 Inferno Dragon Storms left, it meant that Chu Fong had to maximize his benefits by brushing the monsters up to 5 times this time. While Chu Fong was pondering, a bloodthirsty demon wolf violently opened its bloody mouth and bit over. Chu Fong grinned. It's just a flick. Just deftly dodged it. After fighting with a group of spirit transformation powerhouses and even super A-class avatars, it was as if Chu Feng's fighting instincts from his previous life had been completely activated. The attacks of the B-rank creatures now seemed about the same as going through the motions to him. The offense is too slow. The means of attack was also too straightforward, without the slightest variation. If Chu Fong was willing, the moment he brushed shoulders with this bloodthirsty demon wolf just now, he would have been able to directly kill it. It also doesn't require the use of powers beyond B-rank. But Chu Fong was too lazy to make a move. How many points does it take to kill one by one? It's not even enough to stuff your teeth. Chu Fong roughly counted the bloodthirsty demon wolves in front of him. Just over 30 heads in all. Too little. This should only be part of the wolf pack. Therefore, in the next moment, Chu Fong had a decision. Walking the wolf. Everyone else walks their dogs. Chu Fong walks the wolf. The goal is to get to the lair of these guys. These guys should just come out for an early dinner, so the hordes shouldn't be too far away. Immediately after that, Chu Fong deliberately provoked the wolves. After making sure to piss off all the demon wolves, directly accelerate the speed to escape. Behind them was a pack of enraged demon wolves frantically chasing after them. It's too much of a wolf. The C-ranked ape creature in front of him actually kicked the asses of all the demon wolves. So within this desolate island, and there was a magical scene, a human was running for his life unhurriedly in front of him, with a pack of demon wolves in hot pursuit behind him. Chu Fong fled while sensing where might be the lair of these fellows. Before Chu Fong could sense anything, the wolves behind them suddenly howled en masse. Like calling for company. Called the wolf? Gee, these little guys, they're so well behaved. Chu Fong couldn't help but want to give these cute guys a nod, knowing that I won't be easy to find. Straight up called the wolves. As soon as he thought of this, Chu Fong hurriedly lowered his speed. He was afraid that this group of wolves would withdraw without being able to catch up. It didn't take long. Chu Fong suddenly sensed a multitude of energy sources appearing around him. A pair of scarlet eyes all stared at Chu Fong. The average person would probably go weak in the knees from being stared at by so many mean-looking guys. In his previous life, even those B-rank martial artists who came with scrolls. Brushing monsters is also all about being careful. It couldn't be helped. It was really surrounded by a large group of B-ranked ferocious beasts. Don't even think about running away. The most you can do is to die together with a scroll, which is as efficient as Chu Fong. But now, this group of devil wolves was completely ignored by Chu Fong. Not only that, Chu Fong also started counting. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. The more Chu Fong counted, the more excited he became. 102 heads. Beautiful. And they're all B-rated. That's great. Too lazy to tangle with these guys. Chu Fong directly soared into the sky and flew out of the encirclement. A large group of bloodthirsty demon wolves that looked stunned were left. The blazing wings of heaven is a special equipment, and its use will not be cursed by the rules here. Suspended in midair, Chu Feng's eyes were filled with salivation as he stared at the 100 or so bloodthirsty demon wolves below. Later, those are wild points. Without hesitation, he pulled out an Inferno Dragon Storm and threw it straight down. Chu Fong was worried that if he dragged on for a long time, some of the bloodthirsty demon wolves would escape beyond the damage range of the scroll. Boom! With a violent explosion, Chu Feng's feet instantly turned into a sea of fire. The bloodthirsty demon wolves were burned like charcoal one by one. With the effect of the flame-sticky link in place, this group of bloodthirsty demon wolves couldn't even escape. A whole lot of dead. Instead, the many trees in the flames just made a crackling sound. Yet very few trees were set ablaze. The trees on the cursed island are special. In his previous life, Chu Fong hadn't understood, but now he understood something. It's probably because these trees are tainted with too much yin qi from this place. It is difficult to ignite it with a normal flame. So, even after being washed by the Inferno Dragon Storm, it remained firm, not bothering about whether the trees were burned or not. Chu Fong only cared about how many more points he could earn from this wave. Start the crazy tips? Chapter 68. If you're not careful, you'll kill your clan. It was as if Chu Fong had turned on the push switch for the golden ranking beeps. A flurry of kill messages seemed like snowflakes. It's simply too late to read. Chu Fong roughly swept a glance. Ordinary kills a Class B bloodthirsty demon wolf. Point reward of 2,500 points. Successful kills at the next level. Additional points rewarded asterisk 100%. This time a total of 5,000 points are rewarded. Ordinary kills a Class B bloodthirsty demon wolf. Point reward of 2,500 points. Successful kills at the next level. Additional points rewarded asterisk 100%. This time a total of 5,000 points are rewarded. Ordinary kills the peak B-class bloodthirsty demon wolf leader. Rewarded with 3,000 points. Successful kills at the next level. Additional points rewarded asterisk 100%. This time a total of 6,000 points are rewarded. A total of 102 kills. Not a single one escaped. Within 5 minutes, Chu Fong had only thrown a scroll, reaping a total of 528,000 points. It was much easier than killing the earth demons. Of course, even if other humans came here with scrolls, it would be impossible for them to wildly scroll 500,000 to 600,000 points at once like Chu Fong. Ordinary human B-class martial artists couldn't fly after all, and they didn't have Chu Feng's strength. You have to be careful to lure monsters. The best part is that there are no transgression rewards. It would be good to harvest 30,000 or 50,000 points at a time, and risk your life. But the principle is just one 10,000 point Inferno Storm. It's still a one-book deal. There were quite a few humans who came here to Pan for gold in their previous lives. There were no delays. Chu Fong continued to start searching for traces of other large B-class groups. According to the habits of different ferocious beasts. Look at the footprints on the ground. Listen to the different cries of the ferocious beasts, even the feces. Chu Fong could easily confirm roughly which kind of ferocious beasts were ahead, and he could even roughly estimate the number. That's where experience counts. Here, There was no need to worry about a Class A or even stronger ferocious beast hiding in the shadows suddenly giving you a bite. So security is still more assured. The area covered by this isolated island is still quite large. The pristine jungle is even thicker. There are countless ferocious beasts living inside. Therefore, Chu Feng's desire to find a group of murderers that matched his heart still wasn't considered simple. Walking all the way, surprisingly, half a day had passed as well. During the process, Chu Fong also discovered a few ferocious beast clans. Unfortunately, the numbers are all too small. At most, there were only a few dozen of them, and Chu Fong was still unable to look at them. It was hot at noon. Chu Fong casually found a large tree to sit down on his knees under, planned to take a short break, and set out to find it again. But before Chu Feng's was even warmed up, suddenly it felt as if a mass of sharpness was about to break out of the dirt under his butt. Attack yourself? It doesn't feel very deadly, but there's a lot of it. Chu Fong immediately bounced up. Just in case, he even sacrificed his blazing heavenly wings in an instant, suspended in midair, staring at the spot where he had just been sitting on his plate. It doesn't matter if you don't look. At a glance, Chu Fong almost did not faint with joy. Powerful black ants, uppercutting a large black swath of vigorous black ants. He seemed to have just sat on the roof of a house. That's why it was attacked. This is really pie in the sky. He was struggling to find a suitable group of ferocious beasts himself. The powerful black ant clan then delivered. Herculean black ants, Insecta Hymenoptera, swarming organisms. Generally about 5 centimeters in length and black in color. The length of the body gradually increases as it grows in strength. The longest is estimated to be no more than half a meter. These guys could almost be said to be one of the bottom few types of ferocious beasts in their class. Lack of effective means of attack and defense. It's pretty much useless except for more power. At one point, it was on the top of the list of recipes for many ferocious beasts. Almost got eaten out of existence. I didn't expect that I would find such a huge colony of vigorous black ants on the cursed island. Judging by the many scents that had just attacked him, it seems to range from D to B. To be able to give birth to a powerful black ant that was comparable to a B class, it proved that this colony must be quite large. This thing just needs to be in quantity after reaching a qualitative change. It could even turn around and use other ferocious beasts as food. And not picky at all. Take the bloodthirsty demon wolf clan, just now, if they really encountered with these vigorous black ants. In less than an incense stick of time, it would be gnawed away by this swarm of ants. Although the vigorous black ant might be considered the weakest ferocious beast, it couldn't help that there were too many of these things. A random ant colony numbers in the thousands. What Chu Fong had just sensed for a moment alone. There were just 50 to 60 grade B vigorous black ants. There may be more that the underground didn't sense. As for under B, that's a lot. Chu Fong couldn't count them at all. Conservative estimates are in the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. That's poking at an ant's nest. Chu Fong was not surprised, but rather pleased. It's the finest resource for brushing monsters. Though one's main target was the B-class Fierce Beast cluster. But that's because one Inferno Dragon Storm goes down. The B-rank Ferocious Beast clans brought the highest gains and the best value for money. If it was some C-class colony with a few hundred, I'm afraid it would only top out at 8,000 or 9,000 points. There's no extra bonus for cross-country kills yet. None of it is enough to cost money. Naturally, no one was stupid enough to brush up on C-rank monsters. But it's different if it's a colony like the powerful black ant. Perhaps there were fewer B-classes among them, but it couldn't be helped that there were hundreds of thousands of members. Even if they are weak and each one gives less points. A little goes a long way, and a lot goes a long way. Still a huge amount of points. Chu Feng's eyes were incomparably fiery at the moment. Based on experience, the range of the colony was roughly detected. It's surprisingly quite large. One Inferno Dragon Storm Scroll is definitely not enough. However, Chu Fong didn't care. This one is definitely going to pay off beyond belief. It also saved himself from having to go around looking for other ferocious beast clans. As for most of the vigorous black ants are in the ground. That's okay. These guys don't have much in the way of defense, and they're extremely afraid of fire. The main target was also that super large swarm of C-class vigorous black ants. With the power of the Inferno Dragon Storm, even through the earth, they can be scalded to death. After measuring the bearings, under the excitement, Chu Feng's instantaneous burst of speed was over 10 times the speed of sound. The scrolls were thrown down in 3 different locations almost simultaneously. In the next moment, fire raged to the sky, smoke rose in all directions, and the temperature around them rose violently. Rolling heat waves swept in all directions. Underground is even more of a priority for sweeping. There was a lot of crackling. A roast-like aroma kept coming out. Chu Fong couldn't help but be staggered. No wonder so many ferocious beasts like to eat these vigorous black ants. The flavor of this thing, when it's roasted, is surprisingly so fragrant. Chu Fong was suspended in midair. Silently, he waited for the flames to slowly dissipate. In the meantime, Chu Fong only felt as if his brain was about to explode. The beeps that were countless times swifter than before surged out frantically. Chu Fong had to hastily close the prompt. Still have heart palpitations. It's embarrassing to talk about it. Chu Fong, who couldn't even be helped by a super A-ranked avatar, was almost sent away by the beeps in his own head. I don't know how long it's been. Chu Fong felt like it was getting dark. The flames only slowly died out. Look at the charred blackness on the ground. Chu Fong awkwardly coughed lightly twice. Seemingly, accidentally extinguished people's ancestors. Chapter 69, The Change. The weak and the strong were originally the laws of the abyss. Chu Fong didn't feel any guilt. He wasn't much of a good person in the first place, much less a saint. Good people don't survive in this day and age. A hard heart and a hard hand will live longer. After confirming that there were no more vigorous black ants around that had been left out, Chu Fong soared into the sky. Find a random place to land. It's time to start counting this chop. This was Chu Feng's favorite part, because the number of Q messages is just too much. It took Chu Fong a full 2 hours to roughly figure it out. It was true that the number of Class B vigorous black ants was the smallest, but that was also compared to the entire colony. There are actually about 200 of them. But because the strength was so poor, the point rewards given by the gold list were pretty much the bottom line. 1,000 points each, plus the transgression bonus, is only 2,000 points. These 200 or so vigorous black ants contributed a total of over 400,000 points. Quite a lot, too. The big head is still a C-ranked vigorous black ant. After seeing the conclusion that was finally reached, Chu Fong all froze for a moment. Couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How many fucking kills have I made? Class C vigorous black ant, 20 points apiece, no overstep rewards. But even so, it was also enough to contribute 1.6 million points to Chu Fong. To convert, just now, 80,000 C-grade vigorous black ants had been burned away by Chu Feng's fire. What was left, there were also the most numerous D-grade vigorous black ants. In terms of quantity, Chu Fong didn't even count. There were too many. It would take days to count. Chu Fong wasn't stupid. Directly take the total number of points and subtract the points you just counted. All that was left were the points contributed by the D-ranked vigorous black ant. 400,000. One must know that this was the weakest D-class ferocious beast, and it would be considered good to have only 2 or 3 points apiece. But it still came out to be such a number. Chu Fong even gulped his saliva. You'd better die a clean death, but don't turn into any ghosts or monsters to find me in the middle of the night. We don't do that in the abyss. A full 2.2 million points. This was the gain brought about by Chu Feng's 3 scrolls. That horrible yield. Capitalists have to weep when they look at it. At this point, Chu Feng's total points balance, 6.8 million. Figures after 10,000 are simply omitted. There's only one Inferno Storm left. But Chu Fong already felt indifferent. This time, the gain had exceeded Chu Feng's expectations by too many times. Think about 2 weeks ago. Owners are happy and oblivious simply because of the first bucket of 70,000 points. Chu Fong was far too calm at the moment. Even despised myself a bit from 2 weeks ago. But hold on to the idea that waste is shameful. Chu Fong still intended to do his best. This last scroll should also be utilized, continuing on his journey to find the fierce beast pack. But this time, Chu Feng's luck seemed to have been used on the vigorous black ant. For a full day, nothing was found, and he'd wandered into the very center of the lone island. Further on, Chu Fong estimated that he would have to enter the true core area of the isolated island, right where that grave is. Chu Fong was still a bit terrified. It's a little bit not worth it to keep delaying. Think about it. Chu Fong then planned to just find a random colony of a few dozen B-class fierce beasts and use it. But just as Chu Fong made his decision, suddenly, he sensed that there was actually an extremely rich bloodline aura not far ahead. The breath seemed to carry a searing aura. to the destructive bloodline in Chu Feng's body. It's like seeing a 10% pill. A feeling of hunger that came from the depths of his cells made Chu Fong unable to resist moving his feet. But that sense seems to be coming from the core side. Chu Fong was somewhat hesitant, but the urgent need coming from his body almost made Chu Fong faint. Go in. In a previous life when the big guys didn't even know this was a grave, it wasn't as if they had gone deeper into the core. I haven't heard of anyone experiencing any horrors in it, either. Of course, it's also possible to meet those dangerous guys and never get to talk again. At this moment, Chu Fong was only consoling himself. Riches and riches. Which of the new age human martial artists were not traveling between the blades? Every time you go down into the abyss, you have your head in the waistband of your pants. Human beings, never lacking in desperation. Because of this, it is possible to be in just a few years. Countless strong men were born. Even the abyssal demon race had to admit the difficulty of the human powerhouses. Moreover, Chu Fong had the blazing heavenly wings. Seeing a bad opportunity, he immediately fled. In terms of survivability, it's so much better than the average human. After making the decision, Chu Fong was not looking ahead. He directly darted towards the one bloodline scent that attracted him. On the road, Chu Fong was careful to the extreme. The mind kept pondering what dangers might be encountered and how to solve them. But wait until he gets to the location, surrounded by nothing but big trees. The core compared to the periphery. That is, there are a lot more boulders on the ground, broken pieces of stone. Other than that, Chu Fong did not feel it. Stand still. Chu Feng's brows furrowed slightly. It should have just been here. Chu Fong was certain that he hadn't sensed it wrong. Before Chu Fong could think anything more, suddenly his eyes flickered. Behind you! It's alive! That sense of attraction came back, and it was on the big tree behind Chu Fong. It seemed like they were waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack Chu Fong. Because I don't know what the enemy is. Chu Fong simply made the trick work. Act like you don't know anything. Keep moving forward. Next, when Chu Fong took a leg, inductively the living thing moved. Whoosh. Then he came behind Chu Fong. It still thinks it's hiding perfectly. But I don't know. For Chu Fong, its rich bloodline aura was like a lighthouse, always reminding Chu Fong. The moment it was near, Chu Fong made a violent turn. Wonderful to avoid this attack. Also got a good look at what was attacking him. Purple blood cold jiao. Chu Fong uttered a surprised voice. Not shocked, but intensely puzzled. How could it be the purple blood cold jiao? It's not possible. This kind of ferocious beast Chu Fong also knew. It's a head of complete and utter een and cold. Even the blood in the body is cold. How could there be such a rich and fiery bloodline power? That's counterintuitive. This purple blood cold jiao was also just a peak B rank. It couldn't do any harm to Chu Fong. If he was willing to do so, Chu Fong could instantly finish it off and suck the power of the bloodline in its body. But Chu Fong didn't do that. It just kept dodging the purple blood cold jiao's attacks, all the while constantly observing everything about its body. It's a normal purple blood cold jiao, all right. There's nothing wrong with the size, shape, or the Lin armor on its body. And again, because of the limitations of the island's rules, it doesn't go beyond B class. But where exactly did that rich bloodline power in its body come from? Chu Fong was in deep thought. Just when Chu Fong was puzzled, seeing the purple blood cold jiao charging up again. As if subconsciously, Chu Fong used the devouring power of the destruction bloodline on it. That's when the change happened. Chapter 70. The power to create life. The moment Chu Fong used his destruction bloodline, only to see that the purple blood cold jiao, which was originally still ferociously mad at Chu Fong, suddenly looked as if it had seen something terrifying. Abruptly he curled up. With all his might, he tried to escape the devouring range of the destruction bloodline. It scared. Chu Feng's eyes stared at the situation. Since you're afraid, it's all the more reason not to let you escape. Chu Fong violently increased the devouring power of the destruction bloodline, controlling the purple blood cold jiao firmly in front of his body, suspended in midair. Helplessly hissing, Chu Fong was still planning to continue studying it. But the next moment, the purple blood cold jiao suddenly curled up into a ball. With a sharp hiss, surprisingly, it melted right off. It turned into a blood bead. The body was round and emitted a strong bloodline power. It was even more powerful than the bloodline power of the A-class Earth demon race that Chu Fong had swallowed and absorbed earlier, and it was even purer. Simply put, it contains little to no impurities. It was it that was attracting Chu Fong. This scene truly chilled Chu Feng's heart. What the hell happened? Why would a living, breathing ferocious beast directly turn into a blood bead after coming into contact with the devouring power of his destructive bloodline? Previously, one's own devouring of the enemy's bloodline power had only sucked them into dry corpses at most. This fundamental alteration of the structure of matter has never happened. The whole process, Chu Fong did not feel anything strange. The destruction bloodline did nothing but convey a feeling of urgency to absorb it. The rest was no different from when he had absorbed the power of his enemy's bloodline before. Slowly, Chu Fong rearranged everything that had just happened again in his mind. If anything, his own destructive bloodline was fine. Then the one with the problem was that purple blood cold Jiao. Since the beginning, Chu Fong had felt that such a ferocious beast should not have existed. An icy cold physique, but possessing a scorching hot bloodline power. It's not dead? That would have been unreasonable. Chu Fong thought a lot in his mind. Suddenly, remembering just a few words I read in an ancient book in my previous life. The Great Lord, Creator, Creation. A thought bubbled up uncontrollably. Chu Fong instantly had the hairs on his back stand up and sweat. Could it be that this purple blood cold augur was made by someone? Knows fear, knows to run away, and even possesses some spiritual intelligence. Like real life in general, if it wasn't for the fact that the characteristics of the purple blood cold Jiao completely contradicted the power of the bloodline within it, Chu Fong could not discover the difference either. Such a real life. But it coalesced into a blood bead after death. That's scary. Creation. Even the creation of life. What kind of existence could have such godlike means? Chu Fong could hardly imagine. Looking at the blood beads that were suspended out of thin air in front of him, Chu Fong gently reached out and touched it. Next moment, the blood bead, however, suddenly merged into Chu Feng's body. Frightened, Chu Fong hurriedly mobilized his two great divine level bloodlines to stand in strict wait, something that put Chu Fong slightly at ease. After this blood bead was integrated into the body, but honestly did nothing, passively waiting for the destruction bloodline to break it down into the purest bloodline power. This instant, Chu Fong couldn't help but scream out in relief. What kind of bloodline power is this? The quality is too high. Suddenly, Chu Fong realized that after the destruction bloodline broke it down into the tiniest units, it didn't invest all of the bloodline power into the body's cells like before. Rather, it was as if a large portion of it had been truncated. Only a small portion remains to be divided among the individual cells of the body. And Chu Fong also found out, in response to the destruction of the bloodline for eating alone, the ancient immortal bloodline showed great excitement. Exasperated, it even unleashed a reckless attack on the destruction bloodline. It was like trying to snatch this bloodline power. It has the attitude that if you don't give me half, the big deal is to die together. Watching the two great god-level bloodlines had signs of another battle to be fought within him. Chu Feng's face turned green. Masters, don't. I can't afford to be tossed around like this. And in the middle of nowhere. Once you two are tossed into a fainting spell again, a random ferocious beast will be eaten. Fortunately, things did not develop in the direction Chu Fong feared. The destructive bloodline may have conceded. Or maybe they had fought before and knew they couldn't help each other either. Any more fighting will only result in a loss for both. Therefore, the destruction bloodline grinded and divided half of its bloodline power to the ancient immortal bloodline again. Only then was the ancient immortal bloodline satisfied with wrapping around that mass of bloodline power. Beautifully absorbed to go. So close. Chu Fong wiped a cold sweat. These two great divine bloodlines were counterintuitively effective. But it was also like two bombs. In case it exploded one day, the first one to die would definitely be Chu Fong. As each of the two divine level bloodlines began to absorb the power of their bloodlines, Chu Fong unexpectedly felt a different feeling. This time, it wasn't the enhancement of his physique. Instead, it was like the two major bloodlines were powerful in their own right. Even his human's own bloodline was being strengthened. Chu Fong was somewhat enlightened. This bloodline power could be used to strengthen the bloodline itself. Chu Fong still remembered. The previous immortal emperor's ancient immortal bloodline did seem to possess some special abilities in the later stages. It's not just a passive utilization like yourself. It seemed as if the bloodline itself was strong to a certain degree, and there would be some other changes as well. Perhaps the immortal emperor's ancient immortal bloodline at that time was also enhanced. In this regard, it was as if Chu Fong had seen the light of day, desperately wanting to get some more of this bloodline power to verify his suspicions. But where did it come from? Well, the purple blood cold jiao is coming from that direction. Chu Fong carefully searched the neighborhood. On the ground, on the tree trunks, many marks left by the purple blood cold jiao were found. Each creature has its own habits. It is perfectly possible to judge a lot of things based on this characteristic of theirs. Like right now, Chu Fong then found the correct direction through the movement traces left behind by the purple blood cold jiao. Keep moving forward. It's getting deeper and deeper into the core, but now that it's gone this far, there was no way for Chu Fong to turn back. It's just a matter of putting up a fight. Finally, after half a day of walking, Chu Fong stopped before a lofty mountain. The peaks of the mountains towered above the clouds. It looked spectacular. However, Chu Feng's face collapsed all of a sudden. Mud, it's finally here. Isn't this the foot of that grave hill? Looked around a bit. In front of Chu Feng's right side, the place that was covered by weeds. Like a deep, dark cave. Underneath this cave, it was exactly the location where the traces of the purple blood cold jiao last appeared. Come on, it's clear now. That purple blood cold jiao ran out of this cave 100%. Chu Fong took a deep breath. I just wonder, what could be inside this cave? There are so many unknowns on this deep island. Mysterious, sinister, inscrutable. In or out? Chapter 71 Shock. This time, Chu Fong did not hesitate too much. Step right in. But when it breaks, it breaks. Never soft when it's time to put up a fight. After walking into the cave, everything in front of me suddenly went black. In front of him, there was a deep passage that led nowhere. It doesn't look like a natural formation. The interior walls and floor of the passage were polished smooth. This cave doesn't look like much from the outside. But after Chu Fong actually entered, only to find something else inside, he'd been walking for an hour and hadn't realized where the exit was. It's always been this dark, winding passage anyway. I don't know how long I've been gone. Suddenly, Chu Feng's body suddenly experienced that intense hunger feeling from before again. And this time it was incredibly strong. Far more than before. In the meantime, Chu Fong raised his head. Finally, a little light appeared ahead. Chu Feng's heart and mind were frozen. The attraction to yourself is right up front. Whether it's an opportunity or a danger, you should be able to see it up ahead. Barely suppressing the throbbing in his body. Carefully pacing forward. It took a full quarter of an hour for Chu Fong to walk near the exit. It was as if the sound of the sea whistling came to his ears. It's the roar of the waves. Where am I? Don't tell me this is the bottom of the ocean. Chu Fong was apprehensive in his heart. With a flourish, he rushed out of the cave. In the next moment, however, Chu Fong suddenly froze at the entrance of the cave. This was a real freeze. Before coming, Chu Fong had thought of many possibilities. But the only thing I didn't think of, he'll be in the belly of a big mountain. Saw a sea. Sea of blood. The kind of bloodline power that had an incomparably strong attraction to one's body. It's here. Surprisingly, it transformed into a sea. A glance. Can't see the edges at all. And there's a wind here. A fierce wind whistled by, whipping up waves 100 meters high. An ocean of bloodline power gathered entirely from the bloodline power. And yet there was no semblance of blood. Instead, there was a light fragrance. Just a light sniff is refreshing. Where the hell is this? Chu Feng's heart indisputably began to beat wildly. Think about the beginning. He was an Una when he acquired the destruction bloodline. Above the space where he was a lake of blood. But this one was far more shocking than that one. Much weirder too. Chu Fong carefully took a few steps towards the seashore. Closer. Chu Fong felt like he was going crazy. He saw something on the seashore, those crystals that seemed to be gravelly and washed by the waves at random. Surprisingly, it was the power of the bloodline after curing and refining. There's actually a designation for this kind of thing in the grocery gold list. Blood essence. A kind of existence that exists after the purification and condensation of the power of the bloodline. The effect was so much stronger than ordinary bloodline power. In the grocery gold list, that's sold by the gram. 100,000/G. And that's just the price of the most common blood essence. If these blood essences in front of Chu Fong are condensed from the bloodline power in the ocean, Chu Fong no longer dared to imagine their value. Just this casual glance of his. It's a couple dozen pounds at the very least. That's worth hundreds of millions, if not billions, of points. Compared to that, the several million points that Chu Fong had saved up only after fighting to the death before was the tip of the hair on the tip of the 9 oxen, and one hair. Chu Feng's little heart fluttered about. Where in the world did he run off to by mistake? And who built this place? A being that could create such a place. It had already far exceeded the limits of Chu Feng's imagination. Casually blowing on his breath could exterminate Chu Fong 1,000 or 800 times. Strongly suppressed the excitement in his heart. At this moment, Chu Fong had already walked to the seashore. A few chunks of blood essence were close at his feet. Chu Fong bent down and was about to pick it up. The wind around them, however, seemed to have suddenly come to a standstill. The raging waves were instantly smoothed out by an unknown force. Not another ripple. At that moment, Chu Feng's heart trembled violently. A great fear that Chu Fong could hardly describe completely enveloped his entire body. It is a suppression of the essence of the level of life. The suppression of lower beings by higher beings. What Super A, what S-Class, all of them were scum when compared to this pressure. Chu Fong thought, I'm afraid the only way to compare it is to when I first met you. Barely moved his body. Chu Fong was overjoyed. It would have been all desperate, but surprisingly he could still move. There was no half-hearted hesitation, grabbing haphazardly at the seashore and not caring what he catches. Immediately, he sacrificed his blazing sky wings. A desperate and frantic exodus. 1 second, 2 seconds. Until Chu Fong rushed into the cave, it seemed that he had not encountered any danger. But the pressure was still there all the time. Chu Fong wasn't qualified to think about anything else. Keep your head down and play hard to get. Running out of the cave wasn't enough. A flight of fancy. Straight off the island. In one breath, he flew at terminal velocity for over an hour. The bones in his body were overwhelmed with clicking noises. It was as if it was going to shatter any second now. And at this point, it was already tens of thousands of miles away from the cursed island. In the meantime, in the cave, out of nowhere, an ethereal voice suddenly came. It constantly echoed within this space. Wow. Seems to have slept straight through 17 epochs this time. Wow. Not bad. Just wasted a lot of time restarting it. Where's that little guy? How did he run away? TSK. He ran quite fast. He ran 20,000 miles away in such a short time. Should we forcefully drag him back? Well, let's forget about it. What the master said in the first place seems to be that it can't be forced. Forget it. Why don't we just continue to slumber? This little guy is disturbing people's dreams. He deserves a beating. Say it. Tens of thousands of miles away, Chu Fong, who had just stopped, however, suddenly felt a pain in his head. The back of his head instantly bulged. Crap, that hurt. What the hell attacked me? Chu Fong looked around. There was oceanic water all around, and he was still in midair. Where's this attack coming from? Am I so nervous that I'm hallucinating? But how can I explain this big bag? Chu Fong muttered. Never mind, maybe it was a mosquito bite on that weird island. It didn't hurt anything anyway, whatever. Chu Fong casually muttered a reason to himself. Then he began to bore off again. In his hand, he was clutching a few rocks he had picked up from the beach in a death grip. Chu Fong didn't even dare to look at what those things were, because judging by the inexplicable beating I just got, Chu Fong guessed. It must be the work of the horrible being in that cave. It's horrible, tens of thousands of miles away, and still rubbing himself at will. So Chu Fong deliberately made up a reason. It was that he didn't want that terrifying existence to continue to focus on him. I don't dare to look at the treasures that I have taken from other people's land. Though to that kind of being, that little bit might not be worth it. But who knows if he'll do it on a whim? Regardless of whether he killed himself or took the item back, the loss would definitely only be Chu Fong himself. It's too scary. Run. Run as far as you can. Straight back to Earth. I don't believe you can still monitor the Earth. Chu Fong really didn't have the heart to stay in the abyss. Stifled. After crossing the South China Sea and entering the abyssal land, the disguise potion was taken. Then keep running. Along the way, it's as non-stop as you can get. It was until the time when he stepped onto the teleportation array connecting the first 2 levels of the abyss. Only then did Chu Fong let out a long breath. This is finally safe. But when Chu Feng's words had just fallen, at the back of the head, I don't know when there's another big bag. Chapter 72. blood essence of 10 million levels. The moment. Chu Fong really had the heart to cry. He confirmed it now, too. This being who teased him had no intention of killing him, I'm afraid. But anyone who was constantly being watched by a terrifying existence that was far beyond the S-class would still be on edge. All the way to the end of the transmission. Back to the first level of the abyss. Chu Fong still kept his mouth tightly shut and did not say half a word. Even the thoughts of the heart are completely blocked out. He didn't even dare think of something. I'm afraid that guy can even probe his own thoughts. At this moment, Chu Feng's entire person was like a wooden stake. Woodenly, he flew toward the abyssal passage. All the way up to the moment when he crossed the abyssal passage and returned to Earth. Chu Fong couldn't help but want to cry. This trip to the abyss was also too damn up and down. It's mostly scary. This time, Chu Fong opened his mouth to say a few words. There were even some words that implicitly provoked that terrifying existence. Not much of a reaction. That just confirmed it. That one doesn't know if he doesn't want to or can't do it. But anyway, he no longer pays attention to himself who is on Earth. The bottom of his heart was like a big stone falling to the ground. That was a relief. Slowly, he walked towards home. Take advantage of the ride home from school. It was only then that Chu Fong glanced at the several stones that were clenched out of sweat in his hands. Looked at it for a long time. It was only then that a dull-eyed mumble escaped. Seems like a fortune. At this moment, in Chu Feng's right hand. A big one and two small ones. That's 3 pieces of blood essence. The large one was estimated to weigh 3 taels, and the 2 smaller pieces were estimated to be about 1 or 2 each. It added up to half a pound. That is to say, Chu Fong ended up casually touching and felt back half a kilogram of extreme blood essence. Ordinary blood essence sells for 100,000/G at Grocery Gold List. What the prices of higher grade blood essences were, and whether or not there were any for sale, Chu Fong was also unclear. But even at 100,000/gram, this casual grab by Chu Fong was worth 25 million points. And tens of millions. So much for pie in the sky. For a long time, Chu Feng's throat drummed, but he could not say a single word. It's all like a dream. The hard work and calculations of killing demons and finding monsters and brushing them were not as good as this last casual grab. Unfortunately, Grocery Gold List does not accept buybacks. Otherwise, Chu Feng's points would have to be doubled tenfold. When the trading area opens, it's possible to trade there instead. But Chu Fong wasn't stupid. This kind of extreme treasure must surely be put to good use on its own. He was still planning to utilize these blood essences to see if there was a way to continue strengthening his 2 great divine level bloodlines. Chu Fong stood on the side of the road and slowed down for more than 10 minutes. Only then did he slowly walk towards home, came to the door of the house, and was just about to knock. Instead, the gate suddenly opened. His father, Chu Tianlai, stood at the front door and stared at Chu Fong aggressively. There was a great deal of hustle and bustle. Behind him, his mother, Sun Yining, was frequently giving Chu Fong glances. Crap, how could I forget about this? Chu Fong screamed in his heart that it was not good. Before, his parents had let himself go to Kyoto to find Wei Xingwa Wei team special training. But one's mouth should. The backdrop went straight down into the abyss. Totally threw that one out the window. And now you have the audacity to waltz home. Chu Fong even admired his own courage. Look at the serious expression on his father's face. Chu Fong grinned and snorted with an awkward smile. "Ha, Dad, Mom, you're all home?" I said, "Why is the weather so nice today?" Chu Fong, who was unafraid to confront the Super A-class Earth Demon race head-on, in front of the family, but began to speak in a forward and backward manner. If Anderson and others were no, I'm afraid my jaw will drop. Don't you interrupt me. Chu Tianlai grunted in anger. Say, where have you been for such a long time? If I hadn't contacted Old Wei, I wouldn't have known that you didn't even go to your Uncle Wei after you left home. Beside him, his mother, Sun Yining, however, blankly glanced at Chu Tianlai. Look at the child's dusty body. Let the child come in for a shower and a change of clothes before you ask no. Chu Tianlai stifled a grunt of anger. The boy all spoiled by you. Sun Nanaying, however, disliked it back without a trace of humor. Speaking as if I'm the only one who spoils the child, you still didn't tell Old Wei to leave another special training slot for little Fong. For fear that the child will lose this opportunity. Chu Tianlai sniffed and hurriedly tried to block Sun Yining's mouth. But it was too late. Chagrin. I say you're a bad wife. Didn't I agree with you not to tell the kid about this? It had to wait until I finished teaching him a lesson first, so he'd learn a lesson. Why are you giving up now? Sun Yining, however, directly hung Chu Tianlai out to dry. Get up, get out of the way. It's a good thing that the child is back safely. You're not in a hurry to eat. Little Fong must still be hungry. Chu Fong watched as his parents fought with each other, but could not keep a word to himself. Loving, caring, pampering. Overflow. Chu Fong only felt a warmth in his heart. Wasn't it this hard-won peace and happiness that he had risked his life to protect? Small family first, then big family. It's human nature. By guarding the earth, you're also guarding your own little home. This point, Chu Fong likewise saw incomparably clearly. Therefore, Chu Fong did not dare to slack off for even a moment. Little Fong, come inside. Mom made you your favorite cola chicken wings. Listen to your mother's urging. Chu Fong could not help but grin and hurriedly responded. Hey, thanks, Mom, said the man, stepping around his father, who was grimacing but helpless. Almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. In this battle with Mom, Dad was again defeated. Seems like they've had half a lifetime. Father loses a lot, so I guess he got used to it a long time ago. This meal, Chu Fong ate quite satisfactorily. The emotions that had been tightening in the abyss instantly eased for the most part. Had dinner. In the father's gaze that looked like he wanted to eat someone. Made up an excuse to go out on a trip with a classmate, even if it's a muddle. Mainly with Mom as outside help. The father had to believe it even if he didn't. In the end, he could only throw in a sullen comment. Just spoil him. In case little Fong fails to get into the martial arts university, he'll start later than others in the future. Chu Fong could not help but grin. Can't take the test? It doesn't exist. If he can't even take the test with his strength, then this University of Martial Arts should simply not be called that. Just change it to a Super A university. After eating and drinking, it was natural to go back to the house and lie down. Chu Feng's side had just laid down. His father was heard standing by the door, ending his voice. Brat, I won't scold you for just coming back. You take a good rest and rest. Wait for tomorrow when we go to Kyoto together. By the way, how was the effect of that fruit I gave you last time? I bought you another one this time. You'll come out and eat it later. It's good for you. Got it, Dad. Chu Fong took a deep breath. Now, even if D-ranked martial artists become more numerous, there were also more various spiritual flowers and fruits obtained from the abyss. But it's still not cheap to buy one. One can expect that the father must have paid a small price. Dad's way of expressing his feelings is always so roundabout. Chu Fong smiled faintly and muttered, Not next time. Chapter 73, The Ancient Dragon's Soul. Father went back to the house. Chu Fong didn't lie on the bed for long before he directly rolled over and got up. Time is precious. This rare experience of leisure time is enough. He has a lot more to do. Sitting cross-legged on the edge of the bed, Chu Fong first raised his head and glanced at the ranking gold list. It's a big change. Another week in the making. Human society has changed radically. D-class martial artists kept popping up like a rainbow. Even some of the best of them had become true C-class martial artists. Right now, this spiritual power golden ranking had long been filled with the names of people who were densely packed. Not only that, the top 10 were all C-ranked martial artists. Of course, Chu Fong was still at the top of the list. On this trip to the abyss, Chu Fong had killed too many powerful people. Ranking the gold list alone rewarded a large amount of spiritual energy, coupled with Chu Feng's super 100 times faster cultivation speed. In fact, if Chu Fong was willing, he could totally become a B-class martial artist instantly. But that would mean nothing to Chu Fong. The cons far outweigh the pros. The current Chu Fong was able to cross-level battle the third stage of the transformation spirit. But Chu Fong himself was clear. Only a very small portion of his current strength composition came from the level bonus. The real reason for this was actually the nirvana power of the two great god-level bloodlines, the grand completion level water movement domain field, and the 9 waves blade technique. Those were the fundamentals of Chu Feng's ability to cross over. And of course, there was no shortage of Devil's Tooth venom. Advancing to the B rank would add much less to Chu Feng's strength. At most, hitting the 4th stage of spirit transformation or the 5th stage would be the limit. It made no difference at all to Chu Fong. But that way, that reward of crossing 2 levels that was enough to make everyone envious and jealous was gone. That's the bulk of the points. It was also the most important reason why Chu Fong was able to accumulate nearly 10 million points in a short period of time. Lose those to advance to be level. The gains don't pay for the losses. Therefore, not only did Chu Fong not choose to advance. Instead, they do everything in their power to suppress the leveling up. Again, it's about creating an unprecedented route. Moreover, because this trip had absorbed a lot of bloodline power, Chu Feng's physique was also much stronger. The total amount of spiritual energy that his body could hold was even more than that of an average B-class martial artist. This water-filled bucket is bigger and can hold more water naturally. Adding to that, Chu Fong deliberately went about compressing and refining to lay the foundation. Not advancing was expected, having been reborn in his first life. Chu Fong knew very well what he needed to do the most at each time period. Even so, Chu Fong was still ranked first in the human spiritual power golden ranking. Opened his personal information panel and looked at it. Nim, Tifin. Grade, C 65%. Favored Beast, Eclipsing Nightmare Beast King, Transformation Spirit 7th Stage. Eclipsing Nightmare Beast, Grade B. Skills, Waterbound Domain Field, Grand Completion Certified. Bloodline Enhancement, Nirvana, 9 Waves Blade Technique, First 3. Items, Blazing Sky Wing Fragment, First Blazing Angel, Michael's Wing. Extreme Blood Essence, High Quality Favored Beast Orb. Points, 680-5320. Trading Area, Progressive Opening, 3650/10-000. Close the personal information panel. Chu Fong continued to look at the spiritual power golden ranking. Lin Yi still dominated the second position. Chu Fong knew that although this fellow did not have the most important chance in his previous life, the power behind him was huge. It was enough to provide a massive amount of resources for him to cultivate. So Chu Fong was not surprised. Further back, it was a good idea to see some of the names that had been famous in their previous lives. However, none of it was worth Chu Feng's excessive attention right now. To these future mainstays of humanity, Chu Fong also had a preliminary plan in his heart. Sooner or later, they all give into their own people. It's just that the time isn't right yet. Close the spiritual power gold list. Chu Fong still had a very important thing to do. Receive the only divine reward from the Favored Beast Gold List. This was likewise a reward that Chu Fong valued extremely highly. As early as a week ago, when Chu Fong had subdued the B-ranked Little Eclipse Nightmare Beast, it was actually possible to claim it. Unfortunately, at that time, the Little Eclipsing Nightmare Beast desperately wanted to go and help the Eclipsing Nightmare Beast King. Chu Fong also let him go, didn't bring it back to Earth. Naturally, it couldn't be certified for the Favored Beast Gold List. However, Chu Fong wasn't the least bit worried about being shortchanged. The difficulty of trying to get recognized by the Golden List of Favored Beasts is very high. Not even a normal B-class Favored Beast. Humans had not even given birth to a B-class until today, let alone taking in a B-class Favored Beast. I'm afraid I can't even afford a high-level quality Favored Beast Orb. Of course, now Chu Fong had a better choice. Eclipse Nightmare Beast King, a super existence of the 7th stage of spirit transformation. After undergoing a metamorphosis, the Eclipsing Nightmare Beast King's level had also risen by 1 rank. Only Chu Fong didn't care too much. Think about it. It also released the Eclipsing Nightmare Beast King from the Favored Beast Orb. With the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King's void form, even in front of humans, no one would be able to detect it, and there was no need to worry about being exposed. Master. Being included in the Favored Beast Orb also meant signing a soul contract with Chu Fong. At this moment, the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King was absolutely loyal to Chu Fong. Chu Fong nodded his head. Later, you may feel a force enter your body. Don't panic. It will disappear in a moment. Got it? The Echidna Beast King responded, and then was a bit confused. Master, what kind of power is it? Could it not even block my void form? It worries that its special form of existence will make its master work for nothing. Chu Fong sniffed but grinned. The tone was very affirmative. You can't stop it, not to mention you, S-rank can't stop it either. This is the biggest secret of my humanity, the power of ranking the gold list. Chu Fong did not explain too much. Directly communicated with the golden list of favored beasts. At this moment, there was not a single word over the favored beast golden ranking, and it looked a bit depressed. Chu Fong meditated in his heart. Apply for a favored beast level rating. The next moment, a golden light seemed to penetrate through time and space. It accurately disappeared into the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King's vein phantom, and even into the depths of his soul. Just like what Chu Fong said, The special form of the eclipse nightmare beast king did not have the ability to be half concealed in front of this golden light. After a long wait, Chu Fong heard the sound of the ranking gold list. Upon identification, the human Chu Fong has taken in the A-class favored beast eclipse nightmare beast king, spirit transformation 7th stage, which meets the conditions for being on the favored beast golden ranking list and is ranked number 1. Do you agree to be on the list? Yes. Chu Fong simply replied. With Chu Feng's confirmation, the mechanical voice continued. Given that human Chu Fong, as favored beast, was the first to make it to the list, he can additionally obtain the favored beast golden list. It's only god-level reward, the ancient ancestral dragon soul. Listen to the crisp sound. Chu Fong couldn't help but get excited. That's it. A wisp of the soul of an ancient ancestral dragon. Legends exist. Even if there was only a wisp of a remnant soul, it could still be said to be a super god's favorite. A golden light flashed. A special round ball that was pitch black suddenly appeared out of thin air in Chu Feng's hand. It's not as chic as the favored beast ball, nor does it have the golden glow of the super ball. It is quaint and introspective. It's more like a regular black stone, but Chu Fong was clear. This is the legendary Master Ball. 100% probability of collecting a super A-grade Master Ball. Chapter 74. Topping the golden list of favored beasts. Look at the Master Ball in your hand. Chu Fong couldn't help but lament. In his previous life, he had also possessed a Master Orb, and had even gotten lucky and taken in a super A-grade favored beast. Unfortunately, in the process of being chased by Lin Yi, the favored beast had blocked the fatal blow for him. Chu Fong escaped. The favored beast, however, was killed by Lin Yi, and that Master Ball is ruined. Regardless of whether it was a favored beast orb, a super orb, or a master orb, the soul contract embedded in it could only be contracted once. So, it can't be reused. Master Balls are actually sold at Grocery Gold List. 1 million/pill. It doesn't look too expensive. Chu Feng's current points, together with a half-price discount, were able to purchase 12 of them. With the strength of the Grandmaster Ball, Chu Feng could even go straight to subjugating super A-classes nowadays. With Chu Feng's strength, it was entirely possible for him to sneak close to the super A-class and take it in successfully. Unfortunately, perhaps the Master Ball is also a scarce resource for the ranking gold list. So, this thing is restricted. Eligibility for purchase is also set. Human martial artists of a rank or above are limited to 1 per person. If you want to buy more, you have to add money. 1 million points for the first one. The second one is 10 million points. 10 times more for the third one. Whether there was an upper limit or not, Chu Fong was not sure. No one was that extravagant in their previous life either. Moreover, the Master Ball is bound to the purchaser's soul and cannot be traded. In other words, there's no way to get someone to buy it for you. This eliminates a lot of guys who want to speculate. It had to be A-ranked in order to be purchased. Chu Fong couldn't buy it now, even if he had the money, so he could only wait a little longer. Played with the Master Ball for a while. Chu Fong was planning to open it up to see what kind of legendary ancestral dragon was inside. Suddenly, there was a flash of golden light in the outside sky. The golden list of favored beasts seemed as if it had grown a circle larger, emitting a golden glow that far surpassed the other golden lists. All of a sudden, it caught the attention of people all over the world. Good Lord, can it be that the favored beast golden ranking is about to open? What opening? The moment the top 10 gold list appeared, it was all open all right. This time it's someone on the list. What? On the list? How is that possible? I heard that some time ago. That great god Lin, he couldn't even make it onto the list when he took in a C-class pet beast. Which great god is it? Could it be that great god Lin, he has taken in another B-class favored beast? I've heard that all of them have something called inner strength, and it's not impossible for them to cross levels to take in something whose true strength far exceeds their own level. It's possible. These past few days, great god Lin, he has been too popular. I heard that he's already been able to fight B-ranked ferocious beasts in the abyss. At that moment, another voice sounded. You guys, could it be the Maple God? It feels like this great god hasn't moved for a long time. Huh, I didn't feel it until you said so. It does seem like it's been quite a while since Maple God's voice. Amidst countless murmurs around the world, favored beast gold list. A line of large letters slowly emerged at the very top. First favored beast, eclipsing Nightmare Beast King, grade, a grade. At the back were a few large, dragon-filled words. Master, Maple. When you see this line in big letters, almost the whole world stopped for a moment. Everyone held their breath. looking straight at the golden list of favored beasts in the sky. Hiss! My God! Oh my God! It's an A! It's an A! Incredible! It's keyed! The Maple God has returned, and he's also taken in an A-ranked pet beast. Gosh! When everyone else is still only C-ranked, Maple God's favored beasts are already A-ranked. Is this guy still human or not? Crap, I'm not even as good as a favored beast. Look guys, on the spiritual power gold ranking, the Maple God is still only C rank. Unbelievable. Could it be that the Maple God has taken in an A-ranked favored beast across 2 major ranks? And I remember, it seems like you have to use a Super Ball to take in an A-class favored beast, right? The cheapest ones cost 10,000 points, and the highest ones even cost 100,000 points. Rich people, I only have a total of 80 points right now. This time when Chu Fong was on the list, it directly triggered the world. It was a bigger shock to humanity than the previous times. Times are different now. Today's humans understand what these letters represent. While everyone was still working hard to break through the C and B grades, a single favored beast that Chu Fong had messed up had crushed all of humanity. That's too big a gap. Instantly, the front pages of major websites went crazy about the story. Everyone was curious as to who this kid really was. From the very beginning, he had a dusty lead over all mankind. Later, it was assumed, as the timeline lengthened, what little advantage Maple had in the beginning would be wiped out. But reality slaps everyone in the face. You call this a wipeout? It's called a hanging, okay. Chu Fong felt a little funny as he flipped through the news at home. If others knew that the eclipsing Nightmare Beast King wasn't an ordinary A rank, but a super existence that could wipe out a group of A ranks with a wave of his hand, will it drop people's jaws? Oh yeah, it seems like humans these days aren't aware of the realm above a rank. While Chu Fong was teasing, all over the world, some people with power and status were the first to receive the news. China, deep in the Kunlun Mountains, the Kunlun Wonderland, known as the ancestor of all mountains, in a huge palace high above the mountain tops, surrounded by clouds and opulence. A young man in white practice clothes sat alone in the center of the palace with his knees crossed. The young man was breathing slowly and steadily. Between the gulps, the breath was like a snake. You can tell the roots are extremely solid. The great hall was empty. Suddenly, the door to the temple was pushed open. A middle-aged martial artist entered the door in a hurry, wearing a costume similar to that of ancient China. As soon as he entered, he dropped to one knee in respect. Mr. Yat. The white-clothed youth slowly opened his eyes. No anger, an air of superiority. Panic, speak. The middle-aged martial artist hurriedly returned. Princey, according to your request, we keep an eye on that martial artist named Fong at all times according to the latest news. Say. Lenny was a bit moved. This subordinate of his own is usually quite competent. What happened today? The middle-aged martial artist didn't dare to hide it and hurriedly said, Maple has returned and has taken in an A-ranked favored beast, topping the favored beast golden ranking. Boo! Lin E hammered the ground in front of him. The face stood up without expression. Tell Uncle Wong that I'm going down into the abyss. The middle-aged martial artist was stunned for a moment. Didn't you just come back not long ago? Moreover, in a few days, it will be the entrance examination of the Huaxia Martial Artist University. Lin E gave the middle-aged martial artist a cold look. Didn't you hear what I said? The examination of the Huaxia Martial Artist University is just a bunch of kids playing house. If I can make it back in time, I'll naturally attend. If I can't, just let them give me a spot. Could it be that I'm still not qualified? The middle-aged martial artist nodded with approval. With Eunuch Yi's strength, if you can't even pass the exam, then no one in the world will be able to. Lin E didn't respond. Walk out of the palace, looking up at the top 10 ranking gold list. Take a deep breath. Fong, let you be complacent for a little while longer. I am a direct descendant of the ancient martial arts inheritance sanctuary, Kunlun Sanctuary. So what are you comparing yourself to me? Chapter 75, The Resurrection of the Ancestor Dragon. What happened in Kunlun was not clear to Chu Fong. Just in knowing it wouldn't matter. Ancient martial arts? Inner strength? It's scum in front of spiritual power. There was no denying that there were still some strong people in the ancient martial arts lineage. Perhaps the average ancient martial arts heir would have some advantage in the early stages of spiritual recovery. But the further you go, the weaker the role of internal power becomes, and spiritual power is the only thing. Regarding ancient martial arts, Chu Fong also knew something. In his previous life, 3 years later at the time of that annihilation catastrophe, Chu Fong had also seen those ancient martial arts practitioners who claimed to be the strongest. After practicing for nearly 100 years, he was just barely comparable to a Super A rank. And by then, spiritual cultivators had already appeared as a group of S-class powerhouses, and Super A-class had even reached 3 digits. There is absolutely no comparison, from start to finish. Chu Fong then didn't take ancient martial arts seriously, rubbing the dark master ball in his hand. Compared to that, he was more interested in the strand of ancestral dragon residual soul inside. Slamming the master ball open in his hand, a flash of white light. A slightly transparent dragon-shaped creature manifested, curled up and suspended in midair. The dragon-shaped creature was not large, and its eyes were tightly closed, as if it were in a deep sleep. This is the ancestral dragon? Don't tease me. Chu Fong somewhat failed to hold back. How does this guy look like a snake, right? Instead, there's a pair of dragon horns. But it feels too weak, doesn't it? Still in a deep sleep. Who can this beat? Chu Fong opened the favored beast panel with a bit of a crash. Each adopted favored beast has a specialized favored beast panel. Previously, because Chu Fong had been in too much of a hurry, he had never looked at it. I just remembered that this time in order to see what the hell this thing was. Start by tapping on the Zilon's panel. Favored beast, ancestral dragon remnant. Age, 300 epochs. Grade none. Characteristics, unknown. Skills, unknown. Seeing this, Chu Fong crumbled even more. Nothing. Just then, suddenly, a message popped up on the ancestral dragon's favored beast interface. Task name: Recovery of the ancestral dragon. Mission description: Countless years ago, the ancestral dragon, known as the ancestor of all demons, died, and a wisp of his residual soul was captured by the ranking gold list and preserved to this day. Your mission is to resurrect the legendary ancestral dragon step by step and become the most powerful dragon knight. Recovery Phase 1. Reinventing the flesh. Description: With the aid of the ranking gold list, regroup the flesh for the ancestral dragon and integrate the remnant soul into it, and it will fight for you. Flesh level: I. Grade B physical body, resources required, 20 copies of Water of Life. 2. Grade A flesh, resource requirements, 200 life water. 3. Super A grade flesh, required resources, 10,000 portions of Water of Life, 1 celestial soul bead, 1 9 revolutions breaking elixir. Crap, what a fucking miscreant. Read the condition. Chu Fong couldn't even help but spit. The resources required for B rank and A rank flesh bodies were ridiculously expensive, but at least Chu Fong knew what they were. But the Heavenly Soul Bead, the 9 revolutions breaking Dan, are what the hell. Chu Fong had never even heard of it. It looked like with his current financial resources, he could at most help Ancestral Dragon coalesce a B-grade flesh body first. The big deal is that you can just upgrade it later. Only Chu Fong still couldn't help but spit. Wasted so much effort. Surprisingly, he only ended up with a B-class favored beast. It feels like a big loss. If it weren't for the name Ancestral Dragon, Chu Fong might have directly thrown this little snake away. What the hell? Gathering B-class flesh. Cursing aside, business must be done. Resurrecting the real Ancestral Dragon. That's legendary. I don't know who is stronger or weaker than the human race's 10 ancient main gods. However, Chu Fong was certain that this thing would definitely be a super fighter when it was cultivated. The kind that hammers whoever dies. As Chu Feng's words fell, the grocery gold list popped right up and deducted 1,000,000 points from him. 20 copies of Water of Life. Original price, $2 million. It's already half price. The heart of Chu Fong was dripping blood as he watched, glancing at the remnants of the Ancestral Dragon. You guys better give it a go, or you'll be a punching bag for me later, you. Chu Fong thought viciously in his heart. Front. A stream condensed from the Water of Life appeared out of nowhere. It was interspersed with brilliant golden light. Chu Fong could feel it. Perhaps this golden light was the most important material for remodeling the physical body. The Water of Life is just an aid. Not long after, a small snake with blood and flesh appeared in front of Chu Fong. The body was no more than half a meter or so long, and its surface was covered in grayish-black scales. Only the eyes still looked empty. In the next moment, the remnant soul of that one sleeping ancestral dragon was wrapped in golden light. Swish! It blended into the little snake. In the blink of an eye, it was as if the little snake had been given life. Opened his soulful eyes. Ancestral dragon, reappearing in the world in a different way. Chu Fong felt something in his heart. Ranking the golden list, this is considered to be the creation of life, isn't it? I really don't know what kind of existence created the golden ranking. Chu Fong was thinking. Suddenly, there was a babbling in his head. Chu Feng's eyes widened. Look to the ancestral dragon. Are you the one talking? The little ancestral dragon stared with big, watery eyes as it hovered in the air around Chu Fong. Hearing Chu Fong ask, nodding hastily. Just born. It can't talk yet. Chu Fong hurriedly opened the favored beast panel again. Compared to before, there was a lot more content on the ancestral dragon interface now. Favored beast. Ancestral dragon, hatchling. Age. 1-year-old, 300 epochs in memory revival. Grade. B1%. Characteristics. 1. Intimidation. The natural intimidation of higher-ranked beings against lower-ranked beings, causing the opponent to be inwardly fearful and unable to utilize his full strength. 2. Battle instincts. Battle instincts inherited from the ancestral dragon. 3. Genetic lock lifting. No bottleneck in the process of evolution. As long as there are enough resources, the flesh can carry no upper limit. 4. Meat tan damage reduction. Thanks to the special scale armor structure, the flesh is strong. The same level is difficult to hurt. Skill, Dragonitis. Read the long list of introductions. Chu Fong swallowed his saliva. Never call the guy a loser again. Can any creature really have all of these traits at the same time? And Chu Fong didn't dare to guarantee that those were all there was. As the ancestral dragon's strength increased, it might gain other characteristics. Now that's a beast. In his heart, Chu Fong desperately wanted to know how strong this ancestral dragon that had just been born was. Include the ancestral dragon in the Master Sphere. Take the Echidna Beast King. Fly straight to the abyss. Identify strengths. The most intuitive is a fight. Fighting on Earth is too much of a commotion. In the abyss, a secluded spot was found. Release the ancestral dragon. A mental order was given. Worrying that this little guy was too young to understand, Chu Fong did his best to describe it. Fight me. Give it your best shot. That's roughly what it means. Chu Fong thought to himself. He himself could even battle a strong person of the 3rd stage of spirit transformation. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake to test the strength of the little ancestral dragon? But the moment the battle began, Chu Fong couldn't wait to slap himself. What a show off. Wouldn't it be good to let the eclipsed Nightmare Beast King test it? Deterrence. It made Chu Feng's heart instinctively fearful, his body cold, and his strength tenfold. The little guy's random mouthful of dragon flame was far more powerful than the A-rank scroll Inferno Dragonstorm, and Chu Fong could not even dodge it. The little guy's random impacts all seemed to fuse some sort of mystery, completely anticipating all of Chu Feng's evasive routes. It was clear that Chu Feng's speed was much faster than it, but it just couldn't dodge it. Finally, the blazing wings had to be used. This horrible fighting instinct. Make it 200% stronger with every hit. And as the little guy had thick skin and flesh, Chu Feng's damage struck it and couldn't even break the skin. That's bullshit. The B-ranked ancestral dragon bloodily abused the C-ranked Chu Fong. Transgression doesn't exist here. Chu Fong was convinced. Chapter 76, Super Combo Evolution. Looking at the still babbling little Zulon in front of him, Chu Feng's heart was beating wildly. Picked up a treasure. A mere B-ranked little guy, but his true battle power was comparable to a spirit transformation powerhouse. Exactly how strong it was could not be tested at all with Chu Feng's strength, because he can't fight at all. It's hard to imagine how strong the little guy will be when he's A-ranked. Could it be that one could really go against the grain of a super A-class with a mundane body of an A-class? Chu Fong couldn't help but guess. Come to think of it, can't wait to train little Zulon to a rank. Chu Fong remembered. Favored beast gold list. There is a benefit. It is that for each pet beast, a set of the most suitable evolutionary program is calculated specifically. What humans in previous generations like to call the super evolutionary combination. Evolution with optimal efficiency is achieved by matching different precious resources. For a guy like little Zulon who doesn't have a bottleneck. Basically, with enough resources, it's entirely possible to move up quickly. With excitement, Chu Fong clicked on the little ancestral dragon's super evolution combination page. But the next moment, it was as if a pot of cool water was poured directly on Chu Feng's head. It's heartbreakingly cold. Expensive. It's too expensive. Blackheart. Chu Fong was skeptical if it was the golden list taking kickbacks from it. There are 3 existing super evolutionary combinations for Little Zilon. Combination 1. Increase evolution speed by 10 times and reach peak B rank within 3 days. Required resources. High-grade spirit stone *10, blood essence *10G. Total 1.6 million points. Combination 2. Evolutionary efficiency is increased by 50 times, reaching the early stage of spirit transformation, order 1 to 3, within 3 days. Required resources blood essence *100G. Total 8.6 million points. Combination 3. Evolutionary efficiency is increased by 100 times, reaching the 9th stage of spirit transformation within 3 days. Required resources, total 23.6 million points. This price, it really made Chu Fong choke. The speed is fast enough. Results can be seen within 3 days. But that's too high a price to pay, especially the last combination. A Super A life isn't even worth that much. Of course, Chu Fong estimated that if little ancestral dragon reached the 9th stage of spirit transformation, he would probably really be able to chase after Super A classes. It looked very tempting, but Chu Feng's points balance really didn't allow it. Chu Fong had thought that after going down the abyss for a time and getting more than 6 million points, it was already a big enough account. Reality can be taught to behave. It's better to save up honestly. After thinking for a while, he decided to use Combo 1 first to speed up the evolution of the Little Zilon. A few days later, after taking the examination of the Martial Artist University, it's time to move on down the abyss myself. At that time, the strength of the little ancestral dragon and the eclipsing nightmare beast king would naturally be as strong as possible. Safety is also more assured. After all, there were quite a few of the abyss trying to kill themselves right now. Tap the combination 1. Total 1.6 million, half price 800,000. This half-price discount privilege becomes more and more counterintuitive in its effect the further you go. But Chu Fong was still heartbroken. It was about to close the information panel of the favored beasts. Chu Fong suddenly had a whim and wanted to take a look at how many points were needed to break through the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King to Super A rank. Hurriedly tapping on the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King's information panel, drag it to the bottom and tap into the Super Evolution combo page. The King of the Eclipse Nightmare Beasts only gives 2 options for evolutionary combinations. Combination 1. Evolutionary efficiency is increased by 10 times, reaching the 9th stage of spirit transformation within 3 days. Required resources, total 6 million points. Combination 2. Evolutionary efficiency is increased by 100 times, reaching Super A grade within 3 days. Required resources, total 45.2 million points. It made Chu Fong look foolish. Come on, can't afford to mess with it. It was also estimated that the eclipsing Nightmare Beast King had undergone a metamorphosis and was not an ordinary favored beast, and it was more difficult to enhance it, so the asking price was not low. Especially breaking out of Super A. It takes even more than 40 million. It's over $20 million after discount. That was something Chu Fong could understand. The Ebon Nightmare Beast King simply had the potential to advance to a higher level after its metamorphosis. It doesn't mean that there's no bottleneck at all like Little Zilon. It's trying to break out of Super A. There's still a rift valley in front of us. The golden list has to make sure it can break through in 3 days, and it's normal to pay a big price. On the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King side, Chu Fong did not have any thoughts of giving it acceleration. Even if they reached the 9th stage of spirit transformation, the significance wasn't that great. There are plenty of uses for the remaining 5 million points. Close the favored animal interface completely. These 2 gold swallowers. Out of sight, out of mind. Putting away both of his 2 favorite beasts, he returned to his room again silently. During this time, both parents were asleep. That was why no one had noticed that Chu Fong had just disappeared for a period of time. Close the windows. It was at this time that the order placed in the abyss for Little Zilon arrived. A golden light flashed. There were suddenly a lot more treasures in the room. The spiritual power fluctuations were all thicker. This was a heavenly treasure worth 2 million points. There are spirit fruits glowing with precious light, as well as Ganoderma lucidum as thick as blood. These things were far from the kind of spirit fruits that humans use nowadays with tens and hundreds of points. Chu Fong estimated. It would take all of humanity combined to consume about as many points as yourself right now, perhaps. Include a stream of these in the Master Sphere. There was a lot of space inside this golden list gifted Master Ball, enough for the favored beast to live. Let the little Zilon eat slowly in there. In 3 days, you'll be at the top of the B class. This is a speed that is truly enviable. Another premium quality superb all for the Eclipse Nightmare Beast King, by the way, in a new nest. On the side of the favored beast, it's basically even done. Right now, Chu Fong intended to digest for himself the various rewards from this trip down to the abyss. Things like points and treasures were still most reassuring when they were converted into strength as soon as possible. Think about it. Chu Fong first took out the 3 pieces of extreme blood essence that he had borrowed from the Cursed Island. He wanted to verify a question. This question related to how Chu Feng's cultivation path would go in the future. Quite important. That was whether or not the 2 great divine bloodlines within him could be strengthened. What methods of reinforcement will optimize results? What will be different about the enhanced bloodline? Chu Fong thought a lot. The first thing that came to mind was the immortal emperor from his previous life. It was also the ancient immortal bloodline possessor of the previous life. Chu Fong had seen the great battles between immortal great emperors and demon race powerhouses a handful of times. Every time it's a soundtrack. Raising his hands and feet destroys the sky and destroys the earth. And on one occasion, it seemed that the immortal emperor had sacrificed an avatar, and the main body, together with the avatar, had decimated a demonic deity comparable to a human S-class. Before, Chu Fong did not feel anything. But ever since he possessed the ancient immortal bloodline, he looked back on it carefully. Suddenly, it felt like at that time, there was an aura of immortality on that incarnation that the immortal emperor had offered up. The avatars condensed out of ordinary Super A ranks or even S ranks needed some kind of carrier. It was like Devil Chien Fan condensing his avatar with a cut of a Super A rank powerhouse's arm. After you are killed, you are also completely dead. The carrier is also wasted. But that battle with the immortal emperor back then, his incarnation was shattered many times, but was quickly restored to its original state. It's as if it can't be beaten. People thought that the immortal emperor had used some treasures to continually restore his incarnation. However, Chu Fong had a vague feeling. That incarnation might be very much related to the ancient immortal bloodline. You once said, when the destruction bloodline grew to a certain level, it could give birth to a child body, which was the devouring bloodline. Then the ancient immortal bloodline, which is also at the god level, should also have some characteristics, right? Chapter 77. The path of strengthening the divine bloodline. Think down along these lines. Chu Fong associated it with a lot. The next moment is the moment of validation. Chu Fong also had some ideas in his heart on how to enhance his bloodline. The extreme blood essence that he had gotten his hands on earlier was the best material. After the general blood veins were broken down by the destruction blood vein, the vast majority of them were directly channeled to all parts of Chu Feng's entire body and used to enhance his physique. It should be too low quality. The 2 great god-level bloodlines couldn't see it. But last time, the blood bead left behind after beheading that purple blood cold Jiao. But it made the 2 great divine bloodlines fight for it. Most of it was absorbed by the 2 great divine bloodlines themselves. It means that these guys are pretty picky eaters. However, Chu Fong wasn't worried. The 3 pieces of blood essence in his hand were the essences condensed from the blood veins of that bizarre sea. After countless years of pounding by blood waves, it has long been refined beyond refinement. There was no fear that these 2 god-level bloodlines wouldn't like it. This thought, Chu Fong sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed, holding a slightly smaller piece of blood essence in his hand. 100 grams or so. Try the water first. Work the spiritual energy and wrap the blood essence. The 2 great god-level bloodlines in his body were as if a shark had smelled blood. Chu Fong could feel them throbbing. Slowly begin to absorb the blood essence. Little by little, he absorbed it just so that he could carefully observe the changes in these 2 great divine level bloodlines. As the blood essence seeps into the body, the destruction bloodline was the first to be unleashed, wrapping the blood essence completely. The ancient immortal bloodline surrounded the area. But surprisingly, he didn't bother to scramble. Not long after, pure bloodline power was like a gurgling trickle, flowing out from the destruction bloodline. Roughly half of the amount all flowed to the ancient immortal bloodline. This scene saw Chu Fong wanting to laugh. It thought the 2 major bloodlines would have to do battle again. I didn't realize it was so harmonious. It was as if some agreement had been reached. No wonder the Vanguard immortal bloodline didn't go up and grab it. Because the destruction bloodline's decomposition ability was stronger, this dirty work was divided among it. The ancient immortal bloodline picks up what's readily available. Of course, the destructive bloodline wasn't honest. Now that it's passed through its hands, it's out of character not to cut it off a bit. So it's really hard to say who actually loses out. Chu Fong secretly cursed these two goods. Then he sank down and watched them carefully. Under Chu Feng's gaze, one could only see that as the power of blood essence was continuously absorbed by the two major blood veins. The size of the two great god-level bloodlines felt like it had risen by a fraction of an inch. Chu Feng's feelings were the most intuitive. It was the fact that the concentration of the two great divine-level bloodlines in his body seemed to have risen a little bit. Insignificant, but it does grow. And the edges of blood essence power that escaped from the two major bloodlines. It was also completely absorbed by Chu Feng's human bloodline. It also follows a lot of enhancement. Slowly, as a whole block of blood essence was completely absorbed, Chu Feng's feelings were even clearer at this time. The concentration of the two great divine bloodlines had increased a bit. Unfortunately, it still didn't activate the characteristics of the two great divine bloodlines. From the initial 0.1%, it adds up to about 1% by now. It's already marvelous progress. However, Chu Fong was not half as happy. Instead, he looked bitter. That's 100 grams of extreme blood essence. Regular blood sperm is 100,000/G. At that rate, it just used up 10 million? Not to mention the fact that the one Chu Fong had used was still an extreme grade blood essence. I am afraid that the concentration is several times, or even tens of times that of ordinary blood essence. Probably more than 10 times the price. That's if the points are used to fill that hole later. $100 million for every 1%? I'm afraid the further we go, the more we'll consume. Chu Fong thought for a while. Decide it's better to kill yourself. At the moment, there was only one word left in his head. Points. Points. It's still points. No, that cursed island must go. Even if there is that terrifying existence, we must go. Chu Fong was filled with helplessness. Not going can't be done, Relying on this point Chu Fong saved, wanting to let the two great divine level bloodlines grow up. This life is Shin. Not so with the sea of blood on that cursed island. The power of the bloodline was endless. This extreme blood essence is even spread over an entire beach. Chu Fong even doubted it. Did the immortal emperor of the previous life also go there? Otherwise, how could he have cultivated the ancient immortal bloodline? It's a deep, deep hole. Throw as many points down as you can, and you won't hear a peep. And based on the fact that that terrifying being didn't directly finish himself off earlier, Chu Fong also guessed that one should have no murderous intent towards himself. Otherwise, he would have been dead right then and there. There's no escape back to Earth. This also allowed Chu Fong to rest a little bit more at ease. Anyway, the cursed island must still be visited, only that one must be prepared for everything before going there. With a slightly heavy heart, Chu Fong simply absorbed the remaining 2 pieces of blood essence as well. 400 grams in total, raising the concentration of the 2 great divine bloodlines in his body to 4.6%, not 5%. This also verified Chu Feng's guess. These two will only require more and more blood essence the further back they go. It's a long way to go to get to 100%. Shrug it off. Such a heavy matter, Chu Fong was too lazy to think about it now. Suddenly, he wondered how good it would be to have the bloodline gold list tested. It's also a good way to see if the values you're estimating are accurate. It doesn't cost anything anyway. Hold that thought. Chu Fong communicated on the bloodline gold list. As a golden light disappeared into the top of his head, a mechanical voice rang in his ears. Human Chu Fong bloodline being detected. Human bloodline concentration 94.5%, grade ordinary. Destruction bloodline concentration 2.25%, grade divine. Ancient immortal bloodline concentration 2.25%, grade god grade. The 2 great divine level bloodlines combined were 0.1% less than what Chu Fong had estimated. It's about the same. Chu Fong had wanted to close this interface. But suddenly another alert message was heard. Special note, when the concentration of the destruction bloodline reaches 5%, the divided subbody trait, devouring, can be activated. When the concentration of the ancient immortal bloodline reaches 5%, the divided subbody trait, immortality, can be activated. Chu Feng's eyes immediately brightened. Turns out the standard for the first stage is 5%. It's good to have a goal. It's better than not knowing anything. Chu Fong was also certain at this moment. In his previous life, the immortal emperor used a bilocation, not an incarnation. One word, it's a far cry. Wait until the two great divine bloodlines reach 5%. On the one hand, Chu Fong could give birth to the devouring bloodline. Some cagey plans can begin to be implemented. Your own coterie is about to start planning. On the other hand, an immortal doppelganger would be able to do so much more. Chu Fong was also greedy. With a goal, there is instant motivation. Chu Fong no longer dwelled on bloodlines. Next up is the big spending and shopping spree. Without consuming all of these 5 million points, Chu Fong would not be Chu Fong. Points are, after all, just out of body. It translates into strength to earn points better. This reasoning was clear in Chu Feng's heart. Zheng opened the grocery gold list. Chu Fong remembered that he still had the qualifications for the 3 draws for the sub-legendary grade treasure chest rewarded by the golden ranking. Try it first. Let's see what kind of hand you have right now. Chapter 78. 1 Qi transforms 3 purities. Open the grocery list. Turn to the last page. It's the flowing 7 different colored treasure chests. Bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, sub-legendary, legendary, divine. Each level of treasure chest is followed by a number that represents the number of points that need to be consumed to draw that treasure chest once. Sub-legendary level treasure chests require 1 million points to be drawn once, and risk it being an empty box. That's a really good price. Chu Fong rubbed his fists. Come what may. Just don't come with an empty box. He currently has 3 free draws. And no delays. Click directly on the sub-legendary level treasure chest to start drawing. As the screen in front of him flashed with an explosive burst of golden light, sub-legendary treasure chests were opened. At the same time, the golden ranking beep sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the human, Chu Fong, for obtaining the tough spiderweb sub-legendary grade. Hear that voice. Chu Feng for the tough cobwebs? Why does that name sound so familiar? It seems that when I first opened the bronze treasure chest, this was the thing that came out. What a destiny. Thinking about it, that tough spider web could only bind an average D-rank creature. It was left in the warehouse by Chu Fong and never cared about it again. Chu Fong muttered in a small voice. Don't tell me that $1 million opens a thing that has the same effect as a bronze treasure chest. Open the personal item bar. Check out the introduction to Tough Spiderweb. Tough Arachnid Web Sub-Legendary. An incredibly tough spider's web, produced by the Super A-Class beast Nyala Demon Spider, which can directly bind creatures up to Super A-Class, and can also have an effect on Super A-Class creatures. See the presentation. Only then did Chu Fong put his heart down. That's more like it. It will save you trouble when you catch a favored beast in the future. Moreover, when fighting with the enemy, suddenly throwing out such a spider web, it was guaranteed that the enemy would also have their hands full. That still seems to be an unmissable treasure. Put the cobwebs away. The first treasure that opened was not bad. Kind of a good start. Next, open the second sub-legendary level treasure chest. There was another soft sound that could only be heard by Chu Fong himself. Ding, congratulations to the human, Chu Fong, for obtaining 1.5 million points asterisk. A beep was heard. Chu Feng's eyes widened. I'm gonna go. I can't believe you could just draw points for that, huh? This was a situation that Chu Fong had never encountered before. But it's also quite satisfying. No loss, pure profit. Chu Fong couldn't even wait to open a few more points treasure chests. It's a profitable business. He only needs 500,000 to open a sub-legendary treasure chest. What about tripling your profits without bloodshed? Last chance, give it a shot, Chu Fong muttered. Both open treasure chests were pretty good though. However, there were no treasures that made Chu Fong excited. Of course, it's normal. In his previous life, humans opened treasure chests and came up empty 5 times out of 10. Chu Fong already felt that he was lucky enough. Use your last chance while you're lucky and use it on the spot. Ding, congratulations to the human Chu Fong for obtaining the special item. 1 Qi transforms 3 Qing treasured pearls. Listen to the cue. Chu Fong froze for a moment. Ryoga responded. The next moment, it was a straight jump out of bed with excitement. Surprisingly, it was the legendary 1 Qi transformation 3 Qing treasure pearl, one of the most perfect vehicles for condensing incarnations in the legends of the previous life. Ordinary Super A-Class condensed avatars couldn't retain much strength because of the incompatibility of their carriers. As in, a Super A-rated limb that Devil Chien Van God is a carrier. His incarnation was barely at the 9th stage of spirit transformation. Compared to himself, I don't know how much weaker he is. Generally, in an engagement of the same level, it doesn't do much at all. That's why it was used by Devil Chien Fan to protect Moloch. But if Devil Chien Fan used a 1-chi transforming 3-ching treasures pearl as a carrier, his incarnation was at the very least Super A rank. The strength of the incarnation had more than increased tenfold. This, however, was not even the greatest effect of the 1-chi transformation 3-ching treasure pearl. Whether it was the abyssal demon race or earth martial artists, all of them could only condense one avatar. Unless this incarnation dissipates, a second one can be rebirthed. This is the rule of heaven and earth, and it's hard to break. But the three most crucial words of the 1-chi transformation 3-ching jewel: transforming the 3 chings. Of course, under the limitations of the rules of heaven and earth. Even if one possessed the 1-chi transformation 3-ching treasure pearl, it could only spawn one incarnation. But this incarnation, however, can give birth to 2 more incarnations. This is a clever way of avoiding the rules. This was the most maddening thing about the 1-chi transformation 3-ching treasure pearl. Imagine something. If when fighting an enemy of the same level, he has only one incarnation that is far weaker than himself. On his own side, however, he was the equivalent of 4 martial artists of the same level who shared the same mind. The siege also killed. That was why Chu Fong was so excited after seeing the 1-chi transformation 3-ching treasure pearl. More importantly, Chu Fong thought of the hint from the golden ranking just now. After the ancient immortal bloodline in his body reached a certain concentration, it is possible to conceive a bilocation. It was the kind of bilocation that was far stronger than an avatar and possessed the characteristic of immortality. It would have been sick enough if Chu Fong were to use the 1-chi transformation 3-ching treasure pearl to condense this doppelganger again. Stronger together. It was equivalent to having 2 more major war powers out of nowhere. This time, and again, the strength doubled several times out of nowhere. There was no way for Chu Fong not to be excited. It's so timely. Chu Feng's heart was scratching like a cat. He couldn't wait to run to the cursed island again, right now, and absorb as much blood essence as he could. Pity. Chu Fong could only think about it. Before making all preparations, Chu Fong would not dare to go to that hellish place again. Barely calmed down, Chu Fong silently estimated. If one can condense the doppelganger before the Super A level, at that time, then the 9 waves blade technique was also cultivated to a certain height. A major revolution in weaponry. Will there be a chance to buck the Super A with a mortal body? He wasn't a favorite of heaven and earth like the ancestral dragon. Instead, it's a real, ordinary human being. Truly, if that feat is accomplished, then he's the first of his kind before and after. Chu Fong took a deep breath. Push down the distractions in your head. You have to eat little by little and take the road one step at a time. Did not continue to open the sub-legendary level treasure chests. Right now, Chu Fong was already satisfied with his harvest. Worried about overdoing it. If you spend millions of dollars only to open a few empty boxes, Chu Fong had to be depressed. The rest of the points still have to be used. Chu Fong had always still had the other 2 major components of the blazing heavenly wings on his mind. That's the top priority. This legendary grade treasure, the blazing heavenly wings, had already saved Chu Feng's life more than once. At the current level, it is considered to be an artifact. Take advantage of the fact that there is no one in the human race to compete with. It's only right to get the other 2 major accessories in your pocket as soon as possible. Draw the bronze chest 300 times, and out comes the legendary special item fragment, First Blazing Angel, Michael's Wings. And drawing the silver chest 300 times will surely bring out the second part of the blazing wings. The first Angel of Wisdom, Rachel's Feather. Draw the golden treasure chest 300 times, and you will get the last part of the blazing wings for sure. First Angel, Bones of Sataniel Tolia. 3 major components, inherited from the 3 divine angels of the angelic race. Forged by the divine Smith Mito. It is for the full version of the legendary level item, the Blazing Wings of Heaven. Chapter 79. Synthesis. Wings of the Blazing Sky. Blazing Wings. A truly legendary item. A supreme treasure that countless humans have called a divine weapon. Past lives add up. This was still the closest Chu Fong had ever gotten to a legendary grade item. And still about to have it. It would be a lie to say I'm not excited. Legendary level items close at hand. Chu Fong couldn't wait to click on the silver treasure chest to start drawing. Consume 1,000 points each time. Half price is 500 points. 9 cows and 1 hair to Chu Fong. For the first time, ding, congratulations to human Chu Fong for obtaining an empty treasure chest. Listen to the familiar voice. Chu Fong couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was the one thing he couldn't stand in his previous life. Obviously, I didn't get anything. This beep is still hard to say congratulations. Congratulations. Chu Fong was somewhat speechless and somewhat grateful. The first time I drew a silver chest, I drew an empty chest. It seems his luck has pretty much run out. Luckily, I didn't continue to draw sub-legendary treasure chests just now. The heart didn't ripple too much. Drawing silver treasure chests was indeed a bit boring for Chu Fong. The stuff that pops in here is usually for C and B ranks. It was really dispensable to Chu Fong. It's like chicken scratch. It's tasteless to eat and discard. But tomorrow it's off to Kyoto. These gadgets were useless to Chu Fong. But it's okay to make some excuses for your loved ones and friends. Chu Fong thought for a bit more and muttered. I remember that there were quite a few other great masters in Kyoto in the previous generation who were known in later generations, so I'm sure that at this stage everyone is poor, so these things are precious to them. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. These can be great gems for buying people. Think about it, and it's no longer boring. It's time to start pumping treasure chests like crazy. Ding, congratulations to the human Chu Fong for obtaining the advanced quality favored beast orb. Ding, congratulations to the human Chu Fong for obtaining shock fruit *3. Various fruits, weapons, materials, dazzling and countless. It could be considered to have given Chu Fong a long insight. I've never had the luxury of driving in a row like this in my previous life. When you have points later in the game, but you won't come to open the lower treasure chests. By the time Chu Fong had opened roughly the 260th treasure chest, suddenly there was a beep. Reminder, human Chu Fong. As personal storage space is full, please clean it or expand it in time. Chu Fong realized. Everyone comes with 300 compartments of personal storage space up front. You have to consume points if you want to upgrade. Of course, now that Chu Fong was rich and powerful, he didn't care. Smashed 200,000 points straight away. It went up to 1,000 frames. Now that's enough for a short time. Keep drawing treasure chests. It didn't take long this time. A special beep was heard. Human Chu Fong fulfills the hidden conditions and activates the special reward. The 300 silver treasure chest must produce a legendary level special item fragment. Coming. That's it. Chu Fong was instantly energized. Without hesitation, he tapped the silver treasure chest once more. Chu Fong stared with unblinking eyes. A crisp ringing sound passed. Chu Feng's melodious beeps of the golden ranking came from his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the human, Chu Fong, for obtaining the legendary grade special item fragment. First wise angel, Rachel's feather. Finally got it. Chu Fong forced down the excitement in his heart. The day felt like a roller coaster of emotions. The ups and downs are so exciting too. Roger, known as the mystic angel of the secret world and the Most High, is the ruler of the seat angels. It is one of the upper angels of the angelic race. In terms of status, it is not lower than Michael. Every feather he left behind was precious. It was also tempered by the divine craftsman Mito. It is a murderous blade. In terms of sharpness, it was possible that Chu Feng's broken blade was inferior. After all, the Blade Breaker was only a weapon that came with a sub-legendary level divine ability. It's not comparable to a legendary item by any means. It is also because of the special nature of feathers. Chu Fong checked the introduction. This shard, likewise, brings a characteristic to itself. It's a divine skill, Featherfall. Nice name. But the introduction of Featherfall is very violent. Group attack divine skill. When it is cast, it is like white feathers falling from the sky. Wherever it passes, space is broken, killing people invisibly. Chu Fong took a deep breath. It just so happens that he lacks some offensive skills. This Rachel's feather makes up for it. This also eliminated the need to consume points to purchase the avatar. After all, the avatar still had to be cultivated. But this kind of artifact comes with skills that can be cast with a little bit of familiarity. It's just that the power will vary depending on the user's strength. Chu Fong was also clear about that. Like the properties of Michael's wings, 100 times the speed of sound. Until now, Chu Fong had only utilized a portion of it. This Rachel's wing should be similar, but it can still be considered a big killer. Legendary grade items, even the fragments, were quite extraordinary. It's not worth it. Next, Chu Fong also planned to draw the golden treasure chest 300 times. Pop the last piece of the blazing wings as well. It's late at night now. Time is precious. Chu Fong started smoking directly. Gold treasure chests were originally priced at 10,000 points each time. 5,000 points at half price. 300 times is 1.5 million points. It was still bearable for Chu Fong. Some of the stuff that comes out of the gold treasure chest is even good. Things like super balls may also pop. Of course, most of them were still normal B rank items. At the very least, there's more to look forward to. It was smoked until the latter part of the night. Finally saved enough for 299 times. The special beeps came as promised. Human Chu Fong fulfills the hidden conditions and activates the special reward. The 300th golden treasure chest will definitely produce legendary level special item fragments. Next moment, a treasure similar to a skeleton surfaced before Chu Feng's eyes. The skeleton was still glowing with a little starlight. Not only is it not scary, but it carries some holy flavor. First angel, bones of Sataniel Tolia. Before Chu Fong could take a closer look at the skeleton, a sudden beep sounded in his head. Congratulations, human Chu Fong. You have successfully gathered the 3 major components of the legendary grade item Blazing Heavenly Wings. Is it synthesized? Chu Fong couldn't wait to be direct. Synthesized? As Chu Feng's words fell, only Chu Feng's back was seen. Michael's wings suddenly left his body. It slowly levitated to Chu Feng's body. The other 2 major components were also suspended in midair at the same time. All 3 exuded an aura of sanctity at the same time. At that moment, a golden light fell from the sky, enveloping all 3 completely. Next, Chu Fong saw a scene that he would never forget. Only the 3 major legendary grade item fragments were seen under the golden light. It was as if snow had met the blazing sun. Surprisingly, it began to slowly melt. After melting, the 3 slowly approached each other until they were no longer distinguishable from each other. Immediately after, a brand new feather slowly formed. It was supported by a large skeleton, as well as lush white feathers, and at the very tips, 2 sharp plumes. The dazzling golden light reached its peak at that moment. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise that caught Chu Fong off guard. After the loud bang, a radiantly holy, huge feathered wing quietly hovered in front of Chu Feng's eyes. The light was contained within, and the divine power flowed. Blazing wings of heaven, reappearing on earth. Chapter 80. In the name of the legend. Full version of Blazing Wings. It unleashed its mighty pressure that belonged to the legendary level without a care in the world. Because Michael's wings fused to become part of it, Chu Fong could feel a sense of closeness coming from it. Re-sacrifice and recognize the Lord. The large blazing heavenly wings swiftly merged into Chu Feng's back. It was completely hidden amongst Chu Feng's body, and yet there was no semblance of discomfort. At that moment, Chu Fong suddenly heard the sound of his parents' room house door opening, immediately followed by the voice of his mother, Sun Yinying. Little Fong, why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? You still have to catch a plane tomorrow. Got it, Mom? It's bedtime. Chu Fong smiled sarcastically. The commotion created by the fusion of the blazing sky wings just now was indeed not small. Those who didn't know thought that he, Chu Fong, was acting in an action movie in the house. Sun Yinying didn't say anything more and went back to the house. A child is too old for his mother. Let him be. Only then did Chu Fong calmly look at the golden list introduction of the blazing heavenly wings. There are 3 main characteristics in total: extreme flight, group attack skills, single attack skills. Only then did Chu Fong understand. Last of the first angels, the bone of Sataniel Tolia grants is a powerful single attack skill. The 3 main characteristics remain unchanged though. However, the limits of each trait have been skyrocketed and strengthened. The original limiting speed was 100 times the speed of sound. The blazing wings of heaven, which can be fused, can grant the user the speed of light, no longer measured in the speed of sound. The speed of light, the ultimate speed in the universe. There is no life or object that can outrun this speed. It represents the rules of the universe. Even approaching the speed of light is almost unrealistic. With Chu Feng's cognition, the speed of the fastest S-class powerhouse in his previous life was also still within the framework of the speed of sound, and at most it was just the difference between 100 times the speed of sound and 1,000 times the speed of sound. Still a world away from the speed of light. That alone, Blazing Wings alone, deserves the word legend. Of course, Chu Fong was also clear. Blazing wings just gives you a chance to reach the speed of light. Really want to get the speed of light. It also requires one's physique to be strong to the extreme. He wasn't even thinking that far ahead right now. The first step is to get to 100 times the speed of sound first. The second characteristic, featherfall. Chu Fong hadn't tried the specific power and didn't know what kind of enhancement had been made. Anyway, it will certainly not dishonor the name of the legendary class just right. The third characteristic, angelic judgment. Powerful to the extreme single attack skill. The specific power also needed Chu Fong to try it out. Instead, this third characteristic comes with one more characteristic. It made Chu Fong come to be interested. Characteristics, decapitation. A certain probability to ignore the level and directly decapitate the opponent. When he saw that, Chu Fong could not even believe his eyes. Can there be such a sick way to play? Ignoring rank meant that a D-rank martial artist with blazing heavenly wings. And then if he had unbelievable luck, could it be that he could still directly decimate a Super A rank? Chu Fong felt the unique aura of the holy angel race on the blazing heavenly wings. Mumbles. It might actually work. Could this decimating characteristic be the power that those incomparably powerful divine angels had left behind in the blazing heavenly wings back then? If so, that user was lucky enough to unleash this power, and naturally, it was God blocking God and Buddha blocking Buddha. Surely, there must be a limit to it. But nowadays, Chu Fong was simply unable to touch that high of a level. As for any Super A rank, S rank, or the like, it was surely certain death. That much Chu Fong was certain of. Utilize it well, and you might be able to turn the tables on the Jedi. Chu Fong was overjoyed. This trip back from the abyss was also too rewarding. And still not digested. After the raffle, the points balance remains nearly 5 million remaining. Mainly because the previous sub-legendary treasure chest drew 1.5 million, which greatly replenished the balance. Gotta replenish some of the life-preserving gear I consumed in the abyss this time. Open grocery gold list directly. Straight to the target. Premium quality Super Ball, original price 100,000, half price 50,000, bought 10 directly. Next time you go to the abyss, taking some high-level favored beasts. More helpers in fights too. The recovery pill under Super A grade, Water of Life, originally priced at 100,000 per serving, was half price at 50,000, and 10 servings were bought as well. The next time you get injured, you won't have to worry about recovery. And the opponent to injury for injury also killed the opponent. Scroll of Absolute Guardianship, 10 sheets. Last time, he even blocked the full force of the Devil Chien Fan's incarnation. It's a quality that you can trust. The Inferno Dragon Storm Scroll, on the other hand, bought 100 of them in one go. The last time I went to the Cursed Isle, it was too rushed, resulting in just 5 scrolls left at the end. Be prepared this time. Next time you go back, take as many souvenirs as you can. Another 10 grams of Devil's Tooth Venom. In the end, it was a matter of adding on some disguise potions, ecstasy, and other trinkets. Perhaps it could be of great use in a pinch. After the purchasing frenzy, there's less than 3 million points left. Open the Avatar Gold list again. Bought the first 6 levels of the 9 Waves Blade Technique at full price. A full 2 million points. However, Chu Fong felt that it was worth it. This was one of the capitals he would use to buck the Super A rank later on, purchasing until the latter part of the night. Chu Fong only had less than 1 million left in his body. Sigh. It's poor again, he said, but couldn't help but let out a laugh. When did one become so Versailles? 1 million points. May I ask at this stage, which Earthling can have so many points? I don't think there's anything else I need to buy at the moment. Chu Fong also gave up the idea of spending all his points. Glanced at the time. It's still over an hour to dawn. Solely rested on his knees and practiced for a while. Until early the next morning. Father Trudy then came over and knocked on the door. Little Fong, breakfast is ready. Come out later for some breakfast and we'll head to the airport. Got it, Dad? Chu Fong grinned. Dad has always made breakfast at home. The reason is simple. Mom's in bed and can't get up. The family finished breakfast and took a cab straight to the airport. The living supplies and such. Chu Feng's uncle in Kyoto had already made all the arrangements. They just need to turn in their bags and move in. The car looking at the traffic in front of me. Chu Fong couldn't help but recall the bits and pieces of his previous life in Kyoto. There, it was the beginning of the story of his past life and the end of the fall. Teacher, classmate, friend, lover, enemy. Countless grudges and feuds, countless sorrows and joys. With this going, all the things of the previous life will be completely in the past. In his new life, Chu Fong would not allow any more regrets to be left behind. An hour later, the family arrived at the waiting hall of Jiangxing City Airport. The lobby is spacious. People come and go, and it doesn't seem crowded at all. As a new first-tier city, Jiangxing is actually developing quite well. But a new era is upon us, and Kyoto is the center where the storm clouds converge. There are more opportunities. The family found a row of seats and put their carry-on luggage on. Just sat down. Suddenly, a pair of young men and women sat directly beside Chu Feng's family. Both were young. Both had short hair. The woman's a little longer. Uniformed in a set of military green uniforms, similar to, but not identical to, military uniforms. The two just sat down. The young, short-haired man then leaned back against the back of the seat with a big grin and grumbled a bit. I don't know what the above think. Weixing with that guy were the qualifications to give us 2 special training. Chapter 81. The 3 Saints and 10 Great Families of Ancient Martial Arts. Hearing these words from the young man, Chu Fong raised his eyebrows slightly. Wei Xinghua? Team Wei. It was a moment of interest, glancing up and down at the 2 men. Surprisingly, they all possessed spiritual power fluctuations on their bodies. It's not too weak. It should have been a while since I entered the D level. In this time frame, it's already considered genius. Of course, there would be absolutely no comparison with Chu Fong, under fine sensing. Furthermore, Chu Fong also detected a power fluctuation that was different from spiritual power. Inner strength, exclusive to ancient martial artists. Chu Feng's interest grew even more. These 2 look like they come from an unusual place. Keep looking at the 2. The young man's posture was a bit arrogant, as if he was a young man who was so ambitious that he didn't put the world in his eyes. The woman next to her was much more introspective, yet a sense of condescension could still be felt. Looking at this stance, it might as well be from one of the top 10 ancient martial arts families. Ancient martial artists, a collective term for a special group of people. They have been practicing the inheritance technique since they were young. Either cultivate internal power or external power. In times of peace, it's like being a land god. Treading water and flying through walls is not a problem. Maybe it's the state apparatus that's repressive. One rarely sees them. They either live in deep mountains and rivers, or gather in some cavernous places. Absorb the essence of heaven and earth to cultivate. After the aura is revived, they start out much higher than the average person. In his previous life, at least half of the major experts that grew up came from different ancient martial arts families. To ancient martial artists, Chu Fong did not have any prejudice. They also fought with the abyssal demons at the front line. It's just that a portion of the old medieval antiquity is quite annoying. Wasia when it comes to the world. The most powerful ancient martial arts forces were the 3 great holy places. Kunlun Sanctuary, Penlai Immortal Land, and Longhu Mountain Sanctuary. There are countless strong people. Below that, there were the 10 ancient martial arts clans, distributed throughout the country. Also very powerful, such as the Ying family in Jiangnan, the Qin family in Qinling, the Tang family in the eastern region, the Mo family in the western borderland, and the Li family in Bashu. Chu Feng's eldest brother Lin Yi, who he missed the most, originated from the Kunlun sacred region. That's why it was possible to make rapid progress, even though it wasn't as good as in his previous life after losing 100 times his cultivation speed. Behind it, the strong support of the Kunlun Sanctuary was indispensable. Of course, after the aura is revived, if these ancient martial arts heirs do not know how to keep up with the times, they will only end up being eliminated by the times. But now it seems, all the major ancient martial arts clans should have discovered the power of spiritual energy. The disciples under the door had begun to cultivate spiritual energy. Initially, they have internal strength on their side. In terms of strength, it was naturally stronger than ordinary spirit power cultivators. The 2 young men in front of us should fall into this category. With a mere D rank in spiritual strength, the real battle power might be comparable to a normal C rank. It naturally cultivates a heart that underestimates all the people of the world. In Chu Feng's words, it's just a well of arrogance and shallow vision. Of course, these had nothing to do with Chu Fong. He's not interested in educating little kids, just casually listening to the 2. The young, short-haired man grumbled some more. The woman next to her was faintly reassuring. Well, cut the crap, the top is making us go to special training, and it's also so that we can all end up going to martial arts university. The short-haired man snorted. While casually fiddling with his cell phone, he casually said, "Martial arts university? What's the point of taking an exam for that thing? I can get in with my eyes closed. I heard from my dad that the demarcation standard of the martial artist university is very low this time. As long as one is a D-level cultivator, one can get in, and they still need special training. Besides, even if it's special training, at least have a stronger instructor. Let Wei Xingwa, that ordinary person, give us special training. What's it like? The words were full of disdain. They were ancient martial arts heirs, or true spiritual power cultivators. How can you stand to be hollered at by a commoner? The short-haired woman frowned slightly and spoke persuasively. Cut the crap. Although Wei Xingwa doesn't have the strength, he's an expert in researching the abyss and spirit power. There aren't many people in the country who know more about the abyss than him. With him around, he can give us the most suitable training program as well as an efficient resource matching program, which is indeed beneficial to our cultivation. Oh, I still can't stand the feeling of being overpowered by the weak. The young man remained unconvinced and hung back. The two didn't avoid anything with these words. Everyone around us could hear it clearly. Chu Fong didn't feel much. I just feel a little sorry for this Wei team, being muttered about behind my back like that. But just because Chu Fong didn't care, it didn't mean that other people didn't care. Just like Chu Feng's father, Chu Tianlai. He has come through life and death with Wei Xingwa. Hearing someone denigrate his old comrade, so behind his back, it is not to be endured. Immediately, he stood up and suppressed the anger in his heart. Young man, it's not good to talk about your teacher behind his back like that, is it? The minimum respect for teachers should still be observed, right? Going out with a wife and kids. Chu Tianlai had already restrained his tone very much. He wasn't afraid of danger. But what if these two young men in front of me really start fighting and hurt their wives and children? When one reaches middle age, one is no longer the bloodthirsty young man who starts a fight at the drop of a hat. With a family, it's a responsibility. Although Chu Tianlai was helpless, he was willing to do it. The short-haired youth sniffed, and his hand fiddling with his cell phone slowly stopped. Narrowing his eyes, he looked Chu Tianlai up and down. Leaning back in his seat for a moment, he faded. This uncle, just mind your own business. I advise you not to mind your own business. We're having a chat. What's in your way? He saw it. Chu Tianlai is completely ordinary and lazy. I think the two are not even in the same circle. With a wave of his hand, he intended to send Chu Tianlai away. He didn't realize that, fortunately, he didn't have any thoughts of hurting Chu Tianlai. Otherwise, he won't be able to walk out of this airport hall today. Chu Tianlai was even more furious at being ignored by a little kid. The Wei Xingwa in your mouths is my old comrade in arms. I don't care if other people slander him behind his back, but you guys, soon-to-be old Wei students, can't say that. I really feel bad for him. The short-haired youth sniffed and sat up straight. The look was already very unpleasant. He was high-minded and proud. How had he ever been lectured by a commoner pointing at his nose? Was about to stand up, but suddenly he felt a weight on his shoulders. A large, gnarled hand rested gently on his shoulder. The short-haired youth looked up. Just in time, he saw that Chu Fong was grinning at him. This friend, I think, my dad has a point, don't you? Sick. The short-haired youth angrily tried to break away from Chu Feng's hand. A hard push, but it was unable to shake that one big hand in the slightest. Face reddened, under full power, froze, and couldn't stand up. A horrified look had appeared in his eyes. But Chu Fong obviously hadn't had enough fun. The large hand pressed on the youth's shoulder gave a gentle squeeze. Only a muffled click was heard. The bones are probably cracked. The short-haired youth immediately burst into tears of pain. Chu Fong saw this but smiled. Dad, look, it's like he knows he's wrong. He's shedding tears of remorse. This scene froze Chu Tianlai in his tracks. Chu Feng's smile remained unchanged. He's a man who likes to help his relatives. It's not like it's a matter of right and wrong. Help your father out. There's a problem. Chapter 82. The Heavens. The hand pressed on the short-haired youth's shoulder tapped twice. The youth's body shivered in fear. A glance with the clean-cut woman beside him. Both saw the horror in the other's eyes. Others are not clear. But how could the woman not know? Her teammate, who came from one of the top 10 families, had a thick internal energy and practiced spiritual energy, which had already reached a point close to the peak of D grade. But even so, instead, they were casually pressed into their seats by the youth, who looked a little younger than them. Let Li Peng how he struggled, but it was like a stone dropped into the sea. It doesn't make half the waves at all. What kind of strength is this? I'm afraid that a mere C-rank spirit power cultivator wouldn't be able to do it. Could it be that the other party also came from an ancient martial arts family like himself? And the others? But why are both his parents just ordinary people? In an instant, the short-haired woman Leah had a lot of thoughts in her mind. But the more he thought about it, the scarier he felt about the young man in front of him. Ouch, ouch, ouch. At this time, the short-haired youth, also known as Li Peng, finally couldn't help himself. Scream out in pain. Chu Fong didn't feel much. Instead, it made Chu Tianlai anxious. Little Fong, but don't fight. Let go of him since he's admitted he's wrong. Chu Fong obediently removed his hand. A slightly innocent smile appeared. Dad, we're just messing around. Saying that, he turned his head and glanced at Li Peng, faintly saying, Am I right? Right. Uncle, we were fooling around. I also apologize to you. It was my fault just now. I shouldn't have slandered Team Wei behind his back. Li Peng hurriedly responded, his head nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. Dryly apologize. Just now, Chu Fong had really scared him. He's the one who feels it the most. More than Leah knows. The moment Chu Fong pressed down on his shoulder, just now, Li Peng only felt as if all the power in his body was imprisoned. Sensei's spiritual power or internal power. It's completely immobilized, instantly turned into an ordinary person. It's a skill that sea levels can't even do. It needs to be stronger. That was the source of his fear. At this time, how could one still dare to contradict Chu Fong? Chu Fong also smiled with satisfaction. This guy knows what he's doing. Taught a lesson and gave Dad a break. That's all there is to it. A few people continued to sit next to each other without incident. But the two siblings, Li Peng and Leah, were a bit fidgety. I had the desire to change the ground, but I didn't have the guts. One can only sit awkwardly upright. Chu Tianlai, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled. How is it that the young man who was so arrogant just now, all of a sudden it's laying down? Is it hard to believe that your own son hit someone else? But since the beginning, he was beside himself. And his own son tapped the other man on the shoulder. Can't figure it out. Chu Tianlai thought for a while, really didn't have a clue, and gave up. Anyway, one is kind of out for old way. Next time we have a drink together, we can brag about it again. Thinking of this, Chu Tianlai was gorgeous. Seeing Dad happy, Chu Fong was also happy. That's what he's fighting for. Finally, I waited for the boarding call over the loudspeaker. Li Peng covered his arm and stood up hastily. Pulling Leah along, he intended to leave. He didn't want to stay with Chu Fong for half a minute. But to his despair, Chu Feng's family also stood up when they heard the cue. Same flight? No way. Li Peng wailed in his heart. At this time, Chu Fong passed by Li Peng's side as he carried his suitcase, glancing at the airplane ticket in Li Peng's hand. Raising an eyebrow, he teased and laughed. What a coincidence we're sitting side by side. Li Peng almost cried out again on the spot. Looking at Chu Fong, he barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Yes, what a coincidence. Oh! The last whimper was nearly inaudible. He couldn't wait to slap himself now. That mouth, it really can't be too bitchy. Woe is me. There's nothing to do but resign yourself to your fate. I just hope this flight is over soon. Hanging his head in shame, he followed behind Chu Feng's family. Li Peng turned his head to look at his sister, who was surprisingly gloating, viciously threatening. No laughing. If you laugh again, next time we go to the abyss, we won't bring you. Leah, on the other hand, didn't care about her own brother's threat at all, and instead teased. Brother, I feel as if that person doesn't seem to have any ill will towards you, and he's so strong at such a young age. So don't you hurry up and go hug your thighs? Maybe this is your chance to rise. Lippin gave his sister a smooth headbutt. Grow up, you dare to laugh at me. Chu Fong could hear it clearly from the front. The siblings didn't look like they had any heart in their mouths either. It's purely a matter of being in a big family for a long time. Eyes over the top. It's not a bad seedling to knock around. Of course, Chu Fong wasn't interested in accepting disciples or anything like that. Without resolving the threat of the abyss, Chu Fong would not relax halfway. No words on the way. That's going to make Li Peng happy. It's finally a relief. All the way to getting off the plane, the moment Li Peng came out of the airport. Take a sharp, deep breath. It feels so good to be free. Then, as if it felt like it was working again, hanging back, he asked towards Leah. Didn't you say that your best friend from college came to pick you up? Where's the man? I'm starving. Leah gave him a blank look. Lazy. Sweeping through the pickup crowd. Suddenly excited, he waved his hand. Coco, I'm here. Li Peng followed Leah's gaze. What came into view were two great beauties. One was tall and curvy in the front and back, and the other was gentle and elegant. Couldn't help but blurt it out. Crap, they're all superb. Leah punched Li Peng violently. I'm warning you not to hit on my sisters, or you're going to die you. The two men hurriedly rejoined the two women. When I got closer, I realized that there was a middle-aged man next to the two beauties. And ignoring them, he kept staring at the exit. Coco, I've missed you. Leah had no qualms about hugging the tall and beautiful Sun Coco. Sun Coco also hugged Leah happily. Xiaoya, let me introduce to you. This is my cousin Chu Si Ro. That big uncle is my dad. The two of them are here to pick up my little aunt's family. Oh, that is Si Ro's her parents and her brother. When we receive the people, let's go to my house for dinner together. Chu Saw heard Sun Coco mention her and politely smiled towards the two Leah. This smile was like a city, and her beautiful eyes were like crescent moons. Directly, Li Peng looked dumbfounded. Next to her, Leah woke up her brother with a hateful slap. This guy is my brother, Li Peng. No need to give him a good look. That made the crowd laugh. Hello guys, my name is Li Peng. I have to pick up my brother-in-law later, right? Li Peng is big and mouthy. It made Leah roll her eyes in anger. Truscott just smiled politely. Suddenly happy, he waved his little hand. Dad, Mom, phone here. The crowd followed Chusua's voice, looking at the trio that was getting closer and closer. The others haven't reacted much. Li Peng, however, was stumped on the spot, dumbfounded. The fingers pointing at Chu Fong were shivering. Heavens, how is he again? It's over, it's dead. Chapter 83. You can't see me? The moment. Li Peng really wanted to cry. Dead. He just felt like he could do it again. Talking voice again. With Chu Feng's strength. He believed that the words he had just called someone's brother-in-law must have been heard by Chu Fong. Looking at the smile that seemed to be laughing at the corners of Chu Feng's mouth. Li Peng showed an extraordinary dry decisiveness at this moment. Snap. 2 slaps directly toward his mouth. Then, the eyes that begged for forgiveness looked at Chu Fong. This operation made Coco-san beside him puzzled. Yeah, what is your brother doing? Harming himself? Leah was clear about the causes and consequences and said in a good-natured manner. Don't mind him, he deserves it. Li Peng said awkwardly. Oh, there was a mosquito earlier. I'll swat it. Of course, that's a reason he doesn't believe himself. Swatting mosquitoes and smacking yourself to death? A few people were talking. Chu Si Ro and her uncle Sun Jianbin greeted them early and took the luggage in the hands of Chu Feng's several people. Stand still. There were hidden tears in Chu Sua's beautiful eyes. Dad, Mom, and Feng, I missed you guys so much. Chu Tianlai and Sun Yining's eyes also moistened at once, for the abyss has suddenly descended. The couple couldn't care about Chu Si Ro, who was far away in Kyoto, for a while. Communication is only possible via video phone. Feeling that I owe my daughter a lot. Chusaw, on the other hand, was worried about the safety of her family and was on edge every day. There you go. The family is finally reunited. Chu Fong also shouted out with a smile. Sis, you're beautiful again. You're the one who's poorly spoken. Chu Sio blankly glanced at Chu Fong. In front of her family, Chusaw took all her defenses off. Chu Fong let out a simple smile. Growing up, he and his sister were very close. When he was young and went out to fight, he was timid and bullied, and only his sister always protected him. I didn't realize that growing up. While my sister was more gentle, he became violent. The siblings chatted. Uncle Sun Jianbin hurriedly greeted Chu Tianlai and Sun Yinying. Tianlai Xiaoing, you guys have labored all the way. Hurry up and go to my house first to rest and rest. The place to live are all ready for you. Right next to my house, things are all complete. Just live in directly. Trouble for you. Chu Tianlai was a little embarrassed, but he was blanked by Sun Yining. My brother is preparing this for me. What's the matter with you? Harm. I'm just being polite. What's your hurry? Chu Tianlai smiled bitterly. This scene directly amused Sun Coco and the others who had followed up. Of course, there was one person who certainly wasn't laughing. Even if you laugh, it's a bitter laugh. Li Peng knew deep down that he had just flirted with Chu Feng's sister and had taken advantage of Chu Fong. It would be a great honor not to beat myself to death. Li Peng was very sensible and began to play ostrich. His mouth kept muttering in a small voice. You can't see me. You can't see me. With Chu Feng's sensing power. Naturally, I know about this guy's series of tawdry maneuvers. It's just a matter of laziness. How it ruins the atmosphere to smoke him now. When Sun Coco finished greeting the elders like Chu Tianlai. Suddenly, throwing down Leah, he wrapped an arm around Chu Feng's head and said happily, Little maniac, want to miss your cousin? Little crazy, the nickname that Sun Coco gave Chu Fong when he was a child. It's what this big-headed cousin likes to call it. Feel a softness in front of you. Chu Fong was somewhat helpless. Big sister, do you know that men and women are different? It's so big. It's not good to still be like a kid, but you have to act like you're having fun. Think, every day I don't think about it. That's more or less the same. Secretly telling you, your cousin I'm now a D-class cultivator too. In the future, if someone bullies you again, I'll help you beat him up. Son Coco proudly showed off. This was somewhat surprising to Chu Fong. Just now, it was too hasty, and Chu Fong hadn't really had time to observe it. This look doesn't matter. Unexpectedly, he discovered that both of his sisters had become D-level cultivators. Seeing Chu Feng's surprised gaze, Son Coco became even prouder and explained. It's not that the examination of the Huaxia Martial Artist University is about to start. The universities, the army, and some other organizations, and so on have mission targets given from above. In order to increase the pass rate of the trainees, our university prepared a seeded team. See, Ro and I are both very talented. We both passed the pre-selection yet. And then we shared some resources, and surprisingly, we made a direct breakthrough. We're really geniuses. Yes, genius indeed. Chu Fong could only respond. That's good. Originally, Chu Fong had planned to use the pile of resources to also pile up the strength of his family members. At the very least, you can somewhat protect yourself. Of course, it's even better if the talent itself is good. Perhaps it was because he sensed that Chu Fong was somewhat perfunctory. Son Coco pouted. Little madman, do you not trust me? Humph. Thanks to me, I was kind enough to introduce you to two great masters. Son Coco's mouth pouted even higher, but she still pulled the two siblings, Leah and Li Peng, to her side. Look, my sister Leah, this is her brother Li Peng. Both are powerful spiritual power cultivators. Whispering to you, they are also ancient martial artists, and they make a good relationship. When you also become a cultivator in the future, you can let them take you down the abyss. Beside her, Leah hurriedly pulled the corner of Son Coco's coat. Her face flushed red. Somewhat groundlessly, he whispered, Coco, stop it. The mind boggles. This brother of yours is strong and impersonal. Hitting my brother is like hitting a chickadee. And take him down into the abyss? Did you ask if they'd take us? Son Coco, however, got the wrong idea, as if she had discovered a new continent. Yeah. Are you shy? Gosh, can it be that you got a crush on my cousin? That's great. Leah's toes were digging into her shoes in embarrassment, looking to his brother Li Peng for help. However, he found that Li Peng was stalking his neck and did not even dare to look at Chu Fong. Still mumbling, you can't see me. Angry, Leah wanted to strangle him. It was Chu Fong who smiled and rounded off the conversation. Then I'll take care of you two from now on. Definitely. Leah gave a hasty response. Li Peng simply didn't hear it. On the side, Uncle Sun Jambin greeted Chu Tianlai and Sun Yinying after catching up. Come on, let's go home first. Coco's mom has made a big table of good food. As the host, Sun Jianbin pulled his sister and brother-in-law right into the car. Truscott was close behind. Chu Fong had wanted to ride in a car with his parents as well. Think about it. Suddenly smiling, he greeted his uncle. Second uncle, I'll just take Coco's sister's car. Nor did he wait for his second uncle to respond. Straight into the back of Son Coco's minivan. Seeing a bad opportunity, Leah directly grabbed the co-pilot. She didn't want to sit with Chu Fong. His own brother has offended people all this way. Take the blame for your own mistakes. Only Li Peng was left to cry. Wiggle into the back. Doing his best to stick to the car window, he moved away from Chu Fong. Peng, are you carsick? I'll open the window for you. Son Coco asked in wonder. No, you drive. Li Peng coughed awkwardly. By the noise of a car, starting for a moment, Chu Fong forced his voice into a line. The sound accurately reached Li Peng's ears. The voice was faint, but full of menace. Don't even think about hitting on my two sisters, or I'll settle old scores with you, got it? Chapter 84. That bang. It scared Li Peng, nodding frantically, fearing that if he ordered slowly, Chu Fong would give him another blow to the shoulder. Knowing that Chu Sio's brother was Chu Fong, they wouldn't dare to think otherwise. Chu Fong was satisfied, and it stopped scaring Li Peng. Secretly, he took a sliver of the water of life in his hand. Pretend to inadvertently touch Li Peng's shoulder. Frightened, Li Peng thought that Chu Fong was going to teach him a lesson again, hurriedly trying to hide. But the next moment, it felt warm at the shoulder. The bone fracture that had just occurred seemed to return in an instant. Not only that, the spiritual energy in his body suddenly surged for some reason. It's like eating something great. Surprisingly, it had been enhanced a great deal more. Originally, with his strength, he might still need a little more time before breaking through the C rank. But just now a warm current merged into the body. Almost he felt like he was about to break through to C rank. Hiss! Li Peng looked at Chu Fong incredulously. The heart, however, set off huge waves. Is that him? What kind of treasure did you just use on yourself? However, he saw Chu Fong faintly shake his head, signaling Li Peng to shut up and not speak. Li Peng had to keep the shock to himself. However, he was more and more afraid of Chu Fong. This guy, so mysterious. Taking out a bit of treasure with his hand, he had almost gotten himself promoted. This could be much stronger than the effects of the C-grade water cloud fruit he had once taken. Naturally, Li Peng didn't know that it was 100,000 points a serving of water of life. Even if it's just a hint, the effect is so much better than any fruit. It was nothing to Chu Fong, but to a low-ranked martial artist, it was a supreme treasure. Chu Fong was thinking that although this guy had a bad mouth, he was at least a friend of his cousin. It's not good to crush people's bones yourself. So much for making up for it. But I did not expect to make his image in Li Peng's mind all of a sudden become mysterious and tall. Chu Fong and Li Peng were speechless all the way. Instead, it was Sun Coco and Leah who couldn't stop yakking. Neither of them even realized what was happening in the back row either. The group ate a big meal at Su Jianbin's house. In the evening, Chu Tianlai specifically contacted Team Wei again. Intend to deliver the person in person. Chu Fong hastily refused. Said he had made an appointment with the Li siblings to go over there together tomorrow. Another assurance was given that there would be absolutely no sneaking around this time. Plus, next to Sun Jianbin, strongly requested to take the old couple out shopping the next day. Meet the bustle of Kyoto. Chu Tianlai didn't insist anymore. Finish eating. The two of them, Sun Coco and Chu Si-ro, still had training in the evening at school and had to rush back. There were just 5 more days until the martial arts university examination. Training dare not fall behind. Not only did the two girls want to get into the martial artist university, they also wanted to wrestle for those rich rewards during the examination process. It's a great use for cultivation. The Li siblings also made excuses to bolt. However, he did promise to come over tomorrow to pick up Chu Fong. Chu Fong then came to his new home with his mom and dad. Nothing happened overnight. Early the next morning, Li Peng got an SUV from somewhere. Early on, he was waiting downstairs at Chu Feng's house. Seeing Chu Fong go downstairs. Hurriedly, he got out of the car and attentively opened the door. Next to her, Leah had a look of hell. How is it that since last night, when he took a ride with Chu Fong, after going back this brother of his own seemed like a different person? Not only were they not afraid of Chu Fong anymore. Instead, they desperately lean on people. What's more, it was an early morning wake-up call today. Pulling her, she came to wait for Chu Fong. It wasn't even light out then. The two siblings waited hard downstairs for over an hour. Leah asked Li Peng why. The guy was just being mysterious. There's a future in following Brother Fong. Don't worry, I won't forget you when Brother gets his benefits. Angry Leah clenched her silver teeth. You guys need some more face. You're quite a bit older than the others, okay? You're calling me brother? As soon as Chu Fong got into the car, Li Peng is even more hush-hush. The whole thing for Chu Fong was uncomfortable. In the end, it was only after giving Li Peng a punch that it subsided. Leah was screaming from the sidelines. A few people just jostled around and drove all the way out of town. The destination was a military base on the outskirts. Northern Region, Military Base 7. Team Wei is in charge of that military base. Chatting away, Chu Fong also learned that the two siblings' origins were indeed extraordinary. One of the 10 great families, the Bashu Li family. The energy in the land of Basho is quite powerful. This point Chu Fong had guessed 8 or 9 times. But the thing that caused Chu Fong to be most shocked was, it's amazing that both of these guys came out of the Special Forces, or the King of Soldiers kind. It really made Chu Fong speechless for a while. Soldier Kings aren't all lickspittles like Li Peng, are they? However, in terms of strength alone, Li Peng, the King of Soldiers, really deserves it. The advantages of martial artists over ordinary people were too obvious. In addition, Chu Fong also learned. Among the vast majority of people trained by the Wei team, there were a number of people from the army. There are also some who were stuffed from various big families. Anyway, there were hundreds of trainees there, I think, while chatting away, just approaching the destination. This military base is situated halfway up a short mountain. The disc road is steeper, However, Li Peng's driving skills were quite good, and he steadily parked the car in front of the military base. In front of the base, a large sign stands. Military importance. No one is allowed to enter. Before Chu Fong and the others could get off the bus, several soldiers with loaded guns immediately surrounded them. What are you here for? Do you have papers? Don't look at Li Peng nodding to Chu Fong. He's really not low in the military. Straight away, he handed over his own and Li's credentials. Sir, the soldier saluted hastily after reading it. However, it still looked at Chu Fong, gesturing Chu Fong to show his credentials as well. Unfortunately, Chu Fong only had an ID card. Li Peng, on the other hand, hurriedly said, "He's with the two of us. Team Wei sent him. His name is Chu Fong. You can call and ask." Hearing Chu Feng's name, instead, the soldier just nodded and let it go. Team Wei specifically instructed us today, so fine, you guys go in. Li Peng drifted and drove the car in. This military base is not a small area. Various training facilities are available. Looking at it, Li Peng's hands were a little itchy. Find a parking lot and park your car. A few people got out of the car and found a large square next to it. A lot of people are training, sweating, and punching. Someone had also discovered the Chu Fong trio. Indiscriminately pointing at Chu Fong and the others, he loudly teased, "Yo, there's another newcomer. This is going to be good again. Who's coming this time, brothers? Let these newbies know the rules here. Brother Bully Fist, it should be my turn this time. The old monkey bastard beat me to it last time." The crowd looked at a man with a tiger's back sitting on a high platform. The man is covered in well-developed muscles. Bronze skin is explosive. A pair of iron fists littered with scars. Only this burly man faintly said, "Skinny monkey on it then, just educate him a little. Don't hit him too hard." "Got it." The tall man called Skinny Monkey couldn't help but laugh out loud. Looking toward Chu Feng's several people, he shouted, "Hey, those boys, yeah, that's you, come over here." There was another uproar from the side. "Monkey, think of something new this time. Don't be all the same old stuff." "Okay, watch me." He loved to see these newbies aggrieved to the point of crying in pain. Chapter 85. So this thing has a name. Chu Feng's several people had just gotten off the bus, and they hadn't even stood on their feet yet. Just heard someone calling out to them from the main square. "Called ours?" Li Peng frowned slightly. He was the one who came out of the army. Know that places like to give newcomers a run for their money. Easy to manage later. He hadn't done this kind of thing before. Only when one becomes a newcomer. Yuck, what crappy rules. Only Li Peng sneered and, could it be that these guys think we're little lambs? Turning to Chu Fong and Liya, he directly made a big deal out of it again. "Fong, Xiaoya, you guys can just watch it later. I have to let them know that in this society nowadays, leaning on the old and selling out is going to get you beaten up." At this moment, Li Peng turned into a tugging look again. It's in nature. Once it didn't feel threatening, it was a bit reckless. Chu Fong was indifferent. In his eyes. Right now, it's a farce. These people are no different than children playing house. Rather, there was no need to run away. Then these people might even find fault. It will avoid a lot of hassle when it's beaten into submission in one fell swoop. Chu Fong had always been someone who was afraid of trouble. Generally speaking, dead people don't look for trouble. Next, Li Peng opened the way, and Chu Fong and Liya followed behind. A few people came to the large square. Hula, a group of people directly surrounded them. Li Peng wrapped his arms around his chest and swept a contemptuous glance at everyone. "That dickish look does make you want to punch him. You guys calling me for something?" "Heh, another newcomer who doesn't know what's good for him. I just love taming such unruly little guys." The skinny monkey didn't get angry and hemmed and hawed. "Kid, don't blame Grandpa for not giving you a chance. Now run 100 laps around this big square. We'll consider ourselves acquainted, and you'll be spared this beating." This big square is at least the size of 2 soccer fields. It's got to be a kilometer a lap. Running 100 laps in a row is too much even for a martial artist. It's clearly tricky. Li Peng naturally wouldn't spoil him. A sneer. "Don't give a shit, I know the rules. Let's make a deal. Do I just have to kill you, or do I have to kill a bunch of you?" That's a straight-up hateful comment. Chu Fong had to admit it. This guy Li Peng is a master at pulling hate. I didn't see that the group was only focused on Li Peng. They didn't even care about him and Liya. Skinny Monkey didn't even react for a moment. "Crap, this newcomer is more draggy than me. And don't bother with the bullshit. Just do it and be done with it." While the two were babbling, Chu Fong, on the other hand, roughly swept a glance at the crowd in the square. He just hid his eyes. There were surprisingly many strong people in the square. The one called Bully Fist was surprisingly a C-ranked martial artist. That skinny monkey they sent out was also a peak D rank martial artist. If Li Peng was careless and gullible, he was likely to get cleaned up. Think about it. Chu Fong still reminded. Don't be careless, the opposite side isn't weak either. Who knew that Li Peng didn't give a damn? He was holding back his strength yesterday. There was also the intention to have a big battle and take advantage of the situation to break through to C rank. Don't worry, Brother Fong. I'll make him kneel down and apologize to us later. Listen to this. Chu Fong looked at Li Peng with some sympathy. This guy, maybe it's going to be bad luck. Forget it, don't bother talking about it. It takes a little loss to learn a lesson. The people around them formed a circle. In the center is Li Peng and the skinny monkey. Suddenly, the skinny monkey burst out abruptly, and it was as if the entire person had actually turned into a dexterous monkey. The spiritual power fluctuations at the peak of D grade were undisguised. And in it, there was also a not-so-weak internal power fluctuation. At this, Li Peng's face changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "The Northridge Wong family? Oh, you kids do have some vision. The skinny monkey doesn't hide it either." Saying that, he directly bullied his way up. Monkeyish fist. The speed was so fast that Li Peng could hardly react for a moment. It's a good thing Lipin has a decent base. Last-minute reaction. The fluctuations mixed with spiritual energy and internal energy were equally unreservedly displayed. The same D-rank pinnacle. It's just a little less condensed than the skinny monkey. The Bashuli family? You kid is not bad at all. The skinny monkey also recognized it and smiled coldly. It's just as well. Our two families still have some old grudges, so let's get some interest from you first. After saying that, he didn't give Li Peng a chance to react. Apply the monkeyish fist with all your might. The fight was a little too much for Li Peng to handle. Chu Fong did not care about the battle between the two, but was quite interested in the gossip. Glanced at Leah beside him. Can we talk about it? Leah didn't hide it either, but snorted coldly. It's not because of a woman. My family's eldest senior brother and the Wong family's eldest senior brother had a fight, and there was some resentment, leading to the two families' juniors not getting along too well. The most ridiculous thing is that woman doesn't even bother with them. Oh, Chu Fong raised his eyebrows. He loved hearing this kind of gossip. Penglai Immortal Realms, Nye Qinglan, a siren. There are quite a few people from the 3 great sacred lands and the 10 great families who are her admirers. Leah was upset, to say the least. So it's her, it's a bit interesting. The Penglai holy maiden in her previous life, because of a small matter, she still relentlessly hunted herself down for most of the year. Chu Fong secretly slandered. It's just that I accidentally bumped into her bathing. It's not like I did it on purpose. Who let you bathe in a wild lake? That's not your home. You're so cheap. The two exchanged this time. The battle between Li Peng and Skinny Monkey was also nearing its end. It was the same as what Chu Fong had expected. Li Peng first lost the lead in carelessness, and because the spiritual power was not condensed enough for the Skinny Monkey, ultimately defeated, getting hammered furiously on the ground. Both eyes were panda-eyed. A group of people next to him were roaring with laughter. Shamed the boy so much he almost found a hole in the ground. Leah all but looked away with some reluctance. It's too bad. After teaching the first one a lesson, the Skinny Monkey was so pleased with himself that he provocatively hooked his finger towards Chu Fong. You're next. You're not going to let a little girl take a beating for you. Chu Fong looked at the thin monkey with a faint smile. This guy is not bad at pulling hate, Chu Fong admitted. Kind of wanted to flatten him. But after thinking about it, isn't it a bit too humiliating for a child to fight and come down himself? In case the identity is known someday. What's the word on the street? The Maple God, who was the #1 person on the spiritual power gold list fighting a D-rank powerhouse? Chu Fong could not afford to lose that person. To avoid that kind of thing, Chu Fong thought about it. Walked over to Li Peng, who was lying on the ground with no face. From his arms, he pulled out a golden fruit. Hey, eat it and help me get up there for another fight. You can't lose this time, trust me. Hearing Chu Feng's voice, Li Peng just looked up, just in time to see the golden-colored spirit fruit in Chu Feng's hand. Eyes rolled back in his head for a moment, and he stuttered over his words. Class B precious golden sacred fruit? Give it to me to eat? Chu Fong asked unexpectedly. So this thing has a name? This was something Chu Fong casually pulled out from his storage space. Any worse? And he really doesn't have any more. I can't help but feel that this crap has a name. Seeing that Chu Fong did not reply, Li Peng asked again carefully. Maple brother, are you really going to give me the golden sacred fruit to eat? Chu Fong nodded indifferently. Of course, I'm going to need you to smack him around a couple of times. Chu Fong casually pulled out the golden sacred fruit for this operation. It directly petrified the entire room. The skinny monkey thumped his chest in resignation. Why don't you give it to me? It's just a smack in the mouth, isn't it? You name the number. I'll smoke it myself. Chapter 86. This is called giving up the army without a fight. The golden sacred fruit is out. Everyone's breathing got a little heavier. This year, there aren't even many D-grade spirit fruits. A C-grade spirit fruit would be precious. As for the B-grade spirit fruit, the family has a mind so extravagant. Therefore, to Chu Feng's behavior of spoiling the treasure, everyone in the room felt unworthy. Just so a D-ranked martial artist can beat another D-ranked martial artist. A straight-up waste of a B-grade gem? Grade B spirit fruit, you slowly atomize it to use it, and pair it with some other precious materials to maximize the effect. It doesn't work that way, the crowd murmured. Or else just have the skinny monkey apologize. Wasting such a gem for nothing. However, it was as if Chu Fong did not see the eyes of the crowd. Precious? Stuff I don't even bother to use. Waste is waste. Besides, isn't it still an outlet? Chu Fong felt it was worth it. Hey, do you want it or not? Just forget it. Chu Fong was somewhat displeased to see Li Peng still frozen on the ground. What? Li Peng jumped straight up from the ground. 3 bites make 2. Directly swallowed the golden sacred fruit raw, fearing that Chu Fong would back out. Instead, there was a bite left, intended to be thrown to his sister. Chu Fong looked at the saliva on it. Disgusted, he interrupted directly. Don't. You've eaten them all. I got more here. I'll give another one to you if you play nice. Chu Fong said without caring. This stuff, he's really lots and lots of it. Draw the treasure chest so many times. Mostly this type of stuff. Hearing those words from Chu Fong, not only did Li Peng freeze, everyone else also looked at Chu Fong with their mouths wide open. Collective petrification. You still have it? Good Lord, how rich you are. After eating this spiritual fruit, Li Peng only felt uncomfortably hot and dry all over his body. The little wound that had just been inflicted had long since been mended. Desperate for someone to take the plunge, Skinny Monkey is the perfect opponent. Crazy straight at the Skinny Monkey. At the moment, Li Peng is a tiger. Every punch and every kick could bring up a ferocious and powerful wind. The speed also increased greatly, not slower than the Skinny Monkey in the slightest. Anyone with eyes can see that. Li Peng was metamorphosing into a C-class martial artist. Skinny Monkey can't stop being hit. It didn't take more than a few moments to get fucked over. Li Peng kept Chu Feng's request in mind. And don't hit anywhere else. It was aimed at the Skinny Monkey's mouth. Within a few strokes, the Skinny Monkey's mouth was swollen like a ham hock. Can't even speak properly. The Skinny Monkey was scared by the beating and rushed to his big brother for help. Bufango, beat me up. Beat me. My mouth is swollen and I can't even slur my words. Saving me also became beating me up. Center of the crowd. The burly man's face was beyond ugly. Bully Fist. C-class martial artist. He likewise came from the Northridge Wong family. It's Skinny Monkey's cousin. Watching my own brother being treated like this. If Bully Fist could still endure, he wouldn't be bully enough. Enough, stop! Bastard Fist bellowed angrily, trying to drink Li Peng in. But Li Peng, who cares about him now? Chu Feng's words were the sky. Chu Fong didn't let it stop. So even if he killed him, Li Peng wouldn't stop. Keep pounding. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Bastard Fist's voice had turned cold. Chu Fong slightly pulled out his ears. This friend, it's out of order, right? I didn't ask for the contest to be terminated just now when my friend was being punched. Bastard Fist grunted coldly. He's the one who deserves this. Count this as a favor to me, and I'll recognize you as a friend from now on. Chu Fong casually blew out the bit of ear flakes that he had just pulled out. Your face? Is it worth as much as a golden holy fruit? The words came out. Leah couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chu Fong was also too damaging. He casually threw a golden holy fruit. And now they're comparing the face of the bastard Fist to the golden sacred fruit. Not just plainly. What's your face to Bully Fist? Bastard Fist's face went completely cold. Chu Fong made him feel vaguely threatened. So he wasn't going to go it alone. There were many of them, and they had exhausted Chu Fong even by surrounding him. Come on, men. All of you. I'm going to let this kid know what the consequences of having a foul mouth are. The crowd stalled, although it was a bit hard to see through Chu Fong. But the Balkan's accumulated power on weekdays is too deep. There was still someone slowly pacing towards Chu Fong. Seeing that, Chu Fong only smiled faintly. Suddenly asked towards Leah at her side. Yeah, do you know what the highest realm of a martial artist is? Leah froze. It was not understood what Chu Fong was suddenly asking this for. She was still really curious. What is it? Chu Fong grinned. The highest state of a martial artist is called giving up without a fight. Say it. The next moment, a row of B-grade spirit fruits suddenly appeared before Chu Feng's eyes. Each one was no worse than a golden holy fruit. Appear together. The spiritual energy in the air around them all seemed to be much thicker. Only Chu Fong faintly said, "Now I'll start the bounty. Hammering a beating on that stupid big guy called Bully Fist will reward a small piece of B-rank fruit. Punching him in the face, 2 small pieces. Slapping him in the mouth, 3 small pieces. And straight up dry humping this guy will reward a whole B-rank fruit. Now you can start." Chu Feng's voice had just fallen. The whole square was silent at first. I could vaguely feel everyone breathing a little heavier. Next moment, in unison, all of them turned around in unison. They all looked to the bastard fist. The bastard fist, who had just been incredibly godlike, panicked all of a sudden. Even though he was a C-class martial artist, he couldn't beat so many people. "We're lucky if we don't get killed. Are you going to revolt?" Bastard fist growled with some color. But in this moment, no one cared about his words. I don't blame my buddies for not being human. It's just that people give too much. And I don't know who started it. Next moment, everyone scrambles. Lest you be left behind. Sneak attacks, chokeholds, and pussy pulls. Nothing to do with it. Bastard Fist had wanted to incite the crowd to beat up Chu Fong. But I didn't realize that being smart was the opposite of being smart. All of a sudden, you're stranding yourself inside. Leah was speechless for a moment, looking toward Chu Fong. "So this is your idea of giving up without a fight. Spreading coins. Spread the coins like crazy and be done with it." The crowd fought with fervor. Looking at Li Peng, also hot eyes. Leaving the unrecognizable skinny monkey behind, he went over to join in the fun. The skinny monkey, who was no longer being beaten, first watched for a while. In the next moment, surprisingly, he also hesitantly walked towards his big brother. "Monkey, do you want to rebel too? Don't forget who I got my ass kicked for." This scene happened to be seen by Bully Fist. Instant angry liver flutter. Another punch to the nose by accident. The pain was so great that Baffuan was in tears, facing Big Brother's blame. Skinny Monkey, however, couldn't help but shout, "Big Brother, the fertilizer is not flowing. You let me hit it a few more times. When we receive the fruits later, we'll both share them." This honey operation, it almost made Leo laugh. Arching his back, he couldn't stop laughing. Even Chu Fong couldn't help but laugh. "That's kind of funny. This operation by Skinny Monkey is kind of like stopping in time." This farce went on for what must have been 10 minutes. It was only then that Chu Fong faintly shouted, "Well, that's enough of that. How many hits did each of you just take? I'm watching here. Come and get your fruit." Boom. Crowd throws down the battered Bully Fist straight away. Line up consciously in front of Chu Fong. Poor Bully Fist's eyes were now black and blue. The bridge of his nose had collapsed, and his mouth was even more swollen. Helplessly, he slumped to the ground. Look at your own brother in line as well. Tears flowed uncontrollably. "What the fuck is this called, you say?" Chapter 87. Hyoji Mighty. Looking at the eyeballed group of people in front of him, Chu Fong didn't ink it either. Turning his hand into a knife, he divided each fruit into a number of small pieces. Even so, the energy contained in each small piece of B-grade fruit was no worse than a normal C-grade fruit. Even higher quality. "Look, you 2 pieces. Don't be sophomoric. You just got pushed out of the crowd with a total of 2 punches. Just 1 piece for you, and no more questioning my piece." I'll add a word, although I'm not bad at fruits, but I don't want to be an ingrate either. Just now you guys hit where, and how many times I saw it clearly. Whoever lies to me about the facts again, a piece won't be wanted. You go aside, didn't even squeeze in, and have the nerve to ask for fruit. And so, today, there was a very harmonious scene in the square of the entire military base. A group of people sit in a row and collect their fruit. Chu Fong didn't lie, and there's no need to play hard to get. It's not like he has a shortage of this stuff. It's only like paying for 5 or 6 fruits in total. It's really not worth it. Anyone who has just put in the effort has been rewarded. Sent to the end, the skinny monkey stood in front of Chu Fong with a bit of a twist. Chu Fong couldn't help but want to laugh at that gesture of refusal. Plus, his mouth was swollen from being hit by Li Peng just now. The look is as funny as it gets. Chu Fong forced a smile, and thought back. Gee, I have to say, you're the one who worked the hardest, punched your brother in the head, slapped him, and kicked him twice in total. Well, with so many people vying for it, you're really quite a hard worker. A total of $5. The skinny monkey heard that there were actually 5 pieces of fruit. Embarrassment was forgotten in the excitement. Receiving the 5 small pieces of spirit fruit handed over from Chu Feng's hand. Turning, he jogged over to Ba Fong, who was just struggling to get up. Full of attentiveness. Brother, we agreed on half each. I'll take a loss and give you $3. After saying that, he generously handed over 3 pieces of spirit fruits. I have to say, the skinny monkey is still very real at this point. But Bully Fist wanted to die. Look at your own brother's smiling face. The moment. The hegemonic fist didn't even hold a grudge against Chu Fong anymore. He wanted nothing more than to hammer this brother of his right now. You're too damn filial out powerful. One didn't hold back. Rushed that big face plate and blasted it with a punch. Boom snap. The skinny monkey couldn't dodge in time and was knocked to the ground in one fell swoop, rolling around with his nose covered. Ouch, brother. What are you hitting me for? I was kind enough to share your fruit, and you even hit me? As he said that, the thin monkey was so aggrieved that he wanted to shed tears. Bully Fist's nose was crooked with anger. Shame on you. Struggling to get up. A wild kicking at his own brother. I'll fucking let you be nice. I'll fucking let you hit me the hardest just now. I'll fucking let you have half each. A hard kick for every word. Next to them, everyone watched the show with interest. It's not often you get this kind of drama. Chu Fong smiled faintly. Turning his head, he glanced at Li Peng, who was sitting cross-legged next to him and was in the process of making a breakthrough. A complete B-rank fruit was enough for him to break through to C-rank. There will even be some left over. It is also of no small benefit to future cultivation. He casually picked another intact B-grade spirit fruit and threw it to Li Ye by his side. Look, eat it, you can break through to C-rank too. This was something that Chu Fong had just promised. Leah, on the other hand, was a little terrified. Brother Fong has no merit. Here you take it. Chu Fong waved his hand indifferently. Your brother earned this for you. Then, thank you, Fong. Leah silently accepted it. In the early stages of cultivation, she really needed such a spirit fruit. The heart secretly noted down this favor. B-rank fruits, even in a big family like theirs. And only the best ones are entitled to it. Her siblings hadn't had that treatment yet anyway. It's a favor no less. As Bakin got tired of fighting, his anger subsided for the most part, and the farce died down. What surprised Chu Fong was the demoralized Buster Fist. The first thing he did was actually dragging the collapsed skinny monkey to Chu Fong. Chu Fong thought that he was going to give a little bit of harsh words to give himself some face. But the Hefei Fist unexpectedly clasped his fist at Chu Fong. This brother, it was Monkey and I who offended you just now, and I apologize. Now that we've both learned our lesson as well, I hope this matter can end here. Beyond the words, I, Bully Fist, have admitted defeat and will not retaliate in the future. I also hope that Chu Fong would not hold a grudge. It's best to just turn the page. Buster Fist is not stupid. It's also long gone from being the kind of rube who's new to the world. On the contrary, he's rough and tumble. Since the beginning, he could not see through Chu Fong, just casually throwing out a dozen or so B-rank fruits. Just play them off. This kind of person, too mysterious. And to have that kind of financial power in existence. He couldn't afford to offend Bully Fist. There's no real animosity between the two sides right now. At best, it's a battle of wills. There's no need for a feud. Moreover, the way Li Peng and the others had addressed Chu Fong just now made him vaguely think of a person's name. A name like a legend. Maple God. It was also a presence he looked up to. That's the main reason he's gone soft. Spiritual Power Gold List. Bloodline Gold List. Favored Beast Gold List. Grocery Gold List First Person. Could it be him? Buster Fist doesn't know. But it's better to believe it than not. That's why there was this scene just now. Chu Fong fell back with the corners of his mouth rising slightly from the eyes of the bastard Fist. He reads a lot. That's a smart man. That's all. The next are all cadets from Wei's team, sort of fellow cadets. It doesn't hurt to give a face. Active extends his fist and clinches with Bully Fist. A smile appeared on Bastard Fist's face. He knows. The matter is, in a manner of speaking, closed. Immediately after that, Bastard Fist roared loudly. Welcome newcomers. The others reacted hastily. Simultaneous chants. Welcome newcomers. For a while, the entire square was filled with roars. It left Leah speechless for a while. It's still maple beef. A newcomer reporting, the whole thing is like a leader coming to inspect. It's a skill that can't be beat. Chu Fong smiled faintly. Raising his hand, he silenced the cheers. Asked softly, I'd like to ask where Team Wei is. I'm new here, and I have to report to Team Wei first. Bastard Fist sniffed, but suddenly sighed. Team Wei has gone to the city and should be back soon. Chu Fong realized that there might be some reasons for that. Waiting for Bully Fist to continue explaining. Buster Fist took a deep breath. It's like this. Yesterday, Team Wei suddenly received a notice from the higher-ups that our 7th Military Base's assessment attainment rate for the Martial Artist University this time around had suddenly risen by half, while the resources were cut in half for us. Team Wei was furious and went early this morning to demand a statement. Chu Fong frowned at that. Why is that? The skinny monkey had slowed down by this time, and when he heard the matter being talked about, he took up the conversation in exasperation.